Who? Chen gazed at the room filled with supplies and over 1,000 points, feeling at ease. A week ago, while engaged in an intense online debate with some insolent Japanese, he suddenly blacked out. When he woke up, he found a system in his mind. Others only got systems after transmigrating, but he got one even before crossing over. Countdown to transmigration: 7 days. Transmigration world, apocalypse shop, exchange, initial independent space, 10 points. Consciousness transmission system, 100 points. Consciousness housing body, 1.1 unit of food. 1 point note: the shop contains basic items. After the apocalypse, complete corresponding tasks, or acquire items to unlock new products. There weren't many items in the shop. At first glance, Chen thought it was acceptable. The points weren't too expensive. But upon closer inspection, he realized that 10,000 yuan exchanged for only 1 point. An orphan Chen was now 20, having saved just over 200,000 yuan. No car, no house. Yet, without a doubt, the system would not fail me, and I would not fail the system. Go all in. Going all in is wisdom. The shop had a wide variety of items. After recharging, he first bought the initial independent space. 100,000 yuan. Only 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters high. Even more expensive than property in Magic City. A person could stay inside and even breathe. He had no idea what kind of apocalypse awaited, so he decided not to go out. Combining the shop items, consciousness plus body plus transmission. Wasn't that just a consumable summoning device? No, it should be called a player arrival device. The 1 meter length was still too small. He spent another 100,000 yuan to upgrade to a 1 square meter room, then filled it entirely with instant noodles and bottled water, leaving only enough space for one person to sit. The food and water inside, rationed carefully, would last at least 2 months in the apocalypse. Finally, he needed to exchange for the extraction device. Listen up, you inside. You're surrounded. Give up and come out. Time returns to the present. Before this, after several days of research and attempts, Chen, who had no assets, no relatives, and no wealthy friends, discovered a problem. He really had no legitimate way to make money. Moreover, getting a loan was extremely difficult for someone like Chen. He even tried nude loans, but the lender blocked him upon seeing he was even worse off. Meanwhile, that insolent Japanese kept provoking him. Then Chen realized robbing a bank without worrying about escape made things simple. He timed it carefully, first asking Mazu to guide him across the sea to Japan, secretly setting a fire at the shrine to divert attention, then immediately rushing into a Japanese bank with a toy gun. All the workers cooperated. Even the manager, seeing Chen alone with a backpack, knew he couldn't carry much. The manager's eyes held a hint of resentment, probably thinking, brother, with just a backpack it's hard for us to cook the books. Under Chen's symbolic education, the manager cooperatively opened the vault. Chen pulled him in, knocked him out, destroyed the surveillance, and started exchanging points. The system didn't care. Japanese yen could also be exchanged, just at a different rate. Chen had done some research beforehand. The money here was definitely plentiful. Congratulations. You have earned 1934 points. Countdown ended. Welcome to the apocalypse. With a whoosh, Chen vanished, leaving behind a Japanese urban legend. Hiss. Transported to this apocalyptic world, he didn't hesitate for a second. Directly entered his personal space. He spent an extra 20 points to make the room slightly larger enough to lie down. A feeder zombie with a look of foolish confusion in its dull eyes thought, where did my big meal go? Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, this world is this dangerous. If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd be dead on the spot. The personal space was like an independent node in space. From this point, Chen could see the surroundings. The world looked like it was midday, but the sky was gray, buildings were dilapidated. It looked very similar to Earth, though some technology he didn't quite understand. Looking out from the room window, various zombies roamed outside. So far, at least, there were zombies. He didn't know if there were mutants or advanced technological factions. He didn't know if there were survivors. Exploration Task 1. Expand range to 10 kilometers. Exploration Task 2. Clear raider camps. Exploration Task 3. Establish a gathering point to survive. Besides these 3, there was a golden bold highlighted task, ultimate task, find the truth of the apocalypse and save the world. Chen had no intention of going out to investigate. Unless invincible, he wouldn't leave the space. These tasks were exactly like a game. No need to edit them yourself. Now he had 1914 points, exchanging 100 points for the consciousness transmission system. What a rip-off. That system only maintained a 1 kilometer range, beyond that it would disconnect. Unless he exchanged for an expansion module, along with communication, trading, and personal space modules. Those were basic modules, all requiring points. There didn't seem to be any weapons either, but the shop level was still low. It would improve later. Chen checked the upgrade conditions. Unfortunately, after transmigrating, Earth money couldn't be exchanged for points anymore. otherwise launching it directly. Full sensory experience used during deep sleep would be unbeatable and sell like crazy. Everything was ready. Chen wasn't in a hurry to summon anyone. He feared they would appear right here delivering themselves to the feeder zombie like takeout. This feeder zombie was clearly mutated. Its body was still humanoid, but its head had grown enormous skin nearly transparent. A soft tube-like suction device had grown inside its mouth. It used its hard hands to tear food apart, then sucked through the tube. Chen, while using the system to set up a web page on Earth, observed the monster. Midway, he couldn't stand it anymore and spent 50 points to exchange for a minimalist bathroom. Thankfully, the system's technology was powerful, no smell. The system strongly marked the bathroom as a great value with hidden functions, but he hadn't discovered them yet. Now his points were down to 1764. The next day, a giant rat the size of a bull ran by below, attracting countless zombies, including that feeder zombie chasing after it. Time was running out. Now he could start. He had already chosen the people. Ji-Yud was a middling survival game streamer into wilderness and apocalypse genres. In real life, he often streamed outdoor survival. Nicknamed Cyber de Yi, his catchphrase brothers 1 day without food, refreshed 2 days without food, spirited 3 days without food, ill become an immortal. His stream was losing viewers, wilderness survival streams got repetitive. Offline he searched for interesting games, real apocalypse survival zombies, and the unknown 100 full sensory simulation. Sounded like nonsense, but the ad kept popping up everywhere. Ji-Yud let out a cold snort. Fine, you've advertised so much. Let's see how good you are. If it's even slightly off, I'll tear it apart. He clicked to apply for the beta, took a screenshot, and posted it in the fan group. Brothers, there's a clown company that's over-advertising. I see it even in the toilet. I'll taste the poison for you and make a video to roast them. Let them know content matters, not marketing. The fans were good fans. They didn't send any gifts but stayed for company. Seeing the streamer chatting in the group, they all came out. 100 full sensory simulation. You've got to be kidding. Isn't that a joke? Trying to go viral through bad publicity. Brothers, before we talk, let's give Three Kingdoms Kill a negative review first. I'm afraid this game will steal our throne for worst game. I'm in. Cyber de Yi, something's off. I live less than a kilometer from you, but I've never seen that ad, said a fan. Ding dong, a package arrived. Brothers, I'll be right back. I think this company is in my building. No sooner did I apply than the package arrived. Let me test the poison. If there's something to criticize, I'll stream it. Would anyone wonder about the speed of delivery? Chen had considered it, but firstly he was in another world now and didn't care, or secondly in the future billions would enter the game and the anomaly would be discovered eventually. So it didn't matter. Full sensory simulation replacing sleep, extending lifespan. No one could refuse. Ji had picked up a pair of shorts from the floor, opened the door. The courier was gone, leaving only a palm-sized box. Inside was a round button-like patch with an instruction manual. Please use this product while lying in bed. Attach it behind the ear. During the game your brain will remain in deep sleep, leaving you more refreshed tomorrow. Ji-Yud, clutching the item, walked to the bathroom, rubbing his stomach. The cold wind made his stomach ache. Seeing the item, he was sure it was a scam. Sitting on the toilet, he pulled out his phone to complain. But as a Chinese person, since the item had arrived and cost nothing, he figured he might as well try it. He stuck the black patch behind his ear. His vision went black. He floated in a pure white space. He entered a name, Cyber de Yi. Ji-Yud was stunned. He subconsciously typed his usual nickname. The next moment he appeared in a new world. Cyborg Master Points 10. Exploration Task 1, survey the surrounding environment and the number of monsters. Exploration Task 2, find energy sources. Exploration Task 3, establish a base to survive. Warning: the current environment is extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. Congratulations, you are the first closed beta player and have unlocked special privileges. Live streaming permission 2 points per hour. Note: each death deducts 10 points. If your negative balance becomes too high, login will change. Reaching the limit will result in expulsion from the closed beta. All these were designed by Chen to prevent players from recklessly dying when they have few points in the early stages. As for later, players are free to become explosive infantry if they wish. A physical form costing a single point. Selling it for 10 is not unreasonable, is it? With a negative balance of 20, your next transmigration will turn you into a dog worth a mere half point. With a negative balance of 30, you'll become a rat valued at a paltry 0.1 points. If the deficit continues, simply be gone. Live streaming permission 1 point per hour. I'll be generous and make it 1.2 points. Personal space permission 5 slots, originally 1 point. I'll also offer a discount, 2 points. These are all benefits for closed beta players. Once there are more people, the price will go up. Ji-Yud was Chen's meticulous selection. A seasoned player of post-apocalyptic survival games, He was prudent and possessed a modest fanbase. Granting him live streaming privileges allowed others to scout the situation, lest they venture in darkness fail to harvest any points and perish squandering points in vain. Before entering, Ji-Yud was seated on a toilet just moments before. Disoriented, he habitually attempted to sit only to land heavily on the floor with a muted thud. The faint noise instantly triggered a pattering sound through the whole building. A sound utterly unlike human footsteps. Scared, he didn't dare breathe a word. Step by step, he silently moved behind a wall. The rancid stench of dried blood on the walls, the bones his fingertips touched on the ground, and the putrid smell wafting through the broken window all made the experience incredibly real. If not for the exit button in his game system, he would have thought he had truly time-traveled. The sounds beyond the door ceased and his nerves began to settle. He finally had a moment to inspect the game settings. True to form, it was entirely open, devoid of any tutorial. And astonishingly, it wasn't a pay-per-hour or premium model. It actually charged players for their lives. One life costs 10 points. He hadn't even died yet, but he was already 10 points in debt. However, there were many things that could be exchanged for points. Precious metals like gold and silver, and most miraculously the currency of this world, could also be converted into points. Ji-Yud crawled on the ground, carefully creeping to the window. He had been too tense earlier to notice just how foul the stench here was. Ji-Yud almost retched. Gazing outside the window, the devastated city stretched before him, the distant landscape so vivid that it didn't feel like a game texture at all. He grumbled, shit, with this kind of tech they could make a mind-blowing action game where you fly and dive. It'd be a smash hit. But they had to make this horror game. Watching the various zombies wandering below, Ji-Yud realized this game was undoubtedly the kind of terrifying, hardcore, high-difficulty game with a very narrow audience. But he loved this kind. Emerging from genuine fear, Ji-Yud slowly stood up and casually picked up a large shard of glass from the floor. Damn, did the game need to start this brutally? Start with a pair of shorts and scavenge everything. Hiss, that really hurts. Ji-Yud quickly turned the pain sensation to the lowest setting. Without shoes, stepping on glass was unbearably painful. He picked up a few pieces of cloth from the ground, which seemed to be remnants from some little cutie devoured by a big cutie. Ji-Yud didn't care much. He wrapped 2 pieces around his feet, one around his hand, and gripping the glass shard tightly, he stepped out of the door. After exiting, he realized this small room was one of the bedrooms in a 3-bedroom apartment. He carefully checked and found no zombies inside. The twisted front door was clearly damaged after a fierce attack and couldn't be closed. After a brief survey, he noticed that the first room he appeared in was actually the safest. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach rumbled. Oh my god, no way, no way. I actually have to eat in this game. Ji-Yud was speechless. He began searching the room for food. The refrigerator had no power and the food inside had spoiled. It seemed the family kept pets, as the pet food was well preserved. Judging by the time, the apocalypse must have just started recently. Ji-Yud glanced at the store 1 point for a portion of food. Anyway, no one's watching, I'll eat. He opened the pet food and poured it into his mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. The game didn't just simulate touch and smell. Taste was simulated too. Truly a full sensory simulation. Ji-Yud marveled once again, and he knew he was going to become famous. This game is definitely going to blow up. An unknown world to explore plus technology that can completely replace sleep. It's like gaining a second life. Even if you do nothing, just coming to this world to daydream would attract people. After eating his fill, Ji-Yud found a table leg and tied his glass shard to it. An inch longer gives an inch of advantage. He felt pretty good about himself. He cautiously walked out of the front door and glanced at the floor number 30th floor. The building had 33 floors in total. Should he go up or down? No need to deliberate. Each floor had only 2 apartments. The opposite door was closed. Ignore it for now. Ji-Yud gripped his table leg and carefully ascended, stepping over debris on the stairs. It was eerily silent. He could only hear his own heartbeat. Reaching the 31st floor, both doors were missing, blasted away. He held his breath and cautiously searched. No zombies inside either, but the food had spoiled and the residents' remains were still there, emitting a foul stench. Ji-Yud took a deep breath. His primary task now was to investigate the upper floors. If the upper floors were safe, he could block the lower passages to secure his survival, at least in the early stage. He continued up the stairs, the steps becoming stickier and the air stuffier. Gripping his makeshift weapon tightly, he moved one cautious step at a time. Finally reaching the 32nd floor landing, he was relieved to find the stair door still intact. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The game was so real. Even though he knew it was a game, the immersion was so strong that he sometimes forgot it wasn't real. He stopped at the door, pressed his ear to it, and listened. Hearing nothing unusual, he turned the handle. Click. He didn't yank it open immediately, but paused, carefully observing and listening. Sensing no movement, he slowly pulled the door open. Damn! A terrified yell. As Ji Yud opened the door a crack, he saw 3 pairs of pale eyes staring straight at him from top to bottom. Just 3 heads without bodies, their faces wearing eerie smiles. With a loud shout, he dashed straight up the stairs. He had mentally prepared himself beforehand. If an unexpected situation arose that he couldn't handle, he would first flee upstairs, hoping that this life would allow him to clearly see what was on the upper floor. While scrambling and crawling up to the 33rd floor, he glanced back. Only then did he notice that behind each of the 3 heads trailed a bloody flesh-like tube. Once activated, they shot toward Ji Yud like the wind, shouting, "Save me, save me." Ji Yud twisted around, hurling a table leg to slow their advance slightly, then charged straight ahead, kicking open the door to the 33rd floor. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing the noise, both rooms on the 33rd floor echoed with thumping sounds, but the force was insufficient to breach the doors. The 3 heads from the 32nd floor had already caught up. Ji Yud, disregarding everything, dashed onward, bursting through to the rooftop. As he slammed open the roof door, a sea of purple flowers greeted his eyes, casting him into a daze, as if he had returned to reality. His heart eased and he stepped in naturally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fine capillaries extended from the purple stamens, piercing directly into Ji Yud's body. In moments, his entire form was drained, and his head tumbled down with a clatter. From the 32nd floor, another fleshy tube stretched out, intending to retrieve the head, but unexpectedly Ji Yud's head dissolved into a pool of flesh. The 3 heads exchanged bewildered glances before retreating. Whoosh! Witnessing this, Chen let out a long breath. Fortunately, he hadn't impulsively ventured out to explore. He could also access Ji Yud's perspective, watching the entire harrowing process through his eyes. It was indeed thrilling and perilous. Moreover, what Ji Yud didn't realize was that even without the zombies he would have died. Cut by glass and daring to bandage the wound with cloth stained by zombie blood. Wasn't that a death wish? Truly, one could never be too cautious. This world was far too dangerous. Still, Ji Yud's first life performed admirably. Although Chen had lost a single point, he had gained a rough understanding of the floors above. However, to consistently observe these conditions, he would need to exchange for monitoring devices. Better to let the players handle it. After all, he wasn't bored in this room. He had food and drink and could even connect to Blue Star's network to watch videos, quite relaxing. Judging by Ji Yud's experience, many players would be eager to take on such tasks. After all, who wouldn't want a second life? After watching the thrilling first-person survival horror, he needed a pure love story to soothe his soul. He'd wait for players to enter before viewing the first-person perspective again. Meanwhile, Chen turned to watch anime, while Ji Yud let out an agonized scream as he sat up on the toilet. Damn, my ass hurts. Am I really transmigrated? Shit, it was just a dream. So disgusting. Ji Yud quickly took a shower, finally smoothing down his usually spiky hair. Before his hair was even dry, he rushed excitedly to the computer. Checking the time, he found only 2 hours had passed, yet he felt as if he had slept for ages, refreshed and energized. He immediately opened his fan group. Brothers, I'm about to blow up. Get your membership cards now and you'll be my original shareholders. Ja Tian Bang de Ja here to scam for cards again. No more talk, crow stress, and he'll get one. Kun and I Tai Cho, you've been dreaming this for a long time. Without practicing for 2.5 years, it's absolutely impossible. Ji Yud ignored the teasing and continued, this game is insane. Absolutely 100 realistic simulation, terrifyingly real. Whether it's hearing, touch, or taste, it's all perfect. And you have to eat inside, can you believe it? If you don't eat, you get hungry. Your body moves slowly. Ja Tian Bang Er Ja, just say it. What's the starting character stats? How much to top up for invincibility? How much for the divine weapon? Name a price and he'll give you face and max it out. No way, there's nothing in there. It's so hardcore, I want to cry. Previous games gave me at least a pair of shorts at the start, but here no weapons, no stat panel. But I checked. The shop has items for points and there are missions to unlock. I'm sure you can exchange for weapons later, but they're expensive. EAO Nai, well, he sounds interesting. Where's the top-up portal? Where's the official site? I'll go first, have some fun. Ja Tian Bang Er Ja, how are the zombies? Don't make them all brainless, that ruin the experience. They're terrifyingly strong. I don't know how this game passed review. Heart patients shouldn't play. I'm bold and I almost peed my pants. Kun and I Tai Cho, enough talk. No picture, no truth. Start a live stream. After bragging for a while, Ji Yud knew that without proof it was all talk. He could go back in, but the feeling of being controlled and drained was too unsettling. And those 3 flying heads. Thinking back, they didn't seem that strong, just instinctively frightening. He needed to take a break before re-entering. He had already noticed a live stream option. Of course he would stream. He started the broadcast with the title 100 Absolute Realistic Doomsday Survival. I want refund if you cry. Brothers, I'm going in. I don't know if I can talk in real time during the stream, so don't mind if I'm quiet. Ja Tian Bang de Ja, just go in already. Acting like it's real. 100 my ass. Kuin and I Taicho, if it's really as real as you say, I'll jump into the game and spend like crazy. Just watch. It'll blow your minds. Get your membership cards now. Once I'm famous, I want thank you for them. This time You'd learned his lesson. He lay on the bed, even placing a plastic bag under his butt. The game was too real. If he really peed himself, it would be easier to clean up. He was just a small streamer with a modest audience, but because he specialized in niche content like wilderness survival and doomsday survival, his fans were quite loyal, all waiting to watch him. You'd re-entered the game and immediately started streaming. He reappeared in the same room as before. Chen was sipping cola and watching anime, surprised that You'd was back so soon. Given how intense it was, he thought You'd would take a break before returning. Kuin and I Taicho, holy shit, the visuals. Cyber Shouta, are you just playing a movie for us? It's so real. Just tell us which movie it is. Ja Tian Bang Deja, I've watched dozens of new zombie movies and old classics. None of them have visuals like this. Ja Tian Bang Air Ja, look at the texture of the light, the shadow changes. If this were a movie with this quality, it cost at least $1 billion. And that's in dollars. The scene that appeared was indeed stunning. The blood stains on the floor, the dirt textures, all incredibly realistic. Even a usually silent lurking fan spoke up. Mechanical Master, indeed, there shouldn't be a game of this quality out yet. It must be new with some black tech. But the perspective is a bit weird, so low. Bomb Maniac, where are you, streamer? Zombie survival with a first-person view. Are you trying to scare us to death? And why are you sticking out your tongue? Is that your character's trait? You'd was also somewhat bewildered. The moment he entered, he sensed an intense odor far stronger than before. He wanted to rub his nose, but when he raised his hand, it was a paw. Fortunately, there was a shattered mirror here. He crawled over to look and saw a massive dog's head reflected in it. Damn it, how did I turn into a dog? You'd quickly checked the instructions. Detected player currently at 21 points, creature transformation initiated. What a scam. You'd could now see the live stream's bullet comments. He could choose to project them above his field of vision or hide them. He stayed quiet and didn't hide them. Now there was a problem, the live stream perspective could be switched between first person and third person. Should he switch it or not? Streamer, where are you? Don't use first person view. We want to see the character before deciding whether to contribute. Hurry up, we're ready, and you show us this. Streamer, what's the official website? I want to join too, I'll max out my purchases and carry you. You'd exhaled deeply. Forget it, this would generate more buzz and make him popular faster. Comforting himself slightly, You'd switched the perspective to third person. Jantian Bong Daza, ift. You owe me a laptop, I just spit all over mine. Jantian Bong Urtza, streamer, are you kidding me? Is this survival game about a dog surviving the apocalypse? It's novel, but how can anyone play it? Who wants to be a dog? Shinli Linghua's dog, who says that, if there are girls in it, I'm willing. You didn't want people to think he wanted to be a dog, so he quickly explained, damn it, I told you this game is hardcore. Whether you can play depends on your points. You're human above 20 points, but below 20 you become a dog. 40, you become a rat. Any lower and you're out. Kuin Nitai Mei. Charging based on character life is pretty novel. Not bad, I'm considering joining. How do I top up points? Hold on, let me finish the stream first, then it'll show you how to enter the game. I just clicked and got in earlier. I haven't really looked at it carefully. You turned off the bullet comments and stopped paying attention to outside information. He had to find points. Gold, silver, rare metals, local currency, and the crystals and zombie heads could all be exchanged. He crawled slowly. Being a dog had its advantages, the sound of movement was quieter. He first went through the door into another room. This room was clearly a master bedroom with a large wardrobe beside the bed. The door was already broken. You'd crawled over and squeezed into the wardrobe. Sure enough, deep inside was a small box. He extended a paw and gently nudged it open. Inside, gleaming gold necklaces and a thick gold chain lay with some cash underneath. Tears welled up in You'd's eyes. He had never appreciated people who loved thick gold chains so much before. Recycle, recycle. The thin gold chains and cash were all taken, but why wasn't the thick gold chain recycled? You'd tilted his dog head in confusion. In the space, Yichun received the message. Recycled 10 units of gold exchanged for 10 points. Recycled 100000 in cash exchanged for 10 points. Junk not accepted for recycling. That thick gold chain was fake. Yichun took a sip of cola and thought, forget it, I can't make people work for nothing. I'll just take half. A conscientious entrepreneur. If any problems arise later, I'll have to step in and save the day. At that moment, You'd also received a message. Recycled 10 units of gold exchanged for 5 points. Recycled 100000 in cash exchanged for 5 points. Junk not accepted for recycling. He let out a deep breath, a mysterious smile on his dog face. Finally, he had some points. Next time, he could become human again. Holding his dog head high, he strode out of the room with pride. He crept up the stairs stealthily. There were 2 more rooms to search. Ji-Yud quietly crawled up on all fours, now fully accustomed to his new form. His limbs moved in perfect coordination. He slowly entered the room on the left. It seemed to have the same layout as the one downstairs, but it was clear the occupants were not ordinary. Rotten food was in the kitchen, clothes were scattered on the floor, but most of the clothes in the wardrobe and items on the dresser were gone. This suggested the owner had been notified and taken away after the apocalypse began. No luck. Ji-Yud turned and ran into the room on the right. It was a mess. The broken window on the balcony and the bloodstains below were obvious. One person had likely turned into a zombie, and the other had been chased and fallen from the balcony. The room was new. A wedding photo hung above the bed in the bedroom. They looked very much in love. Ji-Yud couldn't help shaking his dog head in lament. Obtained 6 points. He exchanged everything he could for points. Now there was a problem: he was a dog and couldn't do much else. What should he do next? Ji-Yud opened the bullet comments to ask for advice. Mayan, run. Run. It's too real, too scary. My heart almost gave out. Damn, this is terrifying. Why isn't it the familiar zombies? This kind of monster gives me goosebumps. Look at its expression, it's way too vivid. Seeing these comments, Ji-Yud shuddered instantly. He didn't dare look back. His dog legs began to tremble. He swallowed nervously and glanced sideways at the broken mirror in front of him to the left. He almost had a seizure. 3 heads were floating right behind him, as if observing what he was doing, each with a different expression. Awoo! Ji-Yud let out a desperate howl and leaped straight out of the broken window beside the bedroom. The 3 heads let out shrill cries. Splat! Ji-Yud fell and was smashed into a pulp, exiting the game. In the space, Chen only now got up to relieve himself. The situation earlier had been terrifying. When Ji-Yud first entered the room on the left on the 31st floor, those 3 heads had descended. They followed right behind him. Due to the limitations and habits of his dog head, he never looked up. Those 3 heads followed him, watching him search for resources in each room. Several times the child's head wanted to bite Ji-Yud, but the woman's head in the middle stopped it. In the end, Ji-Yud, prompted by the audience, jumped from the building. The child's head angrily bumped into the woman's head. But this harvest was significant. He had already gained 36 points. Subtracting the 1 point for Ji-Yud's first human body and the 0.5 points for the dog body, the net gain was 34.5 points. Adding that to the original 1764 points, he now had 1798.5 points. Points were becoming harder to collect here, but Chen believed that players who weren't afraid of death had their own wisdom. Ji-Yud was still shaken, but after calming down, he was delighted with the 16 points he had earned. This game was pretty generous. He turned and dashed to the computer. You fake fans, why didn't you warn me earlier? You scared me to death. Exploding heaven gang, big boom. Brother, let's cut the crap. Give me the beta key and I'll take over. I'll take care of it with a sliding tackle. Exploding heaven gang, second boom. Yeah, my big bro and I, the 3 of us, can each take a head. It'll be awesome. Kuin, you're so ugly. Sunflower classroom reminds you you can breathe now. Those 3 heads floating above your dog head just scared the piss out of me. Damn, with skills like that, why not make some Shensha stuff flying on swords? Why make something so terrifying? Ji-Yud took a sip of water. This game has too much freedom. There are no hints at all. It's all up to you. Luckily, I managed to collect some points this time. Otherwise, next time I wouldn't even be a dog. I'd be a rat. Kuin, you're so ugly. I'd love to see a rat. Turn into a rat and he'll fly a big plane for you. Cut it out. I still want to keep playing. Bomb Maniac was a graduate student in chemistry at Beijing University. He usually loved doing chemical experiments, but in reality he had to be extremely cautious. So many experiments were impossible. Bro, I saw laundry detergent and seasonings in the room you found. Do they have chemical properties? This was a paid colored comment. Clearly chemistry enthusiasts weren't broke. Precious chemical materials were actually very expensive. Since a big shot paid to ask a question, You'd naturally had to answer seriously. Big shot, I haven't tested it, but I think they definitely do. This world feels just like a real one. Can you believe it? When I was a dog, I could retract my claws into my paws. Even my sense of taste got stronger and the touch on my palms changed. I could even smell the sea salt in the wind. They definitely do. As soon as You'd finished speaking, Bomb Maniac immediately sent 10 planes. Brother, please give me a beta key. I'm quite knowledgeable in chemistry. I just watched your stream and some things in there can be used to create fun stuff that will definitely help you. You'd stared at the 10 planes floating on the screen, his heart racing with excitement. I'm finally turning my luck around. Big shot, I really want to get you a beta account, but this damn game doesn't even have an official website. There's just that little ad. I have no idea how to get a beta key. Chen was also watching the stream and realized that was true. He really hadn't set up an official website. He had just given Ji-Yud a heavy dose of ads to get him in. So he immediately operated to send Ji-Yud a message. Ji-Yud hadn't taken off the transmission device on his head yet, and instantly received the notification. Congratulations. You've unlocked a new quest. Quest 1: a window to the world beings from another world beg you to save their world, yet they cannot influence Blue Star. Quest content: build an official website for the game. It will go live after official review. Quest reward 100 points. Quest 2: gather friends. Quest content: redeem beta keys for your friends. Quest reward: discount on beta keys. Note: after the discount, one beta key costs 50 points. Note: when redeeming for others, the redeemer bears joint liability. If the invitee dies within 10 days, the inviter's points will be deducted. Note: the final interpretation right belongs to the game officials. The invitee will go live after review. Chen edited and sent it to Ji-Yud. With such a fun game, did he really have to build the official website himself? Did he have to go through all the trouble of finding people himself? Wouldn't it be easier to let the players recruit first and then choose from them? Outsource everything. If it's not up to par, send it back for rework. He could even play the client. A fully immersive game that could replace sleep. There's no way people wouldn't play it. These people had already earned him some points. If it all fell apart, he could just abandon this batch and continue recruiting from elsewhere. But Chen wasn't really worried about Ji-Yud recruiting recklessly. It was clear that the game's potential was enormous. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't lack long-term vision. Later, when he had more points, he could set up a second landing point for those who like to cause trouble. Maybe it would even spark some interesting conflicts. Sleeping on a hard chair was very uncomfortable. Chen spent 1 point to exchange for a sofa and lay down comfortably. Unfortunately, the view outside was a terrifying, solemn, apocalyptic scene. After a while, Chen turned off the outside projection and replaced it with plain white walls. He had his eye on the pastoral background in the shop. A pond, a 2-story house, green grass, and a blue sky. It only cost 200 points. Chen looked at Ji-Yud. Hurry up and work hard. Earn 400 points and get me a big house. Ji-Yud was also brimming with excitement. Brothers, I know how to get the beta key now. This damn game uses an invitation system. 50 points for 1 key. Let me develop a bit and it'll bring all you brothers in. There's also a quest to build an official website for the game. It rewards 100 points. I don't have the skills to do it myself. Whoever among you brothers has the ability, go for it. Kun, you're so ugly. Interesting. This game is really elaborate. Is it to increase immersion? Exploding Heaven Gang Big Boom. The beta key is this hard to get. You've collected all the supplies and only have a dozen points. If you want more, you'll definitely have to kill zombies. At this moment, Mechanical Master, who had been silent all along, stunned everyone with his words. He first uploaded an image to the fan group detailing where each part was found and how to use it, ultimately combining them into a device that could kill the 3-headed monster. Wow, you're amazing, big shot. I never thought my little fan group would hide such talent. Then Bomb Maniac also uploaded his image. It was made from the same items Ji-Yud had seen earlier, mixed in a specific ratio to create a simple explosive. Awesome. If I get enough points, I'll invite you 2 big shots first to help me out. Gurgle. Ji-Yud's stomach growled again. He realized he had eaten in the game but not in the real world. Brothers, I haven't eaten all day. I need to grab a meal in the real world. Hold on. Thanks to the big shots tips today, I'll order some top-tier takeout. Exploding Heaven Gang Big Boom. What's going on? You ate in the game but you still have to eat in reality. Does that make sense? Exploding Heaven Gang Second Boom. Big bro, calm down. Don't freak out. You're scaring me. Ji-Yud waited for his takeout, chatting and joking with fans in the stream. Bomb Maniac couldn't wait any longer. It was obvious that Mechanical Master's contribution would help Ji-Yud a lot, so he'd probably get the beta key first. But he wanted to get in early too. With that thought, Bomb Maniac, living in a luxurious mansion in the magic capital, decided to wait no longer. He picked up the phone beside him. Hey, I'm planning to build a game official website. Can you do it? Receiving the call, Xiao Ji looked bewildered. Official website? Game official website? Is my benefactor starting a game? Brother, are you making a game? What type? On what platform? How much are you planning to invest? Not making a game, but a game official website. You're the expert in this area. I wanted to consult you about it. Xiao Ji felt even more confused upon hearing this. Not making a game, just a game official website. What kind of play is this? Is it performance art? A scam? He still had his principles. He could support performance art but not scams. Brother, at least I need to know what kind of game it is. We can't do anything that could get us into legal trouble. Thinking this over, the bomb maniac realized it was indeed a bit twisted and hard to explain. He directly sent over the live stream link of Ji Yud. Take a look at the recording. After watching a few hours of it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Just give me a quote when you're done. I want this done as quickly as possible. Money isn't an issue. By the way, let me check. The game might just be starting, so the content on the official website shouldn't be much. It should be quick, but maintenance later might also need someone. Help me find someone for that too. After sending the link, the bomb maniac started watching the replay, looking for materials to perfect his ideas. As for spending money, he didn't care. He was a top-tier rich second generation, not looking for women, not gambling, not touching anything illegal, and not starting a business. He just liked playing games. His family was happy enough with that. After all, there was a highly capable big sister above him. He could just lie back. Xiao Ji opened the replay with a puzzled expression. This really is a game. Has game promotion reached this level now? Is it so focused on immersion that the players have to create their own official website? As he watched, Xiao Ji became immersed. Ordinary people might just look at the visuals, but as someone in the gaming industry and the overall leader of a mature game, he saw much more and was even more shocked. At the North Qing Research Institute in the capital, 3 doctoral students from the mechanical engineering department were writing papers in their office. Suddenly they heard laughter from behind, a kind of genuinely joyful laughter. The 3 quietly turned around and saw their mentor, who was excitedly typing something on the computer, sometimes drawing things on paper. The teacher is so excited. It seems he has made a major breakthrough. We might get to enjoy a banquet again. Wow, how big must this breakthrough be? He wasn't this excited when he last won an award. He was so calm. Who knows? It might be a breakthrough that changes the landscape of Huagua. It's good to be happy. My paper, which poses no threat in the academic world, but could ruin the teacher's reputation in the education field, I'm hoping he can help me revise it. This mentor is Lu Zhenghua. Growing up in a traditional family, he has always adhered to his image in society. Throughout his life as a child, he was obedient and sensible. As a student, he was diligent and studious. Now, as a teacher, he is strict and responsible. He actually hopes to connect with his students and play together, but long-term education and habits have made it hard for him to break through. On the internet, he is anonymous, which is why he can let loose, especially since he has always loved survival and puzzle-solving games. As the saying goes, putting on a mask allows you to be yourself again. Lu Zhenghua is like this. The mechanical god is his true self, filled with adventurous spirit and exceptional hands-on skills. Brothers, the takeout has arrived. Today's takeout is absolutely top-notch, a pork trotter rice, and I added 3 marinated eggs. This is my entire quota for the week. Deja from the Jia Tian gang said, I get what you mean. It seems you have money now, so I'll refund you as a minor immediately. Hey brother, are you serious? Are you really a minor? Deja from the Jia Tian gang replied, I absolutely do not lie about my age. I'm only 17 years and 3 months old. You scared me. Brother, I was almost in tears. Alright, I know everyone isn't here to watch me eat. I'll be quick. Let's jump straight into the game. With the help of the mechanical god's blueprints, I'm confident I can take down that 3-headed monster. Damn, it's been hours and I can't even step out of the starter village. How am I supposed to survive in the gaming world like this? Ji Yud was energized, ready to eat and then battle again. Yi Chun was already tired in his independent space. After eating and drinking, he planned to take a nap. He wasn't in a hurry to go out. Everything could be exchanged for points here. The air quality was good and the outside was dark and dangerous. He would wait for those lovely players to earn points and then go out when he was invincible. Yi Chun fell asleep and Ji Yud re-entered the apocalyptic world. Big boss, keep an eye on me and guide me anytime. Don't worry. I'm always watching. That thing is just a carbon-based life form. Just listen to me, and you can definitely take it down. Teacher, is there anything I can help you with? Teacher, the paper you guided me on last time is almost ready. I'll show it to you tomorrow. Teacher, you should also rest early tonight. The 3 students bid farewell to Lu Zhenghua. Okay, you all rest early too. If you have any questions, come find me in time. After saying goodbye to the students, Lu Zhenghua took off his suit jacket, unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt, and opened one more button. Now he felt much more comfortable. Player Cyber to Yi.6. Finally, I'm about to become a positive number. Then I can exchange for items in the store, food, water, tools, and even guns. Ji Yud cautiously appeared in the initial room, turned his head to look out the window, and saw a bunch of ordinary zombies surrounding the ground below. Clearly his adorable character had already been eaten. Turning around to look up, no heads. Safe. Recalling the blueprints provided by the mechanical god, he stealthily made his way to the kitchen, collected all the knives and forks, and carefully brought them back to the room. Upon inspection, these utensils were still sharp. Just right. After placing down the utensils, he turned back to the living room and brought in a broken table leg. Big boss, what should we do now? Lu Zhenghua thought for a moment, too complex for a streamer to operate, so let's keep it simple. You take the sheets from the bedroom, cut them into strips, and twist them into 2 ropes. Then fix all the knives blade side facing one direction onto the thickest stick. Insert more forks on top. Under Lu Zhenghua's guidance, Ji Yud acted, and their cooperation was not slow. Damn, I will never again say why immersion in games needs a forge. This is directly forging. It's all handmade. My hands are peeling. Look at this. Ji Yud held up his hands, which were already blistered, to show the audience. Brother, it's fine. We'll die soon anyway. It doesn't matter. This hand is useless. Let's chop it off. Having blisters is good, it adds texture and makes you more comfortable. Sometimes I really regret knowing how to read. After a short rest chatting and relaxing, Ji Yud began this operation. He didn't plan to go up the stairs anymore. It seemed that as soon as he reached the stairs, that monster could sense him. Brothers, let's impersonate 007. He'll climb through the window this time. Ji Yud cautiously squeezed out of the window, gripping the windowsill with both hands. Theoretically, climbing from a high floor should be quite easy, as long as one doesn't think about the dozens of meters of height and the deadly consequences of falling. I'm not afraid of the streamer is just that fierce. Brother, when you're deceiving others, could you please loosen your toes that are gripping so tightly? Haha, said Jia Tianbang. I'm not afraid, just need to pee, haha. Ji Yud didn't even notice. When he looked down, he realized his own toes were indeed gripping tightly together. This was because the game was just too realistic. Now outside the building, the cold wind was blowing, and below were zombies eagerly waiting for a meal, while up above there might be 3 monsters lurking in the dark. Ji Yud was almost sweating. Lu Bu sent over 10 planes. Damn, thanks to the great Lu Bu for sending 10 planes. Ji Yud looked at the skyrocketing number of viewers in the livestream and the flying gifts, and his confidence soared. As someone who had previously been an outdoor survival streamer, Ji Yud had decent skills. Overcoming his psychological barriers, he easily reached the window on the upper floor. Isn't this easy? Pity my physical body fell from here. He hurriedly fixed the tools he had prepared above the window, crouched down to estimate the height between the 2, trimmed the rope, and made loops for both ends to make it easier to grab later. After finishing this, Ji Yud decided to take a break, adjust his mindset, and gather his strength as the crucial battle was about to begin. Whether he could reach the pinnacle of his life depended on this moment. During his free time, he relaxed by watching the comments, but soon noticed that something felt off. Friends, when is that particularly human-like dog going to make an appearance? The streamer is a dog. No, I mean the real dog, the one that looks like a meme and has very human-like expressions. This person even uploaded a few pictures of the dog, which were exactly the expressions Ji Yud had when he transformed into a dog. Showing confusion, surprise, shock, and fear, all incredibly human-like, as if it were a person. If he didn't know that dog was actually himself, Ji Yud would have really laughed. That's the streamer is a dog. No, I know the streamer is a dog, but not this kind, it's another real dog. Damn, how did it turn into cursing while talking? Besides the trolls, there were also some kind-hearted individuals providing information. What do you mean full simulation? The streamer turned into a dog to trick me into spending money, right? I absolutely won't fall for it. I'm out, or turns out this is a farce. I thought there would be a cute dog to see. I didn't expect it to be a stinky man. Ji Yud was feeling utterly exasperated. What does this have to do with him? Turning his grief and anger into strength, he decided to showcase his skills to see if he could retain this wave of viewers. Brothers, I'm going up, oh don't you dare blink. This is the best plan I discussed with the mechanical god. It will definitely be exciting. After saying this, Ji Yud turned off the comments. He needed to focus entirely on taking action. Crouching down, he carefully moved aside various pieces of furniture scattered in the room to clear a path. Haha, the warm breath he exhaled made Ji Yud feel even colder and more alert. Holding a table leg, he cautiously approached the hallway. Before he even reached the hallway's entrance, he saw 3 heads floating above, looking down. Ji Yud's heart tightened and his toes couldn't help but grip tightly. Just then he stepped on some plastic which made a faint sound. Whoosh, the 3 heads all turned to look at him at once. In an instant they spotted Ji Yud. With a swift motion they charged at him. Ji Yud was already prepared for this, not pausing for a moment as he dashed towards the bedroom window, while the 3-headed creature seemed to know these people would jump out the window and quickened its pace. Ji Yud aimed for the 2 rope loops on the window, shouting to boost his courage, "Brother, something exciting is coming, don't you dare blink." This time it was incredibly smooth. Gripping the rope loops tightly, he leaped up and jumped straight out of the window. The 3 heads were almost about to bite Ji Yud's backside. Bang! First, the wooden piece secured to the first rope got stuck on the windowsill and tightened. Ji Yud was pulled back aiming to swing into the window of the 30th floor. Crack. The weight of his body directly pulled down the sharp stick tied to the window, which gained speed and directly severed the 3 heads. The fork that was inserted above also hooked all 3 heads into the room on the 30th floor. Brothers, you can blink now. Check if the streamer is handsome. Come on, subscribe. Ji Yud was ecstatic, having not expected the plan to succeed so easily. Turning his head, he spotted the 3 heads that had fallen to the ground, with one of the women's heads landing right between his legs. Startled, he took a step back, and at that moment the woman's head lost its connection, seemingly regaining a hint of consciousness. It opened its mouth, but did not utter any words. However, Ji Yud distinctly saw her lips forming the words, "Thank you." His joy was somewhat diminished. Was the game's setting really that cruel? Could these heads still have consciousness? But he couldn't understand the words inside. Did those lip movements really mean thank you? Shaking his head, he tossed these thoughts aside, telling himself this was just a game. The heads that had lost their supply quickly turned gray. Although he felt a bit reluctant, Ji Yud still had to proceed. Brothers, for the sake of a harmonious society, I'm going to take a short break from the livestream. I'll be back soon. Turning off the livestream, Ji Yud picked up the 3 heads. Sorry. It's for the sake of saving this world. This monster should indeed be considered an elite monster, as each of the 3 heads contained a crystal core. Gained crystal core, awarded 25 points. Gained crystal core, awarded 25 points. Gained special fire attribute crystal core, awarded 50 points. His luck was truly great. There was even a special fire attribute crystal core inside. Chen, who was sleeping in the space, was also awakened by the notification. The point distribution was set up by him as an automated program which automatically distributed half of the points gained by players to them. Gained crystal core, awarded 50 points. Gained crystal core, awarded 50 points. Gained special fire attribute crystal core, awarded 100 points. Congratulations on your first hunt of the elite monster headless monster. Awarded 100 points. Congratulations on absorbing the special fire attribute crystal core. The store unlocks the primary fire attribute abilities. He initially thought it was just simple technological development, but he didn't expect there would be abilities. The combination of abilities and technology would make it even more enjoyable. Chen quickly opened the store. Primary fire attribute ability exchange for 200 points. It was quite expensive, and there was no need to exchange it now since he wasn't planning to go outside. He would just wait for players to exchange it. After contemplating for a moment, Chen began to edit, and soon Ji Yud received a message. Congratulations on your first elite monster kill. The Headless Fiend. You have been awarded 50 points. Congratulations on absorbing the special fire attribute crystal core. The shop has unlocked the basic fire type ability. Basic fire type ability, 400 points for exchange. Chen didn't want to overthink it. He would just take half the profit from each item as his commission. A truly conscientious entrepreneur. Holy crap. Awesome. Ji Yud nearly shouted out loud. He hadn't expected that killing the first monster would reward points, and even more surprising, the shop had unlocked new merchandise. Brothers, the shop actually unlocked a fire type ability. What does this mean? It means there's more than just mechanical tech here. There are abilities. Maybe we can even fly later. After getting excited for a while, he realized he hadn't started streaming. Damn it. He restarted the stream. Brothers, this game is absolutely going to blow up. I just got a fire type crystal core and handed it over, and the shop unlocked the basic fire type ability. There's so much content. I haven't even left my beginner room and it's already this awesome. Imagine what's coming. Jada Bang Daza. I'm begging you, Dad, give me a chance. Where are the people behind this game? Isn't there anyone in charge? I don't even know where to beg. Kuin and I Tai Cho. I want to spend money. I'm a sucker. Come and bleed me dry. Give me a way to pay. I'll max out. Bomb Fanatic watched with equal excitement. Fire type ability. Art is an explosion. If one room held so many surprises, what wonders awaited on the rooftop? He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately messaged Roast Chicken. Bro, stop researching. First recruit people and start building the official website. Money is no object. Move fast. Just as he sent the message, he saw the one Roast Chicken had sent him simultaneously. D, is this game for real? It can't be a scam, right? There's an explosive amount of content here. He didn't just make these few rooms for the whole game, did he? Even if these few rooms are incredibly realistic, it's still not enough. This can't be a movie. Is that streamer actually playing? Bomb Fanatic, whose real name was Wang Di, was equally baffled by Roast Chicken's words. He just felt the room looked incredibly real, fully immersive, usable for sleep, and capable of anything he wanted. Maybe even fire and flight later on. He hadn't seen much of the content yet. Bro, first recruit people and make an official website. We'll talk about the rest when we have the team. Roast Chicken had already messaged his buddies. Being in the gaming industry, he had a wide network. With the industry downturn, many were freelancing. He quickly gathered a small group. Brothers, a backer wants us to build the official website for this game. Watch the replay first, organize your thoughts, and start. The backer's rich and dumb. Just focus on speed and quality. If brother roast chicken says so, I'm in. I haven't been able to pay rent lately. My wife's online and wants to drop 10,648s. I'm broke too. Let's do it. Brother roast chicken, you're amazing. You didn't just grab anyone. I see front-end, back-end, layout designers, content fillers. All arranged. Everyone stick to their expertise. He sent the group screenshot to Bomb Fanatic. Bro, don't you trust me? I found the people and they've started. I'm just confirming with you. Bomb Fanatic laughed at the screenshot. He didn't mind being called rich and dumb. He and Roast Chicken had been best friends since childhood from wealthy families. Roast Chicken had a dream of making games, while his own dream was to just play games and dabble in chemistry. Their bond was strong, and he knew Roast Chicken would never screw him over. Alright, good. So now tell me, how is the content so explosive? Isn't it just a few rooms with some abstract monsters? Don't many games have that? Slap, slap, slap. Roast Chicken uploaded over a dozen images marking key points. The first 3 were a set showing scattered bottles and jars in the rooms. Some cosmetics, some spices. All covered in indecipherable scribbles. He slowly typed a question mark. Roast Chicken knew his buddy wasn't the sharpest tool, so he explained directly, Bro, look at all the text in these 3 images. It doesn't belong to any language on Blue Star. Wang Di thought, isn't that just random ancient text the game company threw together? Nobody reads that stuff. No. This is definitely not random. I sent it to a specialist in game background text. He examined it closely and confirmed it's the work of a top-tier professional. The characters are definitely connected. If this is truly a fully immersive game, as you say, maybe the company actually created a complete language system for the game world. That's no small feat. Wang Di didn't fully grasp the implications, but he understood there was a unique written language system. Then Roast Chicken introduced the next set. Also everyday items, but the focus wasn't the text but a circular certification stamp on them. This stamp appears on many items, indicating there's definitely a unified organization in this game. Most importantly, bro, look at one particular item. Wang Di zoomed in on the screenshot. It looked like the empty shell G you'd had found while rummaging through the trash. He had to admit his buddy was really meticulous. We don't know what the text says yet, but look at the diagram. It clearly shows a zombie-like skull, suggesting that after the zombie outbreak this large organization still exists. That means there must be at least one intact zombie-free city with an organization in this world. If this is fully simulated without bugs, it's not just a game. It's a second world. This game world is clearly more advanced than our tech, but not by much. I wonder how they simulated it. Seeing Roast Chicken about to go off on a tangent, Wang Di quickly pulled him back. Bro, anything else? If not, I'll keep watching the stream. You get on with supervising the website. Roast Chicken snapped back to reality. Hold on, there's more. You'll definitely be interested in this. There are mechas in here. Mechas? Every man dreams of piloting a mecha. Tell me more. Explain clearly. You should have noticed earlier that the owner of room 3101 was no ordinary person, probably evacuated after the zombie outbreak. He left in a hurry, and there are items he left behind. Look at this image. Roast Chicken selected an image and sent it to Wang Di. It looked like a heat pack, but the instructions on it were unusual. The diagram showed a person taking off a mecha and sticking this heat pack-like item on their neck. Bro, look at this logo on it. It's clearly the same as the one on everyday items. Plus, the building this guy lives in, it's obviously not a wealthy family's place. This means that in this world mechas might be a very common weapon. Just like tanks and fighter jets. Common is good, common is great. If that's the case, then mechas should be obtainable soon. I really like games like this too, but the more it seems that way, the more likely it's a scam. How so? Wang Di pressed on. Maintaining the quality of a game like this requires an exponential increase in money and technology as the area expands. If he said he made a game the size of a residential complex, there might be a sliver of possibility. But saying he created a fully immersive open world, that's really hard to believe. Xiaoji was a professional, so Wang Di trusted his words. However, even if it was just 3 floors, as long as he could conduct chemistry experiments and have supernatural abilities, he could accept it. Alright brother, I get it. I'll be cautious. You go ahead and make the official website and he'll take a look. As the two chatted, G, you'd also sent a message to the mechanical master Lu Zhenghua. Big shot, are you free now? I'll invite you right now. Lu Zhenghua looked around. The students had all left and the lab was empty. He thought it was convenient enough. After all, even if he accepted the invitation now, it would still take a day for the game company to ship the equipment. Free. Great, then I'll purchase the invitation qualification for you. Ji didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he stayed in the original room and operated within the game system. Do you wish to spend 100 points to exchange for an internal testing qualification? Yes. Exchange it for the mechanical master. Ji was rather careless, directly typing in the fan's nickname. But the system was so impressive that it could deliver accurately even with just a nickname. Lu Zhenghua in his office immediately received a pop-up. Player Ji has gifted an internal testing qualification. Do you accept? Lu Zhenghua was somewhat shocked. Apart from a chance encounter with Bomb Maniac in real life, no one else in the group should know his identity. He hadn't expected the game to deliver so precisely. After a moment's thought, he clicked confirm. Yi-chan watched Ji-Yude's actions with delight. Originally, inviting players should have been his task, and it would definitely have been free. Now that he had set it up this way, it was perfect in multiple ways. He didn't have to do the inviting himself, and every new player meant another 100 points earned. Flawless. This invitation system also prevented unqualified people from joining, ensuring safe development during the early stable phase. He was getting closer to his blue sky, white clouds, and small villa. Additionally, relying on a single node wasn't very secure. When the number of players grew, he would need to assign them tasks to expand outward. Lu Zhenghua was truly stunned now. After clicking confirm, he went to the restroom. When he returned, he found a box on his desk with only 2 words on it: Doomsday. He quickly sent a message to Ji. This kind of prank isn't funny at all. When did you find out my identity? Why are you doing this, and who else is involved? Ji was utterly confused. After thinking it over, he realized why. It was because the item had appeared too eerily. When he had received the package, he only recalled later that their building had no elevator and the delivery guy never brought packages to the door. Moreover, the fact that it arrived right after he clicked was way too creepy. But after playing for so long without any issues with his identity and assets, he felt they weren't even worth this internal testing qualification. There was no reason to set him up, so he stopped worrying. Big shot, is it because the game equipment appeared too fast? It was the same for me. The moment I clicked, it appeared at my doorstep, and the delivery guy in our neighborhood never delivers to the door. Anyway, I've been playing for a while, and there's no problem. Think it over. Oh, and by the way, it's best to play lying down. Definitely don't play on the toilet. Lu Zhenghua opened the package with skepticism. Inside was a single black circular patch. He checked it with lab equipment. Aside from being sturdy and unremarkable, he found nothing suspicious. After some thought, he decided his knowledge, while respectable, wasn't related to national defense. He sent a message to an old friend informing him of the situation, then decided to give it a try. Lying on the lab sofa, he stuck the patch behind his ear. Player, please set your nickname. The fully immersive experience appeared before him. Lu Zhenghua felt a surge of arrogance. The mechanical master grew a bit cocky. Mini-mech. From black to white and back to black, mini-mech appeared in the initial room. Player mini-mech points 10. Ji was startled. He had expected new players to appear slowly, but mini-mech materialized in an instant right in front of him. Ji checked the other's nickname. Mini-mech. Big shot, you're here. I told you it was real, didn't I? It's full simulation. Smell it? Can you smell the odor? He was still streaming, aiming the camera at mini-mech. Guys, take a look. The mech Big Shot is in too. I wasn't lying. It's actually real. Mini-mech felt the foul air wafting in through the window, touched the cracked traces on the wall with his hand, and carefully pressed a finger against a shard of glass. Hiss. His finger was cut and dark red blood flowed out. Every inch of skin felt so real. The audience in the live stream saw Mini-mech's stunned expression and started teasing. I believe it. If this is fake, then Mini-mech is definitely an Oscar-winning actor. Little Detsy couldn't afford such a good actor. Damn it, go earn points. I want an internal test. Big shot, is this for real? Bomb Maniac sent a gift with a comment. Ji saw it and immediately relayed, Big shot, Bomb Maniac is asking if this game is for real. Mini-mech finally snapped out of it. It's real. I don't know how big this world is, but right now this is definitely a fully immersive gaming experience, and the physical rules here are basically the same as in our world. Mini-mech flicked his finger and the blood on his fingertip arced gracefully through the air, splattering onto the wall. Big shot, you'd better turn off the pain system. Getting bitten by a zombie would hurt quite a bit. Mini-mech wasn't a masochist, so he immediately disabled the pain system. Come on, let's go upstairs carefully. I have some ideas about that 3-headed monster and need to verify them. Ji led the way with Mini-mech following closely behind. Standing in that room, he could still remind himself that this was a game. As they walked, the uneven floor, the whistling wind, and the stench constantly heightened the immersion. Whoosh! Mini-mech took a deep breath and covered his mouth. Turning his head, he caught sight of the three heads Ji-Yud had dealt with. He nearly had a heart attack from the shock. Turning to see the mechanical deity's expression, Ji-Yud scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. I don't know why this game has to make everything so realistic in this place either. Can't they just depawn it? When we get back, he'll clear this thing out. The viewers in the livestream all felt sick. In truth, they already knew how Ji-Yud had obtained those 3 crystals in the game. But hearing about it and seeing it directly were 2 entirely different experiences. The impact was just too strong. How did this game even get released? It's absolutely not suitable for minors. Damn, I thought I had a strong stomach, but it turns out I'm just all talk. Was it necessary to make the details so realistic? Couldn't they make the blood green? Now I understand the higher-ups' decisions. Shouda, your courage is truly immense. I salute you. The brief interlude ended. The 2 continued their ascent. Ji-Yud now walked with his head raised high, terrified of repeating his previous mistake. Turning into a dog and being tracked by 3 heads for so long without realizing it. They made it to the 33rd floor without incident, though muffled thumping sounds echoed from the 32nd floor. They ignored it for now. Boss, the flowers on this floor seem to have a charm effect. Last time I ran up here I got controlled. I could feel something sucking my blood. Here, take this rope. They'll go up first to check it out. If something goes wrong, just pull me back. The mechanical deity nodded. Ji-Yud tied the rope around himself and ascended the stairs to the top floor. By then, half of the blooming purple flowers had already withered. Boss, you can come up a bit. The strange flowers up here are half withered. The mechanical deity cautiously climbed a few steps, only to see Ji-Yud standing frozen, walking toward the purple flowers as if entranced. Shouda! Shouda! 2 calls went unanswered. The mechanical deity yanked the rope, pulling Ji-Yud to the ground. Yet Ji-Yud still struggled, crawling toward the sea of flowers. The mechanical deity stopped holding back and hauled him back with all his strength. Only then did Ji-Yud regain control of his body, wiping the blood from his face. Damn, that's terrifying. I was fully conscious just now. I could hear you calling me, but my body wouldn't obey. The mechanical deity gently comforted Ji-Yud. It's as I suspected. The flowers up here and the 3-headed monster you encountered are likely part of the same entity, or perhaps in a special symbiotic relationship. Usually these flowers must lure and capture flying beasts that wander in here. That 3-headed monster looks terrifying, but it's nothing compared to these flowers. In truth, a big part of our fear comes from the human heads. If they were snake heads, you probably wouldn't be so panicked. Ji-Yud thought it over and realized the same. It was the shocking sight of those 3 flying heads that had crippled his ability to fight, making him far more pathetic than he needed to be. So boss, you mean we should deal with the possible multi-headed creature on the 33rd floor? The mechanical deity shot him a glance. Obviously, with just the 2 of us, the flowers are the easier target. Anyway, one person just needs to stand back. Oh right, that makes sense. Ji-Yud finally caught on, realizing his mind had just gone blank. Come on, let's go back and grab some stuff before coming up. The 2 descended to the 31st floor, fetching 2 quilts and some scattered cosmetics from the bedroom. Boss, what's this for? Ji-Yud held the cosmetics, looking at the mechanical deity. I'm not sure what they are, but most cosmetics are flammable. The mechanical deity replied casually while rummaging through things. Have you seen a lighter or anything like that? No, I haven't seen one either, Ji-Yud confirmed after a brief recollection. As a seasoned survivalist, he would have collected anything that could start a fire. Fire is crucial. We have to have it, otherwise eating becomes a problem. I'll exchange a lighter from the shop. It's a necessity. Boss, wait. Let me do the exchange. If you exchange it and then die, you'll turn into a dog next time. I'm fine. The mechanical deity thought it over and agreed, directly exchanging a lighter from the shop. The 2 carried their supplies to the top floor. Hold on. Let's check the distance. You walk forward step by step, and you'll see at what range you get controlled. All right. Ji-Yud moved toward the purple flowers, pausing after each step. Suddenly he didn't stop. The mechanical deity immediately yanked the rope, pulling him back. Once again battered and bruised, Ji-Yud recovered. Now I know the range, but that control is strong. Even after you were out of range, it held you for a while. Yeah, this feeling is absolutely terrifying. Let's get rid of this thing as soon as possible. The mechanical deity gripped the rope, keeping a safe distance. Ji-Yud carried the supplies to the edge and hurled them over. Instantly, the purple flower field on the floor began to tremble and shift, with petals lifting the bedding as if trying to toss it away. Light it up. Ji-Yud pulled out a prepared bundle of cloth, smeared with the only remaining cooking oil from downstairs. He lit it, waited a moment for the flames to grow, and cursed, "Damn, almost burned my hand. Go!" The blazing bundle arced through the air and landed on the bedding, instantly igniting a fierce fire. The bedding seemed to be of decent quality. Whoosh! Soon the entire field of flowers was engulfed in flames. Both of them heard piercing shrieks. From the 33rd floor room came violent thumping and crashing sounds. Thick black smoke billowed from the rooftop. At that moment a warship flew across the sky carrying rows of neatly arranged mecha warriors. Someone looked through the glass floor at Ji-Yud and the mechanical deity on the roof. Chief, lower the altitude. Let's drop a supply crate for those two. A cool female voice spoke. The lead mecha warrior's helmet bore a vivid red star. This city is already abandoned, full of zombies and mutants. They won't last long. But they seem different from the others. They still hold hope, still have willpower. Unlike those living dead and zombie walkers. The mecha commander also looked down, his visor's telescopic function activating. He saw Ji-Yud and the mechanical deity waving their hands, looking spirited. Sigh. A soul so strong living in a world like this. Who knows if that's a blessing or a curse? Lieutenant, lower altitude. The warship's speed and height gradually decreased until it hovered above the rooftop. The lower hatch opened and a small supply crate descended under a parachute. Chief, don't they remind you of me back then? You appeared before me just like this. The girl chuckled softly. Sigh, you're just too kind. Not this time, we have a mission. We absolutely cannot let other matters interfere. Dropping them a supply crate is already bending the rules. All right. The warship hovered briefly before taking off again. At the very last moment, an arrow shot out from the warship, embedding itself straight into the rooftop. Holy crap, guys, did you see that? A hovering fighter jet. Look at that supply crate. Indeed, we've passed the tutorial. This is the CG, the promise they made us. We'll get to fly those jets too. And we can breathe fire. Just moments ago, Ji-Yud spotted the fighter jet soaring across the sky and waved his arms, shouting, hoping to trigger some hidden quest. To his surprise, it actually worked. The colossal aircraft, resembling an aircraft carrier, hovered directly above them, defying Newton's laws, and dropped a supply crate. I'll take that promise. It's delicious. The visuals are breathtaking. Zaishenbangdaza. Damn, I've been stuck in one building all day, and now you're telling me this is a space game. Yishir Lu Xiaofeng mechs. There are mechs. Entire formations of mechs. Lu Xiaofeng posted a screenshot zooming in on the crucial detail. The glimpse of the interior when the supply crate was dropped, revealing rows of neatly arranged spare mechs in the warehouse. Banian Laofeng. You're not Lu Xiaofeng, you're Miao Renfeng. How did you even capture that? Was it a single frame? Kuan and I Tai Cho. Bro, you know I've been your fan for 10 years. Before I die, I just want to pilot a mech. Please give me a beta key. Zhadong Kwangma was also losing it. Bro, double the salary and keep hiring. Get the official website up fast. 3 teams working around the clock. Got it, bro. I saw it too. Once you're in, earn those points quickly and invite your bros in. No problem. Ji-Yud and Ji-Shaoshan didn't open the resource crate first. Instead, they approached the arrow embedded in the rooftop. Big shot, what do you think this means? To warn us. Stay away from them. Ji-Shaoshan shook his head. I don't think so. Look at their tech level, they could have killed us both with one missile earlier. There's no need for this. Besides, if they wanted to threaten us, why drop a supply crate? That would be idiotic. The arrow bore elegant patterns but no blood grooves. This arrow doesn't seem meant for attack. It's more like a symbol of status. Using it as a weapon would be too ornate and its power wouldn't match that technology. They pulled the arrow out together and noticed a USB-like device at its tail. Ji-Yud pressed it and a holographic projection appeared showing the captain's image speaking rapidly. At the end, a map emerged with a red dot marked on it. Big shot, can you understand what he's saying? It doesn't sound like human speech. I can't understand it either, but it looks like he's saying we need to take this thing to the marked location to join them. Ji-Yud grew excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Jixia Xiaoshan, more liberated in the game than in real life, rolled his eyes at Ji-Yud. Our current city is the size of a fist on that map. The marked point is 2 meters away on the map. How do we get there now? Also, did you even read the game instructions? We can't just wander off. We're restricted to a 1-kilometer radius. To go beyond, we need to buy a node. Ji-Yud quickly checked the instructions and saw it was true. Now I'm starting to like pedo in games. Can't I just spend money? Buy a mech, buy superpowers. Blow up this city with a Buddha's Fury Lotus. I think you're asking for death. Don't stay here. It's almost completely dark and it's bound to be dangerous up here. Where else would those monsters get their nourishment? Together they moved the supply crate to the 30th floor. After setting it down, they began blocking the stairs from the 30th floor upward without resting. Big shot, if we block it, how do we get down? We'll need to go down once we're done up here. Safety first. Food can be temporarily bought with points. Let's clear out everything above the 30th floor and make this our base. Besides, we'll need to log off. Our bodies won't disappear when we're offline. Don't come back to find yourself dead. Ji-Yud had thought of it too, but the sight of the fighter jet had been so overwhelming that he'd forgotten. They blocked the staircase with debris, even covering the gap at the stairwell entrance with blankets to muffle noise. Afterward, they returned to the original room still reeking of stench. Later we'll need to figure out how to clean up. Staying here long-term will make us sick, maybe even turn us into zombies. Jixia Shaoxin glanced at the environment and made a brief remark before they opened the supply crate together. The crate in this apocalyptic world was surprisingly hardcore. They stared at each other in disbelief. Inside were 6 bottles of nutrient water, 20 packs of compressed rations, and a gun. An energy gun by the look of it with no bullets. Big shot, have you ever fired a gun? Jixia Shaoxin shook his head. And you? I'm a PUBG camper, a battlefield medic, and a peacekeeper elite delivery boy. Jixia Shaoxin didn't recognize the games Ji-Yud mentioned, but from his expression, he knew the guy wasn't skilled. He hadn't played any similar games either. You take it. Sure. Ji-Yud grabbed the gun, excitedly fondling it. Try firing it by the window first. Ji-Yud aimed at the outer wall of the opposite building and pulled the trigger. With a soft pew, a blue streak flashed and a faint sound echoed. It was getting dark and Jixia Shaoxin couldn't see clearly. Judging by the speed and the reaction of the opposite wall, he estimated, it's probably stronger than a real-world pistol, but not excessively so. Energy weapons like this, and they still can't handle zombies. What's so dangerous among the zombies? Don't get worked up. Let's rest a bit, then go up and clear the 2 rooms on the 32nd floor and finally the 33rd. Sound good? All right, big shot, whatever you say. They rested briefly, drinking some water and eating compressed biscuits. Surprisingly, these were quite good. After eating, they felt warmth spreading through their bodies. The rations must have been enriched with nutrients. They crept quietly to the 32nd floor. Thumping sounds came from both rooms. Let's try the left one first. Ji-Yud chose a side. Jixia Shaoxin readied a table leg with a knife tied to it. By. Ji-Yud fired from close range, blasting the lock off the door. The zombie inside charged out, immediately lunging at them with claws outstretched. By. Stop. Stop. Jixia Shaoxin shook Ji-Yud awake, who had closed his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a survival master? Why are you so timid? Ji-Yud felt a bit embarrassed. It's just that this game's immersion is too strong, and I never thought I'd encounter something like this in a wilderness survival scenario. It's absolutely terrifying. Ji-Yud's panicked shots had already riddled the 4 zombies that burst through the door, their skulls shattered beyond any possibility of movement. Looks like a family of 4, he observed. And clearly the wife and 2 children turned first, then the husband willingly let his wife bite him. The wife and children were tied together with rope, their clothes neatly arranged, and the youngest son still had a small mecha toy strapped to him, obviously bound after zombification. The husband alone appeared disheveled, his clothes stained with blood, with only a single bite mark on his hand. After the apocalypse, it's hard to say whether it's better to become a zombie or to stay alive. The 2 cautiously stepped over the bodies, first searching the room to ensure it was safe before returning to the corpses. Are you sure you want to do this? It's going to be extreme, Ji-Yud said, seriously looking at Mechanical God. It's just a game, just a game. Once we get the stuff, we'll toss the bodies down. Despite Mechanical God's constant inner mantra that it was just a game, the immersion was overwhelming. Every inch of skin he touched heightened the realism, as if insisting this was a real world. Forcing himself to retrieve the items, he threw the bodies down and finally vomited. Ji-Yud patted his back. He too had thrown up the first time, just not on stream. I only got 1 crystal core, which gave me 25 points. Mechanical God said, drinking water to rinse his mouth and panting heavily. I have 2, but they only exchange for 40 points. 1 seems underdeveloped. So not all zombies have crystal cores. We can look for gold jewelry or cash later. Suddenly both Ji-Yud and Mechanical God felt their hair stand on end. The banging from the opposite door had stopped. A little girl in white stood at the entrance. Big brothers, why aren't you dancing? Their minds went blank. What was she? How did she get here? Was she a normal human hiding across the way? Or something else? Though they couldn't understand what the girl was saying, her expression looked like a student heading to school in the morning, casually asking a neighbor if they'd eaten breakfast. Normal on Earth, but utterly terrifying here. Ji-Yud reacted quickly, trembling as he aimed his gun but held his fire. Shooting at a creature that looked like an ordinary human child wasn't a decision most could make. Ji-Yud muttered to himself, "Transform, please transform. Turn into anything. No matter how horrifying. Just transform. Big brothers, can you save my mom and dad?" The little girl stepped out of the shadows, followed by 2 zombies. A man and a woman. Their bloodlust suppressed as they shuffled behind her. What do we do, boss? Ji-Yud was at a loss, unsure whether to act. Yi-Chun, watching from the space, was equally conflicted. The girl was definitely not normal, but whether she harbored ill intent was uncertain. There was a vast difference between an intelligent zombie and a psychic human who could control zombies. The live stream chat erupted. Lola's 3 treasures, don't ask. Death penalty from the start, no cap. Don't ask how I know. When I was 12, I celebrated my 5th birthday. Jiayin Gang, big Jia streamer, let her go. She looks pitiful and means no harm. Maybe we can communicate. We just don't speak human. Jiayin Gang, second Jia, overthrow the Saint, big Jia. From now on I lead Jiayin Gang. This is clearly a mutated horror. If you don't kill her, do you want to live? Kuan and I Tai May, this damn game really knows how to pick its moments. First a 3-headed monster to whet the appetite, then a spaceship mecha to paint a fantasy, and finally this moral dilemma to show some depth. It's insane. Dance, dance. Mom and Dad want to dance. You have to dance too. Dance together. Tian loves dancing with Mom and Dad. The 2 zombies behind the girl began to snarl, unable to resist any longer, and charged at Ji-Yud and Mechanical God. Bang, bang. This time Ji-Yud fired with his eyes open. To his surprise, he had some talent. 2 shots took down the girl's zombie parents. He didn't stop, keeping his gun trained on the girl. Transform, transform. Don't come at me like this. Transform. Sob, sob, sob. The little girl cried, blue tears streaming from her eyes. She slowly crouched down, murmuring, Mom and Dad are dead. Mom and Dad died long ago. After a while she stood up and looked at the 2 men. Both were sweating, Ji-Yud's hands growing slick. Who are you? Silence. Are you mute? Can you talk? The little girl, seeing they couldn't communicate, turned and walked to the window. With a leap she jumped out. Holy crap. Both cried out in shock, instinctively rushing to the window. What they saw stunned them. The little girl was standing in midair. Her thin white dress fluttered in the wind, making her look lonely and hauntingly beautiful. Ji-Yud, struck by inspiration, grabbed the arrow they'd found on the rooftop, pressed a switch and tossed it to her. Go there. They can heal you. Your companions are there. He shouted at her, not caring if she understood. The girl, who could understand the mecha leader's words, gave them a surprised glance. Then, as if recalling something, she tore off a piece of her dress, drew something on it with her finger, and with a whoosh tossed it to Ji-Yud. She waved and flew away. The chat was stunned. Jiayin Gang, big Jadam, thought she was small fry, but she's a big boss. Good thing we didn't attack. Would have been one shot. Kuan and I Tai May, you're missing the point. She can fly. Fly. If we blew her head off, we might get a crystal core with flight ability and unlock flying. That's freedom. It's just a game. Jiayin Gang, second Jia, rejoining Jiayin Gang, welcoming big Jia back. As for the guy above. I'm not human, but you're a total beast. How could you even think of that? Qingyi Wushuang didn't expect the streamer to have a heart. Not a saint either. Sending a small plane. Damn, this world is too deep. Yi-Chun had planned to exchange for an ability, and go have some fun, never expecting that this ordinary-looking little girl might actually be a big boss. Not going. I'll wait until I'm invincible before heading out. Better let these cute players test the waters first. Mechanical little god saw Ji-Yud throw that arrow away, and didn't blame him, only hoping that the little girl would find someone there who could truly accept her, rather than a terrifying force wanting to capture her for research. After throwing it, Ji-Yud felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and turned to look at Mechanical little god. Big shot, that was something we both obtained, and I made a decision on my own. My mind just got impulsive and I lost control. In that case, I won't take any points this time. I'll transfer them all to you. Mechanical little god waved his hand. It's fine, well, still split evenly. You did well, this was the best choice. Neither of us can understand her speech anyway. Better let her find someone who can. The 2 picked up the skirt corner the little girl had thrown over. The little girl was kind and considerate, knowing they couldn't read, so she simply drew a picture. Very vivid. The first picture showed a big head standing at the stairway. The second showed her standing at the stairway with a light shield reaching out to block the big head. The third showed a chunk missing from the big head. The fourth showed 2 small figures behind a window with her flying in the air. The fifth showed 3 moons and a big head at the stairway. Holy shit. Both couldn't help cursing. Even the usually composed mechanical little god lost his cool. This little girl wasn't just a boss. She was a friendly NPC. She was protecting us downstairs from the big head above. No wonder the thing on the 33rd floor was so fierce, yet there were still zombies alive on the 32nd floor not absorbed. It was all because the little girl was protecting them. 3 moons. After 3 nights, the big head's injuries would heal and it would come down. Take it easy. Let's go downstairs and rest first. There's only this one monster upstairs now. The little girl said 3 nights, so it should be 3 nights since she's a friendly NPC. The 2 decided to head down and rest. Their bodies in this world also needed sleep or they'd get very tired and their movements would become sluggish. Kuin and I may the devs sure know how to play. Who would have thought they'd make a friendly NPC's background so terrifying and even have a language barrier? Qing Yi Wu Shuang truly a friendly NPC. She killed the two people who were clearly her parents yet just flew away. What a good person. Jiadan Quang Mo Cyber Grandpa stream, more text content, preferably books or something. A dictionary would be perfect. I'll find someone to decipher the script right away. Ao Tian, are you dumb upstairs? Do you really think the text in here means anything? Isn't it just randomly generated? Once the game unlocks to a certain point it'll just turn into Chinese. Why bother deciphering it? Judy, you've got no skill and still try to show off. Just stop embarrassing yourself. Bomb Maniac immediately sent 10 planes. If you've got the ability, let's compete. If you dare follow me in a spending spree, I'll take on both of you. If you can't shut your mouths and don't piss off your daddy. Clearly neither of them had the means. They were just there to argue. Seeing Bomb Maniac so aggressive, they didn't dare to reply. Of course he had to support the big shot's paid comments. Now the only thing left upstairs should be that big head, but it wouldn't make a move for 3 days. The danger wasn't great. You'd gathered all the written materials from the nearby rooms, piled them together, and began quantum speed reading. Kuin and I may. Bro, don't tell me you can actually get anything out of reading like that. No, I'm not reading. I'm just flipping through them, so you guys can take screenshots. And that was true. As long as the content appeared on screen, they could screenshot it. Soon you'd had flipped through all the books on the 30th floor. Luckily, the neighbor had a study with quite a few books, whether out of genuine interest or just for show. They had done a lot today and quite some time had passed. It was almost dawn on Blue Star. I'll stop here for now. Let's all think of a way to deal with that big head back on Blue Star. Mechanical Little God found a spot and leaned against the wall. Alright, Big Shot, you log off first. They'll find something to block the door, then I'll log off too. Thanks for the company, everyone. See you later. Mechanical Little God logged out of the apocalypse world. Teacher, did you come too early, or did you not go home? You should get some rest. Teacher, what would you like for breakfast? I'll go buy it for you. Mechanical Little God removed the game patch and surprisingly felt refreshed. He usually suffered from neurasthenia, sleeping lightly and waking up many times a night, but this time his body felt unusually comfortable. No need. You two start working on your thesis. By the way, organize your thesis outline. I'll go out for breakfast and when I come back we'll discuss it. You'd also logged off. He usually stayed up late and slept during the day, so by his normal routine, he should be getting ready to sleep now. He went to the bathroom, then lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He was too alert. It felt like he'd just slept a full night. He decided not to sleep. He went out, got himself a bowl of spicy soup, and basked in the sun, savoring the beauty of modern life. You'd rubbed his bleary eyes, stretched, and thought, a bit boring. Might as well go back into the game. Bomb Maniac was already a little obsessed. He had truly come to love the game's content, especially the white-clad little girl who had deeply moved him. That was why he wanted to understand the world's background faster. Bro, how's the official website coming along? Xiao Ji, bro, stop rushing me. The other guys are working in 3 shifts, but I've been at it non-stop. I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion. Calm down, calm down. Take care of yourself. I just wanted to ask, do you know any professionals who can decipher scripts? Bro, I've been watching the stream too. There's no need for that. The game will definitely unlock it later. No rush. I'm in a hurry. I'm very impatient. Tell me, is it hard to unlock? How much would it cost? Bomb Maniac had also heard the news about deciphering Oracle Bones script costing 10,000 yuan per character, which would indeed make him look like a fool. Actually, it's not that hard and it's not too expensive. First, this game's script has many reference points, everyday items, lots of books and documents. I've even seen picture books which would make deciphering much easier. Also, the career prospects in this field aren't great, so the prices aren't too high. Rare characters are difficult, but common ones are doable. Bomb Maniac heard that and thought, what are we waiting for? Bro, find someone to start the job. We can even upload it to the official website. Perfect. Only you would think of this. Roast Chicken sighed helplessly. You'd logged in and started his stream at the same time. Brothers, I'm back. The sleep in this game is too effective. I couldn't sleep at all this morning. Blast Heaven Gang's big blast, let me see who's slacking off. Kuin, you're too ugly. If work doesn't involve slacking, then it's all meaningless. After logging in, you didn't plan to confront the big shots upstairs immediately. Instead, he decided to clean up 2 rooms on the 30th floor to avoid sickness. The mechanical little god's body still lay there as if asleep. You'd found a spatula in the kitchen, moved the corpses out of the room and tossed them downstairs. After finishing, although the rooms still smelled and traces were everywhere, the intensity of the stench had lessened considerably. After doing this, he thought that when Bomb Maniac entered, he might need the remaining cosmetics or detergents. So he spent some more time gathering all the detergents and cosmetics he could find and brought them to the 30th floor. Damn! Who are you? Ji-Yud nearly shouted at the sudden figure. It's me, Bomb Maniac. How did you get in? The official website is online. Go check it out. I'll take a look at these things first to see their chemical properties. Bomb Maniac, his face full of excitement, took the items from Ji-Yud's hand and turned into another room. It was only then that Ji-Yud snapped to attention and quickly opened the game settings, which now displayed the existence of the official website. The third shift roasted chicken and his team had built the site in just 2 days, mainly because the content was sparse and the website structure used ready-made templates. Chen also saw the official website Bomb Maniac had created. It was impressive. He hadn't expected these cloud players to have researched the game so deeply in such a short time, changing his perspective on this apocalyptic world. The entire official website was divided into 4 major sections: world background introduction, which contained descriptions of various factions. Mostly blank for now. Important character introduction, which currently featured only a white-clad girl. Player introduction, which simply stated absolute freedom, exchange anything in the shop, and a message board. That was it for now, with room for future improvements. So Chen sent a pop-up to Bomb Maniac: congratulations on completing the mission window to the world, reward 100 points detected, that the player does not yet have beta access, reward 50 points to exchange for 1 beta slot, new mission, unlocked eternal friendship mission content, maintain the official website, reward points, based on updates and maintenance efforts, accept. Bomb Maniac didn't hesitate for a second. Exchange for the slot, accept the mission. After exchanging for the slot, it was the same as for the other 2 players. The delivery instantly appeared before Bomb Maniac without his knowledge. Without a second thought, he lay down on the bed and entered the game. Just after entering the game, he ran into Ji-Yud, who had just returned. After greeting him, he hurried off to experiment with the chemical properties of those materials, eager to create bombs quickly and earn points to exchange for a fire-type ability. Ji-Yud opened the official website and Chen was also looking at it. World background: the game's background currently reveals only the tip of the iceberg, requiring continued player exploration. Based on known content and human nature, there should be at least 3 factions. A picture of a warship hovering over a rooftop with a line below: organized mecha-human faction, presumably lawful good. A picture of a white-clad little girl floating in the sky, ability user faction. Due to the individual strength of ability users, there is likely a rift with the organized mecha-human faction, note similar to mutants and humans. Thus there may be independent factions, possibly even human ability user factions, and independent ability users, presumably chaotic neutral. A picture of a multi-headed beast. Based on observations, this type of monster also has considerable intelligence, likely capable of forming organizations chaotic evil. Additionally, it was reasonable to infer the existing. Whether they understood it or not, they had to take a look. Both Ji-Yud and Chen downloaded the compressed package without hesitation. It detailed how all the analyses were deduced, from the logo on a bottle resembling shampoo to inferring the existence of a large organization, then reverse engineering the logo to conclude that mechas were actually common weapons, not particularly rare. Impressive, impressive. I don't understand it, but I'm in awe. The lore enthusiasts were truly formidable. Chen was also full of admiration. Recruiting players was the right call. He had been completely in the dark about this apocalyptic world, but now he had a bit of an understanding. If I can win by lying down, why go out? Comfortable. As for the little girl in the character introduction, a chaotic good little girl, with a tragic background, suspected to be extremely powerful, serving as a newbie protection quest character. Players should encounter her later. Note: the text team is analyzing the text, and will update the little girl's backstory at any time. Stay tuned. Player ability introduction: players have absolute freedom in the game. All senses, taste, touch, sight, hearing, even pain, are simulated. 100-note pain system adjustable. Warning: during beta testing, player entry is by invitation only. Reckless behavior may result in loss of testing eligibility. Based on all these settings, points are the core of the game. With enough points, you can do anything, whether chaotic evil or lawful good. This is like a real world. Whether you unleash the demon within or reveal the angel in your heart is up to you. Based on known information, players will likely branch into 2 major directions: mecha warriors and ability superhumans, with the possibility of combining both. Additionally, there should be a few special factions: monster faction, zombie faction, cyborg faction, etc. Continuing to scroll through player comments, he saw that in just half an hour many had already been posted. Blast Heaven Gangs, big blast. Daddy Planner, im a leak. Please give me a beta slot. The invitation system is too slow. Quinn, you're too ugly. Lore enthusiasts are amazing. They analyzed so much from just a few buildings. I love a stick. What game is this? Looks awesome. When will the open beta be? How do I get a beta slot? Seeing this official website, Chen felt very pleased. He told himself he didn't need to lift a finger or accept anything. Let our lovely players do it all. Let them fill in the gaps themselves. All he had to do was wait to collect the points. Now that there were 3 players, he was in no hurry to expand. He would take it slow, first build up the safe zone, then open up new nodes and allow in more people. It worked! It worked! Bomb Maniac was shouting excitedly. Ji-Yud rushed over in a few quick steps and quickly covered Bomb Maniac's mouth, whispering urgently and softly in his ear. Bro, this is the apocalypse. Don't shout. Listen. Didn't you hear a rustling sound after you yelled? Bomb Maniac patted Ji-Yud's hand, signaling him to let go. He bent over, panting heavily. Bro, I get it. Just cover my mouth, but don't cover my nose too. It worked. The power is definitely enough. What succeeded? Ji-Yud asked the Bomb Maniac in confusion. The Bomb Maniac excitedly raised a bottle filled with yellow liquid in his hand, shaking it with one hand. This bomb. Its power is definitely impressive. A sharp hiss escaped Ji-Yud's lips. Ji-Yud gasped sharply, quickly retreating a few steps, bending down to pick up the cabinet door that had fallen to the floor. Cold sweat dripped from the tip of his nose onto the back of his hand. Bro, put it down, don't be rash. Seeing Ji-Yud's expression, the Bomb Maniac chuckled. What's there to fear? It's just a game. You die and come back to life. No bro, the main thing is we don't have any points right now. You need to understand, Ji-Yud replied. If you die this time, you'll come back as a dog next time. You wouldn't want that, would you? The Bomb Maniac slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. It's such a hassle that this game doesn't allow microtransactions. Let's be cautious for now. Once we have enough points, we can start going wild. Witnessing the Bomb Maniac's reckless move, Chen nearly kicked him out of the space. Being wild was fine as long as there were enough points to afford it. For now, early development required caution. Luckily, the Bomb Maniac had seen the error of his ways. Let's go. Let's go up and take down that big head. The Bomb Maniac's face lit up with excitement, ready to act immediately. Hold on, bro. Let's wait for Mechanical Prodigy. You make a few more things? I'm afraid one won't be enough. The Bomb Maniac calmed down from his excitement. That 3-headed beast was indeed quite intimidating. The big head being a higher level than the 3-headed beast was likely even stronger. Otherwise, the little girl wouldn't have stopped the big head instead of the 3-headed beast. Alright, I'll keep making stuff. You find some things and set up some defensive measures. The two divided their tasks. The Bomb Maniac continued searching for materials to make bombs, while Ji-Yud found items to block the stairwell. They had no idea what was lurking below. It was better to seal it off for now. If they needed to go down, they could always jump out of a window. After a long while, Mechanical Prodigy came online. Who are you? I'm the Bomb Maniac. Call me Bomb Mad. Oh, it's you, Mechanical Prodigy said, finally recognizing him after seeing the bottles and jars behind the Bomb Maniac. He connected the real person to the in-game avatar, noticing that the character's appearance was about 70% similar to the real one. Boss, you're online. Bomb Maniac has finished making the bombs. We're going offline to grab a bite and use the restroom. We'll be right back to take down the big head. Alright, you two go ahead, Mechanical Prodigy replied. With that, the two logged off. Mechanical Prodigy went over and felt their pulses. They were still beating, as if they were merely asleep. Within 10 minutes, they were back online. That was fast. Mechanical Prodigy was a bit surprised. I just wolfed down a couple packs of instant noodles at home and came back up, one said. My mom had dinner ready and kept it warm, so I just grabbed a quick bite, said the other. Alright, let's go. Judging by the little girl's drawing, that big head might still be injured. The sooner we get there, the easier it'll be. The Bomb Maniac carried his bottles and jars. Mechanical Prodigy wielded a table leg, and Ji-Yud brought the energy gun from last time. Mechanical Prodigy led the way, Ji-Yud walked in the middle, and the Bomb Maniac brought up the rear. They had already explored other areas several times, so they wasted no time heading straight for the 33rd floor. Along the way, the Bomb Maniac kept swallowing nervously. Mechanical Prodigy and Ji-Yud exchanged knowing smiles. This game was so immersive. If you stayed in the starting area, you could keep telling yourself it was just a game. But once you started moving, the sounds, smells, and tactile sensations constantly reminded you that it felt like a real world. Damn, this game is incredible. It's too real. Even as a professional player, the Bomb Maniac couldn't help but marvel. Wait, let's not go in yet. I want to check the top floor first, Mechanical Prodigy said, asking the other two to hold on. He went up to the top floor alone and glanced through the doorway. The rooftop, which had been burned clean yesterday, now had a small purple flower. He quietly closed the door and came back down. There's another purple flower up there. It seems the monster inside had no choice but to do this to gain energy. Perfect. It wasted some more energy, so our chances just got better. Ji-Yude's face lit up with excitement. Let's go. When we get inside, if things get critical, bomb maniac, remember to burn both our bodies, so it doesn't get to absorb our energy. Mechanical Prodigy turned to the bomb maniac. Ha! The bomb maniac looked incredulous. Burn you both. It's a game. Oh right. The bomb maniac snapped out of it. The game's immersion was too strong. For a moment he had felt uneasy about burning his companions' bodies. In Chinese tradition there was a saying about resting in peace underground. Phew! Mechanical Prodigy took a deep breath. Get ready. I'm opening the door. Mechanical Prodigy yanked open the door leading to the 33rd floor. Instantly it was as if he had opened a wall of flesh. Chunks of red sticky meat tumbled from the door, filling the air with a pungent bloody stench. Ugh! The bomb maniac couldn't hold back and vomited. Ji-Yude and Mechanical Prodigy, who had already thrown up before, barely managed to suppress their nausea, staring tensely inside. Nothing had emerged yet. It's a game. The bomb maniac kept reminding himself. He was amazed. In other games you had to force yourself to forget it was a game and immerse yourself in the world. But in this game you had to constantly remind yourself it was a game, not reality. Luckily the bomb maniac hadn't eaten before logging in, so there was nothing to throw up. He silently resolved to post an update on the official website later, strongly advised players not to eat on the first day of entering the game. Alright, I'm good now, the bomb maniac said, straightening up and checking his bottles and jars to make sure nothing was missing. Let's move in. Mechanical Prodigy took the lead, stepping into the room. As his feet pressed into the fleshy floor, he felt a sucking, enveloping sensation, and his skin registered the sticky touch of blood flowing outward. The other two followed. Damn you too, I feel like this stuff under my feet is eating me alive. Ji-Yude's skin crawled. It's not just a feeling. It is eating us. We have to finish this quickly. It's in the room on the left. Let's go. Before Ji-Yude and the bomb maniac could react, Mechanical Prodigy had already located the big head in the left room and strode over with his table leg. It wasn't that Mechanical Prodigy was fearless, his role was clearly that of a cannon fodder. As long as he could buy Ji-Yude and the bomb maniac enough time to attack, taking down the big head would mean victory. The door to the left room was long gone. The moment Mechanical Prodigy stepped inside, he saw the big head and immediately drew in a sharp breath. Initially I assumed the little girl drew such an oversized head merely as an abstraction to convey its immense strength. Little did I realize she was a realist painter. That head was truly that enormous. A head over a meter tall, yet its features remained their original size. The head, now translucent, had black cerebrospinal fluid flowing within it. Hiss! Mechanical little god felt a perverse fascination. Gazing at this thing, he was reminded of a soup dumpling with thin skin and rich filling. Who are you people? Why did you kill my children? What wrong did my children do? They just wanted to live. The gigantic head, noticing the three intruders, babbled incessantly. Yet they clearly could not understand. The trio had already stepped through the doorway, warily observing the massive head occupying the living room. Nothing but a solitary colossal head. Bosses, what language is this thing speaking? Could it be a friendly NPC? Ji-Yude muttered under his breath. Damn it, if this thing is a friendly NPC, I truly despair at this game's world setting. Are the players the villains? Are our allies all like this? Bomb Maniac was unwilling to believe it. Mechanical little god felt puzzled. The creature's aggression was clearly formidable. Why else would the three-headed beast have attacked Ji-Yude on sight? Yet now it was resorting to verbal bluster. Whoa, watch out. Let's get him. Upon entering, the trio remained extremely cautious, their backs nearly pressed against the walls to guard against ambushes. Yet, unexpectedly, the massive head extended a needle-like appendage directly from the fleshy wall. Fortunately, it didn't grow fast enough. No wonder the head had been chattering away. It was a diversionary tactic. Mechanical little god turned to speak with his companions, only to spot two slender flesh needles sprouting from the bloody wall behind them. With a swift motion, he used a table leg to pin one down. Ji-Yude reacted, instantly turning to fire a shot. Don't throw it this way. Throw it at the big head. Seeing Bomb Maniac about to hurl a bomb behind them, he quickly stopped him. Bomb Maniac snapped to attention, and without further thought flung all his prepared explosives directly at the massive head. Boom! Bang! Rumble! Some bombs exploded, others intensified the flames, while some released toxic gases. In an instant, smoke and fire erupted in all directions. Mechanical little god standing at the front was choked until dizzy. Ji-Yude fired a few blind shots based on memory. Let's go. Get out first. The trio turned and dashed toward the stairwell. The fleshy walls beneath their feet and around them writhed madly, contracting back into the room. They charged straight into the stairwell in one breath, slamming the door shut behind them. Phew. It's done for this time. Phew. I took a glance earlier. I noticed that monster is flammable. Phew. The fire is blazing stronger. There's absolutely no way it survived. Bomb Maniac panted, heavily laughing with excitement. Mechanical little god coughed incessantly, only recovering after a long while. What did you put in those things? That was too intense. I nearly got poisoned to death before the monster did. To be safe, I added everything I could think of. Bomb Maniac rattled off. That tall bottle. Its properties are like makeup remover. Mixed with the round bottle, when ignited it releases a nerve-stimulating toxic gas. And that? After listening to Bomb Maniac's explanation for a while, the trio rested further. Bosses, it should be about time, Ji-Yud said, pressing his ear to the stairwell door. All was silent within. When they first exited, they could still hear the frantic squelching of the flesh walls. Now it had completely quieted down. From the smoke seeping under the door, the fire had also been extinguished. Let's go back in. Even if it's not dead, it must be gravely wounded. If we don't finish this thing off, there'll be endless trouble. With Mechanical Little God leading the way, the trio pushed the door open and re-entered. The fleshy walls on the surrounding surfaces and floor had vanished, revealing their original state, now marred by scar-like marks. Entering the left room, the massive head had disappeared. Charred flesh lay everywhere, emitting a pungent stench. Dead. Ji-Yud muttered in astonishment. No, the other room. Mechanical Little God spotted a scorched fleshy conduit leading into the adjacent room and dashed toward the right. This? Mechanical Little God was stunned by the sight before him. The two following behind were equally dumbfounded. Damn it, can't this world have any rules? You're a giant head and you end up laying an egg. Are you Piccolo Daimao? Ji-Yud couldn't help but quip. At the center of a structure resembling a bloody altar lay a white egg about a dozen centimeters in size, akin to an ostrich egg. The fleshy altar was rapidly withering. Congratulations on the first hunt of the elite monster giant cranium. Reward 100 points. The area was now safe, leaving only the egg. I got the notification. First kill of the elite monster giant cranium, rewarded 100 points, Bomb Maniac announced, apparently credited with the kill. Setting that aside, the trio stared at the egg. What do we do with it? Mechanical Little God consulted the others. Let's just roast it. We don't have a pot to boil it in. Ji-Yud offered his opinion first. Bomb Maniac spoke up. Is there a chance this is a pet the game arranged for us? A sudden image flashed in Ji-Yud's mind, 3 heads swirling around him, frolicking and playing, even rubbing against his face, begging for kisses. He shuddered in fright and dared not think further. Isn't this kind of pet a bit too avant-garde for us? Mechanical Little God swallowed hard, evidently also envisioning the scene of heads dancing about. The air was still thick with the smell of roasted meat mingled with Bomb Maniac's chemical concoction. An unpleasant mix. Let's take these things downstairs. Staying here too long might poison us all. After a quick search of the area, the trio decisively headed downstairs. That giant head was truly a letdown. It hadn't dropped a single crystal core, seemingly channeling all its energy into this egg. Once downstairs, they didn't hold back. Each exchanged a unit of food from the shop, sitting in a circle around the egg. Only then did Ji-Yud have time to check the livestream's chat, only to find the comments were off-kilter. Kunitai Mei, holy crap, that big head. Thin skin, rich filling. Poke it with a little chopstick, slurp it up. The flavor is incredible. Jatyin Bang Daza. Damn, you really know how to disgust people. I'll never look at Bowsy the same way again, you fiend. Jatyin Bang Urza. Even Bomb Maniac Bro got in there. The chat was at its usual level of weirdness for Ji-Yud's stream. Nothing too perverse yet, but one person's appearance truly sealed the deal. Holy crap, this egg. Could it be a pet? An absolute gem? Exclaimed Springwater One Hall. Not really, it's just a newbie village pet. Besides, if Xiao De could solo kill it, is it even that impressive? Retorted Kuan Yu Tai Mei. You're thinking too small, bros. Who says pets are only for combat? There are support pets too. Don't hurt it, I'll buy it. What's the use? Will it sing to you every day? Kuan Yu Tai Mei mocked. It has a mouth, a tongue, can move on its own, and can even switch types. If that's not a gem, what is? Ja Tian Bang De Ja. Ja Tian Bang Er Ja. Kuan Yu Tai Cho. Sometimes I hate that I can read. Even I, a pervert, think you're a bit twisted. Jiuda felt his hair stand on end. Such a degenerate was utterly terrifying. He immediately issued a 1-year ban. Ja Tian Bang De Ja. I've been a fan for ages, first time seeing a streamer ban someone for a year. Terrifying. Kuan Yu Tai Cho. Deserved ban, way too twisted. How about this? Machine Shaoshin said, eyeing the egg. Let's leave it for now. If it hatches, fine. If not, so be it. If it turns out to be a big head or multi-headed freak, we kill it on sight. For anything else, we'll discuss further. Machine Shaoshin's words instantly grabbed their attention. They'd been thinking the same thing. Multi-headed and big-head pets were just too avant-garde. Some might accept them, but they couldn't, though they knew it would likely be one of those two they couldn't bear not to see. Let's do it, Machine Xiao Xin continued. We don't know if it'll be aggressive when it hatches. Someone must stay online at all times. If all three log off, we might come back to find ourselves devoured. Machine Xiao Xin laid out the plan. I'm a game streamer. This game has potential and I'm trending. I can stay online except for meals and bathroom breaks. I'm a trust fund kid. This game seems interesting, so I can do the same. The two looked at Machine Xiao Xin excitedly. I have a job, but I can be online all night. Next, should we clear downward or explore the other building from upstairs? Machine Xiao Xin, having observed, keenly posed the question. Why would we choose to go to another building? Isn't exploring downward more convenient? Gyuda spoke up. Have you ever wondered why we appeared directly on the 30th floor? And why are the big-head monster and the little girl both presumably special mobs clustered above us? Gyuda chuckled. Isn't it obvious? The game company arranged it to give us a thrill and showcase the variety and danger of the monsters. Bomb Maniac hadn't thought much about it and waited for Machine Xiao Xin to continue. No, it can't be that simple. This game is meticulously crafted in every aspect, striving to make us feel like it's a real world. Such a bizarre arrangement would undermine all that effort. It's like going to a beautifully decorated Western restaurant and being served a bowl of old Beijing bean juice. Not that bean juice is bad, but it just doesn't fit. This building is definitely not that simple. Come here and take a look, Machine Xiao Xin said, leading them to the window. Check out the building across. Notice anything different? Gyuda and Bomb Maniac peered out. Looks the same, like a regular building back on Blue Star, just run down in spots. Suddenly Bomb Maniac stumbled back several steps, his face twisted in terror, cold sweat pouring down. The sight even made Gyuda's hair stand on end. Bro, it's just a game. Calm down. Tell us what's wrong. Bomb Maniac took a moment to compose himself. Damn, I need to earn more points. If I'm not afraid to die, maybe I won't be so scared. Shouta, have you ever wondered why you can see across to that building? Gyuda was stunned. Why would he need to think about it? Even though it was dark with no moonlight, he could still see, just like on Blue Star. Wait a minute. Gyuda started to sweat. On Blue Star he could see because light from his own building illuminated the other. Here, if he could see, it meant this building had light too. Gyuda cautiously leaned out and looked down. Every few floors below, light shone out. Some were like normal incandescent bulbs, others a candle-like orange glow, yet they cast straight across to the opposite building. Damn. Is this game designer insane? Who places a newbie spawn point right above a cluster of elite monsters of unknown origin? It's like in horror movies, the most twisted and terrifying looking ones aren't the most dangerous. The ones that look human are the real threat. In this apocalyptic city, this building still had lights on. As Gyuda looked closer, he could even see silhouettes of people inside. In a city overrun with zombies and monsters, lighting up your home like that was like carrying a lantern to the toilet. You're asking for death. Unless you are the even more fearsome monster. Forget it, this game designer is brain dead. Not warning us about this. If we'd gone down first, we'd have been wiped out. Let's head upstairs and find a way to develop in that pitch-black building over there. When we have more people and points, we'll explore downward. Yi-chan had already woken from his sleep. He checked the system messages first. Congratulations on your first elite monster kill, giant head monster. Reward 200 points. Not bad, the players were doing well. He also saw Machine Xiao Des' reminder. No wonder Head felt something was off earlier but couldn't pinpoint it. Good thing he hadn't gone out. He couldn't respawn. But how had that feeder gotten up here and where did it go? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Leave it to the players. Isn't it better to just lie back and relax? Indeed, players' potential was limitless. For now, above the 30th floor was safe. He could recruit more players, let more people experience the game's fun, and earn more points for himself. Yi-chan thought it over. To earn more points without going below the 30th floor, lest he attract monsters and lose the safe zone, he began editing the quest. Brave and fearless friends, you have secured a safe haven. Congratulations to player Gyuda for participating in building the safe haven. You have been awarded the title Pioneer. Reward temporary permission, summon brave and fearless companions. Permission details: reduce the cost of closed beta invites to 20 points per person. The inviter has absolute authority over the invitee for 10 days and can revoke the invitee's qualification at any time. Points are the foundation of saving the world. Distant heroes, for points I would charge into heaven or plunge into hell. Come and redeem me. The three received the message simultaneously and exchanged glances. It seemed everyone had received the news. We have points now and we can invite more people, he said. But I think we can't just invite anyone casually. The monsters here are clearly not the type with fixed territories. If some reckless player provokes the monsters on this floor at this stage, it could easily lead to our total annihilation or even have us camped at the spawn point. This game might collapse from the bottom up, making it impossible to continue testing. Who knows when we'd get another chance? Mechanical Prodigy remained quite composed. The other two agreed. This game was truly remarkable, capable of becoming a second world where one could do as they pleased. Once experienced, no one would want to give it up. You'd continue to add, but players can't be too restricted either. I see that the gaps between these buildings aren't far. They should be easy to cross. As long as they earn points and don't cause trouble in the safe zone, they can do whatever they want in other buildings. Besides, having more people has its benefits. Well, earn points faster and can exchange for area expansion devices sooner, broadening our range of activities. The three of them unified their thoughts, and basically there was no problem. After all, with 10 days of absolute authority, any disguised individuals could be discovered early and kicked out directly. Chen opened a can of cola and prepared a self-heating hot pot. He saw their discussion and was very satisfied. Indeed, he didn't need to rack his brains over these matters. As long as he delegated the tasks to the players, they would figure it out on their own. Clearly, although the viewers in the livestream couldn't see the task information and rewards they received, they could hear the discussion. It looks like there are more beta test slots available, said Big Explosion of the Jatian Gang. A big explosion of the Jatian Gang will not shirk my duty. A second explosion will follow unto death, absolutely obedient. Kun, you're so ugly, practiced for 2.5 years all for this day. Shouda, you must not forget kindness and turn ungrateful. Now Yud wasn't looking at the barrage, so he didn't see the heartfelt calls from the netizens. We have a total of 147 points now. Let's invite 5 more people in. Keep the remaining points for emergencies. The other two had pooled their points with him. I don't have anyone specific to invite. You guys decide who to invite as long as their reliable Mechanical Prodigy spoke first. He actually knew some very helpful people, but in this game he was just starting to be himself and didn't want anyone to know his identity yet. Bomb Maniac thought for a moment. Give me 2 slots. After the person I found to make the official website comes in, he might discover more secrets about this world. Also, I know a hardcore gaming god, super hardcore, the kind who can beat Sekiro with 1 HP and 1 hand. I know him in real life too. He's a retired special forces soldier. Whoa, the war god returns to find his brother living in a doghouse and directly punches through the apocalypse. Yud couldn't help but start spouting nonsense again. Then I'll invite the remaining 3. Mainly there are some netizens among the viewers whose personalities I know, and they definitely won't cause trouble for everyone. After their discussion, the 3 unanimously decided to block the stairs leading down from the 30th floor with more stuff to prevent anything from coming up. They'll log off first. After you guys invite people in, take care of our resting area. Later, well, find a way to get to another building from the rooftop. After greeting them, Mechanical Prodigy logged off. Bomb Maniac looked at Yud. He'll go down to contact people first. Want me to switch with you later? Yud didn't care. Go ahead, big shot. He'll contact them directly in the live stream. After hearing this, Bomb Maniac also logged off and immediately contacted Roasted Chicken. Bro, are you still following this game? Roasted Chicken was equally blunt. Hurry up and send me the beta test slot. I've been waiting for you for ages. I can't wait to go to the little girl's room. Hearing this, Bomb Maniac knew the guy must have been watching the live stream all along. Bro, calm down. If you go straight to the little girl's room as soon as you enter the game, I'm a bit scared. Get lost, get lost. What are you thinking? Perverts see everyone as perverts. The text analysis has made huge progress. I'm going to search for materials in the room and update the little girl's backstory. So fast. Who did you find that's this amazing? Not really, it's mainly luck. The little girl's room doesn't just have a picture book. There's also a dictionary. This made the analysis a bit simpler. Hearing this, Bomb Maniac understood and directly sent over the beta test slot. He also wanted to know the little girl's story. After hanging up, he called another person. Chen, this Xiao Di. There's a great game. Wanna play? Forget it. I've been a bit bored with games lately. I want to seek some thrills. I'm planning to cross the Yamit rainforest and then go see the lions on the savannah. If it's scenery you want, go ahead, bro. But if you want thrills, come straight into this game. It's super thrilling. Ordinary people playing this game have to wear diapers. Oh, is it really that thrilling? You know my style. If it's not thrilling enough, I'll come over and drag you to cross the rainforest with me. Absolutely thrilling. Come on in. After the chat, he directly sent the beta test slot to Chen. Bomb Maniac was busily inviting his buddies. Yud wasn't idle either. Hey brothers, was I cool just now? You? What does cool have to do with you? Haha, said Big Explosion of the Jatian Gang. Cool, I've never seen such a stunningly talented man, truly the fighter jet among men. Said Kun, you're so ugly. 10-year veteran fan badge screenshot JPG note, am proficient in WPS Word and PPT making. Also, I'm physically fit, love cleaning, am helpful, and am an expert in all types of zombie games. 10-year veteran fan badge screenshot JPG, if I were a woman I'd fall in love at first sight. Even as a man I can barely hold myself back. Truly heroic. 10-year veteran fan badge screenshot JPG note 1. Am a parkour expert, a juggling master skilled at climbing walls and ropes. I've trained hard for many days, all for this day. Note 2. Big bro, am sorry, but for the future of the people of the other world, am sacrificing myself. These two finally understood. It seemed this game had no planner, no operator. It all relied on the players to develop. The boss was completely hands-off. Since it was obvious you'd had a test slot, what were they waiting for? Time to suck up. I think using points to exchange for food is a waste. When we have more people in the future, will we all have to use points for food? That's too extravagant. Points clearly have more important uses, said General of the Five Ridges. Note 1. I have a 10-year veteran fan badge screenshot JPG. Also, I was the first person to give the streamer a gift. Note 2. I'm a PhD in agriculture, returned from studying abroad with solid skills. I can definitely cultivate something edible. Pick me. The language of the trumpet flower is passion and vivacity. I've never partied in a game before. It'll give you a different kind of enjoyment, said Doomsday Trumpet Flower. I'm a student. If you don't give me the beta test slot, I'll report you directly, said Little Youth. Said Big Explosion of the Ja Tian gang. I never thought you second explosion with your honest face would also betray the organization. Shameless. Note, is it too late to defect now? I can do it too? Watching the live stream's popularity surge to unprecedented heights, Yud was nearly fainting with excitement. He never imagined that his wonderful new life would begin with clicking on that trashy advertisement. He had already decided long ago to only select people from his own small fan group. These were individuals he knew inside and out, amiable and unlikely to engage in malicious acts that harmed others without benefiting themselves. If he accidentally recruited someone disobedient who insisted on causing trouble on the 30th floor and below, that would be truly vexing. What if they managed to destroy the safe zone? He just hadn't expected Wuling Shangjiangjin to step forward. The man was indeed an old fan, the very first to gift him. Ji-Yud remembered it clearly. Yet this person had never spoken in the group before, so he was surprised when he finally did. What he said made perfect sense. Exchanging points for food every day was a huge waste. With more people, the points spent just on rations would drain their resources, which could be used for far more important things, like expanding their territory. And besides that, food was absolutely terrible. After mulling it over, he selected 3 people: Zaishenbang Erza, Kuni Taicho, and Wuling Shangjiangjin. Soon the beta invitations were sent out. All 5 entered the game. Among them, aside from the Special Forces soldier brother Chen, no one cared how the device had appeared at their doorstep. They could only think 2 words: amazing. Brother Chen observed and studied it for a long time but found no flaw, so he finally entered. Holy crap, it's real. The wind, the texture, the stench. This is 100% full simulation. Hey, what are you doing? Zaishenbang Erza was still marveling at the game's realism when Kuni Taicho started to pull down his pants. Calm down, I don't want my live stream banned. There are female players here. Ji-Yud quickly stopped Kuni Taicho. Everyone felt a bit awkward. Ji-Yud never expected that Wuling Shangjiangjin was actually a woman. How could someone named Wuling Shangjiangjin who studied agriculture abroad be a woman? Fortunately, the game had some decency. Female players started with a vest top, unlike the males. Otherwise, Ji-Yud's livestream would have been banned on the spot. It's fine, don't treat me like a girl. This is a game after all. Besides, I'm here to figure out how to produce food, so it shouldn't matter, she said. Hearing this, the others relaxed a little. They had worried she'd be a whiny nuisance wasting a precious slot. Xiaoji couldn't wait any longer. Let's go, take me to the little girl's room. I need to check the data. The Special Forces soldier was equally impatient. Zaishenbang Erza glanced at their nicknames and couldn't help but grin. Xiaoji was still just Xiaoji, but the Special Forces soldier brother Chen went by the name Dongxian Shenzuen. Wasn't this just trying to steal the aura of the ultimate show-off? He stopped the aggressive Dongxian. Brother, wait. Let's head upstairs and fight on the opposite building. This is our safe zone. All right, Dongxian Shenzuen replied. Before entering, he had caught some of Ji-Yud's livestream and knew the lower floors held formidable monsters. He had no intention of jumping into a high-difficulty challenge right away. That would only make things hard for his brother and put them in danger. He needed to understand the situation first. Except for Jixia Xiaoshan, who was working offline, everyone headed to the rooftop. Ji-Yud even carried the egg, afraid that whatever was inside might hatch and devour the sleeping Jixia Xiaoshan while they were gone. When they reached the 32nd floor, Xiaoji went straight to the little girl's room. He wasn't a combat type, or his purpose was to uncover the world's secrets. On the rooftop, Wuling Shangjiangjin spoke up. I wonder if the plants here can be cultivated hydroponically. For now, we can collect rainwater up here. Once conditions allow, we can find some soil downstairs. If there are mushrooms or something similar, we might be able to cultivate edible food quickly. But it seems the water here is definitely problematic. Just look at the puddles on the roof. Everyone turned to where she pointed. The water had an oily film on its surface, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sunlight. It didn't look good. Come to think of it, we haven't seen any rain since we arrived, Ji Yud remarked. Make a note of that. Later bring up every container we can find to collect water. After that, the group surveyed their surroundings. Only 2 buildings were relatively close, one to the southeast and one to the north. Both are the same height as this one, about 20 meters away. Which one do we choose? Ji Yud asked. Dong Xian stood at the edge observing carefully. Let's go with the north one. There's a park across from it offering a wider view and more information. We might also find more food there. It has 33 floors and 15 of them have intact windows, which suggests there are no powerful monsters. Maybe even survivors. As expected from a professional, good analysis. The others nodded in awe, though they didn't fully understand. Now the question is, how do we get across? 20 meters was quite a distance. That's another reason to choose the north building. I noticed a lot of long steel beams up there. If we can get across, we can piece together a path. But their rooftop had none. What now? We don't have anything here. It's not like we can fly over. Everyone had been ready to explore the opposite building, but now they were stuck. Use the bedsheets, pillowcases, and leftover clothes from the bedrooms below. Weave them into a rope, tie it to a steel pipe, and throw it over. Then someone can crawl across. Jixia Xiaoshen's voice came from behind. Looks like it's dawn here, so it must be night back on Earth. Perfect timing. Yeah, about right. I just got off work. So who's going across? Dongxian raised the question. Crawling across such a soft rope was no easy task for anyone but an expert. The other end wouldn't be firmly anchored. Just a pipe wedged in place. Any wrong move could easily dislodge it. Just then Zaishenbang Erza, who had been silent, raised his hand. To be honest, I'm actually a performer. I've been training since childhood. I think I can make it. Ji Yud stared at him in astonishment. I never thought you were serious, brother. Amazing. My fans really are a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Zaishenbang Erza walked over. Can you do it, brother? Are you confident? Erza gave a faint smile. In real life, I'd say it's as hard as reaching the heavens. I'd never attempt it. But in this game, I have only 4 words: easy as pie. Alright, everyone realized that death here meant resurrection. With less psychological pressure, a professional should be able to make it. They wasted no time. Working together, they quickly wove a rope. At one end, they tied 2 steel pipes in a cross which they had removed from the gas pipeline, since the gas was no longer flowing. Dongxian took a deep breath. After a 3-step rune-up, he swung his arm and hurled the 2 pipes across. In the game, physical abilities were directly correlated with reality, and Dongxian was the strongest among them. Fortune favored them. The group tried pulling back a few times, and after rolling for a short distance, it got wedged against something and wouldn't budge. They tied this end to the lightning rod, pulling it taut. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of someone slamming against a door came from the opposite building. After a short wait, the noise ceased. Bro, it's your turn. Not trying to pressure you, but you don't have many points left. If you die, you might have to come back as a little dog. Understood. Don't worry. Erza was brimming with confidence. In truth, every acrobat who has practiced tightrope walking harbors a dream of walking without safety measures at great heights. 99% of acrobats would talk themselves out of it, telling themselves not to be a fool. Only the 1% would attempt it. Among those who try, the successful ones become masters and achieve fame, while the failures end up in textbooks as examples of brave fools. Now that he had the chance, of course he had to take it. Erza first stepped onto the rope. One end was tied to the lightning rod with a short distance remaining on the rooftop. He took a deep breath and bravely took his first step. Whoa, holy shit. Fortunately, the group reacted quickly and caught him. Otherwise, falling from a height of over a meter could have resulted in fractures. Bro, can you do this? Don't push it if you can't. We're playing the game. Don't let the game play you. Alright, no problem. I was just taking a few steps to get a feel for the rope. I'm good now. Erza rubbed his wrists and stepped back onto the rope. At that moment, his serious expression made him look like a master. He kept his arms outstretched and level, stepping steadily toward the other side, feeling the thrill of the walk in his heart. He knew that if he could make it across this time, he would be able to do it in reality too. His eyes fixed straight ahead, his mind empty of all distractions. The sounds of the outside world faded away, leaving only the beating of his own heart. Watch the eastern sky. Stay alert. Dongxian quietly warned everyone. Kuan and Taicho was about to cry out in shock at the sight of what was coming from the east. Woo-woo. Wuling Shang Jiangjun reacted swiftly, covering Kuan and Taicho's mouth and pointing at Erza before letting go. Their quick thinking and courage impressed the group. Huff huff. What are those things? They're huge. They look like some kind of vulture, but much bigger than the ones on Earth. I knew that big head thing must have been feeding on something. It's probably been living off stuff caught on the rooftops. The vultures cawed grotesquely as they flew closer. We have to distract them. Can't let them affect Erza. Ji Yud pulled out an energy gun ready to attack and protect Erza. Dongxian stopped him. Wait, let's lure them to our rooftop instead. We can have a meal out of them. These creatures probably scavenge carrion to grow so big in the apocalypse. There are quite a few of them. Hide and use mirrors or glass to reflect light at them. Smear some rotting meat on me and I'll lie down to attract them. Brother, you'd keep an eye out. If they don't go for me and go after Erza, instead shoot without hesitation. Got it. No problem. The plan was set and everyone moved quickly. Broken mirrors and glass were easy to find. For the rotten meat, they used the remains of the big-head creature's altar, which hadn't been dealt with yet. The stench was suffocating, like shoving a can of surströmming up your nose while being injected with a stimulant that heightened your sense of smell. Damn, what a beast. I'm in awe. I totally bow to this. Truly a hardcore legend. No ordinary person could match this. Everyone gazed at Dongxian lying in the pile of rotting meat, their eyes filled with admiration. In this game, while pain could be adjusted, the sense of smell could not. The odor alone was enough to make anyone nauseous, yet Dongxian remained motionless beneath it. The group began reflecting light toward the vultures using mirrors and glass. There were 4 vultures in total, 1 large and 3 smaller ones. They flew swiftly, starting as mere specks before soon revealing their feathers and sharp beaks. The mirrors proved effective, quickly drawing the vultures' attention. It seemed the flock bore a grudge against this building. Seeing no purple flowers on the rooftop, they immediately swooped down to feast on the carrion. Ha! A screech rang out as the 4 vultures dived straight toward them. Meanwhile, Erza on the rope was nearing the opposite building. The others hid behind the wall. Dongxian subtly flexed his arms. Sha! These vultures were far more intelligent than those on Earth. They saw through Dongxian's feigned death at a glance and swiped their claws at his throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out from Ji Yud, hitting one vulture that was about to lunge at Erza. Dongxian sprang into action, rolling over and grabbing the largest vulture by the beak, forcing it shut. He pressed down on its wings. Forget this one. Take out the other 2. The other 2 vultures spotted Ji Yud and the others lying in ambush and tried to take off. Bang! Ji Yud took down another. Get down here. Bomb Maniac bravely leaped up and grabbed the foot of the remaining vulture. He was nearly carried off, but Jixia Xiao Shen Wuling Shang Jiangjuan and Kuan and Taicho reacted in time, jumping over to grab hold of Bomb Maniac. Together they dragged the last vulture down and beat it to death with clubs. Just as everyone was about to help Dongxuan, he stopped them. Don't move. This thing is pretty smart. Let me see if I can tame it. Stay back. Crack, crack. Pinning the large vulture down, Dongxian snapped both its wings. He then used the leftover strips of cloth to bind its beak tightly. After tying it up thoroughly, he stowed it away in a room on the 33rd floor. Great! Finally, we have some real meat to eat. The standard meals from the shop are absolutely disgusting. Barely fit for survival. Yichun watched the scene unfold from within the space. This guy is a true beast. Looks like he'll be earning points faster and in greater numbers from now on. Soldiers are really something else. Yichun had considered recruiting more soldiers, but he knew little about this world and had no idea what could attract a nation's interest. The technology of the will transmission device was like a black box. Despite researching it for over a dozen generations on Earth, they couldn't crack it. Without anything to offer the state, and with a large influx of soldiers at the start, someone might analyze the abnormal point accumulation and deduce the presence of a hidden hand. Yichun had no doubt that the state could achieve this, so he decided to first recruit more independent players. Once the player base grew large enough, he could then bring in organized groups. This way there would be too many variables for them to analyze, keeping him safer. As for why Yichun could exchange for delicious food while players were limited to survival rations. Well, without desire there is no motivation. To hasten the liberation of the apocalypse, Yichun had no choice but to harden his heart and make things tough for the players. He had hidden some of the merchandise options in the shop, leaving only the basics. These hidden items could later serve as rewards for the players. Very good, I'll have a roast chicken leg, Dongxian said as he brought back the large vulture. Erja finally walked over. What the hell are you guys doing over there? It looks like a mess. Just dealing with a small issue. Stop wasting time and check if the steel is enough. If it is, hurry up and bring it over. Ji Yud urged Erja. He was eager to earn points. Once he had enough, he could truly let loose. The livestream would absolutely explode in popularity. Enough! What the hell is this material? So light yet so sturdy. Erja jumped on the steel beam, but it didn't budge. He had expected such a sturdy beam to be heavy, but it was surprisingly light. He could lift it with one hand. He untied the rope from the steel pipe that had been thrown over and fastened it to one end of the beam. Carrying the beam to the edge of the building, he said, "You guys hold the rope and brace yourselves. I'll push it from here." The others pulled the rope while Erja placed the beam at the edge and pushed it across. Working together, they quickly bridged the gap. The rest was easy. They crossed the first beam and slid the others over. The more beams they had, the easier it was to slide. Soon Erja had placed all 10 beams from the upper floor, forming a path about a meter wide with greatly improved safety. Both ends were tied together and also secured to the wall with cloth strips, adding extra stability. "General Shang, you stay here with Xiaoji and keep an eye on that egg. The rest of us will go together." Shang nodded. Though she was called General, she was still a woman and her strength lagged behind the others. Dong Xian took the lead and strode across the makeshift bridge. "After you. You first, Bomb Maniac." Ji Yud and Bomb Maniac stood at the front, each deferring to the other, neither daring to step onto the bridge. Kuan and Tai Cho seized the opportunity. "You two are useless, I'll go first." He stepped onto the bridge, trying not to look down, and walked across with an air of bravado. Fortunately, he didn't make a fool of himself. Ji Yud also came up. As a streamer, he still had to make a living. His legs trembling, he stood on the bridge as the wind howled around him. His heart pounded wildly. Accidentally glancing down, his legs went weak and he crawled onto the bridge. Acrophobia wasn't something you could just overcome. It was purely psychological, especially with the game's immersive experience. Ji Yud gave up trying to stand and crawled across. Few finally made it. Bomb Maniac and Mechanical Pro followed suit, copying his example. Below, hungry zombies awaited. Falling down would not be pleasant. Mechanical Pro was the last to cross. Only then did he notice everyone was looking down at the base of the original building. From this side, it was clearer to see that there was definitely something terribly wrong with the building they had come from. On nearly every 5th floor, a room emitted an eerie, unknown glow. From the room on the 22nd floor, singing could be heard. Yet the zombies outside showed no reaction, nor did anything above or below. It all seemed highly suspicious. "Looks like every 5 floors is a checkpoint. We need to hurry up." Ji Yud commented on the scene. "Alright, let's go. Let's see what's in this building." Dong Xian snapped everyone back to attention. "I'm about to open the door, oh everyone be ready." Dong Xian stood at the top floor doorway, gripping the handle as he instructed the group. There were definitely zombies behind the door. They had heard the banging sounds when they threw the rope over earlier. Whoosh! Dong Xian yanked the door open in an instant, stirring a gust of wind. A foul stench immediately assaulted everyone's nostrils. Those in the know had already plugged their noses, but Kuan and Tai Cho, who lacked experience, nearly fainted from the stench. Over a dozen zombies stood right behind the door, some even leaning against it. As Dong Xian quickly pulled the door open, the front ones tumbled to the floor. Those behind trampled over the fallen and lunged forward. Bang! 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 Ji Yud fired his gun repeatedly. Beside him, Dong Xian struck the zombies' heads with a steel pipe. The others used long poles to hold the zombies at bay. The energy weapons made little noise, preventing a riot among the zombies below. The dozen or so zombies that surged from the stairwell were efficiently dealt with through their combined efforts, with no one getting hurt. After finishing off the zombies, Dong Xian first closed the stairwell door. The group didn't stop. They immediately searched for crystal cores inside. Once they found the cores, they tossed the remaining zombie parts off the rooftop. It was too ugly. 7 large and 2 small crystal cores, earning us 800 points, Ji Yud announced. "There are 6 of us here." Erja cleared the path and Dong Xian was the main damage dealer. They each get 150 points. The 4 of us get 100 each. The remaining 100 points will be for the team's public fund. For example, if General Shang needs to exchange for seeds. Also, let's agree in advance for team actions. Points are distributed based on contribution. For personal actions, you keep your own points. Sound good? Ji Yud spoke up. He felt things needed to be clarified up front to avoid messy disputes later. "No problem," everyone agreed. It was a reasonable arrangement. "It's still early. Let's keep going." The zombies on the upper floors seemed to have been drawn to the rooftop by the commotion from earlier. There were very few left. The group continued cautiously downward. 23rd floor. 17th floor. 9th floor. Damn, this side is so easy. There weren't many zombies in the building and no powerful variants. The group had easily cleared down to the 9th floor. Not only that, but they had also gathered a lot of food, gold, and cash. They were now resting in a room on the 9th floor. This side is nothing like the other one difficulty-wise. If we had spawned here from the start, it would have been so much easier. Yeah, I guess there aren't that many mutated monsters. I was scared there would be fierce ones everywhere. Ji-Yud and Kuan and Taicho couldn't help but complain. We exchanged all the points for a total of 600. This time well split it evenly among the 6 of us 100 each. Mechanical Pro transferred the points to everyone. Dong Xian continued, "We're at a decent height now. If we make too much noise, we might attract the zombies on the street. We need to be more careful from here on. But everyone has earned a lot of points this time, so even if we die once it's no big deal. With enough points they could do as they pleased since they could always respawn." Ji-Yud then said, "But we will still be born in that place, and we need points to exchange for expansion devices, so everyone can just play casually, just don't lure the monsters into our safe zone." Chen was in the space drinking cola and eating fried chicken while watching. There is strength in numbers, but he felt that everyone's enthusiasm for exchanging expansion devices was not very high. He guessed it was probably because the points were too high and it might feel like a loss for one person to exchange it while others use it for free. After thinking, he directly edited a mission. Permanent mission Our Future is the Starry Sea content exchange for expansion devices to open new areas reward. Exchanging an expansion device costs 200 points. After the exchange, the first 300 players to enter will each pay 1 point to the exchanger. Note, each space expansion device expands the game radius by 1 kilometer. Everyone received this mission. Not bad, the game is quite cool. Now they not only don't lose but also gain, so more and more people will definitely exchange and newcomers won't lose either, only paying 1 point. Watching everyone's discussion, Chen rested contentedly. The more expansion devices, the more nodes he would have and the safer he would be. "Our group activity ends here for today. I'm logging off now," he said. The sky in the other world had darkened, indicating that dawn was approaching on Blue Star. Moreover, night was clearly the time for monster activity, making further action dangerous. Everyone returned to the building where they were born and pulled back the staircase in the middle, ensuring safety. "Any changes with the eggs?" Ji-Yud asked the general as he examined the harvested eggs. "No changes. I can't sense any movement inside," replied the general. Dong Xian carried the food found in the building and entered the room where the giant vulture was kept. Sitting before the giant vulture, he untied the ropes binding it. The giant vulture, with its wings broken by Dong Xian, retained its fierce nature and suddenly lunged at him. Dong Xian dodged, and with a loud slap, he sent the vulture sprawling to the ground. Then he waited for it to rise. While Dong Xian was taming the vulture, the bomb maniac rarely logged off, heading straight to the hospital. "Hey sis, I found something amazing, absolutely incredible." "How much money?" "That card." "No money needed. Just arrange a special care ward for me at our family's hospital, and have some masseurs massage my muscles every day. I want to immerse myself in a game." "Are you out of your mind? Crazy. Don't hang up, sis. I'm begging you. Just arrange it for a week." "I'm fine. I just need to lie down for the game." "Go ahead. When you're done playing, read some books." The bomb maniac's sister hung up the phone. Her brother was fine in every way except for being a bit unreliable. Whenever their father assigned him a task, he would immediately go to the hospital. She thought this was the same and didn't pay much attention. The bomb maniac checked into the hospital directly, planning to grind in the other world without leaving except for meals and bathroom breaks. If not for fear of his sister coming after him, he would have even wanted to get nutrients through and for instead of eating. Ji-Yud had the same idea as the bomb maniac, but he wasn't as extravagant. He only brought back a few boxes of instant noodles and some bottles of water from the store, ready to start grinding as well. "You're here, huh? You're here too, huh?" The two saw each other as soon as they logged in. "Let's go keep grinding. I'm really tempted by that ability," said the bomb maniac. "I plan to exchange for expansion devices and keep recruiting players. I feel like it's more fun with more people," said Ji-Yud. Although he liked the fire ability, he believed recruiting more people was more valuable. More people would make the game more popular. As the first to try this, and with the huge advantage of being the first player in the beta, his streaming career was sure to peak. "Isn't that enough for you now? After exchanging for the expansion device, I still need to see which direction to develop, and I need some points to recruit players and some to deal with changes." The bomb maniac's eyes lit up. "Since you're not in a hurry, how about lending me 200 points first? With mine added, I'll exchange for the ability first. Then we'll kill zombies faster, earn points faster, and I'll pay you back. What do you think?" Ji-Yud thought it over and realized it made sense. He had a gun, and with the bomb maniac having an ability, things would definitely be faster. "All right, no problem," he said, and immediately traded 200 points to the bomb maniac. Instead of rushing to exchange the ability, the bomb maniac first went to Ji-Yud's live stream room and sent 20 rockets. Only then did he start exchanging the ability. "Whoa, the big shot is generous. The audience, unaware of the truth, were attracted to the live stream by the 20 rockets. As soon as they entered, they saw the bomb maniac playing with fire. He had already exchanged the basic fire ability in the shop. Opening his palm, a flame burned in his hand. With a thought, the flame danced at his fingertips. Staring intently, the flame in his hand quickly transformed into a fireball. He hurled it forward with force. Bang! An enormous wave of fire exploded. Whoa, there really are abilities. Erja, hurry up and earn points to get in. I want in too. This young man is quite handsome. Is he a magician? Magic is magic. Don't call it a full immersion game. Clickbaiters should be banned. Amazing. Even the live stream audience could see the power. Ji-Yud, standing right next to him, could feel it firsthand. This skill is so powerful. And this is just the basic ability. If it were an advanced one, it would be incredible. Whoa, big shot, what's wrong? Your face is pale. Ji-Yud quickly steadied the bomb maniac. Cough, cough. The bomb maniac coughed so hard his lungs ached. It's nothing. I got too excited and used up all my energy. Now I feel really weak, said the bomb maniac, leaning against the wall as he slowly sat down to rest. After a while, he recovered a bit. I should have studied some small skills first. Using too much ability at once drained me. I probably won't be able to use it for the rest of the day. In his personal space, Yi-Chun had just finished watching a video and was about to sleep when he received a system notification: player bomb maniac has exchanged the basic fire ability. He earned 200 points effortlessly, just in time to exchange for the pastoral idol he had wanted. Now he had plenty of points. Exchange for pastoral idol background successful. With a whoosh, Yi-Chen's surroundings changed. He was now in a 2-story wooden house complete with a kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and bedroom. There was also a dedicated room with 4 huge screens displaying the situation outside the nodes. In front of the house was a crystal-clear pond. Opening the window, sunlight streamed onto his face, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of grass. Awesome! Since he was happy today, he decided to give everyone some benefits and also motivate the players to earn points with a sense of achievement and honor. Let the editing begin. No sooner had Yi-Chun finished editing than Bomb Maniac received a message. Fire-type abilities didn't come with any innate skills. The ability to conjure flames in his palm, ignite his fingertips, and unleash devastating fire bombs were all his own creations. He was indeed something of a genius when it came to fire abilities. Congratulations, player, on creating a skill. Please name it and put it up on the player shop. Bomb Maniac was ecstatic upon receiving this message. It wasn't just about earning points. It was an affirmation of his own talent. In a flash, he listed the skills on the shop. Meanwhile, you'd noticed a new option beside the system shop: the player skill shop. Palm Fire created by player Bomb Maniac, 1 point. Fingertip Fire created by player Bomb Maniac, 1 point. Spiral Thunder Super Invincible Flame Bomb created by player Bomb Maniac, 2 points. Note: for all player transactions, the system deducts a 10% tax from both parties. This shop was set up on the fly by Yi-Chun. He figured there was no need to bother with naming skills or setting prices for the players. He would simply provide a platform and collect the tax. Once more players joined and more skills were created, prices would naturally find their proper level. This was for market economics at work, and definitely not because Yi-Chun was too lazy to think it through. Ji-Yud had a mouthful of complaints he couldn't quite spit out. The first 2 names were perfectly normal, but the third one took a sharp turn into absurdity. It was like naming the first 2 kids Deming and Air Ming, expecting the third to be Xiao Ming, only to end up with Go Dan. But Ji-Yud wasn't about to say that. After all, Bomb Maniac had just been so happy that he sent him 20 more rockets. Each rocket was worth 1,000. Tomorrow I'm adding 3 eggs to my instant noodles. Alright, let's go. We need to earn some points and fast. Just now, besides those messages, Bomb Maniac had also received a notice exclusive to ability users: accumulating points of the same attribute can enhance your ability. In essence, the system could convert the energy from crystals into ability energy. Yi-Chun had merely implemented this through points. Bro, are you sure you're up for this? Yeah, no problem. I just can't use my ability for now. I'm a bit tired, but my physique is still intact. I'll take point and you cover me from behind with the gun. In the other world, morning had broken on Blue Star. It was evening and everyone logged in. Holy crap, bro, show us your ability. Let me see what you've got. Erja was watching the stream while slacking off at work. When he saw Bomb Maniac's fire ability, he exclaimed in shock, nearly getting caught by his boss. Bomb Maniac had already rested for a while. He stretched his palm toward the sky and slowly flame descended from above. He brought his thumb and index finger together, and with a whoosh, a wisp of fire burst forth. Kun and Taicho reached out to feel it. SSS, that's so hot. Don't you feel it, boss? Bomb Maniac shook his head. He truly couldn't feel it. It must be because of his ability. The power was impressive too. Feel free to come to my shop if you're interested. Bomb Maniac had learned his lesson. Instead of unleashing all his energy at once, he adjusted his output, releasing only a tenth of his power at a time. Watch this! With a quick pew, a streak of flame shot from Bomb Maniac's fingertip, blasting a small crater into the wall. This kind of power is more than enough. Erja and Kuin and Taicho were already eager after seeing such a cool ability. What are we waiting for? Let's get going, guys. Well, aim to awaken our abilities by today. Hold on. We're heading out today, but I need to lay out the direction first. After Bomb Maniac said this, Xiao Ji stepped forward. We found out the name of that little girl in white. It's Tian Tian. Her backstory has been updated on the official website. Feel free to check it out. But the key is this. Xiao Ji pulled out something resembling a diary page. This diary entry mentions that Tiantian's father was a bank manager, and that he once took her to the bank. It was probably written when she was very young, a simple stream of consciousness account. But it's valuable to us. It details the route back home, turn left, turn right, which allows us to deduce the bank's location. Xiao Ji then brought out a piece of paper with a rough sketch drawn on it. Our building is in the middle. The bank is about 2 kilometers to the northeast. To be safe, we'll need to exchange for 3 space expansion devices. We'll head northeast first, then activate 1 expansion device. If we find the bank, we'll split the points we earn there equally. How does that sound? Finding a bank vault would yield far more points than killing zombies. I'm in. Let's do it together. Chen, watching from the space, saw that they had found the bank. This meant a huge influx of points, allowing him to recruit more players. The group was already charging down from the north side of the building, heading toward the bank. Meanwhile, in a room on the 5th floor of that building, 2 little girls were trembling with fear. Sister, those things won't come after us again, will they? I'm so scared. The older girl had a cross-shaped burn scar on the left side of her face. Don't be afraid. They won't dare come. There's a demon in the building across from us, and they never come near here. Don't make a sound. When we ran in just now, a licker followed us. It went upstairs. Once it's gone, we'll be safe. The sisters' bodies flickered, at times blending into the darkness, at other times materializing back into reality. Not everyone had arrived yet. Everyone was waiting for Dongxian to come online. Bro, did you two rack up a lot of points during the day? Kuin and Taicho teased. Don't even mention it. I feel pretty bad towards Cyber Grandpa. I borrowed his points to unlock my ability, but when I went out earlier I found I was too drained. Plus the zombies at night are way tougher. We only made it from the 9th floor to the 8th before we had to stop. I don't even have enough points to pay Cyber Grandpa back. Bomb Maniac looked embarrassed. At first, after using up his ability, he didn't feel any different. But after a few steps he realized his body was completely drained. Like had been through 10 rounds in one night, walking as if floating. The two didn't dare continue. Dying wasn't the issue, but losing the energy gun would be a disaster. After 2 days of use, the gun still had 4/5 of its energy left. It was too valuable. I'm here. Sorry about that. Dongxian had arrived. It wasn't that Head forgotten the time. He just felt this game was a bit unusual. After logging out, Head gone to report the situation to his former superior. It would be great if everything was fine, but if there was a problem, the organization would be prepared. Let's move. The big shots are here. Let's hurry up and expand our territory today, so everyone can get an ability. With practiced ease, they set up the bridge. Xiao Ji went back to studying the building, while Wu Lingshang Jiangjun focused on figuring out how to farm. The rest followed Dongxian out to hunt monsters. Let's clear out this whole building today. We'll block the entrance and set up a rope ladder from the 5th floor to go out and kill zombies on the streets. Jia Tianbang Erja was excited. He walked at the front, already dreaming of earning enough points to bring his brothers over and make their mark here in the Jia Tianbang. Whoa, what the hell is that? As he rounded the corner, Jia Tianbang Erja came face to face with a special zombie, licking at the leftovers from their dinner the night before. Jia Tianbang's second explosion reacted swiftly, his movements nimble and agile. Seeing the mutated zombie before him split its mouth open and extend a slender tongue toward him, he rolled out of the way. However, he misjudged the direction and ended up right at the creature's maw. The licker was taken aback for a moment. It reached out with its claws and pried open second explosion's skull, only to find nothing inside. The body, now devoid of the player's consciousness, had already turned into a pulp of flesh. Hearing the commotion, Dongxian charged over without hesitation. He had upgraded his weapon. 3 steel pipes bound together, their ends flattened into a wedge for better piercing. Ji Yud followed behind, pulling out an energy gun. Holy crap, Dongxian muttered. As a special forces soldier, he still had some mental fortitude, but Ji Yud was struggling. The moment he stepped into the room, he saw a mutated zombie with a 3-parted skull, its long slender tongue darting in and out as it sucked and searched over second explosion's corpse. It was too intense. He instantly felt as if a tongue were licking inside his own head. Bang, bang, bang. As Dong Xian rushed forward, Ji Yud fired without hesitation. Unfortunately, the shot went wide this time, missing the head and punching 3 holes through the mutated zombie's body. It was completely unfazed. Dong Xian charged in, leaping into the air, gripping the steel pipe with both hands and thrusting forward with all his might. The pipe pierced straight through the mutated zombie's head, causing it to burst. Its tongue writhed wildly on the ground, the base of the slender appendage connected to a small round lump of flesh, desperately trying to burrow into second explosion's already shattered skull. Thud! Dong Xian stomped the lump of flesh into oblivion with 1 foot. Juices splattered everywhere. "There's more over here," the bomb maniac shouted. "Take this, my palm fire." He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a burst of flame that forced back another liquor. "Ah, save me!" The liquor attacked. Kuan-and Tai Cho, caught off guard, had leaned against the window. To his surprise, a liquor was waiting outside, reaching in with its sharp claws to drag him out. It crushed his heart instantly. "Everyone get over here. Don't lean against the windows or doors. Gather in this room. It has no windows." They had chosen this room for their gathering earlier precisely because it was windowless and safer. Everyone rushed inside. Ji Yud aimed his gun at the doorway. "There are at least 2 more. Don't rush. These mutated zombies aren't dumb," Dong Xian warned the group. "Damn, that was terrifying as hell," Kuan-and Tai Cho said. After dying, he immediately chose to deduct points and respawn. Coming out, he saw a second explosion there too. "Bro, let's go, keep at it. Hold on, let me catch my breath. That was way too intense." After I rolled, I looked up and that 3-parted skull was right in front of my face, just a centimeter away. I almost died on the spot. "Hey, you didn't almost die on the spot. You did die on the spot. Come on bro, let's get back at them. Let's go, let's go. Damn it, I'm not letting some in-game monster scare me." Both Second Explosion and Kuan-and Tai Cho spoke with fervor, but their feet didn't budge an inch. "Heh, let's go, let's go. The others have probably already dealt with it. Right, let's go." Only then did the 2 of them tightly grip each other and hurry back to the battlefield. Ji Yud stared nervously outside from the room. "Do you guys hear something?" Ji Xia Shaoshin seemed to catch a high-pitched screech in his ears. "Not good, we can't wait any longer. These beasts might be luring more zombies over to overwhelm us." Dong Xian shouted as he charged straight out. Bang! There were 2 liquors, one right outside the door to the left and another above. Dong Xian raised his steel pipe to block in front of him. The immense force bent the pipe. Bang! Ji Yud, quick-eyed and nimble, fired a shot that blew off one liquor's claw. Ji Xia Shaoshin, blood boiling, charged in with a wrench. While Dong Xian held off the intact liquor, he smashed into the one with the missing claw. Damn, these beasts are cunning. They even used a trick to make us think they were hurting zombies. The bomb maniac was anxious but dared not act. His newly acquired ability was still unrefined. What if he hit his own people? Screw it, I don't care anymore. He channeled his flame ability into his hand. "Hey monster, take my C1 bomb." A fiery red sphere materialized and was shoved directly into the liquor's head. Boom! An explosion rang out. The lump of flesh connected to the tongue was blasted out, burned to a crisp, leaving only a gray crystal core. "Take care of my 7th uncle and grandpa." After uttering this nonsense, the bomb maniac died instantly. He had been burning his life force to use the ability, and once it was spent, he kicked the bucket. Just then, Second Explosion and Kuan-and Tai Cho arrived. Together with Ji Xia Shaoshin and Ji Yud, they teamed up to beat the crippled liquor to death with steel pipes, also finding a white crystal core. They finished off the remaining 2. The group sat down, panting heavily, staring at Dong Xian, who looked as if nothing had happened. "Damn, the 4 of us could barely take down one crippled liquor, and you held one off all by yourself. Boss, how are you so tough?" Dong Xian had also noticed that he seemed far stronger than the others. "I'm not sure either. It might have to do with reality. I'm pretty fit in real life. You guys should train more." The group rested for a while. The bomb maniac came running over out of breath. Seeing that the liquors were all dealt with and everyone was fine, he relaxed. "So was I cool just now?" "Hell yeah. What was that move? I just saw a flash of red and then that mutated zombie exploded." Kuan-and Tai Cho was excited, eager to learn. The bomb maniac beamed with pride. "I found my path. The cherry bombs." "Damn, are you Daidara, the one who says art is an explosion?" After some back and forth banter, the group set off again. "We still need to be careful. Even though we cleared this area, we might run into monsters that have wandered back." The others dropped their complacency. Downstairs in a room, a little girl nestled in her sister's arms. "Sis, have those liquors gone? I don't hear any sounds anymore." The elder sister, stronger than the younger, listened more intently. "Careful, don't make a sound. It sounds like something more powerful has killed the liquors. I hear footsteps coming down." Hehe, I've got enough points too. I just exchanged for the fire ability. While the others might have been saving up points, Kuin and I, Taicho, with enough points, immediately exchanged for the fire ability. Concentrating, he tried to replicate the bomb maniac's move but failed repeatedly. Then, with a flash of inspiration, watch my Buddha's Wrath Lotus Flame. A small lotus of fire materialized in Kuin and I, Taicho's palm. With a swoosh, he tossed it out the window. The lotus landed its 9 petals spreading out and igniting into 9 flames. So it seems different people get different effects when exchanging abilities. Kuin and I, Taicho, mused, baffled as to why it didn't explode but instead bloomed into a flower. A creak sounded as a door opened. The two sisters looked toward the entrance. It was Ji-Yud holding his gun. Swish. Ji-Yud immediately drew his gun and aimed. The elder sister pulled her younger sister, and they both melted into the shadows, vanishing into the darkness. They were too severely injured to even fight. Watching the two disappear in an instant, Ji-Yud rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have been seeing things. After a moment's thought, he remembered this was a game but still felt uneasy. Perhaps such things were real. Brothers, come over here. Something's up. Hearing this, Dongxian rushed over first. Seeing the empty room, he turned to Ji-Yud. When I opened the door, I saw 2 little girls, and then they vanished in an instant. The others arrived as well, scanning the room. There was no one. Wait, I'm live streaming. Let me check if any fans saw anything. Holy crap, I saw them too. 2 little girls, one older and one younger, just disappeared. Could it be they're not human? This is a game after all. Ghosts aren't impossible. Look at this. I screenshotted the replay. They were in the northeast corner of the room in the shadows. Only Ji-Yud, who was streaming, could see the barrage of comments. It's confirmed. They were definitely there in the northeast corner. They vanished all of a sudden. Dongxian casually picked up a fallen piece of wall and flung it. A pained grunt followed. The sound of the shard hitting wasn't like striking a hard wall. It was more like hitting flesh. The elder sister knew they could no longer hide. She revealed herself, shielding her younger sister behind her, clutching a sharp dagger wrapped in bandages. The younger sister trembled violently behind her. Holy crap. New NPCs. And they're 2 little girls. I love this game design. Are all the NPCs going to be little girls? They can merge into the darkness. Are they mutants? Awesome. Could they be some kind of big shots? The livestream chat erupted in excitement. The people on site were also pleasantly surprised. But now how should they handle this? Are you people from outside the city? Please spare us. The elder sister saw the expressions of those before her grow even more tense. These people were clearly not native to the city. She had never seen such clear, naive eyes in this place. Only in outsiders who came from beyond. She had once thought those people might be kind, but after a brief curiosity, they brought nothing but endless cruelty. The elder sister spoke, but to the group it was just gibberish, completely unintelligible. Hey Kwangma, call your buddy Xiaoji over here. Yeah. He knows a bit of their language. Bomb Maniac immediately messaged Xiaoji. Get over here fast. There are native Lolas here. Need you to translate. Xiaoji rushed over without a moment's delay. The more he studied this world, the richer and more meticulous he found it. A paradise for a lore enthusiast like him. Now with a native here, if he could communicate more, the gains would be even greater. The elder sister watched the group, who remained still, muttering to themselves as if talking into the air. Her heart tightened with unease. They were calling someone who... She lowered her head and whispered to her sister. If I make a move, you run. Don't look back. Sister. The younger sister's face was streaming with tears. Everyone soften your expressions. Look, you've scared the little girl into crying. Zaishenbang Erza said. Little girl, huh? Ha. This one probably could kill you with 2 strikes. Kuin and I, Taicho, teased Erza. The group had relaxed. The sisters seemed to be ordinary mutants, not some twisted abominations. Here. Over there. Xiaoji arrived, panting heavily. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the sisters in the corner. He immediately raised a sign he had prepared on the way. Don't worry, we bad guys. The elder sister understood, though one character seemed off. From his expression, it should have been not. Seeing that the girl seemed to grasp his writing, Xiaoji quickly tossed over a piece of cardboard and a pen. What's up, bro? Can't you just talk? We only have picture books and dictionaries. We can't read their phonetic annotations. Being able to write some characters is already a talent. The elder sister was sharp. She realized Ji-Yud and his group barely understood their language, only the simplest exchanges. We can leave now. Just let us go. No, you don't have to go. We can take care of you. Saying this, Xiaoji looked back. Got any food? Give them something. It might boost their affinity. Just exchange for it. That stuff would probably make them freak out if they ate it. Dongxian suddenly pulled a lollipop from his pocket. Found it in a room. Should be edible sugar. Xiaoji took the lollipop. The wrapper had a cartoon deer on it. Probably just candy. He tossed it to the sisters. We're here to find the truth about the apocalypse. Don't worry. He wrote that on the cardboard again. Sister Candy. Sister. Sister. The younger girl collapsed to the ground. Only then did everyone notice a palm-wide wound on her abdomen. She had been enduring the pain to protect her sister, but now from blood loss she had finally fainted. The younger sister panicked, her shadow beginning to shift. Something ominous was about to happen. Bang! Dong Xian acted decisively, catching her off guard with a precise chop to the neck, knocking her out. Let's go. Take them upstairs and find a way to treat them. Dong Xian carried the elder sister and Ji Yud carried the younger, heading straight for the top floor. Call General Wuling over. To be safe, don't bring the girls there. The group returned to the 33rd floor. General Wuling had already arrived. Check them for other wounds. It's inconvenient for us men. They placed the sisters in a bedroom and stepped out. Creak. The door opened. General Wuling's eyes were red. It made everyone's heart clench. Online, a life lost might be just a footnote, but in reality most kind-hearted people couldn't bear to see a little girl die before them. Even though in their minds this was a game, they couldn't help but empathize. What's wrong? They're covered in wounds. Like they've been whipped. Old and new scars, dense and heartbreaking. General Wuling wiped her tears and sniffled. But those old wounds have scabbed over. Only the elder sister's abdominal wound is serious. I've packed it with cotton cloth, but it's still seeping blood. Everyone entered. The general had already dressed the girls, leaving only the elder sister's wound exposed. What do we do? These two were clearly captured and abused by some pervert. If they die right after escaping, it's too tragic. Damn it, why do you love handing out tragedies so much? Can't we have some happy moments? I love happy endings. No, I have to save her. I'll send my doctor friend an invitation to the beta right now, and have her come in to treat the little girl. As he spoke, the bomb maniac was about to log out. There's no time for that. Dong Xian looked at his sister, whose face was as pale as paper. She had been forcing herself earlier, using her mutant abilities to keep her body under control, but now she had fainted and her body was rapidly weakening. Just then Ji Yud suddenly pushed through the crowd and tore off the cotton cloth the general had used to plug the wound. A trickle of blood oozed from the wound, draining the little girl's life away. Not only that, but Ji Yud, with a hardened heart, even pried the wound open with his fingers. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? Are you doing this for views? I'll kick you to death. The pain caused the girl to let out a soft moan, but her weakened body prevented her from waking. At that moment, only one name remained in Ji Yud's livestream, which had been banned for everyone for a day: surgical veterinarian. No problem, let me take a look. The internal organs seem unharmed. As long as we stitch up the wound, stop the bleeding quickly, and give her some energy, she should be fine. It seems mutants have much stronger physiques than ordinary people. A normal person would have died from this much blood loss. Surgical veterinarian. They call me a veterinarian, but I treat humans. I just think some people are worse than beasts, hence the name. Seeing this comment from his fan, Ji Yud finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, "We need to stop the bleeding immediately, then get her to eat something. There's still a chance to save her." The others finally understood. He had been asking for help in the livestream. To stop the bleeding, we need to stitch the wound, but we don't have any surgical needles or even regular sewing needles here, let alone anesthesia. Are we just going to let her die here? She looks so real. Tattered clothes, wounds all over her body. I wonder if she's ever known a good life. Is she just going to die like this? Dong Xian walked up to the bomb maniac. It's up to you. Me. I don't know how. I want to save her too, but there are no needles, no thread, no anesthesia, and I don't even know how to do it. Dong Xian said slowly and deliberately, use fire. There's still a chance she'll live. Otherwise she's doomed. The bomb maniac was stunned. Use fire to cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding. She's just a little girl. She'll have scars. The others realized this too. It was the only option, and only the bomb maniac could do it. Kuan You're Too Ugly had also exchanged for an ability, but his precision was nowhere near the bomb maniac's. He only knew that one move, the Buddhist Fury Lotus. Don't hesitate. Do it now. Just treat her like an NPC and complete the game mission. Dong Xian pushed the bomb maniac down in front of the little girl. The bomb maniac took a deep breath. He knew this was no time to dawdle. High temperature, a short burst to cauterize the wound and form a scab, then pull away immediately. Don't use low temperature fire, Dong Xian said, sounding quite experienced. A deep red glow appeared in the bomb maniac's hand. He pressed it ruthlessly against the little girl's wound, a Tachango motion. The unusual pain made the little girl's eyes snap open. She struggled to get up her right hand, groping blindly, as if searching for her dagger. Seeing that the wound was about to tear open again from her struggles, the bomb maniac panicked and slapped her hard, snapping her out of it. He then pointed to the scabbed wound on her stomach. Seeing the wound, she realized these people were treating her. She turned her head to look at her sleeping sister, and for the first time a sense of relief washed over her. "You are good people." "Thank you," she said. Dong Xian had figured it out. This little girl had long wanted to die. She had only held on for her sister. Now that she knew they were good people, she immediately lost the will to live. The bomb maniac was panicking too. If she didn't want to live, another slap wouldn't help. Then he remembered the words the girl had been murmuring in her sleep. "Daddy, daddy. Daddy, daddy." Hearing this, the little girl's lips twitched in a mix of exasperation and amusement, and she perked up again. With no time to worry about taste, the bomb maniac immediately exchanged for a portion of food from the shop. "Daddy, daddy." The bomb maniac shouted those two words, while miming eating with his hand near his mouth. The little girl pointed at her sister. Seeing this, Dong Xian also exchanged a portion of food and placed it beside the sister. Only then did the girl feel at ease and begin to eat. She had never tasted anything so delicious. Compared to the rats, cockroaches, and even wood shavings from the sewers, this was food from heaven itself. Watching the girl eat earnestly, everyone finally relaxed. It seemed there would be no major problems. They even had the mind to joke. "Look at her eating so happily. Could it be that we've been wrong all along and this food is actually good?" Kuan, "You're too ugly," also exchanged a portion of food for himself. After forcing down half of it, he couldn't eat anymore and handed it to Ji Yud. Ji Yud didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't think it tasted good either, but he could eat it. Having known poverty and hunger, he would never waste food. Yi Chun, who had just woken up, also witnessed this scene. He felt that the communication between players and natives was far from smooth. He couldn't expect every player to master a new language like roast chicken had without even needing to speak it. That would severely hinder the efficiency of earning points. He began searching the shop. Blank translator 5 points. Requires language database update to enable translation. This was perfect. Roast Chicken was already very interested, and with 2 more NPCs, he should quickly match most of Blue Star's language with the city's language. From then on, players could simply buy a translator from the shop and update its language pack. Simple. Yi Chen also noticed that the exchange cost for these basic items in the shop was low, probably to make things convenient for him. He hadn't expected to use it for the players. He began editing. Mission: First Contact Mission Objective: Update the blank translator's language content. Reward 300 points. Unlock new shop item. Translator 10 points. Although this mission rewarded 300 points, he would make a profit as long as 60 players exchanged for translators. A sure win. Everyone saw the mission, but it was clear that only Roast Chicken could complete it. Roast Chicken immediately accepted the mission and began updating the translator with his understanding of the correspondence between the two languages. The device scanned his brainwaves, so it was very fast. After the transfer, Roast Chicken exchanged for the first translator. Just then, they heard the little girl who had finished eating speak. "We should leave. Those cruel raiders will definitely find us. A new villainous faction. Little girl, you still haven't grasped the might of the fourth calamity. Hey, what are you sneering at over there? Roast Chicken, speak up." Jia Tianbang Er Jia, seeing Roast Chicken with a translator, and hearing the little girl's words, wore a cold sneer, unsure of what he was laughing at. "Haha, I understand too, this thing is really convenient. A new villainous faction appears. This game is great, no convoluted twists, just pure thrill. I will lead the charge." Kuan and I Tai Cho had already exchanged for a translator, understanding the little girl's words. "Was it you who saved us, big brother?" Jiadan Kwang Mo, without a translator, was utterly confused. Roast Chicken exchanged one for him. "Can you understand me now? Where do you come from and who are you?" "I am codename 031. This is my sister, codename 032. We escaped from the Raider Zhang who... They wanted us to find something in a deadly place, as if it were a mecha production device." A mecha production device. Now everyone, having exchanged for translators, heard 031's words. A mecha production device, new game equipment. This is definitely for us players. Dong Xian looked at the two sisters. "Your strength is far beyond ordinary people, and you even have the ability to turn into shadows. Why were you captured by them?" Sister 031 lifted her long hair, revealing a metal block at the back of her head. "They have a device there that can awaken some people's extraordinary abilities, but every 7 days a headache strikes, and you must input through that device again to resolve it. We were captured by others and sold to them. In a batch of 50, only my sister and I survived." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with indignation. These raiders were utterly inhuman. Then they were all brimming with excitement. "Indeed, we've finally left the newbie village. Mecha and superpowers are emerging. This must be our class selection path." Hee I plan to awaken a Sharingan, just casually get Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Kuin and Taicho fantasized about the future. Don't think too much. Do you think this is an ordinary game where you can awaken whatever you want? I think what you awaken in this game isn't up to you. Erja poured cold water on him. Sister 031 grew anxious seeing these people's nonchalant attitudes. They are very formidable, over 60 of them, and each possesses unique abilities. Especially the 3 leaders. No one has ever seen them fight, but everyone is terrified of them. Jia Dan Quang Mo calmed the 2 sisters. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Trust us. Hearing his words, the sisters finally settled down. Do you remember your former names? Sister 031 shook her head. I don't remember. It seems my memories were erased, only some common knowledge and words remain. You've been reborn. First give yourself a new name. You can use your original name later if you remember. Big brother, give my sister and me a name. Everyone could see that these 2 little girls clearly had a good impression of Jaden Kwang Mo, who had saved them. How about Nightingale and Night Crow? Your dark-type abilities match well. Tisk tisk, lucky you're a rich 2nd generation or you'd never find a wife. Exactly, a straight man, a total straight man. Hearing the others teasing, Jaden Kwang Mo looked embarrassed. He was an only child with no sister, usually didn't like dating and lacked experience. It was normal. It sounds great, big brother. It'll be Night Crow, my sister will surely like Nightingale. When these people didn't throw her and her dying sister into the zombie horde below, or even crueler, use them as food, she was willing to trust them. She also wanted to help these people. That place, they wanted us to find something. I don't know where it is. We were always blindfolded and taken there. Their base is in a large shopping mall 3 blocks north from here. It has 4 floors. The first floor is empty, full of traps. The second floor is where we slaves live. The third floor houses most of the raiders. And the fourth floor is only accessible to the 3 leaders. But honestly, I don't see any chance of you winning. Even if you had 10 times the numbers, it would probably be suicide. The weakest among them is stronger than me. And if I were healthy aside from him, I could kill you all. Night Crow pointed at Dong Xian. Jia Tianbang Erja laughed. Then you underestimate the player's imagination. If we don't toy with them in 7 or 8 different ways, we don't deserve to be called the 4th calamity. Roast Chicken caught on upon hearing this. It seems these raiders are a must deal with. The bank we're looking for is right next to that mall. Yi Chun within the space also received a system prompt. Detected rare energy reaction. Submitting it can earn a large amount of points and unlock special items. The system had thoughtfully marked the reaction source. It was the back of Night Crow and Nightingale's heads. This had to be obtained quickly. He needed to accelerate. To give players more motivation, Yi Chun planned to offer them a sweet taste. Quest: the first step to save the world. Quest content: eliminate the evil raider camp. Quest reward: unlock organization permissions. Players can submit to establish their own organizations, including, but not limited to, guilds, gangs, companies, sects, etc., with certain autonomous rights. Quest reward: 100 world contribution points. Quest reward: update the strength level system to help players better assess power changes. Note: establishing an organization requires exchanging for an expansion device and creating an independent spawn point. Upgrading the organization requires more spawn points and world contribution. Besides this quest, Yi Chun also simultaneously updated a world contribution system. Analyzing various content or novel things in the apocalypse world and completing certain tasks could earn world contribution. After the system prompt, everyone checked their own world contribution. Whoa, I already have 200 world contribution points. As soon as Ji You'd finished speaking, Roast Chicken displayed his world contribution. It was a full 1,000 points. Not only establishing the official website but also translating languages and perfecting NPC backgrounds had earned a lot of world contribution. This world contribution can also be traded. It seems it will be as important as points in the future. I wonder how much world contribution is needed to establish an organization. Roast Chicken had the highest world contribution among everyone. This was understandable, and Ji You'd felt no jealousy. It's also good. Some scenery enthusiasts or lore enthusiasts who don't like hunting zombies can study culture and history, earn world contribution to exchange for points. Everyone can enjoy the game their way. Haha, my Jia Tianbang is about to be established. Players who want to join Jia Tianbang, come quickly. Jia Tianbang Erja was excited. I will make the name Jia Tianbang resound across the universe. What a Chunibyu kid, he remarked. This update brings a lot of new content and everyone's quite excited. Still, Dong Xian is the one who calms down the quickest. Alright, this raider camp, relying solely on us won't cut it. We should each recruit more players, he said. With more players, it might become a mixed bag. How about we pool 3 shares of points, exchange them for 3 expansion devices, and set up 3 new spawn points? Let those players spawn at other locations, so we can keep a safe haven here. That won't work. Even if we set up new spawn points, others can still choose whichever they want. Didn't you notice the game system also added a suggestion box? We can try using that. Everyone opened the game system and indeed found a newly added suggestion box. Suggestion box, submit one suggestion for 10 points. If it gains support from 3/4 of the players related to the suggestion, it enters the approval process. Once approved, it takes effect. This was also a method Chen came up with. With so few people now having to figure out the planning himself every time was both tiring and boring. When the numbers grow, it would be exhausting. Let the players think for him, and he could even recycle points. How wonderful was that? He could just stay in his space, fish, watch movies, eat and drink, keep a grip on the big picture, and wait to become invincible. Damn it, what's up with this game? Do the players have to do all the planning themselves? Yeah, this game company is doing way too little. They're leaving everything to the players. You should be glad. What if the game throws some annoying rule at you? Then you'd miss the suggestion box. As they chatted, Dong Xian had already drafted his suggestion. Player Dong Xian's suggestion: respected administrator, please designate the original spawn point as a special spawn point, allowing only current players in the game to respawn there. This will serve as our foundation in this world. After Dong Xian finished editing his suggestion, all other online players received a system prompt. Please carefully read Dong Xian's suggestion and choose whether to agree. Ji Yud agree. Zaishenbang Erza agree. Wuling Shang Jiangjuan agree. It passed unanimously and the suggestion appeared on Yi Chen's page. Yi Chen thought it over and agreed directly. A good plan. It barely affected him and made things safer. Treating these beta testers well would make them work harder, and it cost him no points. Time to edit. Suggestion adopted: reward all pioneer beta testers with the title Torchbearer. Designate the primeval land as a special spawn point where only players with the Torchbearer title may choose to respawn. Damn, that was fast, Zaishenbang Erza said in surprise. Ji Yud was also a bit shocked. Is this thing being reviewed by a human? Before he could finish, another suggestion was submitted. Everyone, as if possessed, chose to agree again. Player Kuan Ni Tai chose suggestion: respected administrator, I am a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. I wish to become the spokesperson for this game. Please reward me with 10,000 points. Yi Chen saw this and chuckled. Violation of game fairness: the proposer is deducted 10 points, and all who agreed are deducted 5 points. Seeing this message, Kuan Ni Taicho gave an awkward smile. Hell, looks like this AI is pretty smart after all. Alright, the enemy doesn't know about us yet, so we have the first mover advantage. Let's quickly exchange for expansion devices, start recruiting players, and launch a swift attack on the raider camp. We might not only get the ability awakening device, but also the mecha production line. Good. I'll spend my own points to buy an expansion device which will serve as the spawn point for our Zaishenbang in the future, said Zaishenbang Erza. I'll buy one too as a perk for my fans, Ji Yud chimed in. I'll also buy one myself, Dong Xian chose as well. He was the strongest and actually had the most points. Hey bro, why do you need one? Are you planning to start your own organization? Let me be the deputy leader. Go play somewhere else. Dong Xian had seen the potential of this game and planned to call in some of his retired buddies. It wasn't obvious now, but when the player count grew, people would definitely use real money to buy in-game points, equipment, and properties, because this was essentially a second life. The three each purchased an expansion device, and together with everyone else they also bought one more. There was no way around it. The game system had to ensure a free anchor point for players without an organization to log into. Otherwise those players would randomly appear at other organizations' spawn points, which would be rather awkward. With the purchase of the expansion devices, Yi Chen noticed that the system's range of influence had increased. Players could now venture farther. The node itself could also move, but only after players had set up a spawn point could it be freely relocated. Brothers, hold on. See that 3-story villa next to the park across the street? Let's clear it out first, set it as the new free spawn point, and then recruit players. It'll be better to deal with our respective organizational camps after we take down that raider camp together. Alright, OJBK. No problem, let's get to work. The bomb maniac stayed behind with Wuling Shang Jiangjun to watch over the two little girls, while the rest followed Dong Xian. The building was only about 500 meters away from the room. Moving cautiously to avoid attracting the zombies roaming the streets, they quickly cleared out the 3-story villa. Alright, he said. All contributors vote jointly on whether to set a spawn point here. Agree. 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 Spawn point set successfully. Alright brothers, time to go find people. Yi Chen also realized that his personal space could now be moved directly to this spawn point. He could emerge at any point from either his original location or this new one. With even greater safety, Yi Chen reclined more comfortably. It was getting late, so everyone took a break and returned to Blue Star. Even Ji Yud left. He didn't have much to do, but he planned to recruit people in his live stream. But before he could speak, someone in the livestream spoke up first. Where are the Zaishenbang members? Zaishenbang Urza sent a rare colorful bullet comment in the stream. Zaishenbang's poop officer am here. Zaishenbang's dung collector am here. Zaishenbang's laxative officer am here. Now our Zaishenbang is bursting with talent. Truly a cause for celebration. Zaishenbang Daza was making the final summary. Hey, Zaishenbang Urza hadn't expected so many people to be from their group chat. A bunch of like-minded lunatics who hated following the rules. Brothers, the time has come for Zaishenbang to make a name for ourselves. Single members of the Zaishenbang group, come to me for beta test keys. Zaishenbang Daza, what's the deal? Are married guys not allowed? We all log in at night. Don't you have to pay your dues to the wife? No discipline won't do. What's the big deal? I just want charge her up. You'd made a rare appearance on the livestream in person. Brothers, our survival group also has beta test slots. Anyone interested can sign up, but no haters allowed. A 10-year veteran fan uninvited, give me a beta slot, and I'll return you a prosperous era, said Cyberlittledo without JJ. With a username like that, it's hard to believe you're an old fan. I'm going to, said the leader of the Sweet Princess sect. Count me in, I want to protect Sweet Princess, said the second-in-command of the Sweet Princess sect. Even if I carry the abyss on my back, I can still protect Sweet Princess, said the combat captain of the Sweet Princess sect. Yud was bewildered. Brothers, what's going on? Where did this Sweet Princess come from in our livestream? Although I'm cute and handsome and very charming, you can't be perverts. Ugh, you're making me sick to my stomach. Stop being disgusting. The only thing sweet about you is the antonym. Streamer, go check the official website. They updated Sweet Princess' personal background. Recruiting could wait. You'd had to first see what this Sweet Princess was all about. Opening the official website, the big spender bomb maniac was impressive, updating quickly. They had just met 2 NPC girls today, and the content was already updated. 031 Night Crow, 032 Nightingale. Mutants stimulated by abduction and trafficking, their memories erased yet still harboring kindness. In this cruel apocalyptic world, they had bloomed into pure white and holy flowers. There was also a picture, the very one taken when they were discovered, of the sister Night Crow protecting Nightingale. Night Crow was resilient and brave, while Nightingale was pitiful and endearing. Above this was the first friendly NPC big boss they had encountered, the little girl in white. Her profile had now changed. Her name was Yun Tiantian, a kind boss suspected to be a naturally awakened mutant for non-natural awakening. See the entries for Night Crow and Nightingale sisters' lawful good alignment. Below was a selected excerpt from Yun Tiantian's diary. Full details in the attachment. The weather was fine in the morning and Mom took me to school. An old lady upstairs saw me and said, "Hello, little beauty." I said loudly, "Hello, big beauty." The old lady laughed heartily and gave me a cookie with a little bear on it. I fell at home in the evening. Mom told me, "Don't cry, you're a princess." But it hurt so much I had to cry. I'm a big bear. I was a bit unhappy today. I wanted to change my name, but Mom wouldn't let me. I've had this name for years. I feel like my name has rusted. Mom and Dad were both panicked today with wounds on their hands. They locked the door, tightly blocked it with a cabinet, and locked me in my room. I saw Dad tie Mom up, then tie himself up too, both behind the door. They were crying. I didn't want them to cry. Mom and Dad seemed to have become immortals. They didn't need to eat, and every day they danced with the uncle and aunt across the street. I felt like I had grown a brain and I could make Mom and Dad obey me. A group of people suddenly appeared. They didn't know there was a big head above. But it was okay, I stopped the big head last time and didn't let it go down to hurt others. The uncle and aunt across the street stopped dancing. I knew Mom and Dad were dead. They said when people die they become stars in the sky. It seemed I could fly. Mom and Dad must have let me go find them. Why does this crappy game do such a good job on useless details? Don't they mind wasting money? Although their encounter was brief, the little girl flying in the air left a deep impression on Ji-Yud. She felt very real. After all, she was the first NPC he had met who could communicate. And she wasn't rigid at all. She wasn't like a pre-programmed response. She could even react based on Ji-Yud and the others' responses. Streamer, why are your eyes red? The streamer just got a brick in his eye thrown by the little girl. Streamer, don't get all sentimental. Focus on getting stronger. You led such an innocent little girl to the mech base. Don't let them catch her for experiments and turn her dark. Damn, that could actually happen. The mechs looked righteous, but you never know. No more dwelling on it, no more dwelling on it. Let's sign up quickly. Streamer, what do the monsters look like? How many are there? What's their defense? Ji-Yud thought for a moment. Don't know. About 60. Don't know. Love it, love it. A streamer who knows nothing when asked. My favorite kind. Anyway, we just know the enemies have powers, and if we take them down, we can awaken powers too. Players who can respawn afraid of a few villain NPCs. Ridiculous. Today, whoever fights alongside me is my brother. Let's go. As long as we can break their defense, well, pile on even a god. Besides Ji Yud and Jia Tianbang Erja, others were also recruiting friends to join the game. Dong Xian made a call. Class monitor, come play a game. What game? I'm old, don't want to play. Tired. It's absolutely thrilling, absolutely real, and you can make money. You won't regret it, trust me. Call the guys to join in. Alright, send me a link. No link needed. I'll send you the beta access directly. Hanging up, Dong Xian directly sent beta access to the class monitor and his teammates. He just needed to convince the class monitor. If the class monitor joined, the others would definitely follow without hesitation. Jixia Shaoxin arrived at school hesitating. He also had some points and could invite some players for the beta. Lately, besides teaming up to fight monsters, he had been studying the tech and industry inside the game. He had some clues, but it was still a bit slow and he was short on people. Hey Xiao Zhang, Xiao Luo, Xiao Wang. What is it, teacher? The three of them, hearing their advisor call them, felt a jolt in their hearts. Their thesis was still making no progress. The experiment had no results yet. The project was still lagging behind. Their hearts raced. Do you like games? Are you interested in playing a game? Huh? What's going on? The teacher is telling us to play games. Testing us? It didn't seem like it. The teacher had always been straightforward about games. Occasionally I relax during breaks from research. Same here, X2. Alright then. That game won't interfere with your rest or work time, and it'll help you relax. It's good. Stay up a bit later tonight and he'll send you the access. Leaving their advisor, the three returned to their desks and opened the group chat. What's with the teacher? Telling us to play games. I heard the higher-ups want some educational games. Maybe this is it and they want us to test it. Probably. At the teacher's age, any game he plays is bound to be boring. I want something exciting. Survival rode together tonight. Okay, let's play something thrilling first, so we don't fall asleep testing the teacher's game. That evening, before they could start their gaming session, they found the delivery at their homes. Damn, the teacher's in a hurry. I just got home and the package was already at the door. Looks like it's urgent and important. Oh well, this is the first time the teacher has asked us to do a task after school. It's already pretty good. My other classmates have it worse. They'll have a cup of coffee and start. They all tore open their packages. Now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to call this a fully immersive game. Is the teacher short on cash and about to walk down a path of no return? And we have to pick names. Then I must be called Mechanical God. Entering the game. Holy shit, holy shit. It really is a fully immersive game. Where did the teacher get this black tech? I was wrong about you, teacher. You do love us. This wind, this smell, this touch. Damn, I could write my thesis in here. Give me unlimited materials and I can recreate every experiment. Ahem, calm down, alright now. Someone patted Mechanical God on the shoulder to quiet him down. Mechanical God turned his head and saw Mechanical Colossus, Mechanical over God. Clearly they were fellow disciples. Our sect sure has some unspoken understanding. Since everything is fully simulated here, I wonder if the physics are the same. I want to build an atomic bomb from scratch. Hey, by the way, where's the teacher? The two pointed behind him. Mechanical God turned around and saw Mechanical Lesser God. Holy mother of. Teacher, you're still one of the top-tier giants in our country's mechanical field. Do you really need to be this low-key? Mechanical God frantically searched for how to change his name in this crappy game. Did he need to pay real money? Stop looking. You can't change it and there's no need to. Teacher, why didn't you tell us earlier? We three never saw this coming. Alright, it's fine. Just play the game and don't reveal my real identity. You guys get a feel for things first. They were all late to the party. The Jia Tian gang members had already logged in long ago along with Dong Xian's comrades. Brothers, this is our first big collective event in the Doomsday game, and also the first major event for our new brothers. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Everyone should take some time to adapt. We have a few brave warriors from Jia Tian gang who have decided to scout ahead for us. As he spoke, Jia Tian gang Big Jia stepped forward with 5 rats clinging to him. These are the core members of our Jia Tian gang, willing to transform into rat form to scout for us. Jia Tian gang Jin Mao Shu, Jia Tian gang Jerry, Jia Tian gang Shu Ku, Jia Tian gang Bei Ta, Jia Tian gang Big Cousin. Holy shit, what legends. Someone actually wants to play as a rat. This was part of Yi Chen's earlier plan. Rat and dog forms cost very few points but could sometimes play a huge role, so he simply made it available for anyone who wanted to try. Hey, just look at their names and you know they're true fans. All famous movie rats. Awesome, awesome. If these rats get fire abilities, won't they become flame rats? The 5 rats jumped off Jia Tiangang Big Jia and charged straight toward the raiders' hideout. All 5 were live streaming so everyone could watch and take screenshots for analysis. Other veteran players were luring zombies outside to give the new players a taste of the action. "See, you have to hit them in the head," said Kuan and I Taicho, who tirelessly showed new players how to blow zombies' heads off, making them vomit one after another. "So satisfying, so fun. You should stab through the eye socket to blow the head off. The squelching sound looks even cooler. Holy shit, there's a freak here." Kuan and I Taicho turned to look at the girl who spoke. Harley the Jester Girl. A female player carrying a steel pipe watching zombie headshots with great enthusiasm. She was very pretty, especially with her big sparkling eyes. "Bro, can I give it a try?" Kuan and I Taicho lured another zombie and expertly pushed it into a trap. The Jester Girl walked up to it. The zombie lay on the ground, still clawing at her. She showed no fear, only excitement. She raised the steel pipe and jabbed it straight through the zombie's eye socket. Blyu! She pushed too hard, the zombie's eye burst and the eyeball flew out along the pipe. The Jester Girl burst into laughter, bouncing the eyeball with her pipe. "Bro, look, it's so much fun." All the new players watching vomited. Even Kuan and I Taicho was a bit disturbed. "Alright sis, there's no need to go that far. Just put it out of its misery." Yichun woke up stretched and grabbed some steamed buns. Seeing the flood of new players, he knew that with Ji Yud and the others leading the way, they would adapt quickly and earn even more points. He was just feeling happy when he turned and saw the Jester Girl's actions, nearly throwing up. But clearly this Jester Girl was exceptionally gifted. Maybe I should create some hidden classes for the chosen ones or hidden quests for these gifted players, just to enjoy the thrill of being the wise old man in the ring. Apart from the overly curious newbies watching Kuan and I Taicho and his zombie antics, everyone else was gathered in the hall, watching the livestream from the 5 Jia Tiangang rats. This was a feature Ji Yud and the others had requested from Yichun. Yichun was very generous. 1 point per hour, and he activated it for just 5 points. What an absolute philanthropist. Watching a live stream of the game while in the game. This feels pretty novel. Jia Tiangang second Jia grinned and turned to ask Jia Tiangang Big Jia boss, "Where did you find these talents?" "All attracted by my personal charisma. It's not something I can easily explain." On the screen, the 5 rats were sprinting desperately according to their mental map, their tiny limbs churning furiously. Jia Tiangang Jin Mao Shu. Holy shit, these zombies have no standards. They eat rats. Aren't they afraid of catching the plague? Despite their small size, some zombies still spotted them and lunged. Jia Tiangang Jerry. They're already zombies. What do they care about the plague? Watch out. Oh shit, run. Don't save me. You have to complete the mission. A zombie cat suddenly pounced and pinned Jerry down with 1 claw. The other 4 rats didn't even pause and kept running. Jia Tiangang Jerry. Holy shit, this isn't how I imagined it. You're really not going to save me. It's just 1 zombie cat. We 5 could take it. Jia Tiangang Bei Ta. Just hurry up and die. It's a game. Do we really need to act out brotherly loyalty? Can't you see the zombies closing in? Jerry out. Jia Tiangang Shu Ku. Holy shit, what's this sewer? What the hell is this thing? As soon as Shu Ku fell into the sewer, he was swarmed by a group of blood-red earthworms. Unlike normal earthworms, these had mouths on both sides of their bodies. Shu Ku committed suicide without a second's hesitation. Shu Ku out. The remaining 3, Jin Mao Shu, Bei Ta, and Big Cousin, were clever enough to finally make it to the enemy raiders' camp. They decided to rest before scouting further. Dong Xian's squad leader began his analysis. This man truly was Dong Xian's squad leader. Even his in-game name was that straightforward. From the footage, there are 3 large zombie clusters along this route, 1 at a school, and the other 2 in residential areas. These places are especially packed with zombies. The rats could get through without attracting attention, but we might not be so lucky. There are nearly 10,000 zombies in total. We need to figure out a way to deal with them or lure them away first. Since we need to lure the zombies away and also take care of those raiders, why not just lead the zombies straight to the raiders' camp? Someone raised this doubt. That won't work. If the other side sees someone luring zombies to their place, they'll definitely kill that person in advance. It'll only be half-hearted and will alert the enemy. Before Dongshuan's class monitor could speak, someone else chimed in. Everyone was still pondering this issue. Look, the 3 of them have gone in. The 3 were clever. They didn't take the same path but split up. The white-bellied rat climbed up the wall, Beta entered from the back, and Big Cousin dashed straight in through the front door. Damn, these people aren't human, they're beasts. In the hall on the first floor, a large pile of bleached bones was accumulated, most of which appeared to be human bones. These raiders not only used the slaves they sold as test subjects, but also treated them as food. The staircase on the first floor had been completely destroyed, leaving no way up. Big Cousin spotted a rope above. Those people must have used it to go up and down. Just as Big Cousin was worrying about how to ascend, a rope was thrown down from above, with a small piece of dark meat tied to the end. Trying to fish for me, huh? Big Cousin didn't stand on ceremony. Ignoring the meat, he grabbed the rope and scrambled up in a flash. A little boy missing one leg showed shock in his dull eyes. He reacted quickly. Those who reacted slowly were long dead. He threw away the rope, gripping a shard of glass wrapped in cloth tightly, his palm cut and bleeding. His eyes were fierce, and he made growling sounds like a wolf. Big Cousin had just climbed up and hadn't even steadied himself when the glass slashed at him. Thanks to his small, agile body, he rolled to dodge the fatal attack, but a patch of fur on his head was shaved off, leaving him bald. Ouch, damn it! Big Cousin instinctively wanted to slap the kid, but then he realized he was now a mouse on a reconnaissance mission. He chose to scurry away instead. The entire second floor erupted into chaos. Dozens of slaves all rose and chased Big Cousin like madmen. Suddenly someone's hair turned into steel needles, stabbing at Big Cousin. Someone's palm transformed into a tiger claw, swiping at him. Someone began to dance, and Big Cousin's mind grew dazed. In a moment of carelessness, he was caught. Instantly, over a dozen hands grabbed him. The next moment, he was torn apart, and those people damn, this picture, this scene. It's terrifyingly real. If I didn't know this was a game, I'd think it was a documentary. Did you see that? When Big Cousin's head fell off, his seized body twitched a few times involuntarily. The detail is insane. Damn it, these beasts don't treat people like people at all. They're still kids. I'm watching them go mad. They're beyond saving. Big Cousin is out. Now only the white-bellied rat and Beta were left. The white-bellied rat noticed Big Cousin was already on the second floor, so he didn't stop there and climbed straight up to the third floor. His body was that of a white hamster, looking very cute. Hey, damn, something's up. Why am I flying? The white-bellied rat suddenly floated, involuntarily wobbling, until he landed on the chest of a majestic figure. Oh my, in this day and age, there's still such a pretty little hamster. So cute. A tall, stunning woman with fiery red hair held the white-bellied rat in front of her. He's a spy. Kill him. Suddenly turning into a rat doesn't seem so bad. The white-bellied rat was dizzy but hadn't forgotten his mission. He quickly shook his little head, scanning his surroundings and looking at the others. Looking around, are you hungry? I have some snacks for you. The fierce woman held the white-bellied rat suspended in the air. She picked up a small box from the ground, opened it, took out something, and shoved it into the rat's mouth. Ugh! Many viewers of the livestream retched. The thing she took out was clearly a dried human finger. Although the white-bellied rat was in mouse form, he absolutely could not accept such a scenario. Damn it, game ratings are absolutely necessary. Does this game really have to be so extreme? No food in the apocalypse, so you use this as a snack. The game is just this realistic. When the apocalypse really comes, you'll see. The white-bellied rat kept turning his head left and right, refusing to eat. The binding force on him grew stronger, and his internal organs felt like they were about to explode. Sister Hong, this little thing doesn't know what's good for him. How about you give him to me? I found this lipstick a couple of days ago. Trade you for him. A burly man wearing only a pair of shorts approached with a lipstick in his hands. Sister Hong had lost interest in the rat. With a casual wave, she took the lipstick and tossed the white-bellied rat to the man. Get lost. Yes, Sister Hong. The man's face lit up with excitement as he caught the thrown rat, even gently smoothing its fur. He skipped happily to a corner, avoiding everyone. A tough guy with a soft heart. Usually big guys like this are kind-hearted and love animals. They can't stand to see them hurt. Then why is he here? Are we supposed to step in and make him turn over a new leaf? If he's eaten human flesh, I'm definitely killing him. Not necessarily. This guy seems to have some status. He's only afraid of Sister Hong. Others seem afraid of him. As the viewers watched the stream, they thought that even if this man wasn't a good person, he was at least a villain who loved animals. The white-bellied rat might last longer and gather more intel. But the rat held firmly by the man decisively committed suicide. The white-bellied rat is out. This disgusted the white-bellied rat, and just as he was about to lose his temper, a shout came. Damn, brother Beta has reached the 4th floor. Before he could even look, damn, Beta got taken out in a flash. The screen went black. Beta was out. Damn, Beta, couldn't you have died a little slower? So fast we didn't even see anything. I just saw a flash of light and the screen went black. Everyone was stunned. When the other 4 members of the Jiayan gang died, there was still some story. But when it came to Beta, he just died without any explanation. It seems the 3 leaders on the 4th floor are indeed very powerful. Soon before the crowd could come to their senses, the big screen that was live streaming the 5 rats projected 4 photos almost identical with only slight differences. These are frames captured from the replay of Jiayan Gang Beta's livestream. There are only 4, meaning he was killed within a quarter of a second after appearing on the 4th floor. At that moment Jian Gang Beta was also revived. They all had points. Since they had chosen the rat form, dying once wouldn't revoke their beta testing qualification. The 4 rats were still in rat form, crouching on Jinmao Rat's human form. Damn awesome. How can the enemy even play with us? We can see through them so easily. Wait, look. Aren't those 2 mechas? In the picture, a burly man with a thick beard looking a bit like Li Kuei sat in the center. On each side of him stood a silver-white mecha warrior. The 2 mecha warriors were fully encased in their armor. In their left hands was a cylinder-like object, and in their right hands they held a unique sword hilt. Their faces were covered by pure black helmets that concealed their entire faces. The overall structure resembled a spacesuit, but was much more streamlined. So this is what a mecha looks like. It seems much weaker than the mecha warriors we saw flying in the sky during Xiao De's livestream. Kuan-Ai Taicho was very puzzled. Are you stupid? That one is obviously military grade while this one is clearly for bandits. How could they be the same? This is probably a civilian mecha, at most a decommissioned military model, Jian Gang Erja explained disdainfully. A mecha? That's a mecha. If we conquer this camp we can play with a mecha. What's a mecha compared to trash? Watch my Buddha's wrathful lotus flame. I want to become a 5-element grand archmage. Flesh is weak, embrace the machine. Join the glorious evolution. The rescued Yaya and Yang also arrived at this place with the bomb maniac. Seeing so many people they were a bit scared. Under the bomb maniac's comfort they also discovered that although this group of people seemed a bit crazy, they all appeared to be very kind. We have seen these 2 mechas before and witnessed them in action. They have no special functions, just greater strength. The left hand holds a flamethrower, and the right hand holds an energy greatsword. The mecha building device they asked us to find is much more powerful than this. Yang gathered her courage to explain to everyone, hoping to help them eliminate those terrifying raiders. Wow, this NPC, the intelligence, the detail. Are you sure she's not a staff member from their company in disguise? Could it be a cross-dresser? Damn, she looks just like a real person. If she didn't say it herself, who would recognize her as an NPC? The key point. Do you know what the key point is? The mecha building device. We can get a mecha for each of us. Seeing the appearance of the Yaya and Yang sisters, the players' thoughts immediately diverged. They shifted from how to attack the raiders' lair to how intelligent this NPC was, whether there was a hidden quest, and whether they could unlock a special play mode. Ahem. The squad leader of Dongxian spoke up. Miss, please tell us more about their situation, so we can prepare better. Let's start from the beginning. He switched the screen to the first level. They extracted frames from each of the Jian Gang 5 Rats live streams that showed the first level, roughly piecing together a complete picture. Yea pointed at the screen and said, "The first level is nothing special, just empty ground. Any traps are set up temporarily. The zombie hordes in the city often pass through here, so even if there were many mechanisms they would be useless. Usually traps are only set up temporarily when they know an enemy is coming to attack." Enemy coming to attack. The squad leader of Dongxian immediately caught this key point. Who is the enemy? How many are there? How do they attack? Yea shook her head. I'm not sure how many there are. Anyway, they seem to be able to control zombies simply, and the zombies don't bite them. Every time they first drive ordinary zombies to attack. But their control time is also limited. The squad leader of Dongxian carefully noted this information. It seemed the situation in this city was quite complex. However, upon hearing Yaya's words, some players got excited. Controlling zombies. Damn, that's awesome. Could it be a hidden faction or a hidden class? I wonder how to trigger it. I want to join. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. It's like raising zombie babies. I like this kind of play. Harley Quinn, carrying the bloodstained steel pipe, leaned against Kuan-Ai Taicho. Ugly brother, this seems really fun. Should we go find them? Kuan-Ai Taicho looked at this beautiful girl carrying such a weapon, feeling a twisted sense of beauty and a bit of excitement inside. Alright, don't rush. Let's finish listening first, then we'll go find them together. But the process might be a bit disgusting. We might have to disguise ourselves as zombies and smear some zombie blood on ourselves. Hee, perfect timing. I've already prepared. Harley Quinn opened the water bottle beside her, and a foul stench immediately rushed out. She had originally planned to disguise herself as a zombie to see if she could sneak through. Close it. The smell is too strong. Kuan-Ai Taicho was shocked. Was this person a lunatic in the real world on Blue Star? What was going on here? At that moment, deep inside the Akaz Ban Mental Hospital on Blue Star, 2 old nurses were looking through the tempered glass at Harley Quinn, who was sleeping soundly inside. Sigh, such a beautiful girl. How did she end up with this illness? Don't say that. She doesn't think she's sick. She's been liking to sleep lately. Sleeping is good. It keeps her from scaring people. The two old nurses turned and left, leaving Harley alone in the game. On the pure white walls, words written in her own blood were everywhere. Oops, the blood is a bit light today. Tomorrow I'll ask the nurses to give me some more iron. Why don't I have a new roommate? Is it because the last roommate's head fell off? It's not Harley's fault. She said it herself. If Harley had the guts, she could twist her head off. Is there any way to rescue the children on the second floor? In the room, the squad leader of Dongshin was asking Yea. Although it was just a task in the game, he still hoped to save these children. Everyone had their own way of playing the game. He wouldn't force others to be like him, but he himself chose to do this. Yea shook her head. It's hopeless. They are already insane, their minds in chaos. We were the latest batch of test subjects, and they have all been turned into complete tools by that machine. My sister and I can't get close to that place either. They can use that machine to drive all test subjects into a state of frenzied killing. Dongshin nodded, giving up the idea of rescuing them. Before he could have Yea look at the situation on the third floor, he saw Jixia Shaoxin leading a few people over, holding something that looked like a toy airplane. The people behind him were very excited. What's going on, brother? Any thoughts? The mechanical prodigy placed the toy plane in Dongshin's squad leader's hands. I think this thing might be very helpful to us, so let me introduce it first. If it's useful, we can arrange it into the plan. I've been studying the energy gun from the supply crate that Xiao De got, and I found that the structure itself isn't complicated. With the right materials, we can definitely make it. The key issue is the energy source. It's a complete black box, and I don't know how to handle it. But these past 2 days after the bomb maniac exchanged for an ability, I discovered that abilities can be used as energy. So this fighter jet is totally achievable. We can have players in rat form exchange for abilities, then they can operate this player fighter jet. Also, I improved the front end. As long as you input energy, it can fire attacks similar to the energy gun. I wonder if this little thing will be useful for our attack on the raider camp. It's incredibly useful. How many of these can you make in total? My apprentices and I can make 5 in total. The main issue is the scarcity of materials. Some materials we don't even know what they are, so we have to salvage from existing stuff. Alright, 5 is enough. Very useful. Please make them as soon as possible. Originally, I had a 50% chance of success in this attack to destroy the raider camp. With these 5 little planes now, I have a 70% chance. With a 10% chance, players would already go for it, let alone 70%. The mechanical prodigy took his apprentices to build the planes. The scene shifted to the third floor. Tap tap. Night Crow and Nightingale saw the images on the third floor, and a surge of bad memories flooded back. They instinctively shrank behind the bomb maniac. The bomb maniac held their cold little hands. It's okay, these are just photos. Night Crow steadied himself, took a deep breath, and began to speak. That woman with the great figure, her alias is the Bride. She's connected to the 3 leaders and is very powerful. Her ability is telekinesis. She can control 10 flying blades at once. She's also the one in charge of us slaves. She looks pretty, but her methods are vicious. That big guy, his alias is Iron Block. His ability is body enhancement, and he's also formidable. With one punch, he can smash through the walls of this room. Then Night Crow recounted all the ability users she had seen. The scene shifted to the 4th floor. I haven't seen the 3 leaders fight. Alright, that's enough. Go get some rest. If you remember anything else, you can contact me. The bomb maniac led the 2 away, leaving the other players to discuss. Jin Mao Shu spoke first. This mission feels really tough. We don't have many ability users, and we don't have a huge numerical advantage either. Erja added. Yeah, aside from being able to respawn, I can't think of any other advantage we have. The newbie, naive and innocent, said, Isn't being able to respawn enough? We can all just charge in. Even if 10 of us trade for one of them, we'd still win. That won't work. They have mechs. We might not even be able to break their defenses. The bomb maniac who had just sent the 2 back walked out. I can make bombs. I've collected a lot of new materials, so I can definitely make more. Good, that's even better. They'll go ask the mechanical prodigy if they can make gliders. We'll go online tonight and officially launch the attack. The players began to strategize. Meanwhile, a scout from the raider camp had also discovered the players' gathering place. Boss, there's a large survivor camp in the small building next to the park. I don't know where they came from, but it looks like there are a lot of people. How strong are they? Not sure. Not many have shown their strength, but most of them seem like ordinary people. They still look afraid of the zombies. Did they come from one of those shelters? I know. There are at least 5 more shelters in this city that haven't been discovered. Don't tip them off. Keep observing and try to find the shelter. Got it, boss. The scrawny green rat was covered in the stench of zombies to mask his human scent. He crouched cautiously in the grass, observing the small building in front of him. Hey, are you taking a dump? With high combat instincts, Green Rat didn't look back. Instead, he rolled forward, then turned around. His body instantly shifted into a camouflage pattern like a chameleon blending into the environment. He aimed his crossbow at the direction of the voice, only to see a man in a zombie robe holding a steel pipe with an awkward expression, and a woman in a zombie robe looking puzzled yet excited. The two were Kuan-Ai Taicho and Harley Quinn, who had just come out. Earlier, they had volunteered to scout the movements of the zombie hordes. Not everyone could tolerate the strong stench on their bodies. In this game, pain could be adjusted, but the sense of smell couldn't. Hey, I thought you were a zombie just now. Don't be scared. Kuan-Ai Taicho put down the steel pipe and even greeted him. They must be from a shelter. Only people from a shelter would be so naive and foolish as to speak out loud. A shelter. A clean, safe room where you could even shower. What a great place. Why would any idiot come out? 1,000 thoughts raced through Green Rat's mind. Kuan-Ai Taicho, being straightforward, immediately started a live stream and tagged Gu. Brothers, I think we've been discovered. We've run into a raider scout. But don't worry, he seems to think we're idiots. Jia Tianbang Air Jia immediately joined the live stream. Good thing it's you. Playing the idiot is totally your natural talent. It's seamless, so he won't suspect a thing. Jiuda asked anxiously. Where? Should we surround him so he can't report back? Kuan-Ai Taicho glanced at the walkie-talkie-like device faintly visible on Green Rat. Forget it, I think he has a walkie-talkie. We're probably exposed. Don't come over. I'll keep talking to him and see if I can get more intel. Are you taking a dump? Harley Quinn persisted in asking. Green Rat didn't speak, but quickly contacted his boss. Boss, I've been discovered. They're definitely from a shelter. The two of them look very naive and foolish. Should I trick them into coming back to the base? Sure. Try to lead them out a bit. I'll send someone to pick you up. Kuan-Ai Taicho also turned to Harley Quinn and said, Don't talk later. Let's see if I can trick him into taking us back to their base. The two sides' intentions were surprisingly aligned. The main reason was that these raiders didn't understand the players. Who would have thought these people weren't afraid of death, didn't feel pain, and could even commit suicide at will? Green Rat understood the boss message. He lowered his crossbow and gradually stopped using his camouflage ability. Oh, so you're fellow humans. I thought you were zombies. I almost attacked. We survivors must help each other. Yes, I think so too. To achieve the great rejuvenation of humanity and completely eliminate the zombie crisis, we must all help each other. As he spoke, his face still bore an expression of unrecognized talent. The livestream audience began crafting a persona for Kuan-Ai Taicho. Yes, that expression is perfect. You're a true veteran actor. Remember, your persona is an idiot who ran away from home to unite humanity. Yes, with your crazy little sister, you're a hopeful idealist. They'll definitely want to take you back and deal with you properly. With the full support of the livestream audience and Kuan-Ai Taicho's inherent foolishness, Green Rat readily believed him. It seemed he still held a glimmer of hope for human nature in the apocalypse, much like the woman who came out last time. What a pity I didn't get my turn. People from the shelter are 100 times more tender than those in the wasteland. Truly a kindred spirit. We're formally establishing a community of universal harmony and mutual aid. Are you interested in visiting? Yes, yes, yes. I absolutely must. I need to show those people. What people? Those. Brother, Harley interrupted Kuan-Ai Taicho's words with a sudden stroke of genius. He didn't want to say much anyway, too much would ring false, making him seem not naive but brain-dead. Brother, are you squatting here to take a dump too? Kuan-Ai Taicho confirmed that little Harley was definitely mentally challenged. Luckily, this was just a game and there was no real danger. Green Rat, watching this scene, had already concocted a narrative, a stupid brother, who believed everyone in the apocalypse would help each other, running away from the shelter with his crazy sister to seek medical treatment and prove his ideals. It's a good thing they ran into him, or otherwise they wouldn't have made it to Urshan Bridge before dying. Come on, I'll take you to our camp. Green Rat pointed the way, and they walked side by side in one direction. The three moved cautiously. Though they had smeared themselves with zombie fluids, they were too conspicuous as a group. Several times they narrowly escaped, triggering a riot among the horde. They reached the raider camp safely. Wow, what a beautiful big sister. Little Harley rushed over without any hesitation to hug the bride that Jean Mao Rat had seen earlier. The leader had just sent the bride with some people to meet Green Rat, but since the two were so obedient, they came back without any trouble. The bride didn't need to act, but she had confirmed one thing: Kuan-Ai Taicho was indeed a delusional idiot, and Harley was a lunatic. With a thud, Harley hugged the bride. Little sister, you need to eat well. Like this? No wonder they only let me drink porridge every day. So angry, so angry. Let's go. It's too dangerous down here. I'll take you upstairs first. The bride activated her ability, lifting Kuin and Taicho and little Harley into the air and flying them to the 3rd floor. Damn, this woman can fly 2 people. 10 flying blades might not be her limit. I need to be cautious. Hang in there, Kuin and Taicho. Hold out until the honey trap before surrendering. Good. Keep talking. No matter what, we're winning. The bride brought them up, not wanting them to see the scenes on the 1st and 2nd floors. If they did, even idiots would know they weren't good people, leaving only threats and torture. Unsafe and troublesome, especially if the idealist turned out to be stubborn. On the 3rd floor, Kuin and Taicho looked around. The environment was relatively clean, with a few rooms and others intense. It looked like a survivor camp if you ignored the strange dried meat hanging everywhere. So this is a camp where everyone helps each other. I knew it. Everyone must be like this, united for humanity's survival. As he said this, stifled laughter echoed through the building. Even the bride couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yes, that's exactly what we think. For humanity's survival, we must unite. We can't abandon our comrades either. Let's go unite your people. The bride said, looking at Kuin and Taicho. The livestream audience grew excited. Don't say it. The honey trap hasn't even started yet. Don't spill the beans. Exactly, you're trying to get something for nothing. If you talk, they'll get suspicious. Kuin and Taicho understood this logic. He pretended to hesitate for a moment. I have no companions. It's just the 2 of us. The bride pushed little Harley aside and walked up to Kuin and Taicho, whispering in his ear. Somehow her clothes slipped off. What's wrong, little brother? Don't you trust your sister? Blood rushed to his head. Kuin and Taicho covered his nose. This game's data is definitely wrong. Stop pretending. People can't imagine what they've never seen. Who knew you were so innocent? How can you call it innocence? It's cowardice, haha. Seeing Kuin and Taicho suddenly get a nosebleed, the bride laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Dong Xian's class monitor entered the live stream. Tell them the location. Let them come to us. We'll resurrect on the spot after we die, which gives us an advantage and can lure zombies to attack them. Since everyone agreed, Kuin and Taicho didn't hold back. He dove right in. This feeling was heavenly. Before the bride could get angry, he quickly said, They don't believe humans can unite in the apocalypse. I'll take you to them and show them what true goodness and beauty are. The bride, who had been about to slice off Kuin and Taicho's head, held back upon hearing this, planning to deal with him thoroughly later. Well, rest here today. Tomorrow I'll take you to rescue them. Kuin and Taicho said somewhat proudly. Alright, you 2 rest well today. Tomorrow we'll go back together and bring out the rest of your companions. After parting from Kuin and Taicho, the raider known as the bride contacted the leader. Boss, they've agreed to take us there, but this feels too easy. Even someone raised in a shelter couldn't be this naive. Don't overthink it. Absolute power renders all schemes useless. Tomorrow take most of our people. If things go wrong, act decisively. There's no stronger raider group nearby. The bride noted this, but unease lingered in her heart. She told herself to be cautious tomorrow. Brothers, it's all set. Tomorrow they'll bring most of their people to our place. Prepare plenty of stuff. There are quite a few people here. Kuin and Taicho sent a message in the live stream. Just wait and see tomorrow. The big shot just came up with a tactic that's absolutely brilliant. What tactic? Don't ask, just wait and see tomorrow. ITLL maximize our strengths and definitely work. The livestream audience kept Kuin and Taicho in suspense, not revealing the specific plan. The class monitor of Dongxian was still speaking from above. Our strength isn't superior, but we can revive. And reviving right here is something the enemy won't expect. That's our advantage. Tomorrow's tactic is just 2 words: base swap. To be safe, they'll definitely bring some people along with Kuin and Taicho and the others. We don't need to leave many here. The rest will attack the enemy's raider camp. Up front, the 5 rats of Zatocean will harass them with small planes, while the remainder glide over from the rooftop. During the battle, the others will lure zombies to that location, aiming to draw all nearby zombies there. Chen was also looking forward to their early success. This should complete 2 expansion tasks at once, clearing the raider camp and expanding the territory by 10 kilometers. With the gold bars from the bank, expanding the range by 10 kilometers should definitely be achievable. Just now, when Kuin and Taicho arrived at the raider camp, the system had already detected the most precious item, their superpower weapon forge. Capable of forging weapons imbued with special abilities, each person requires different materials and yields different functions. These raiders had misused the item, treating humans as tools for forging. No wonder the mortality rate was so high, requiring repairs every so often. Once this raider base was captured, they could split up and establish their own organizations. With this item, a surge of players would flock in, accelerating the accumulation of points and speeding up the city's expansion. Chen got up and did 10 push-ups. Lately he had been eating, drinking, sleeping, and playing too comfortable. He had gained a bit of weight and needed to exercise. The next day, Kun and Taicho said they'll set off soon. Everyone get ready. Those staying behind stay. Others hide in different places. Prepare to parachute. 5 rats of Zataoshan, are you ready? Jin Maoshu had committed suicide again, reverting to rat form. Last night, everyone worked together fighting zombies all night to exchange for superpowers for all 5 rats. All fire-type abilities to power the planes. Ready. Let those beasts see what an ace pilot is today. Good. Everyone grab a bite. We move in 10 minutes. The others grimaced as they ate. The food, found by Wu Ling Shang Jiangjuan, was barely edible and tasted awful. Unexpectedly, the player named Tuding Xiang Kai ate it with relish. Bro, is something wrong in real life? How can you eat this so happily? Tuding Xiang Kai looked puzzled. Doesn't this taste just like eggs? Wu Ling Shang Jiangjun is truly amazing to have found this. Eggs taste like this. Have you never eaten eggs on Blue Star? Yes, I have one every day at home. After eating, my mouth feels dry and my throat itches. Exactly like this? Suddenly, everyone stared at him. The guy next to him patted Tuding Xiang Kai's shoulder sympathetically. Bro, you're incredibly lucky to have survived this long. Have you never asked your parents if eggs really taste like this? I did ask. They said it's the same. Tisk tisk tsk. What a remarkable family. The brief interruption ended. Kun and Taicho along with the bride, and a large group set off, followed by many grotesque malformed humans. Kun and Taicho kept up the act. I never expected you to have such great love helping so many abnormal people. You're so compassionate. The bride, munching on snacks, was speechless. Brother, isn't this toy adorable? Harley Quinn had found a toothless zombie head somewhere and was using it as a fist glove. Put it down, throw it away now. The girl was beautiful with a great figure, but her mental state was far too extreme. The group marched in a dense line with 2 people at the front and back using some kind of ability to conceal their presence. Kun and Taicho sent a message. They're about to arrive. Is the underground space dug? Are the doors installed? All set. We dug all night and baked it with fire abilities for half a day. The effect is perfect. Good. Execute the plan. The 5 rats of Zataoshan sat in the small planes, activating their abilities to take off. Brothers, we must perform well this time, or well have to repay the points everyone pooled. Jin Maoshu shouted. The ace pilot is here. What's there to fear? Let's blow them all up. Exactly. I can't do precision strikes, but how can I miss a building that big? Simple. Hold on. Jixia Shaoxin sent me a message. It's a bit long. Let me read it. Beta said. Yesterday, after learning the plan to destroy the enemy's 4-story mall camp, Jixia Shaoxin had shown a photo to his friend. Old Wang, I have a question. Oh, a rare guest. Even Denyo is asking me questions. They'll have to take a good look. This is a building in a game. If I want to destroy it, where should I strike? Don't you usually play survival games? What's this about? Let me see. If you have enough explosives, blow up these 18 load-bearing pillars on the 1st floor and ITLL collapse. If not, destroying these 4 on the 1st floor, these 3 on the 2nd, and these 3 on the 3rd might cause a chain collapse. Got it. Hey bro. Is this really a game? Don't do anything extreme. With your high status in our academy, no one should be bullying you, right? It's a game. Jixia Shaoxin thought for a moment and added, it's a great game. Wait a couple of days and he'll invite you. You won't be disappointed. With this information, Jixia Shaoxin immediately sent the marked image from Old Wang to Dongshuan's class monitor. Then everyone received the message. You should have all gotten it right. We're the flight team. First, well, create an opportunity for the gliding team. Then, well, find a way to destroy the pillars on the 3rd floor. Now, take off. With a whoosh, the 5 planes leaped from the building's base and sped toward the raider camp. Holy crap, this feeling. Awesome. What's everyone's speed now? Beta asked. I think I'm at B. Jerry extended his hand outside to feel carefully. I'm about to reach C. De Biao cheered. Easy, slow down. We need to wait for the gliding team. Beta stuck his head out the wind, making his mouth flap uncontrollably. Standing on the 33rd floor, the gliding team was also ready. Big bro, will this glider made of a few shabby boards and some cloth actually work? Zaishenbang Erza asked nervously. Before Zaishenbang Daza could speak, Bomb Fanatic interjected. ITLL work for one use, no problem. That guy over there is a professional gliding enthusiast. Aoxiong Tiankong shyly scratched his head. Not really an expert, just love doing this. The cloth material is definitely strong enough, but since we don't have professional tools to sew it, ITLL probably only last one use. Zaishenbang Erza was still worried. If we fly down, how do we get back? Everyone looked at Erza in confusion, then turned to Daza. Zaishenbang Daza carefully protected the bottles and jars on his body, struggling to move to Ertz's side, and gave him a flick on the forehead. Who said we're coming back? We are bombers plus large guided missiles with manual targeting. Well, take out the enemy Hedon, and the points we earn will cover our losses. But well die. Ertza only realized after saying this. Oh, I get it now. Damn, I've been online too long. The immersion is too strong and I keep forgetting this is a game. Now I understand why no one in those post-apocalyptic movies uses this to fly away. Flying down just means death. Alright, time's up. Take off. Remember the pillars Machine God pointed out? Those are primary targets. The group had undergone basic training and after a few deaths they had grasped the trick of it. They glided in a zigzag with Aoxiang Tiankong leading the way and the others following. In the small building, Dongshuan's class monitor was making final preparations. These brothers aren't fond of excitement, you all stay here. Kuan, when you bring people over, just surrender. Remember the plan we discussed. As for the rest of you, you've been here a while. Haven't you felt the thrill of the apocalypse yet? This time you'll get your fill. Hayrrace the route. Memorize it. If you forget, check the live stream for directions. Once we go out, ignore everything else and just run straight to that spot with all the noise you can make. No need to lure the zombies intentionally. They'll follow you. Now move out. Kuan, leading the Reavers, took a detour and approached the small building from another direction. The other players all began sprinting toward the Reaver camp. At the Reaver camp, the scout on duty was bewildered. Hey, look! Are those toy planes flying up there? He nudged the person beside him and handed over the binoculars. Holy crap, those really are toy planes. Wait. Rats are flying them. Let me see. The original scout grabbed the binoculars and looked up. Damn, rats really are flying toy planes. Go notify the leader. How do we notify him? Tell the leader we saw rats flying toy planes. Can't we handle these 5 little planes ourselves? If we bother the leader with this, I'm afraid hell make us undergo awakening again. They had already awakened once, and the experience was excruciating. Unfortunately, they hadn't gained any useful abilities. Just slightly sharper senses. Alright, let's see what these 5 rats are up to. Jin Maoshu was the first to spot the small building. Brothers, we're here. What's the plan? First, blast a few holes in the rooftop and windows to clear a path for the gliding team behind us. After that, attack freely. Understood. Let's blow things up. The 5 rats turned bright red, their fire abilities highly activated. A faint red light emerged from the toy plane's noses, and with a series of bayou sounds they shot out, shattering a section of the rooftop glass. Damn, this is stronger than when I use my own ability. That's because our control isn't good enough. Our energy is too scattered. This device focuses our energy. Jin Maoshu fired the first shot in clearing the Reaver camp, and the other 4 rats followed suit. Bayou, 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 bayou. The Reaver camp was caught off guard. They had never encountered anything that could attack from a distance and fly. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the small building, but the aim was poor, nearly hitting Jin Maoshu. Scatter! Scatter! There are shooters inside too. Remember, if you're about to die, unleash all your abilities, and charge in to self-destruct. The 5 toy planes dispersed, accelerating, and circling the mall in a frenzy of attacks. The gliding team following behind was almost there. They have ranged attacks too. We're not agile enough to dodge. Should we just crash into them? Their control was already difficult and their targets were much larger than the toy planes. On top of that, they carried various bombs configured by Bomb Fanatic, making movement even harder. Let's just crash. If we get hit out here, it'll be completely useless. Alright then, let's dive and accelerate. The gliding team dove and accelerated. Meanwhile, the parkour team on the ground luring the zombies was going wild. They were all scattered and the 2 people leading the largest hordes of zombies were friends. Lu Xiong's left leg asked, "Bro, how's it going over there?" Lu Xiong's right leg glanced back at the dense crowd of zombies chasing him. The friends are very enthusiastic. They're cheering as they follow my steps. Lu Xiong's left leg carefully avoided a zombie that had jumped out of a building and shattered on the ground, casually picked up a crystal core and vaulted over a rusty car. Good to hear. Same here. Let's hurry and bring our friends to the party. Most players weren't as skilled as these 2. After running a distance, they were surrounded and bitten to death by zombies. Damn, this is too intense. I think I just broke my 100-meter record from Blue Star. I'm a long-distance champion, but I got unlucky. I was running happily when a zombie popped out of a fallen trash can and bit me in the knee. At least I'm not the unluckiest. Getting crushed by a zombie falling from the sky. These players respawned directly in the small building. You guys really should try it. If you saw the grotesque zombies chasing you, smelled the stench, and felt the slippery ground, you'd forget this is a game. It's too real. Hearing this, some grew eager. Alright, don't rush. Kuan will be here soon. Once this is settled, everyone can run as much as they want. Bang! The toy plane Jerry was piloting had been destroyed by the attack from within. The brocade rat shouted, "No, we're still not agile enough and our firepower is insufficient. Let's just charge. Charge, charge, charge. The gliding squad is here too. Let's charge together as cover. Right, right, right. The comrades leading the zombies downstairs are almost here too. Together as long as we destroy this camp." The four rats drove the plane straight through the gap and rushed in, not bothering to attack anyone, but heading straight for the pillars marked by the mechanical deity. As long as they destroyed the camp, this group would surely die under the siege of the zombie horde. The gliding squad also arrived with a simple goal: charge into the building and explode. The second blast of the blast gang charged in through the gap created by the brocade rat and his crew. They came face to face with the raider leader, whose brows were tightly furrowed. The mecha behind him ignited flames on its left hand, and with a bang instantly killed the second blast. Boom! Intense flames, thick black smoke, and all kinds of pungent odors instantly erupted throughout the fourth floor. The bomb maniac had added every harmful substance he could think of to living beings. If this were on Blue Star, he would definitely be cursed to death. Injure the enemy 1,000, lose 80,000 of your own. But this is the apocalypse, and it will only earn one comment. Damn, that's awesome, bro. Lucky you were born in Huaxia. If you were abroad, you'd probably be on the front page sooner or later. The leader stood on the fourth floor, somewhat stunned. The attacks of these players had completely shattered his worldview. In this apocalypse, everyone acts for profit, resources, territory, or better equipment. But he simply couldn't understand what these players wanted. This was all suicidal behavior. Even if their camp is destroyed and you all die, what do you gain? While he was dazed, the players were having a blast. Lu Xiong's right leg spoke up. "Hey brothers in the planes and gliders, don't just rush for the pillars. Make a path for us too, or how will my friends behind me get up?" Now the only players left to lure the zombies were Lu Xiong's left and right legs. Everyone else was dead. Almost all the zombies here had gathered together, charging madly behind the two. "Alright, don't worry brothers." The bomb maniac had just flown his glider straight into the second floor. With his supernatural abilities and stronger physique, he jumped off the bomb-laden glider. Though both legs and one arm were broken, he was still alive. The bomb maniac turned his head to look. The marked pillar was also broken. Perfect. The slaves on the second floor were also shocked. This group had been driven mad by that machine. But their primal fear remained. A flaming object had crashed in, causing a massive explosion, so they dared not act rashly. Just then the bomb maniac crawled to the entrance with one arm. The madman noticed that the bomb maniac seemed harmless. Exerting all his strength, he lunged wildly. Boom! The bomb maniac fully activated his powers, blasting the floor apart and collapsing it into a pile of rubble, forming a slope they could climb up. This group was stunned by the explosion, but their confusion didn't last long. Lu Xiong's left leg ran up along this path. "Hey friends, I'm here for the party." Whoosh! A recovered slave with supernatural abilities instantly hardened his blood-red hair, stabbing it into Lu Xiong's left leg's body. "Perfect, I was just thinking of taking a break. Say hi to my friends." Before they could savor Lu Xiong's left leg, the zombies that had been following all pounced. If viewed from the sky, one would see at least tens of thousands of zombies surrounding this mall, with even more streaming in from the periphery. The raider leader was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He truly couldn't do anything. Attack the enemy. The enemy didn't even need you to act. They crashed into the pillars themselves. Stop the enemy. Dozens of people were leading zombies straight at your face from every direction and in every way. How could he stop them? Send his men to block. No one was willing to carry out such a suicidal mission. Even if he forced them, they would just run away. Either way they'd die. Running at least gave them a chance. He was completely disoriented by this combination of attacks from the players, convinced they were all insane. Tens of thousands of zombies surged in, and without the players lifting a finger, they destroyed all the remaining traps and enemies. The raider leader glanced at the charging zombies. The two mechas behind him supported him, and with a leap they jumped down. Thud, thud, thud. Leaping over 10 meters high, they quickly left the area. The awakened supernatural object was too heavy. He planned to wait until the frenzied zombies calmed down before retrieving it. Tens of thousands of zombies were not something he could handle alone. The player nicknamed Zombies ate my brain logged back into the game. He had been one of those luring the zombies earlier. Just as he was about to reach the place, he was surrounded by zombies and bitten, nearly torn apart. Luckily, he cleverly hid in a car. But looking at his bloody right shoulder, he knew he was doomed. Bitten by a zombie, he would turn into one and have to start over. So he simply logged off, went out for a meal, planning to respawn later. But when he re-entered the game, he found he was still alive. The surrounding zombies were gone, and he hadn't been eaten. He had become a zombie. Thud. Still in shock, he saw the raider leader being carried by two mechas as they leaped out of the zombie horde. He quickly started typing in the channel. Zombies ate my brain. Brothers, I found two big surprises. This game is amazing. Translator, spit it out quickly. The Taijun is about to enter the city. Zombie brain, the three leaders of these raiders seem to be one person. Both mechas are controlled by that one guy. I saw it with my own eyes. The two mechas moved in perfect sync, carrying that leader and hopping toward our base. Dongshuan's squad leader, that's highly possible. Translator, what's the other big surprise? By now Zombie Brain had walked out of the car. The surging zombies around him paid him no attention. I've become a zombie. And I can control it. There's a voice in my head telling me to go north. There really is a zombie faction in this game with intelligent zombies. Translator, damn, what's it like being a zombie? Do you feel like biting people, eating flesh? Can you little bro get it up? Perpetual motion. Zombie Brain, hey, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit like biting something, and it's probably not perpetual motion. When I stand still, my energy consumption is very low, like an animal in hibernation. Moving uses energy. I guess biting and eating flesh replenishes it. Anyway, it'll stop here. You play for a while. The Taijun has entered the city. Kuan and Taicho led the raider bride to the small building. By then the bride had already received a message from the leader. A group of lunatics had destroyed their stronghold. Her mind was reeling, utterly unable to comprehend why. In the struggle for survival under the apocalypse, one could be either virtuous or wicked, but ultimately everything revolved around self-interest. Yet these people, risking their very lives, had come solely to obliterate their base. She suspected Kuan and Taicho was behind it, but he had been diligently leading the way without any tricks. Even his deranged sister seemed merely insane, nothing more. Are we there yet? Almost, Kuan and Taicho replied as he sent messages to his comrades. Is everyone ready? We're almost there. Don't worry, guiding the invaders here will give them a hard time. Okay. Kuan and Taicho trotted over to the raider bride. We're close. We came out from in there. The raider was cautious, turning to glance at the psychic, who could sense changes in heartbeats and blood flow. Whenever someone spoke, these traits typically fluctuated. The psychic nodded, indicating no deception. All right, let's go see how our surviving comrades are doing, the raider bride said to Kuan and Taicho while signaling her men to remain vigilant. Yet the moment they entered, they were stunned. They had slipped in with ease, and the defenders wielded only a few steel pipes. It was laughable. She had expected some devious scheme, but this was all. Taicho, how could you bring outsiders here? Ji-Yud, pretending to be the leader, confronted Kuan and Taicho. Captain, I've told you we must coexist peacefully and help each other in the apocalypse. I nearly died yesterday, and this lady saved me. The raider bride hadn't yet seen the shelter and refrained from turning hostile. Everything is for the future of humanity. We come with goodwill, hoping to offer assistance. Ji-Yud performed earnestly, ignoring the grotesque mutants behind him. You look dangerous. The sun is setting, and driving you out would mean death. You can stay one night, but leave at dawn. The raider bride felt somewhat reassured. They seemed like naive, kind-hearted shelter dwellers. Let's go. It's not safe here. Well, head below. With that, Ji-Yud turned and led the others into an underground passage. Kuan and Taicho was astonished and immediately asked in the channel, Damn, brothers, when did you dig this? That's insane. Don't mention it. We dug all night, our hooves nearly smoking. We finished just this morning. Our ability team spent the whole day baking the walls. We're drained. Ji-Yud led everyone straight in. The raider bride, still uneasy, sent a scout to check. Indeed, everyone had entered. Leaving a few at the entrance to watch, she led her people inside. A narrow corridor led to a spacious square hall. On the northern wall was a gleaming silver-white metal door. Ji-Yud and his group sat on the ground. The raider bride's heart raced at the sight of the door. A true shelter. With it, they would be safer. No wonder they had never found it. It was hidden beneath a house. She yearned to enter immediately, yet she knew shelter doors were made of special metal, hard to breach from outside. Best to have those inside open it for them. Boss, we found the shelter. They really came from it. This place is secure. They look well, so resources must be plentiful. There might even be a synthesizer black box. Good. Keep them steady. I'm on my way. Best if we can get them to open the door from inside. Kuan and Taicho was shocked. These updates hadn't been shared with him. Had a shelter really spawned here? What the hell? How did you find this shelter? What shelter? There's no shelter. It's just a door. We figured they didn't kill you because they wanted our base. So we made this. There's more surprise coming. Amazing. This door looks legit. Of course. We had a top designer color it. It's identical to the advertiser's shelter door, except it's just a hollow shell with no real strength. Encouraged by the leader's approval, the raider bride spoke. Since we're at the doorstep, why not let us in? We come in friendship. She tossed a bag of crystals, at least 20. Gee, you didn't hesitate picking them up. By rights, we should let you in, but our shelter door only opens at fixed times. It won't open today. Sorry. Hey, no. Shut up. Kuin and I Taicho put on a show, cowering, as if intimidated by Ji Yud. That thing really takes a lot of force to open. I can't. It took 10 of us to install it. Let's just play along. They have mechs, so they're strong. The raider bride, seeing this, felt confident. Clearly the leader didn't trust them and refused entry, while Kuin and I Taicho was simpler. A good man willing to surrender might be spared. She was in no hurry, waiting for her leader. Ji Yud and the others chatted. They fell for it so easily. These raiders aren't that smart. Mechanical little god joined the discussion. You don't understand human nature. They live on the brink of death. Now there's a chance for safety. Wouldn't they want to believe? Even a fleeting illusion of safety is still hope. Besides, even if they're wrong, we look like easy prey to them, right? They think they can kill us all easily, so they're willing to believe for now. Zaishan Bang Ertz aside. Exactly. My uncle had cancer. He was a university professor, yet he believed in a quack's medicine. Can you believe it? He clung to that fleeting hope. He knew it was fake, but it was his only hope. The raider leader wasted no time. Supported by a mech, he arrived quickly. Anyone in this room? No one. We checked 3 times. Then guard the door and windows. Let no one near. Understood. The leader and the mech entered the corridor. Jin Maoshu, who had respawned on the 2nd floor, saw no one around and notified the livestream. Brothers, no one's here. The leader and mech went in. Everyone respawn and log in. Upon hearing the news, players swarmed online, filling the upstairs room. Alright brothers, don't rush to log in. Wait until we attack. There's no space now. The 4 guards below watched nervously from behind doors and windows. The building, a standalone villa beside a park, was surrounded by open ground. They were confident no one could sneak up on them. That pale-skinned kid leading them, he's mine. The leader among the 3 had a dazed look, already imagining delightful things. Little did they expect that someone could appear directly on the 2nd floor. The chieftain strode into the hall deep within the corridor. The raider bride immediately approached, leaning in to whisper. The leader on the other side is somewhat cautious. He said this door can only be opened from the inside, and today isn't the appointed time yet. But this kid slipped up. It can actually be opened from outside. The chieftain didn't respond to the bride. Instead, he turned and walked over to Kuin and I Taicho. You know we're here to help you. Acting like this really disappoints us. Kuin and I Taicho's gaze darted away. He glanced at Ji Yud, then swept his eyes over a spot on the left rock wall. Timidly he said, I know you're here to aid us, but perhaps this can help too. Let them see your abilities and your willingness to cooperate. They'll understand. The chieftain chuckled. With your meager skills, you think you can put on a show for me? That last glance was definitely at the mechanism. All the raiders behind him burst into laughter. People from the shelter were far too naive. They wore their lies on their faces. Anyone who had survived the apocalypse could see right through him. As for deception, they didn't think it was even possible. These dozen or so people before them, just a few of their own could slaughter them all. It wasn't like 2 groups of suicidal idiots would suddenly appear just to spite them. Meanwhile, Kuin and I Taicho was frantically sending messages in the channel. Brothers, this is all improv. Look at my expression. Absolutely Oscar-worthy. Those fools definitely think I was looking at the door's mechanism. Awesome, hurry up and make your move. Our blades are already thirsting for blood. By the way, ask, when we pull that lever, what exactly happens? You'll understand then. We're at the bottom of a lake now, got it? Believing he knew the location of the door's mechanism, the chieftain dropped all pretense. The mech behind him strode directly toward that spot. Hey, what are you doing over there? Didn't you see the chieftain hasn't spoken? Kuin and I Taicho kept hamming it up, but no one paid him any mind. The mech brushed away the soil above, revealing a metal handle. The chieftain understood. He had heard that for long-term durability, stable structures often relied on simple mechanical systems rather than high-tech ones. Safety. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the handle and pulled. With a bang, the entire handle came out. At its top was a spiked ball. What kind of switch was this? Did such a thing even exist? Creaking sounds came from the door. The chieftain breathed a sigh of relief. At least the door was opening. Once they got into the shelter, nothing else would matter. With a low hum and a thud under the astonished gaze of the raiders, the door fell flat, revealing a damp wall behind it. All the raiders were stunned. Their simple minds couldn't fathom why there was a wall behind the door. What the hell are you people doing? Before the raiders could react, the players began adding their own drama. Where's my home? My home so big, where did it go? The home behind the door. Every single one of you described my home perfectly, but I have no home, ha. Holy crap, they must have used brainwaves to teleport my home away. Villains. If these raiders still couldn't see they'd been played, they'd have been dead long ago. But they simply couldn't understand what these lunatics were doing. Throwing away their lives, abandoning their homes. Just to be a nuisance. Before the raiders could strike, the soil above was washed away by water, and a massive influx of lake water poured in. The mechanism they had pulled was just a plug the players had set in a hole they dug at the lake bottom, reinforced slightly. Even if no one pulled it, it wouldn't have held much longer. The switch was only meant to speed things up. Let's move. Strike first. The chieftain gave the order and charged out. The raider bride activated her ability, straining to hold back the water as she tried to escape. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her kidney. Sister, don't you like the rain? They say rainy days and chocolate are a perfect match. Harley Quinn, wielding the tetanus blade, stabbed into the raider bride's kidney. Does it hurt, sister? I'll pull it out. So much blood. Maybe I should put it back in. Harley Quinn spoke these innocent words while committing horrific acts. The raider bride couldn't take it anymore. This Harley often had psychotic episodes, drawing a lot of attention. As a result, when she wasn't acting crazy, she faded into the background. With blood-red markings on her face, she was easily mistaken for an ally. The bride hadn't even noticed her. Opportunities once missed are gone forever. Wounded by Harley, the bride had no chance to escape. She redirected her ability, and before the water hit, blew Harley's head off. The other players also showed their tricks. Their tactics were simple. Just grab any raider and hold on, taking them down together. Brothers, let's move. Kuan and Taicho made a point of standing next to a well-endowed female raider. As soon as the fight began, he lunged to embrace her. Damn it, back off. I'm hugging her. Don't be shy, brother. Join in. This woman was actually quite formidable and might have followed the chieftain out, but her figure was too alluring, drawing too much attention. The players outside received the message and leaped down from the upper floor, without hesitation launching their assault. To be fair, the raiders were cautious. The 4 they left behind were elites. In the first exchange, they instantly killed the first 4 players who charged. But they hadn't expected so many opponents, nor could they fathom that these people had no fear of death. Brothers, hurry. I've got their weapons stuck in my sternum. Take his head off. Make way, brothers. I'm 300 pounds. Watch me sit him to death. Rear attack from behind. Highly effective. The battle was fierce but brief. In less than 30 seconds, over 30 players had died, and the 4 raiders were swiftly eliminated. Quick, quick. Throw everything inside and block the passage. The brother who had taken the blade with his sternum was still somehow alive. 2 players grabbed him and tossed him into the hole. The corridor was cleverly designed. The initial vertical section made it easy to seal off later. Brothers, hold on. I can still be saved. Save your ass. I'm a doctor. Shattered sternum, ruptured organs. That adrenaline shot gave you a last hurrah to say goodbye. Now get down there and fill the hole. They quickly threw all the bodies inside, then hauled out bags of white stone powder from beneath the floor. Brothers, add powder, add water. Ability users, start baking. With that series of actions, the passage was sealed tight and solid. There was no way it could be opened anytime soon. Outside the room, the lake water was pouring into the dug corridor in a vortex. They had observed that these raiders were still carbon-based lifeforms and needed to breathe. Hopefully they could drown them all in one go. Meanwhile, General Wooling and the sisters Crow and Nightingale were watching the battlefield from afar. Nightingale said excitedly, "Sister, the brothers are amazing. They drowned all the bad guys." Crow shook her head. "I don't know about the others, but the chieftain definitely won't die." The moment Night Crow's words fell, a violent splash erupted from the lake, sending water cascading in all directions and drenching Ji Yud, who had been awaiting the outcome. Ji Yud wiped the lake water from his face with his sleeve. "Pa! The lake looks clear, but why does it smell so foul?" The raider leader, driven to the peak of fury, abandoned all pretense. The 2 mechas that had disguised themselves as the 2nd and 3rd leaders disassembled and reassembled into a complete flight-capable mecha. The light blade in its right hand blazed brilliantly. Without uttering a single word, it fired its left cannon, collapsing the entire small building. A large number of players perished. Holy crap, the boss is out. Come fight the boss. This mecha can fly. So awesome, I want one. Machines are all heretical paths. Cultivating oneself is the only true way. I shall bear the burden of this mecha. Pew! A beam of energy shot from behind a tree. It was Ji Yud who had narrowly escaped. The quantum bullet didn't even scratch the paint on the mecha. I Chung, who never thought I'd be done in by you bunch of idiots. What a disgrace. Holy crap, this guy dares to insult us. Is he challenging my 10 years of literary cultivation in the arena? We might not be able to beat him in a fight, but who can't hurl insults? A relentless barrage of creative profanity nearly drove Chen Hu insane. He charged forward with his light blade. The mass of insult-hurling players was concentrated on the ruins of the small building. Chen Hu flew over swiftly, his right arm sweeping out, killing them in droves. These players couldn't even scratch him. Yet this only infuriated Chen Hu more. How could he let these worthless wretches harm him? Suddenly a group of people appeared above the small building. Taste my bean-crushing sex, Buddha's wrathful lotus of fire. The bomb maniac led the charge with over a dozen brothers who had exchanged for abilities, pouring their power into him. All the abilities were channeled directly into the bomb maniac's body. The Buddha's wrathful lotus of fire in his hand swelled from the size of a palm to the size of a millstone, hurtling down towards Chen Hu below. This was all part of the plan, a contingency for if the leader survived. The brief window, coupled with the sudden appearance of people from the sky, once again shattered Chen Hu's worldview. After a moment of stunned hesitation, the Buddha's wrathful lotus of fire slammed directly into Chen Hu's mecha. Flames erupted in all directions, blasting a crater into the ruins of the small building. The bomb maniac and all his teammates were knocked into the lake by the shockwave. They were now utterly spent, on the verge of death, even without an enemy. Is he dead? Is it over? The bomb maniac craned his neck, peering at the ruins. I don't know. The Buddha's wrathful lotus of fire was so powerful he should be dead right. It drained the abilities of over a dozen of us. If this skill can't win, the game design is fundamentally flawed. The dust settled. Chen Hu stood amidst it all, on the verge of tears. Where did these lunatics come from? Were they a terrorist organization? Always pulling these suicide attacks. It was infuriating. Every time he wanted to retaliate, the enemy was already dead. It was unbearably frustrating. Arg! Arg! Chen Hu let out a roar of rage, frustration, and helplessness. The bomb maniac heard him. Not dead yet. Then he'll die. With that, his head lolled to the side and he died. Chen Hu looked around, and sure enough, those people were all dead. He activated his flight device, preparing to leave. He had expended too much energy. A puff of black smoke spurted from the mecha's back. The flight device was broken. But he still wasn't worried. Even if he couldn't fly, as long as the mecha could move, he was invincible. Whoosh! A lasso flew out and looped around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then over a dozen more lassos all snagged him. I told you I run the ring toss booth at the amusement park. See, I hit the target. If your eyes are useless, donate them to someone who needs them. The one on the ground 3 meters away is yours. Humph. Chen Hu let out a cold snort, swinging his light blade to sever the lassos. Were these lunatics from the shelter brain-damaged, trying to subdue a mecha warrior with such trinkets? How could he be losing to these people? A wave of depression washed over him. Clang! Chen Hu's hand didn't swing down. Dong Xian used a distinctly different steel pipe to block his arm, careful not to touch the light blade. It required immense skill. Chen Hu raised his arm and swung. Dong Xian leaped back, dodging the light blade. In this brief delay, the players holding the lassos had already joined forces and were running in one direction. This lasso is surprisingly sturdy. You bet. When we found this cable, it was holding up a train engine. The cable was strong, but the players lacked strength. Over 20 players pulling hard only managed to stagger the momentarily distracted Chen Hu. If he could steady himself, he could even drag these players along as he ran. But that single stumble became Chen Hu's downfall. One foot stepped onto empty air, and he fell directly into a prepared deep pit. Holy crap! Awesome! The big shots plan is absolutely brilliant. Every step went exactly as imagined. What did you expect? I heard that guy earned a first-class merit and he got it alive. No joke. It's a pity we're not strong enough. Otherwise, we could just overpower him directly. What are you thinking? We've only been in the game for a few days. If we were invincible already, how would the game even work? Seeing Chen Hu fall into the trap pit, the 20-plus players didn't hesitate for a second. They clutched their lassos and jumped in after him, determined to wrap the cables around Chen Hu a few more times before they died. The players who had respawned outside weren't idle either. They hauled out dozens of bags of quicklime from behind the trees and poured them into the pit, while others scooped water from the lake and dumped it in. The brothers inside the pit didn't mind the lime falling on their heads at all. Instead, they grabbed handfuls of the mixture and shoved it into the gaps in Chen Hu's damaged mecha. Here, little bro, open up and have some lime. Drink some lake water to wash it down. The ability user group started roasting the pit with flames. Chen Hu swung his light blade frantically, but Dong Xian, who had also jumped down, was always perfectly positioned to block his hand, preventing him from cutting all the cables. The players on him were covered in a mix of lime and, "Hey, bring some lime over here. Let's solidify this guy's hands first. Holy crap, this mecha is tough. My powerful 1,000 years of pain move didn't even work." Chang, who felt a hint of despair. His body was getting heavier and his feet felt like they were cemented in place, impossible to lift. An immense sense of grievance surged within him. He was originally afraid of death and could have surrendered, but facing these disgusting weak players, he simply couldn't accept it. "Damn you heavens!" He roared up at the sky. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the pit. Clang! Clang clang! Clang clang clang! A mecha mask fell from the sky, clattering onto the ruins with a crisp sound. "We won! Holy crap, we won! Awesome! This is a real game. This is victory against the odds. Our reputation as the fourth calamity is well-deserved. I want the points. Haha, we can still have Night Crow lead us back to the raider camp. We can find the mecha production device and unlock mechas. And there's the device for awakening abilities. I want to fly." The big shot said there's a bank near that raider camp. That's a ton of points. After respawning, You'd walked to the edge of the pit and looked down. Scattered fragments of the broken mecha lay within. The raider leader was dead beyond any doubt. At that moment, the hordes of zombies roaming the streets had been lured to the raiders' camp, making the park relatively safe. All the players had respawned here, though the landing point was a bit high. Fortunately, something cushioned their fall, preventing any deaths from the start. You'd stood on a high vantage point and declared, "Brothers, we have won. We have successfully destroyed the raiders and saved those imprisoned souls. This is a small step for us, but a giant leap for survival in this apocalypse. All of you have been tempered by battle and are pioneers of this apocalyptic world. I believe we will restore beauty to this world." You'd spoke with fervent passion, and the other players were equally thrilled. The game was so realistic that many had died numerous times, often resorting to suicidal attacks coordinated with the leader's precise strategies to complete this arduous mission. As the saying goes, the more you invest, the more you cherish the rewards. This was the player's first-hand experience, and it felt exhilarating. "Awesome. I feel so good I could move 10 more truckloads of bricks tomorrow. Haha, I used my sternum to block the enemy's blade. I recorded it all. Super cool and touching. You're buying breakfast tomorrow, Bowsy. That's nothing. I led the zombies on a run. That scene was even more epic." All the players were ecstatic. You'd continued, "We're heading to the bank soon to get a large amount of points. Everyone contributed and well split the points equally based on world contribution. Soon we'll have access to the awakening device for abilities, and with points we can awaken anything. We'll also find the mecha manufacturing device as quickly as possible, and we can build mechas freely. Some brothers have already joined the zombie faction, and we'll follow up to determine how to enter hidden factions." Yud was exhilarated. Since he started streaming this game, his popularity had been surging. Even when others later streamed it, they couldn't match his fame. First, those imitators lacked special abilities. Second, everyone knew he was the first to discover and enter this game, assuming he had insider knowledge. He was now the top streamer on the platform. Thus, he tirelessly promoted the game, hoping everyone would play it. Chen, eating roast duck in his space, watched Yud's speech and couldn't help but want to applaud. He didn't need to draw the pie himself. There was always a scholar to do it for him. The players were also impressive. He now had over 6,000 points, enough to keep as an emergency reserve. It was time to welcome more players. However, there was one drawback: the task of clearing the raiders' camp remained incomplete. Whether it was because the camp wasn't fully cleansed or there were other raiders was unclear. But no matter, he left it to the beloved players to figure out. He spent 200 points to buy a snowy forest background, tired of the pastoral idyll. Then he began editing the task message. Soon everyone received the notification. You'd opened the message panel. "Congratulations on completing the task. Clear the raiders' camp. Title: Obtained. Hopes beginning reduces respawn point cost by 50%. World contribution from this task 346. Rank 27. Seeing this, Yud's heart stirred. He immediately checked the requirements for establishing an organization. Level 1 organization, 300 world contribution points, 1 birth node owned. He breathed a sigh of relief. His contribution in this task wasn't huge, but fortunately he had over 300, enough to form an organization. Otherwise, it would be awkward for his fans to join without a base. He checked the contribution rankings. Dongshuan's squad leader world contribution 2345, bomb maniac world contribution 19. The contributions were reasonable. Not only those who fought, but also those who helped plan received contributions. Hence, Dongshuan's squad leader got the most. Bomb maniac, who provided bombs and cement compounds, and mechanical prodigy, who supplied flying toy planes, also earned a lot. Brothers, we've all been busy all night. Those who need to work, go to work. Those who need rest, rest. He'll lead a team to the bank to collect points. Don't worry, you'll stream the whole process. I won't do anything shady. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. The sky on Blue Star was brightening and they had had their fun. It was time to get up. Bomb Maniac also shared the good news of the Raider leader's defeat with Nightcrow and Nightingale. The weight lifted from their hearts, and both let out a long sigh of relief, tears silently streaming from the corners of their eyes. Don't cry. Better days are ahead. Don't worry, Bomb Maniac said, flustered as he tried to comfort them. Over the past 2 days, Nightcrow had noticed that these lovely people seemed to respawn infinitely. Brother, I also want to help everyone. Even though I'm always blindfolded when taken there, if we start from the camp and try a few times, I can still find the way. Bomb Maniac had been thinking the same thing but didn't know how to bring it up. Now that Nightcrow had said it was better. Alright, no rush. We'll lure the zombies away first, clear some out, and then we can go. Everyone was jubilant. You'd seeing their enthusiasm felt his heart stir. He had spent more time in the game than on Blue Star these days, to the point where he sometimes couldn't tell which world he truly wanted to be in. Jian Gang's Urza saw Yud alone and approached him. Brother, why do these zombies seem a bit weak? Yud glanced at Urza disdainfully. Weak. Go clear the monsters downstairs at the original spawn point. Urza's face turned pale. Forget it, forget it. No need to go to extremes now. Let's develop first before going there. But in the movies, zombies seem really powerful chasing the protagonists. Here they're not that impressive. Yud plucked a blade of grass and put it in his mouth. Maybe we're still in the beginner village. Haven't some brothers already converted to the zombie faction and received the call? And it can't be all big-head monsters, multi-headed monsters, or lickers everywhere. There have to be some minor enemies too. Most importantly, haven't you noticed a key point? Urza was puzzled. What key point? Why do you think zombies should be powerful? Urza thought for a moment. Zombies can infect others, are fast, only vulnerable at the head, and never tire. Yud pressed on. And what do you think we are like? Urza finally snapped back to reality. Damn, I just realized we're scarier than zombies. Fast respawning and smart. Yud spat out the blade of grass in his mouth, looked up at the sky with a hazy, wistful gaze and said, This is the 4th calamity. Since you're fine, come with me to crack open the bank vault. After we get the points, we need to expand outward and see what's beyond. I really liked that battleship we saw earlier. The plan was simple, no need for a commander. Bro, where did you get that megaphone? Lu Xiong's right leg asked in surprise, looking at Lu Xiong's left leg holding the megaphone. Bro, I kept my eyes peeled. Last time we ran, I spotted a mall and grabbed it. You didn't get one for me. What do you think? I was waiting for you to ask. Got plenty. He then handed another megaphone to Lu Xiong's right leg. Haha, let's go, bro. Let's see who runs faster today. The two of them, megaphones in hand, first ran to the raiders' camp. They turned on the megaphones. Planet M2 has arrived to procure our company's latest product, Dragon's Bloodgrass. Dragon's Bloodgrass is worth having. It grants you a stronger physique, greater speed, and better endurance. Bro, that ad from the megaphone doesn't seem right. Who cares? Just run. The friends are catching up. The megaphone sound was incredibly loud. The zombies, which had been dormant, stirred again, chasing the sound at full speed. Once, twice, 3 times. After 3 suicidal runs, the pair finally led away most of the zombies. Bro, just a few left. Let's go. They turned on the megaphones and started running again. This is the last time. Let's see what happens if we go beyond the game boundary. Alright, bro, I'm with you. Let's head east. That flashy area over there looks suspicious. The two sprinted, leading the final wave of zombies. They soon reached the colorful spot. Before they could step out of the game zone, several green figures leaped from the woods. Instant kill. As he died, the left leg only caught a glimpse of a branch sticking out of the green figure's head. This place is dangerous. Lu Xiong's left leg opened the game's official website and uploaded what had happened in this area on the map. Besides him, a few others had been here too. Instant kill upon entry. Dangerous. I saw it clearly. Mutant zombie with a tube in its head, faster and stronger. Dangerous. After that, he returned to the homepage and saw an update about the major event of attacking the raiders' camp. Through the united efforts of our players, we have successfully cleared a raiders' camp, cutting off a thread of evil in the apocalypse. Countless players contributed. They had even made a video of it. He spotted footage of himself and his brother. The barrage comments were full of praise. Damn, those two brothers are amazing. Running that fast. Did they get a speed boost in the game? No, in-game stats only match reality. Those guys are definitely athletes in real life too. Kid, you've got the look of a prodigy. Want to learn running from me? Awesome. Just as he finished watching, he received a notification about earning points. Probably Yud and the others had opened the vault. Congratulations, player. You have earned 267 points. While he and his brother were leading away the last batch of zombies, Ji-Yud, Urza, and Bomb Maniac had found the bank. When the zombie outbreak hit, the poor soul with the vault key had hidden near the vault in a relatively secure spot, but failed to avoid becoming a zombie, making it easy for them. Why didn't he just hide inside the vault? Little Mechanic God read the explanation. This vault, once sealed, immediately sucks out all the air. Hiding inside wouldn't last long. Opening the vault revealed 10 shelves stacked with gold and countless piles of cash. Damn, if this were on Blue Star, this would be incredible. Bomb Maniac said, "Bro, you're wrong. It's even better here. What can't you do here that you could on Blue Star? You can buy superpowers mecha suits. It's way better than Blue Star." Urza thought about it and agreed. Yeah, too bad we still have to log off to eat and use the bathroom. It'd be even better if we could stay here forever. After a brief moment of awe, everyone took some photos as mementos, then converted all the gold and cash into points. The total haul was 102547 points. Ji-Yud was thrilled. So many points would be a blast. But after the initial excitement, he distributed the points among the other players based on their contributions. This was the fruit of everyone's hard work. He couldn't hog it all. After dividing the points, he still had over 600 for himself. More than enough. As soon as the points were handed out, the game system notifications rang out continuously. Player Dongshuan's class monitor purchased expansion node communication node. Player Dongshuan's class monitor purchased expansion node communication node. Player Dongshuan's class monitor purchased expansion node communication node. Player Bomb Maniac purchased expansion node communication node. Player Little Mechanic God purchased expansion node communication node. Player Jiayan Gang's Daza purchased expansion node communication node. Seeing this, Ji-Yud quickly bought one too. Expansion nodes were not only necessary for forming an organization but also a surefire investment. When the notification stopped, he checked the current game area. The radius had expanded to a full 200 kilometers. Almost the entire city was now included. Great, awesome. Now we can play freely. I bet a wave of new players will flood into this game soon. Let's go check out that superpower awakening device. The group arrived at the raiders' camp. Under their assault and the charge of tens of thousands of zombies, the 4-story mall had been reduced to rubble. There was no choice but to start digging. After a full day of hard work, they finally unearthed the device. The noise attracted a few zombies, but they were easily dealt with. It was a silver-white rectangular cabinet, sleek and futuristic-looking, with a built-in power source. No charging needed. Brothers, is this really the superpower awakening device? It kind of looks like an ice coffin to me. They opened the cabinet, revealing an oval hollow inside. Jiayan Gang's Urza was reckless. Forget it, I'll try first. He lay down, curling his legs to fit into the oval hollow. The others, not standing on ceremony, slammed the lid shut. There are 4 buttons. Which one do we press? Ji-Yud asked. Jiayan Gang's Daza, seeing no one else speak, said casually, "Press the 3rd one." Ji-Yud did so, then turned and asked, "How did you figure that out, bro?" 3 long and 1 short, pick the short. 3 short, and 1 long, pick the long. If they're all uneven, pick C. The silver device emitted red steam, then quickly fell silent. The crowd opened it only to find it completely empty. Zaishenbang Urza came running from behind. Damn, no wonder the mortality rate is so high. I died the moment I got in. What did you feel? It felt like a beam of light swept over me and then I was dead. Looks like we're using it wrong. Should we ask the Yiya sisters? As they were fretting, Chen woke up from the space, rubbing his sleepy eyes and taking a leak. Holy crap, so many. After taking care of business and quickly washing his hands, Chen headed to the observation room to check the system messages and see what these people had been up to. Looks like this bank is a major one with plenty of gold and cash. The players had earned over 100,000 points while he had gained 200,000. The players really delivered. But when players exchanged items, they did so from the store themselves, so out of those 200,000 points, he had to reserve enough for the players' points. The rest he could freely use in daily matters, and in emergencies it was all at his disposal. Congratulations, Master, for completing the pioneering task. You have unlocked the death recovery function. Congratulations, Master, for accumulating over 100,000 points. New items are now available in the store. Chen first checked the death recovery function. The name sounded a bit tacky. Death recovery allows recovery of martial arts and supernatural cultivation from deceased players. Not tacky at all. This function was absolutely fantastic. Chen had been planning to start exchanging and practicing supernatural powers, but now he could just keep lying around. Wait, first let's lower the points needed for player death resurrection. Die freely, die boldly. He checked the new items in the store. Personal expansion node, 200 points. Generates a 1-kilometer game radius centered on oneself. Node upon death can only respawn at a public node. Not bad. Let the scenery and leisure players explore the outside world first. Medium expansion node 1000 points. Expands the game range by 50 kilometers with a built-in communication channel. Much cheaper than the previous equivalent range. Strength detector 100 points. Assesses overall combat power. This was also good, helping players better understand their strength and motivating them to level up. Unlock basic elemental abilities. Metal 200 points, wood 200 points, water 200 points, earth 200 points. It seemed lucky that they could unlock fire abilities earlier, or otherwise these would only be available now. Lifelike android beauty 100 points. Massage bathtub 10 points. Dreamy haze water 10 points. The rest were miscellaneous luxury items. Surely the players wouldn't be interested, so he'll bear this burden alone. He took a final look and saw a new pioneering task had appeared. Pioneering Task 1, enter and clear floors 25-30 of the Origin building. Pioneering Task 2, clear the Raider camp. Pioneering Task 3, establish a settlement and survive. Ultimate Task, find the truth of the apocalypse and save the world. This confirmed Chen's long-held suspicion that building was a crucial structure. Every 5 floors was a checkpoint. Perhaps unraveling the building's secrets would reveal the truth of this world. After some thought, Chen began composing a message. Congratulations players for completing Pioneering Task 1. New Pioneering Tasks are now unlocked. Enter and clear floors 25-30 of the Origin building. Congratulations players for accumulating a large number of points. New items are now available in the store. Congratulations players for killing a certain number of zombies. New permissions are unlocked. Death penalty reduced again. Store prices lowered further. Points for recycled items increased. New task, welcome new vitality. Welcome new vitality. 10,000 beta test slots will be distributed for free on the official website. Veteran players who guide newcomers will receive point rewards. With the death recovery function, Chen decided not to profit from players' points on ability exchanges. Now that he had plenty of points, he set everything to its original price. He kept only a small margin from point exchanges with the system and attacks on player-to-player item transactions. Those two were enough. With the death recovery function, the more new players, the better. Chen stopped saving points, keeping only enough for emergencies and task rewards, and used the rest to open up testing for new players. He also had an idea, playing the role of an old master to cultivate some powerful players. That would be even more interesting. Seeing the string of new tasks, unlocked abilities, and new items, the players went wild. Damn, is this game going out of business? Who voluntarily lowers prices like this? 5 elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. I love it. Who wants to form a 5 elements formation with me? A strength assessment device. I said it before, my power surpasses you all. Now let me prove it. Beyond these players, those who had been planning to form organizations immediately submitted their applications. Player Yud applies to form a first-level guild, Apocalypse Survival Society. Player Dongxian applies to form a first-level guild, Werewolf. Player Mechanical Prodigy applies to form a first-level guild, Hall of Academia. Player General Wuling applies to form a first-level guild, Vast Fields. Player Zaishenbang applies to form a first-level guild, Zaishenbang. Player Zaishenbang Jinmashu applies to form a first-level guild, Jianzu. For a moment, applications to form guilds poured in like a flood. So many, how long would it take me to review them all? Too exhausting. After a moment's thought, Chen edited a task and selected some familiar players. Soon Yud and a few others received the task. Task Organization Review. Task 1, form a review committee with other players to assess whether the guild applications should be approved. Task 2, refine the guild categories, reclassifying and renaming the guilds by type. For example, those focused on learning and research may be called academies, while those focused on commerce may be called chambers of commerce. Reward, gain the function member of the review committee. Note, this task can be completed anonymously. Note, the game holds the ultimate interpretation rights for this task. Unreasonable organizations may be dissolved after formation. Chen assigned this task to the earliest players. As for the reward being a committee membership function, he hadn't figured out what else to give, so he just put a placeholder and let the players decide. Yud was taken aback by the task. This game designer has it too easy. Doesn't have to think about anything, just leaves it all to us. Still, the title member of the review committee sounded impressive. He had to get it. In a flash, streaming platforms were flooded with new streams, all recruiting members for their respective game organizations. The official website updated quickly, adding a forum section for player organizations where newbies could browse and choose which group to join. Chen watched as Yud and the others began discussing how to categorize the organizations. He was satisfied. A new anime episode had just dropped. Players keep working hard. I'm taking a break. In the meeting room, Ji Yud was pleasantly surprised to find that everyone who had received the task were the earliest players in the game mechanical prodigy Zaishenbang Erza Kuan and I Tai Cho. "Hey, where's Bomb Maniac?" Erza said with a hint of slyness. "That guy seems to think he's found sweet love. He's been hanging out with ye lately, spending these 2 days getting familiar with the environment and taking her to find that mecha building device. Oh, but the NPCs in this game are incredibly smart, almost like real people. Just treat it as an online romance, right? No, I don't think Bomb Maniac will succeed. Do you know what he does with the Yiya sisters during breaks?" An explosive image flashed through Ji Yud's mind. Not bombs. Bingo. Wow. Anyway, let's just focus on discussing the organization categories. Ji Yud glossed over the matter of the Bomb Maniac. "I think it's not that difficult. We can just divide them into 3 types, those focused on academics, commerce, and combat. The others had no particular ideas either. Everyone had come just to see who was there, and upon finding that they were all familiar faces, things became simple." The others chimed in agreement. "All right, let's do it this way. We can always update with more detailed categories later, so it doesn't matter." Zaishenbang Erza spoke up. "I saw on the official website that in 2 days 10,000 new players will be entering. We also have the task of guiding the newcomers. What does everyone think we should do?" Jixia Shaoshan said, "Let's focus on clearing the surrounding area first, and set up the spawn points for our respective organizations as soon as possible. We also need to establish spawn points for the free players, so they don't all crowd together when they arrive." Kuan and I Tai Cho added, "Usually guiding new players in other games is boring, just following quests in order. But with our open world, I don't think we need to be that dull. I have a great idea, since it's all about understanding this world and the zombies anyway." Ji Yud asked curiously, "What idea? Spill it." Kuan and I Tai Cho pulled out a map and pointed to a place marked with a Ferris wheel. "This is a huge amusement park still within our game area. How about we turn it into a zombie amusement park? Let the newbies fight zombies in a zombie amusement park. Thrilling and fun." Everyone's eyes lit up at the idea. This was a good plan. After all, it was about understanding the world and the zombies. Why not do it in a fun way? After finishing their discussion, Dongxian took out an object that looked like a white crystal ball. "This is a strength testing device updated in the shop. You can try it too." Ji Yud was excited, feeling he had grown a lot recently. "Let me try," he said, placing his hand on the ball. Nothing happened at first. "This device measures the amount of energy within you. It probably can't test people from the tech side," Dongxian explained. Just as he finished, the crystal ball reacted. Ji Yud felt a light flow through his palm and circulate through his body, and then the ball displayed frail ordinary person. Still a frail ordinary person. Even if he wasn't strong, how could he be a frail ordinary person? "Oh, I set the strength test based on myself. My strength is the most basic level divided into 10 tiers. The highest tier can destroy a planet on their own. The names were just something I came up with. Well, compared to a powerhouse like you, he really was just a frail ordinary person." Ji Yud casually checked the tier names he had set: frail ordinary person, normal person, slightly strong normal person, impressive normal person, peak normal person. These names were utterly lame. How could they attract new players? No one would want to join after seeing that. The others also tested their strength and found that those without abilities were at best frail ordinary persons, while those with abilities could reach normal person. However, no one was too bothered since they could grow with points. Still, everyone had a strong urge to complain about the tier names, each harboring their own secret thoughts. After this topic, Ji Yud turned to Jixia Shaoshan. "Bro, how's the research on that ability awakening device going?" "I've got some leads. I've asked many people. I should figure out how to use it in a day or 2, but how to build it is still a long way off. Knowing how to use it is enough, haha." Soon after their chat, everyone went off to find spawn points for their organizations. It didn't matter if there were zombies. As long as they weren't monsters on the level of the original mansion, they could overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Ji Yud chose a forest as the spawn point for his organization. For a post-apocalyptic survival game, it had to look the part. He began editing the tier names for his organization. Even though he was only level 1, that didn't stop him from making the name sound epic. Level 1 will be called God of the Apocalypse. Level 2 Apocalypse War General. And it gets more grounded until the last level is called Apocalypse Survivor. He wasn't the only one with such ideas. The 5 Elements sect named level 1 as Primordial Immortal Emperor. The Bean Breaker sect named level 1 as Bean Emperor. The Bean Luo sect named level 1 as Infeft Bean Luo. The more exaggerated the better. Only Dongshuan's Warwolves and Jixia Zaishen's Academic Hall were relatively normal, named level 1 Warrior and level 1 Student respectively. After setting these, they all went to the official website to start recruiting newcomers. By now, the Apocalypse game was the hottest game on streaming platforms. Many were vying for the 10,000 closed beta slots queuing up on the website to draw lots. Fuxuezishang, a well-known bug zone streamer, had his eye on this game. Full immersion, absolutely no bugs. Such big talk. They'll find some bugs for sure. Let my fans see my skills. Draw. Nanyang Zuxiake, a niche scenery enthusiast who had visited many countries and regions in real life, thought, I've never been to an apocalypse. If it's truly full immersion, I'll have to explore and see more scenery. Draw. By Dachui, an overworked office worker, mused, if I sleep in the game, is it double sleeping? Would I avoid sudden death? Draw. There was no need to worry about a lack of players. 3 million people were drawing for the 10,000 beta slots. Chen woke from his dream, took a shower, and grumbled about last night. He hadn't slept well because the newly updated anime episode was infuriating. The character hyped with such grand build-up was instantly killed and cut in half. Even worse, he said, sorry, I couldn't let you enjoy it to the fullest. It nearly disgusted Chen to death. He drank some wine and went to bed early. After getting up, he first checked the official website. The website run by this roasted chicken operator was truly impressive. A hardcore lover of esoteric culture and a meticulous researcher. Lately they had even started translating books that even apocalypse survivors might not understand. But Chen was also looking forward to the cultivation manuals the operator claimed to be. Moreover, whenever major events happened in the game, this team quickly updated them on the website. Every time Chen woke up, he would first check for updates and then look at the popular player suggestions to arrange things as he saw fit. Players were working hard to improve his strength, so he couldn't let them down. He used points to exchange for a soup bun and a bowl of millet porridge. The taste was excellent. By now he had basically achieved food freedom. He had plenty of points and could eat whatever he wanted. Oh, there's a recruitment zone for organizations. Let me take a look. He was shocked by what he saw. The 5 Elements sect is recruiting new players. Our sect already has 5 primordial immortal emperors. Join us and you won't regret it. Our sect follows the 5 Elements path. Members must exchange for one of the 5 elemental abilities. The Bean Breaker sect is recruiting new players. Our sect already has 4 Bean Emperor powerhouses. Join us and you'll receive the Buddha's Wrath Lotus Flame skill. The Bean Luo sect is recruiting new players. Our sect already has 4 Infeft Bean Luo powerhouses. We're developing soul rings. Join us. These posts left Chen utterly stunned. Apart from these, the others were relatively normal. Green Mountain Mental Hospital is recruiting new players. If you're crazy, come join us. Jiayan Zoo is recruiting new players. If you like being a dog, come quickly. Absolutely no discrimination. There were also some more subdued ones. Academic Hall is recruiting new players. Let's study knowledge and do experiments together. Warwolves is recruiting new players. Only veterans need apply. Identity verification required for registration. If you mind, please stay away. The rest were all normal. The ones at the beginning were a bit over the top. Had he slept for 1 night or 100 years, primordial immortal emperors, Bean Emperors, and Infeft Bean Luos were already appearing. Too exaggerated. Chen quickly flipped through the records, searching extensively, and finally understood the situation of these individuals. The names for the levels were a bit extravagant, which was not favorable. Levels must be clear at a glance for proper understanding. After some thought, Chen decided to make some edits. Subsequently, everyone received a notification from the system level system updated from ordinary person to stargrade combat power divided into 10 levels: resilient black iron, brave bronze, unyielding silver, glorious gold, noble platinum, luminous, emerald, brilliant diamond, extraordinary master, proud master, supreme king. The players who received the message were astonished. Damn, your planning is too easy. Others have to change skins, but you just blatantly copied it. Chen indeed copied it, or everyone was familiar with these levels, and they didn't have to think hard, which was excellent. With this in mind, Chen released a new feature changing a level name for 100 points. The leader of the 5 Elements sect looked at the suffix he had set for the levels and was almost in tears. Hongmeng Immortal Emperor, resilient black iron. It was a total disgrace to the Immortal Emperor, and the brackets behind it were forced to display with no way to cancel. Just as he was crying, he discovered that the game had launched a new feature that allowed for name changes. 100 points per change. Planner, you really know how to make money. All players who had set their level names in reverse spent points to change their names. After all, one could not enjoy playing if one was called a Bean Emperor followed by resilient black iron. It was too embarrassing. Time passed quickly and various organizations had cleared the zombies around their bases, to some extent jointly organizing the zombies in the amusement park. This period was relatively calm with no powerful monsters encountered. They were preparing to welcome new players. With more people, exploration would be simpler. The Bomb Maniac was also following the Night Crow sisters to look for the route to the mecha manufacturing facility, having already found half of it. They were close. Everyone had been killing zombies like chopping vegetables lately, and their mentality was somewhat inflated. Thus, the original players returned to the initial building to check the situation downstairs. Indeed, the big shots are still impressive. As they prepared to explore, everyone displayed their levels. Ji Yud observed that most were at resilient black iron with a few at stubborn bronze, while the Eastern Chen had already reached unyielding silver. Kun, you are too blunt, big shot. How did you become stronger without exchanging for abilities? Shang-Ji has been translating what seems to be a martial arts classic, and he let me conduct experiments which resulted in my enhancement. But don't worry, once he accurately translates it, it will be announced soon. Bro, what exactly is silver level strength? I sensed it. Black iron level should be ordinary people, and bronze level reaches the special forces stage, which is probably the limit for normal humans. Silver level has already surpassed what ordinary humans can achieve. I can now run 20 meters per second and punch with a force of 1,000 kilograms. Dong Xian did not hold back, but also did not elaborate. This matter still depended on talent. In their battle wolf group, he was the only one who had trained to this level. Damn, doesn't this make you Superman? It seems you won't be eating beef soon with martial arts and mechas. This is a world of mechas and high martial arts. Dong Xian shook his head. No, it's not that simple. There should be other cultivation methods. This world is vast. According to the background settings researched by Shang-Ji, this game is an entire universe. Our planet mainly features mechas and high martial arts, but there are other planets too. I'm really looking forward to it. However, there is a downside. If your strength increases, the points required to resurrect yourself completely increase. Now if I die, I need 300 points to fully resurrect. These are trivial matters. With enhanced strength, the ability to gain points also improves, and killing a few powerful zombies would suffice. Everyone was filled with excitement at the thought of the unknown universe. A fully real world felt no different from personal experience. Fairies, female mages, insectoid aliens, and female elves, and over their orcs. I want them all. Hey, what are you thinking about? Laughing so lewdly, Ji Yud slapped Kuan, pulling him out of his goblin fantasies. It's nothing. I just thought of something funny. Let's hurry down and give it a try. Maybe if we pass this level, we can fly off the planet. Others were not so optimistic, but they believed that beneath or outside this building there must be a way to unlock access to other planets. Everyone opened the stairs leading to the 29th floor, cautiously descending. A few reached the stairway of the 29th floor. Dong Xian turned to look at everyone. They nodded, indicating they were ready. Suddenly they pulled the door open and everyone was stunned in front of them. The building before them did not look like a building, but rather resembled a palace. Upon entering, it was evident that some unknown technology was used inside, and the space was much larger than outside. In the center of the hall was a swirling vortex. 10-person dungeon, a wonderful day with a cute one clearing. It can earn energy rewards and set new dungeon entrances. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what it was. The bomb maniac asked Shang-Ji if there were any documents mentioning these things, and quickly received a reply. There hasn't been anything specific written, but many documents have vaguely mentioned that this is a reflection of the abyss, not a conventional dungeon in the gaming sense. It will appear in the form that you can most accept. Some have encountered it directly answering questions for rewards, others have faced something like a wishing well, and some have even met a devil. The form of the dungeon is probably the one that we players can accept, and like the most, so it is presented this way. We haven't seen anything like it elsewhere. It seems this building really is problematic. The bomb maniac shared his understanding based on the documents Shang-Ji found. However, they quite liked the setup. Energy could be exchanged for points, which was equivalent to reward points, and setting new dungeon entrances could also allow other players to strategize. This building was even more magical than they had imagined. Perhaps the truth about the apocalypse truly lay within. Since we're here, let's go in. Everyone chose to enter. The dungeon displayed 15, indicating that they could challenge it 5 times a day. As long as they cleared it, it should count as completing the challenges from 25 to 29. Ji Yud had just tried. The door to the stairs leading down was still locked, and could only be opened after completing the challenge. Everyone entered the dungeon, and 1 second later everyone except Dong Xian died out. 2 seconds later Dong Xian emerged as well. None of the others saw how they died. They just entered and died instantly. Bro, did you see how it happened? Dong Xian's face was a bit pale. He wished he hadn't seen it clearly. As soon as I went in, a red fleshy tongue shot up from the ground to attack me from below. I slightly dodged and didn't die immediately, but then several more fleshy tongues surged around me and I was dead. Ugh, everyone felt a chill at the story. Wasn't that a classic case of being violated? Good thing they died quickly. Bro, do you think we have a chance to clear it now? Dong Xian shook his head. If I level up once more, I should be able to withstand it, but alone there are limitations. This was a bit troublesome. It was clear that Dong Xian had a good foundation and high martial arts talent which allowed for quick advancements. It would take their group ages to reach gold level. Suddenly Ji Yud's eyes lit up. No worries. Although our martial arts may not improve, we will soon have mechas. From what the big shot means that thing attacks high but doesn't have great defense, and with the protection of mechas we can clear it. That's right, but we still need to be cautious. The dungeon's name is A Wonderful Day with a Cute One, and we haven't even met that cute one yet. Let's wait for the mechas. Everyone dispersed, returning to rest. Those needing to use the restroom did so, while those wanting to eat went to eat, all waiting for tomorrow to welcome new players and recruit new members for their organization. Meanwhile, the official website updated the game instructions in sync. Dear newbies, please choose the amusement park as your starting point. Veteran players have prepared a grand welcome ceremony for you. Countdown 1 minute. The Bug Zone video creator Fu Shui Zhishang was fortunate enough to obtain the qualification. Humph, you expect me to choose this spawn point? I refuse. Fu Shui Zhishang glanced at the spawn points. Not only were all the free nodes open to the public, but the organizations had also opened their own spawn points to recruit new players. After some thought, he bypassed the organization spawn points and selected a dangerous red-marked one named Parkour Pro. Upon entering the game, before he could even marvel at the vivid tactile sensations, a gut-wrenching stench assaulted him. The moment he appeared, he stepped on a pedal. With a soft click, an iron gate behind him slowly creaked open, and a zombie with a helmet staggered out. Its thick thighs suggested it had been a fitness enthusiast before turning, and its arms were embedded with jagged spikes, blackened and clearly cursed with tetanus. Roar! Spotting Fu Shui Zhishang, it let out a howl and charged instantly. What the hell? What kind of start is this? Instinct is powerful. When you see a zombie charging at you, you run. Lu Xiang's right leg was astonished. Bro, someone actually chose our spawn point to enter the game. Lu Xiang's left leg turned its head. Didn't we say everyone's welcome at the amusement park? Why pick our spawn point? It's not even finished yet. No idea. Maybe he's stubborn and wants to be different. Whatever. Fu Shui Zhishang sprinted wildly, leaping over obstacles. Fueled by adrenaline, he barely managed to hold on, but the zombie behind him drew closer. He considered turning to fight, but with nothing in his hands and only shorts on, he had no means to resist. Ouch! Damn it! While glancing back at the zombie, he lost focus and fell straight into a pit filled with hungry little zombies. This was part of Lu Xiang's left and right legs' unfinished path. No way out. After dying once, Fu Shui Zhishang stopped being stubborn and decisively chose the amusement park spawn point. Fortunately, Yi Chun had reduced the points needed for resurrection, otherwise, he would have turned into a dog. The zombie amusement park was bustling. Almost all the newbies had chosen this spawn point. Luckily, the park was vast enough to accommodate 10,000 people without feeling crowded. A sign stood at the entrance. Zombie apocalypse survival rule for newbies: no. 1. Do more cardio. Run fast to live long. Zombie apocalypse survival rule for newbies: no. 2. Aim for the head. If the head falls off and it doesn't die, then enjoy the ride. Zombie apocalypse survival rule for newbies: no. 3. This world is free. As long as you can bear the consequences, you can do whatever you want. Zombie apocalypse survival rule for newbies: don't dabble in forbidden love. The consequences are terrifying. Zombie apocalypse survival rule for newbies: today is the game designer's birthday. Like this rule and everyone gets 1,000,000 points. There were many rules and all were editable by anyone. Except for the first 3, the rest were ranked by likes to determine their display order. The park was lively. Come. Try the zombie roller coaster. While riding, you can take out zombies for an extra thrill. Only 1 point and you can owe it. Dozens of zombies were tied along the roller coaster track. Each rider got a steel pipe to attack freely. Zombie swing, a shocking experience. Will it eat your leg first or will you kick it to death? Come try now. Zombie bumper cars, brain-splattering collisions, a thrill to the skies. Zombie haunted house, the most authentic apocalypse experience, the most thrilling zombie chase. Brave souls only, no heart conditions allowed. The park buzzed with noise and excitement. Newbies were all ecstatic. Holy crap, this is so real. The wind, the feel, the pants. Look, even the hairs on my arm are standing up. Yeah, if you hadn't told me this was a game, ID, think ID time traveled. As the newbies howled with excitement, a nearby player scoffed. Still so young. Shocked by this? Not like me. I'm totally calm. Bro, wipe your mouth before talking. We came in together and I saw you so excited you were eating dirt. Those seeking thrills headed straight for the haunted house or other spawn points to experience primal survival. Those who preferred calm stayed at the amusement park, joining organizations to quickly learn the game's mechanics. After exploring for a while, Fu Shui Zhishang was dumbfounded. To find a bug, you first had to find the rules. He confidently examined the game system's rules, searching meticulously for a long time. He found that the game's rules for players boiled down to just 4 words: no rules. I refuse to believe I can't find a loophole. Just wait. Fu Shui Zhishang vowed fiercely to uncover a flaw and avenge his fate of being devoured upon arrival. Chen watched everything unfold from the space, delighted. It seemed the new players were adapting well. Once they had their fill of the amusement park, they could begin expanding outward. More players meant more resources, more points, and the ability to bring in even more players. In essence, the more players, the more players. Chen didn't realize he was stating the obvious. He had already found a suitable person and planned to assign a special game system to explore this world. Nanyang Sushaka, it'll give you a task first to see if your online claims are true, and if you have the capability. At that moment, Nanyang Sushaka, who had just entered the game, was still stunned by the realistic world. Then he received a hidden quest. Hidden quest: colorful world, permanently unlock the recording function. Capture 10 special cultural or natural sites within the game area. Quest reward: special occupation. Traveler Nanyang Sushaka was thrilled. This was exactly what he wanted. He had no interest in fighting zombies and only wished to see different landscapes. A traveler seemed perfect for him. As Nanyang Sushaka was excited, the entire zombie amusement park lit up with colorful lights and banners hung overhead. Machine Shaoxin gazed at the scene with satisfaction. He and his students had worked day and night for 2 days to restore the place. Fortunately, the world's advanced energy technology meant each large area had independent power. They only needed to fix some damaged wiring to restore everything. The banner read, "Welcome newbies." A notification also appeared in the chat channel. "Welcome newbies to the running zombie show. This show is brought to you by the brothers Lu Xiong's left leg and Lu Xiong's right leg. You can bet points on the show. Eliminate 15 zombies at once, odds 1 to 1. 2. Eliminate 620 zombies at once, odds 1 to 1. 5. Eliminate 2,140 zombies at once, odds 1 to 1. 8. Eliminate 41,100 zombies at once, odds 1 to 2. Eliminate over 100 zombies at once, odds 1 to 5. Note: no thermal weapons allowed. Time limit of 1 hour. Newbie players watched the excitement and checked the duo's levels. Tough black iron. Damn, isn't there an option for 0 zombies? Their level is the same as ours. They're veteran players after all. Probably can handle 1 zombie. Bet big and win big. I'm betting on 6. If you're betting, why not go for 100? Turn a bike into a seaside mansion. I'm betting, not throwing money away. 2 tough black irons, no thermal weapons, killing 100 zombies in an hour. They couldn't even kill them if the zombies stood still. Still no guts. I'm all in on over 100 zombies. Win and it's a club and models. Lose and it's still a club and models. Bro, how is losing still a club and models? You're young. If he loses, he becomes the model, haha. Not only do new players not know, but even veteran players aren't very clear. Kuin, do you know how they are going to operate? Damn, don't shout so disgusting. I don't know, do you remember the egg we got at the beginning? The general on Wuling said, it seems like it will hatch soon, and everyone plans to let me take the egg, and the clown girl out to hatch it to avoid any uncontrollable situations. That clown girl, don't you think? She is kind and cute. Kuin, you are too ugly. Wondering why the second-in-command of the Jia Tian gang suddenly changed their statement about the clown girl, only to see the clown girl approaching from behind carrying a bloody bat and holding a zombie head in hand, striking a pose and throwing the zombie head from the ground. Look at my bowling. Haha. Bro, let's go out to play. The clown girl has already considered Kuin as a companion. Alright, let's go. Kuin returned to the original building, took the egg, and went out to play with the clown girl. Once bought, it's locked in. 10 minutes to close the deal. Opportunities lost won't come again. The big Jia of the Jia Tian gang stood on top of an abandoned hot dog cart, shouting at the passing new players, no more than 5. I bet I can kill 10 zombies. After all, they are Lu Xiong's left and right legs. Just by the name it sounds like they run fast, but they surely aren't strong in combat. Jia Tian gang's big Jia jumped down from the cart. Close the deal. Let us appreciate the performance brought by Lu Xiong's left and right legs. With a snap, the lights here went out. 2 big screens lit up, and on the screens Lu Xiong's left and right legs stood still in the darkness, shrouded in a filthy cloak with thousands of zombies behind them. They were not in the same place yet. They received the message that the show was about to start. Brush. The gray cloak flew away, and both raised a delicate transparent ball in their right hands, singing loudly, "Burn my calories." The small ball in their hands emitted colorful rays, just like the lights at a concert. Roar, 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 roar. The silent zombies all woke up, and the 2 still had the mood to pose for everyone. Brothers, watch my performance. Start. Both started to accelerate, rushing towards the amusement park at full speed. The way was smooth. This was the route they had already scouted. One person ran ahead, and behind them were thousands of zombies, a scene that made the viewers anxious. Damn, am I watching a live stream in the game or a movie? Whatever you think it is, the only difference from outside is that you can personally participate. This brother runs really fast. He doesn't think he can tire out the zombies, right? Is this a joke? Everyone still couldn't figure out how these two brothers planned to deal with the zombies as the zombies' awareness increased and their speed quickened. The Lu Xiang brothers were also accelerating. They went upstairs, those two went upstairs. I understand. They wouldn't be taking these zombies to jump off the building, would they? That indeed can solve these zombies. Impressive they can play like this too. The Lu Xiang brothers panting. Who bro are you ready over there? Who I was ready long ago. You also need to pay attention, this performance must be spectacular. They climbed upwards and the new players had no idea where they were running. Suddenly the lights above the amusement park's sky ladder lit up. It was composed of two 30-meter high towers. Originally there was a glass bridge in the middle, but it was now shattered. No way are they going to lure the zombies here. What's so interesting about that? Are we just watching them commit suicide? I initially thought it would be fine, but now they seem to be overdoing it. 20th floor reached. Both brothers reached the top floor and the relentless zombies were getting closer. At this moment everyone in the amusement park saw the two brothers standing on the sky ladder. The zombies were within reach, and they were still taking deep breaths, making their final preparations. No way, don't tell me they are too scared to jump at the end. Are they kidding me? No, I think they still have a show. Stop talking. I'm already sweating just watching, let's wait and see. Lu Xiang's left leg raised his right hand, Lu Xiang's right leg raised his left hand, each holding a steel rope tied to the sky ladder, and a hook on them with two buckles at the outermost end. Start! Start! The two brothers shouted simultaneously. The zombies behind them had already reached their feet. They pushed off the ground with force, pulling the chains, and began to run wildly, silently counting in their hearts 1, 2, 3. They reached the edge of the gap and jumped simultaneously, leaping forward with strength, carrying the iron chains crack. It was only for that 1 second, that one chance, they grabbed onto each other, embracing in midair. The zombies behind them chased after the flesh, all jumping towards them, each one falling down. The dozens of thin steel ropes tied between the two supports of the sky ladder shredded the falling zombies into pieces. A mist of blood was raised. Nanyang Sushaka was right here capturing this scene. There was a sense of cruel beauty, the impeccable tacit understanding of Lu Xiang's left and right legs, and these lifeless zombies in the drifting blood mist were both contradictory and harmonious. Nanyang Sushaka wiped the blood mist off his face, not only capturing the two brothers, but also the shocked players around. Damn, the city knows how to play, must it be so extreme? This score is worth a ticket. Indeed, although it's in a game, it's still very difficult. The two must have a high level of tacit understanding and absolute trust in each other, otherwise it would be impossible to succeed. Yeah, it feels like there's only one fleeting opportunity. If missed, it's a failure. Impressive. If this were in reality, even the Black Cow wouldn't dare to sponsor this show. Other than those shocked by the performance of the two brothers, there were also those inspired by their act. A person with a blade of grass in his mouth suddenly spat it out, mumbling. Yeah, since this reality is exactly the same, the silence here, things that can't be done in reality can also be done here. Then Blue Star has the 8 items of Ozaki, so this apocalypse should have the 8 items of the apocalypse to break through personal limits. This person quickly applied to establish an organization, and after completing the application, feeling delighted, turned to Nanyang Sushaka, who was taking photos, and smiled. Extreme night greetings to you. Just in time, Nanyang Sushaka captured this moment, or in the photo this young man had light in his eyes. How about it, bro? Wasn't our performance great? After the performance, collecting the crystal cores below Lu Xiang's left and right legs found the big Jia of the Jia Tian gang. Impressive, you two brothers are brothers in reality too. So in sync. They earned a lot of points from the new players today. As agreed, they divided them 8,020. After receiving the points from the trade, the two didn't answer whether they were brothers in Blue Star. We both have no other hobbies, just love the feeling of running here. No one says anything to us, we can run however we want, it's really refreshing. While they were chatting, they suddenly received a message. Hurry, Night Crow has found the location of the mecha. Upon hearing this, Kuan and Taicho wasted no time and immediately bid farewell to the two brothers of Lu Xiang's left and right legs. Now that there were more players, unless the system issued a major quest, most players in the open game world could do whatever they pleased. So the newcomers had all agreed to help each other out as game points were crucial. If they could create the mecha-making device, they could charge other players a reasonable fee for its use. At the 5 Elements Sect's headquarters, Fire Kuan was training the newbies. He was originally a friend of the Bomb Maniac in real life and had planned to have fun in the game. But the Bomb Maniac had become infatuated with the Night Crow sisters. With no other choice, since the Bomb Maniac no longer intended to build an organization, Fire Kuan swindled him out of his world contribution and established the 5 Elements Sect. Fire Kuan stood on the stage and shouted, 200 points can exchange for an ability. Everyone can choose their preferred ability, but I suggest not picking ones with conflicting attributes or it'll be troublesome. As he spoke, he activated his fire ability, forming a lotus in his hand. See, this is the skill given to all new members upon joining, the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. There are no restrictions here. You can create any skill you want. Once created, you can upload it to the sect's skill shop, set your own price, and sell it yourself. The sect takes no cut. Salt God Emperor Bacteria was thrilled. This was exactly why he had entered the game. As a self-taught scholar of advanced elemental reactions, he firmly believed that the 5 elemental abilities could be used creatively. Is there anyone who wants to show off their skills? Hearing Fire Kun's words, Salt God Emperor Bacteria immediately stepped forward. I have some ideas. I think our use of abilities is still one-sided. We should combine them. Alright, having ideas is good. Come on, show us. Fire Kun had someone bring over a zombie. Salt God Emperor Bacteria wasted no time. He had already exchanged for 2 abilities. Though he had joined late, he had money trading for game points directly outside. He had mastered the wood and fire abilities. Falling leaves take root. He extended his right hand and a green light shot out, landing on the zombie. The dark, grimy zombie instantly turned green and sprouted leaves. Blazing burn. He extended his left hand and a ball of scorching flame flew out, igniting the zombie. It burned fiercely, completely consumed, turning to ash in an instant. Salt God Emperor Bacteria leisurely walked over and picked up the dropped core. This series of moves elicited a unanimous exclamation from everyone. Holy crap, a Genshin Impact player. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Salt God Emperor Bacteria felt great. It was a pity that the elemental types here weren't complete, or there would be even more reactions. Yes, I am a Genshin Impact player. Fire Kun was delighted, not expecting to recruit such an expert. Just as he was about to speak, another person stepped forward. Sect Master, I have an idea too. Fire Kun glanced at the speaker, whose nickname was Enchantment Master. Bring another zombie. When the zombie arrived, Enchantment Master picked up a fallen branch from the ground and activated his ability. Water elemental energy surged, forming a rushing current that wrapped around the branch. This move is called picking leaves and flying flowers. He swung the branch and sliced off the zombie's head. Wow, that move is awesome. I want to learn it. Enchantment Master felt a surge of satisfaction. Everyone hold on. I've noticed that each person's physical attributes are different and the skills they can learn vary. It's best to try them out first to see if you can use them before buying. Fire Kun had also noticed this. After seeing Salt God Emperor Bacteria's performance, he immediately exchanged for the wood ability, but found he couldn't replicate that operation at all. In the sect shop, all skills have trial access. You can try them freely and see which skill set suits you best. Every organization was doing the same, introducing the world background to newcomers and then explaining their special abilities. Once this familiarization process of a day or 2 was over, these players would unleash their unique potential. Yi-chan watched the excited newcomers from the independent space, feeling immensely pleased. Without restrictions, the infinite potential of these 4th calamities could truly be unleashed. As long as he kept some emergency points, everything was perfectly safe. Time for a toast. Kun and Tai-Cho hurried over from Lu Xiang's left and right legs. Everyone present was familiar Bomb Maniac and the Night Crow sisters Dong Xian, and his comrades Jia Tiangang's Big Jia and Second Jia. Mechanical Little God was busy researching the ability awakening device and couldn't come. Everyone's here. We just arrived. After exchanging greetings, Bomb Maniac stepped forward. Night Crow said there are many human-faced spiders inside. Huge numbers, very fast and high attack power. There's also a giant worm-like monster covered in iron armor. They encountered monsters shortly after entering and couldn't handle them even with shadow transformation. The main issue was the sheer numbers, and their shadow abilities weren't fully developed. Dong Xian's squad leader approached Night Crow. What did that raider tell you? Is the mecha-making device definitely here? Night Crow nodded. He had a device that showed the location here. He was very certain. He also told everyone that if they found the item and determined the route, he would restore that person's memory and let them leave. After speaking, Night Crow seemed hesitant. Dong Xian's squad leader noticed. What's wrong? Say whatever you want, it's fine. Night Crow spoke nervously. I'm not sure if it's true, but when I was there before, they thought I was unconscious. I vaguely heard the bride and the raider leader talking. The bride said this was very dangerous, why take the risk? The leader said that after this they could get out of here and the outside wasn't all doom. This was their chance. I was groggy and not entirely sure. Dong Xian's squad leader patted Night Crow's shoulder. It's okay, we know now. This is very useful. They began to discuss. What do you think? Should we bring people to flatten the place? There are plenty of players now. Kun and Tai-Cho was straightforward, but the others had different ideas. Clearly this game would become popular just because it could be played while sleeping. With many players now, they naturally split into different groups. It was better to handle things themselves if possible. This mecha-making device would definitely earn a lot of points. Let's check the situation first, then bring our own people. Bomb Maniac, upon hearing this, remembered he had an organization too. Although he had done nothing for the 5 Elements sect, it was established with his world contribution, so he had a share. He quickly sent a message to Fire Kuin, not wanting to be the only one without a group when everyone else brought their own. Brother Fire Kuin, I'll call you later for something good. Get our people ready. Fire Kuin looked at his organization where one side was focused on elemental reactions and the other on various enchanted weapons, feeling very pleased. Alright, just call me when the time comes. Once everyone was ready, Night Crow was sent back. The area was now incredibly safe with more people than zombies. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the newbie players threw themselves into killing zombies, searching for resources and exchanging points. There might still be some zombies on the periphery, but those inside had long been wiped out. They couldn't even escape. Dongxian, a silver-tier powerhouse, led the way. This was a descending laboratory. The entire base was built underground, extending downward. The space below was vast, teeming with monsters, which was precisely why those raiders were wary enough to send cannon fodder first to pinpoint the exact location. Hissing sounds reached Dongxian's ears as he walked ahead. Cobwebs grew thicker along the corridor. Careful, we might encounter monsters soon, he warned. The moment he spoke, countless small spiders surged from the tunnel like a tide, scrambling over one another in a frantic rush. A rustling noise filled the passage from top to bottom, dense and suffocating. The silver-white corridor seemed to fall into an ink pool, instantly turning pitch black. Damn, so many! How disgusting! Dongxian swung his long blade with flawless precision, blocking the spiders charging at him. The shattered spiders burst and stuck to his sword, emitting a sizzling sound. Careful, their blood is corrosive. Bomb Maniac, quickied and nimble, hurled a Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus without hesitation. These spiders were cunning and vicious. Instead of dodging the incoming Fire Lotus, many of them swarmed around it, using their bodies to consume its energy. They enveloped the Fire Lotus midair into a black spider sphere. With a muffled thud, it exploded, but only incinerated the spider ball, causing no further damage. Nice, you guys are tough. Damn, I Big Jia of the Jatian gang am about to die here. Big Jia, positioned in the middle, felt a small spider slip into his nostril from the side. He had turned off the pain option, but he could still sense something moving inside his brain. It was eating his brain. The terror was unbearable, so he immediately committed suicide. The next instant, the corpse of Big Jia was devoured by an endless swarm of spiders. The speed was astonishing, and as the body was consumed, even more spiders poured out. Damn, these monsters have straight intestines. They eat and shit instantly. Kuin-and-I Taicho remarked. Let's get out of here and stop complaining. I don't want a spider crawling into my brain. Jia of the Jatian gang got goosebumps all over. Fortunately, they hadn't ventured too deep and quickly retreated. The spiders seemed to have limits. Once they exited the tunnel, the creatures stopped pursuing them. There are too many spiders. We should call for backup. Just as they were about to summon help, a ping sounded, and everyone received a message simultaneously. Come here, I've figured out how to use this ability awakening device. It was from Mechanical Little God. Let's go check it out first. Maybe there's a better solution, Dongxian suggested, curious if there was an alternative to overwhelming numbers. Soon they gathered around Mechanical Little God. We overcomplicated things, misled by those raiders. This isn't an ability awakening machine. It's a device for crafting special artifacts, he explained, demonstrating. Press your hand here, it will absorb your blood. Then lie inside and it will sense the materials best suited for your weapon. Once you collect them, feed them back into the machine to forge it. Then how did those raiders awaken their abilities? Jia asked directly. That's heresy. They treated their own bodies as artifacts. The success rate is extremely low, and even if successful, they suffer pain daily and don't live long. We recruited thousands of volunteer players and only one succeeded. As he spoke, Shensi stepped out. Her hair was purple, she wore a leather jacket with her navel exposed. A true punk girl. That's me. I awakened lightning abilities. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers, purple lightning crackling at her fingertips. How does it feel? Dongxian asked. Not bad. I didn't turn on pain perception, but sometimes I feel a bit dizzy. Envious of such a cool display, Jia of the Jatian gang wanted to try too. Hidden abilities were surely more powerful than regular ones. I'll go first, he said, pressing his hand to absorb his blood, then lying inside. A flash of light scanned his body, and a weapon design and material list appeared in his mind. Emerging from the device, he scratched his head. My weapon seems to be a baseball bat. I need water heart, wood, red iron, and virgin zombie blood. No idea what it does yet. Then go collect them. Let me see mine. Kuin-and-I Taicho was about to step in. Wait. Let me see if I can awaken an ability too. Jia quickly lay back down, but as expected, he turned to ashes. Others lined up behind him. Kuin-and-I Taicho weapon. Basketball, awakening. Ashes. Bomb Maniac weapon. Bomb crate, awakening. Ashes. Dongxian weapon. Boxing gloves, no awakening. Dongxian wasn't fond of such abilities. He hadn't even exchanged for ones from the shop, trusting only the powers he cultivated himself. Everyone found their suitable artifact and materials, but none succeeded in awakening. Afterward, they gathered their people and returned to the entrance of the underground base housing the mech. Kuan-ai Taicho noticed Shensi had come along and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "He asked me to come," she replied, pointing at Huakuen. Kuan-ai Taicho knew Huakuen. They were both from the Kuan generation and friends with Bomb Maniac. "I recruited her as an elder of our 5 Elements sect. We need abilities of various attributes. This time watch us perform." Huakuen walked to the front of the entrance. Shui Kuan Mu Kuan stepped forward. Shensi stand in the middle, Shui Kuan in front, Mu Kuan behind. "Let's go." Shui Kuan led the way into the underground tunnel. The spiders came even faster than before. As soon as they entered, the rustling sound echoed and dense swarms of spiders surged from all directions. Everyone braced for battle, but Shui Kuan remained calm. Placing his hand on the tunnel wall, he shouted, "Water wall." Water flowed from his hand, encircling the passage ahead. "You're turning, Shensi," Huakuen commanded. She stepped forward, touching the water with her fingertip. With a crackle, her ability activated and purple lightning spread through the water, electrifying the entire ring. Damn, elemental reaction. Electro-charged. Genshin Impact didn't lie. Clever, clever. You 5 Elements sect really know how to play. Huakuen raised his head proudly, saying, "Of course I am a scholar of advanced elemental theory." The water flows entwined with electric currents, making it incredibly convenient to deal with these numerous small creatures. Everyone just needs to move forward and witness countless tiny spiders falling to the bottom of the passage. Huakuen, followed by others, collected these spider corpses into a bucket. "Brother, I feel like your study of elemental theory is still lacking. In this situation, wouldn't it be better to directly use a prairie core in an enhanced state?" Huakuen sighed helplessly. "Hey, don't mention it. No one has ever mastered the wood-based ability to produce prairie cores, has there? We have been working hard to find it, but haven't succeeded yet. However, rest assured, we have already commissioned a general from Wuling to cultivate suitable seeds for activating the wood-based abilities. If we can't find a way, we will create one, and directly sow the seeds ourselves when the time comes." "That's right. I see you guys from the 5 Elements sect making great strides in the game." As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at the underground base through the passage. The entire base had a snowflake-like structure, with the largest distribution center in the middle, and 6 sub-bases surrounding it, totaling 6 floors. The mech device was located in one of those sub-bases. Upon arriving here, everyone realized that these small spiders were not produced from a gigantic mother spider as they had imagined. This was a place resembling a biochemical pool where the small spiders collected flesh and blood and tossed it into the pool. In the center of the biochemical pool were a large exit and 2 smaller ones from which countless tiny spiders surged out. "No wonder I wondered why those people didn't just block the passage and starve these little spiders," one said. "It turns out that when no one is around, the little spiders jump into the biochemical pool themselves, turning into stored nutrients, waiting for people to come and attack." Shui Kuan and Shensi were both charged with electricity, when suddenly no more small spiders emerged from the hole. At that moment, the nutrient liquid in the biochemical pool visibly dropped a level. A small worm-like creature began to emerge from the left small hole, and from the large round hole an egg was sprayed out. Crack, crack, crack. It fell to the ground and instantly began to shatter, with shell fragments flying everywhere, causing the surrounding walls to echo with thuds. Shui Kuan, who was walking in front, was suddenly knocked away, as a bioengineered person, with 2 antenna-like tentacles on its head, appeared before everyone. Dong Xian charged forward. Thud. As the two collided, Dong Xian clearly saw the appearance of this bioengineered person. Its eyes were milky white, its nose pointed and narrow, with only one nostril, and its mouth opened wide with a forked tongue like a snake's, flicking towards Dong Xian to bite. Dong Xian leaned back, kicking the bioengineered person into the biochemical pool. The bomb-throwing man reacted quickly, throwing a bomb right away. The bioengineered person, undaunted, reached out to grab the bomb. With a loud bang, its hand was shattered, green liquid gushing from the broken wrist, hissing. The earlier worm-like creatures that emerged from the small hole crawled up the bioengineered person's body, and its visible wounds healed in less than 3 seconds. Just moments ago, Shensi had tried using electricity on those worms. It was effective. Although these worms had strong vitality, they could still be killed by electricity. Unfortunately, after killing a bunch, the other worms quickly devoured the corpses, and soon they would reproduce another batch. Damn, this bioengineered person is quite formidable. Could this be the culprit for the city being overrun by zombies? It's possible, but the zombies outside are much weaker. If they were all like this, we'd definitely still be holed up in a small house. Before everyone could say much more, the fully recovered bioengineered person charged at them again. Dong Xian dared not exert too much force. This bioengineered person, like the spiders, had corrosive blood, and it was far more corrosive than the spiders. Just a little contact could create a pit even in Dong Xian's body, which had a layer of true energy protection. While Dong Xian was in a fierce battle with this bioengineered person, the others were not idle. They depend on nutrients. Let's directly destroy their nutrient liquid. Everyone rushed to the nutrient pool, only to find that the nutrient liquid was also highly corrosive. Their attacks merely splashed a few droplets, and the nutrient liquid even rose slightly. Damn it, are we feeding it instead? Why can it absorb everything? What the hell are you doing? The bomb-throwing man was stunned, seeing Kuan and I too ugly taking off his pants. I'm just watering it to see if it can still absorb. With a resolute gaze, he looked at the bomb-throwing man. Brother, you know, I've always admired you. We've always been brothers. Help me out. The bomb-throwing man was not hesitant, drawing his knife and preparing to deal with Kuan and I. However, Kuan and I quickly stopped him, saying, Hold on, brother, I can still save myself. Have you heard how to treat a patient poisoned by a snake bite? The bomb-throwing man certainly knew, but it was absolutely impossible. The scene was getting a bit strange. Everyone was feeling a bit nauseated. Dong Xian was fiercely battling the bioengineered person over there, while this side was in this state. Kuan and I had also decided to go all out. Forget it, since we're all going to die anyway, I might as well scout the path. With that, he jumped directly into the biochemical pool and ran down to the next level. Beep, beep, beep. When Kuan and I reached the next level, the entire underground base flashed red lights. Thud, thud, thud. The water level in the biochemical pool suddenly dropped, significantly spraying out 5 white eggshells. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshells quickly cracked open, and one of them directly chased after Kuan and I, while the rest surged towards the bomb-throwing man and the others. Compared to Dong Xian, the other strength was no match for these bioengineered beings. Damn, this bioengineered person really resembles Kuan and I. As soon as the words fell, the bomb-throwing man was directly decapitated. Kuan shouted, Mu Kuan, quickly energize Ing Shensi. Mu Kuan placed his hand on Ing Shensi's shoulder fiercely, injecting his unique wood-based ability. He was specifically chosen by Kuan for his ability to energize other ability users. Thoughtless thunder. Ing Shensi felt his body brimming with power, the lightning in his hand dazzling. All the abilities within him transformed into a lightning blade slashing towards the oncoming bioengineered person. With a swish, he cleaved the bioengineered person in half as easily as cutting through butter with a hot knife. Good, impressive. This is just like the Thunder God. But before they could rejoice for too long, countless worms surged forward, quickly recovering and rushing towards them again. Damn! This is even more ferocious than our fourth calamity. Bang! The bomb maniac was punched into the biochemical pool, turning into nourishment. Thud! Dong Xian panted heavily, kicking away the bio-android before him. Let's get out first and find another way in, otherwise we're just adding more nutrients to that pool. The others fled back through the passage they came from. The bomb maniac stayed behind. You go on, I'll hold them off. He activated his body's supernatural power. The attack he had developed first. Art is Patrick Star. Bang! A fierce blaze erupted. It didn't kill a single bio-android, but still blocked them, allowing the others to escape. Huff! It's getting late. Let's rest and come back tomorrow. Everyone think about how to deal with these bio-androids. Everyone was fed up with those disgusting bio-androids and needed a change of mood. During the day, Blue Star's residents worked or spent time with family, all while pondering the problem. Swarming them with players was clearly futile. The more players, the more nutrients for the pool and the more bio-androids created. Using fire on a large scale risked damaging the mecha manufacturing device, which would be a greater loss. Would they really have to wait for players to level up or forge weapons and artifacts? Finally, evening arrived. Everyone quickly logged into the game and gathered at the entrance of the underground base. It was quite lively. Awesome, bro. How many is that? Piece of cake. 8 already. Let's step it up and finish them all today. Dong Xian spotted Jiayan Bang Erza. What's going on here? Hey bro, you're here. Don't worry, these bio-androids will be dealt with soon. A player named Never Empty-Handed Angler shouted, here they come. Stop chatting and get ready. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed from the passage. With a whoosh, 2 figures leaped out. Those waiting outside quickly moved to assist. One of them was Kage no Kami. A voice from inside the passage yelled, now. Pull. 10 burly players outside immediately turned a massive winch connected to a steel cable leading into the passage. Soon 2 figures clinging together were dragged out. One player was already dead while the other, a bio-android, was firmly gripped by 2 steel claws. With a hum, it was dropped into a prepared cauldron. Quick, put the lid on. Clang. A huge manhole cover sealed the cauldron. Come on, Brother Shadow. Power it up. Mukun, recharge Brother Shadow. Kage no Kami, panting heavily, hurried to the cauldron and electrified it. The violently struggling bio-android immediately slowed down. A buzzing sound filled the air. Soon the thumping inside ceased, replaced by a soft rustling. Quick! Metal-type ability users reinforce our pot. Fire-type ability users light it up. Burn that bastard! Kage no Kami stepped aside. Jinkuin and Hwakuin began working together. Jinkuin reinforced the cauldron and its lid, while Hwakuin led his team to blast fire abilities through the holes in the lid, heating the cauldron until it glowed red-hot. Sizzle! The sound of hot oil crackling came from inside. Never empty-handed angler listened intently. After a while, he announced, "Alright, it's ready to come out." Hwakuin and Jinkuin stopped. The angler stepped forward, cautiously lifted the lid to peer inside and said, "Perfect. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. The flavor is excellent and it's 10 times more nutritious than beef." He scooped up a handful and chewed it. Even Dong Xian nearly threw up. This thing was definitely a bio-android in disguise. The others, already accustomed to the process, each took out something. A plate, an ashtray, a helmet, and started eating. Jianbang Erza kindly served Dong Xian a bowl. "Boss, try it. It's really good." Dong Xian raised a hand to refuse, pointing at the cauldron. "What's this all about? And how come you're here so early? Don't you have work?" "I'm here." "Well, you've already started eating. Save some for me." The bomb maniac ran over, waving a bag. "Next time we can make it spicy. I got some chili-like seasoning from General Wuling." Jianbang Erza waved eagerly at the bomb maniac. "Of course we saved some for our benefactor. Come quick. This is the peak of Brother Angler's culinary skills. Damn it. Call me Never Empty-Handed or just Angler, but not Brother Empty." Never Empty-Handed Angler, who was enjoying his meal, looked up and shouted at Jianbang Erza. "Got a big shot." Jianbang Erza made a casual salute. "Ask your bro maniac. He knows best." He never logged off. The bomb maniac walked over to Jianbang Erza, handed him the bag, and said, "Take care of this. I'll explain things to Brother Dong Xian." As Jianbang Erza left, Kage no Kami approached before the bomb maniac could speak. Without waiting for her to start, the bomb maniac said the payment should have arrived. "You can log off and check your account." Kage no Kami immediately lay down and logged off, returning shortly with a much brighter expression. "Thank you, big shot." She happily ran off to have Mukun recharge her. Mukun, looking like a drained rooster, lay on the ground, his eyes nearly rolling back in his head. Dong Xian remained silent, waiting for the bomb maniac to speak. "Bro, didn't you log off?" "I had nothing else to do, so I stayed. I mentioned this in my small group. At first no one had any ideas, but finally this angler guy came up with a plan. Since it's tough to fight them inside, we could lure those bio-androids out. The first few tries didn't go well. Those bio-androids would stop at the passage entrance and refuse to come out. We weren't strong enough to force them out. Eventually we thought of using something to grab them, so we asked Master Mechanic Xiaoxin to craft 2 locking claws. That let us catch them, but they were too strong to pull out. So we urgently ordered a 10-person winch and finally managed to drag one out. Once out, they become dumber but still powerful. We tried many methods and found that lightning abilities work best. They paralyzed the thing, rendering it immobile. But you know what, bro? That's not even the craziest part. Thank goodness we didn't engage them with numbers inside. Otherwise we'd just be feeding them." The bomb maniac looked at Dong Xian as if eager for an answer. "Spit it out. Are you itching for another training session?" The bomb maniac shot Dong Xian a resentful glance but had no choice but to comply. We finally managed to kill a bio-android, and I mean we chopped it into dozens of pieces. But guess what happened next? All of its body parts turned into those earthworms we saw before, moving at lightning speed, and they just scurried back. There's nothing much to say. Everyone knows how to deal with this. Grab a pot. Bro, you must have seen it too. We trapped it in a pot. But at first that worm was ferocious. It drilled a hole right through the pot and escaped. Luckily we have plenty of players with all sorts of abilities. Jin Kuin can reinforce metal. And we discovered that fire works best, so we just roasted it. Finally took one down. Now that we know the method, it's just repetition. As he spoke, Bomb Maniac tossed the earthworm from his helmet into his mouth. Dong Xian pointed at the snack Bomb Maniac had been munching on. "And what's that about?" Bomb Maniac grinned widely. "I don't even get me started. After roasting, this thing is actually delicious, but some folks still can't stomach it." Then guess what happened? Bomb Maniac's big eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at Dong Xian, waiting for him to respond. But Dong Xian just stood there completely silent. "Bro, you're no fun. In gaming, you gotta have fun let loose." He pointed at a player leaning against the wall, eating with gusto. That guy goes by the name Beta Grandpa. He's tough, he's brave. He took a bite himself, savored it in his mouth, fully experiencing the taste and nutrition. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Tastes like chicken, crunchy, super delicious, and highly nutritious." That's not all. It turns out eating this stuff boosts your physical stats. More strength, faster speed. Dong Xian was genuinely stunned this time. Could a single bite really bring such noticeable changes? How was this any different from a divine pill or a celestial fruit? Seeing Dong Xian's shock bomb maniac felt a little smug, but he dared not lie. It's not that dramatic. It's mainly because of his high talent. You know, after Mech Genius developed that ability awakening device, almost every player tried to find out what their artifact was and what materials it needed. Almost all of them also tried to see if they could turn themselves into artifacts with abilities. This beta grandpa was one of them. His ability is like Shinnong tasting herbs. He can sense how food affects his body, whether it's beneficial or harmful. But he's not immune to poison. He's already died from it several times, and his points are nearly in the negatives, so he came begging for work. Hearing this, Dong Xian understood. These people weren't unemployed. They were working for Bomb Maniac in the game. Do you pay them in points? Not really. Cash is best. I only use points in special cases. Bomb Maniac leaned in and whispered. I'm even buying points from outside. There's huge potential here. Dong Xian nodded. The kid had some brains. He had brought his comrades in for this very reason. In the military, they learned lethal skills which offered limited career options, mostly security or bodyguard gigs. Some liked it, some didn't. He called his brothers in because of the freedom and prospects in this game world. He wasn't short on cash and didn't need to exchange points for money, but other brothers wouldn't accept direct handouts. Buying points for them worked as it was market price. Huff huff, I can't go on. I really have nothing left. Dong Xian looked up. Shadow God sat beside Mu Kuan holding his hand. Today was her lucky day. She'd just been laid off and was worried, but she got into the beta test by chance and awakened a lightning ability, and it turned out to be useful. She made tens of thousands in one night. As they say, strike while the iron is hot or you'll miss out. Bro, you can do it. Just give me a little more. I'm almost there. The lightning ability was imposing, but Shadow God had a petite figure and cute features plus a soft, sweet voice that completely ensnared Mu Kuan, a 20-year-old virgin who'd spent his life glued to his phone. Bro, you're the best. Hearing this, Mu Kuan forced himself to sit up, channeling his ability. Green light surged from all over his body, gathering in his hands, and flowed into Shadow God through their palms. Her ability recovered a bit. Bro, keep going. You're so good. Mu Kuan's hair began to turn white, his face darkening. With a final burst of energy like a dying flame, he squeezed out a last bit of power for Shadow God. Then his head lolled to the side. He was dead. The sight sent a chill through everyone. Damn, she was like a succubus draining a man dry. Even Shadow God hadn't expected that transferring ability could kill someone. In this world, death didn't reset abilities. Even if resurrected, it took time to recover. Chen also noticed this. For some reason, abilities seemed tied to the soul. Was the human spirit the ultimate weapon against the unknown? Shadow God laid Mu Kuan's body flat on the ground. As everyone grew stronger, death no longer always reduced a person to a pile of flesh. Just as she was grieving, the resurrected Mu Kuan rushed over. Don't cry, don't cry. It's just a game. I'm alive, and I feel like my ability has even improved a bit. With that, he pulled Shadow God into his arms. You pathetic simp. All right, save the lovey-dovey stuff for later. Angler stood up, scanning the group. Seeing everyone well rested, he spoke. Let's continue. I think there's only 1 or 2 left. At most 2 more rounds. They used the same method. With Dong Xian joining, it was easier for Shadow God. She just needed to clear the spiders and let the biopool produce androids. Then when they emerged, Dong Xian held the manhole cover down to trap them while they set them on fire. Just then Kuan Yu Taicho and Ji Yuda arrived. Damn, you guys are insane. Awesome. You're so creative. This solution is way simpler. Kuan Yu Taicho saw the roasted earthworms and felt no disgust. Watching everyone grab some and eat, he didn't hold back. You know, it's really good. It's a bit sweet, sour, and soft with a hint of spice. Tastes like spicy potato wedges with a meaty flavor. Where did you get the chili? Bomb Maniac was impressed by Kuan Yu Taicho's boldness. Bro, you got wrecked yesterday, and you're still eating this today. By the way, what did you see when you ran off? Kuan Yu Taicho was annoyed just thinking about it. I don't even mention it. I ran into a monster as soon as I went down yesterday. It was huge. I didn't even get a good look before I died. Then a thought struck him. Yesterday, though twisted, it was incredibly satisfying. He hadn't expected the game to simulate that sensation too. With that, he rushed over to Angler and whispered, "Get lost, don't gross me out. Hey bro, you really gotta believe me, this is absolutely a way to get rich. Let's cooperate with General Wooling and see if she knows any biologists." Really? This thing can actually make us rich? You're clearly underestimating the value of this product. Give a lab mouse a button for instant pleasure and it'll press it until it dies. Alright then, let's give it a try. With Dongxuan's help, Shadow God had conserved some of his psychic energy, allowing him to go at it once more. He repeated the same procedure, and upon emerging he panted heavily. Huff huff. It's empty. I saw the pool was practically drained. That should be the last one. Dongxian leaped up and pinned down the bioweapon struggling inside the cauldron. With a sudden buzz, the creature split into countless tiny earthworms. Fire Kuin was about to call everyone to work, when Kuin and Taicho rushed forward with a glass bottle. Hold on, wait. With a snap, he pressed 2 glass bottles over the 2 holes on the manhole cover. Soon the bottles were filled with earthworms. All right, Fire Kuin, go ahead. Kuin and Taicho sealed the lids and observed carefully. Once he confirmed these earthworms couldn't break the glass bottles, he relaxed. These were bottles head scavenged from the underground base with top-notch protective capabilities. The final batch of roasted earthworms was ready. Last batch, let's finish up and call it a day. Those who could accept it shared the earthworms. Bro, you sure you don't want some? Honestly, this ranks in the top 3 of everything I've ever eaten. The bomb maniac kept promoting, but Dongxian couldn't bring himself to accept it. Just eat yours. After their feast, the angler and the others left. Kuin and Taicho seized the chance to deliver the 2 bottles of earthworms to General Wuling. Boss, do you know any big shots in biology? Can this thing be cultivated to make it less aggressive? General Wuling looked at the 2 bottles of earthworms, her skin crawling with goosebumps. She stretched out her hands. Take them away, this is too disgusting. I do know someone or I'll ask for you, but no promises. What do you plan to use this for? The purpose was too awkward to reveal to a female player like General Wuling. Let me keep it a secret for now. You'll find out later. Just don't hit me. Alright, leave it under the table by the left door. This thing probably likes cool, dark places. Kuin and Taicho placed the bottles, carefully double-checking the lids and glass, relieved to find them intact. By the way, this stuff is extremely dangerous. Don't let anyone else touch it. It reproduces very quickly. Very hazardous. Got it. Stick a note on it then. Kuin and Taicho wrote extremely dangerous on a piece of paper and stuck it to the bottles. Turning around, he spotted Harley Quinn squatting in another room. He approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Harley Quinn half stood up, pointing at the white egg beneath her. "I'm incubating an egg." Damn, I totally forgot about this thing. Originally they had planned for someone to take the egg to a remote area to hatch. Alright, you keep incubating. When it's about to hatch, call me immediately, and we'll do it together. Okay. With that, Harley Quinn squatted back down on the egg. This train of thought was beyond even Kuin and Taicho, who considered himself a madman. He decided not to overthink it. After all, it was just a game. She must have her reasons. After handling that, Kuin and Taicho hurried back to the underground base. At the entrance, 5 figures had appeared, each clad in a white trench coat with a long blade tucked at their waist. Let's go, everyone's here. Let's head in. Seeing Kuin and Taicho arrive, Dongxian called everyone into the base. The nutrients in the biopool were depleted and even the spiders were gone. Kuin and Taicho trotted over and quietly asked Jatian Bang Erja, "Bro, who are these guys?" "These guys are incredibly lucky. The materials needed to forge their artifacts were all common stuff, so they crafted them quickly. And they all ended up with identical long blades." Dongxian said, "We don't know what's below, so it's good to bring everyone with abilities." "Awesome." Hearing this, Kuin and Taicho lost his shyness. He walked over to the 5. Good grief, they were definitely from the same organization. Even their names were so uniform: red dye, green dye, purple dye, yellow dye, cyan dye. "Brothers, how does it feel to have your own artifacts?" Yellow dye spoke first. "This isn't an artifact. It's my Zanpakuto mirror flower, Yellow Moon." The other 4 were equally straightforward, each announcing theirs: mirror flower, red moon mirror flower, purple moon mirror flower, cyan moon mirror flower, green moon. Damn, you guys are all copying the same show-off. Why not just call it mirror flower water moon? Yellow dye shook his head. "Our group name is Mirror Flower Water Moon. This Zanpakuto truly manifests the power of the soul. Each of us can control one sense: smell, hearing, taste, touch, and vision." "I'm Vision." Kuin and Taicho was stunned. That was incredible. Wouldn't killing monsters be as easy as slicing vegetables? "Bro, let's try it out." Yellow dye gave a soft shout, "Sure Kai." As the ability activated, Kuin and Taicho felt a thin mist cloud his eyes, and he lost all sensation. "Is that it?" Yellow dye looked a bit embarrassed. "It's pretty weak now, mainly because our spiritual pressure is too low. With more, the effect should be much better. It's hard to control intelligent beings, but much easier with zombies. If all 5 of us work together, we could make zombies do advanced calculus like students." "That's insane. Can you actually make them do it?" "Definitely not, we don't know how." With that, the group arrived at the first floor of the underground base. The biopool was now completely dry. Detecting an intrusion, the system tried to spawn monsters to attack, but there were no nutrients left. After struggling for a while, the system burned itself out from overheating. Dongxian stepped up using brute force to tear out the core-like component, preventing any further changes. Let's go next floor. Dongxian led the way down. Be careful. Just at the doorway a monster killed me instantly. Was that monster highly intelligent? Yellow Dye leaned in to ask. Not sure, probably not. I just felt an immense force that crushed me into pulp. Good, then let us take the lead. We're here to deal with those less intelligent monsters. The 5 Dyes took point, carefully channeling their psychic abilities. Creaking open the door to the second underground floor, a fierce gale rushed at them. Yellow Dye urgently called out in the channel. Don't move, don't anyone move. We've got the monster under control, but not fully yet. A massive round head appeared before them. The entire head was just a mouth which opened to reveal layer upon layer of circular ring-like teeth. Everyone in reality held their breath, frozen still. The giant earthworm shook its head in a human-like manner, as if searching for whoever had opened the door. Holy crap, an earthworm this big. How long would we have to roast and eat it? Still thinking about roasting it? It's going to eat you. Xiao Huang, what's the situation now? How's it going? Huang ran, and the others were also drenched in sweat. The intelligence of this creature was indeed low. It couldn't handle its own massive size, making it difficult to control. The 5 of them flushed red in the face. This was their first appearance in front of everyone, and they couldn't afford to embarrass themselves. Hoo. All right. We have managed to control it with great effort. As long as we don't inflict serious damage, it won't wake up. Down on the second underground level, there is only this one giant creature. After searching the entire level, everything else has been cleared. There is nothing else here. Let's go, well, take it directly to the third level. Huang Ran jumped directly onto the giant earthworm's body, controlling the creature to swim down to the next level. The lower levels were completely empty, devoid of anything, until they reached the last level. The last level wasn't divided into small rooms. It was an entire circular hall. In the center sat a warrior clad in armor, and on the right wall was embedded a black box. It seemed that was the device for manufacturing the armor. Something was clearly amiss with the entity sitting in the center. Dongxian nodded, and Huang Ran maneuvered the giant earthworm to crash into it. Bang! The armored warrior immediately stood up, throwing a punch that created a large dent in the earthworm's face. Roar! The giant earthworm was in immense pain, waking from the controlled illusion. To its surprise, despite its size, it was quite timid. It turned to flee. Crack, crack, crack! The armored warrior moved like a phantom, directly drilling into the earthworm's body. With a thud, blood and flesh splattered on the ground, and it emerged from the earthworm's body. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. The giant earthworm was killed on the spot. Soon dozens of robot-like entities emerged from small openings in the wall, swarming around the earthworm's corpse, swiftly disassembling it with clanging sounds. The entire last level returned to its original state, and the armored warrior sat back down. Damn, is it that powerful? I couldn't even compare to a single blow from it. Did you not see? This armor seems capable of using special abilities. I noticed that the warrior's fists were even glowing blue. We might not have enough people. It's too slow and fragile. Let's call more people to stack up and crush it. Others also realized that as long as they didn't enter the hall, the armored warrior wouldn't attack. Kuan, you're too ugly and a bit too much, aha! Upon entering the hall, the armored warrior stood up. He quickly jumped back. The armored warrior sat down again. Then they walked in again and jumped back out. The armored warrior stood up and then sat down. Haha, let's just exhaust its energy. Saying this, they walked in again, but before he could jump back out, the armored warrior didn't even stand up. Its right hand suddenly opened and fired an energy cannon, blasting Kuan into pieces, splattering blood all over everyone. Damn, how is this thing so fast? It seems to have a memory function, otherwise it wouldn't react so quickly. It's a bit awkward. I just don't know how long its energy will last. I hope we don't all get wiped out by one of its attacks. Dong Xian frowned at the creature. From the way it fought earlier, it wasn't as strong as imagined. However, there were 2 points he couldn't counter. First, its attack power was too strong. His current physical strength had not broken through, and he couldn't withstand the armored warrior's strikes. Second, its defense was too high. The entire body was made of special alloys which his flesh and blood couldn't break. Even if he was at the silver level, it wouldn't work. A head need a weapon or to break through again. Fire! Kuan commanded. Shadow Godzi, come, you should try it first. He observed carefully. With the speed of this armor, it was clear that abilities like Buddha's Wrath, Fire Lotus, and Flame Blade would be difficult to hit. He just needed to see if the thunder abilities could cause some damage. The water ability released its power, sending a stream of water towards the armored warrior in the center, coiling beneath it. Shadow Godzi took a deep breath, pressed into the water, and purple lightning flickered, instantly reaching the armored warrior. Buzz, the white light flashed on the armored warrior and all the lightning was absorbed. Shadow Godzi's face visibly grew pale. Pull me away quickly. His body could no longer speak, so he could only communicate through the channel. Bang! Dong Xian kicked away the explosive second bomb from the Skyblast gang that was trying to pull him, then kicked Shadow Godzi away. Cough, 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 I couldn't move earlier, this monster was absorbing my energy. The water ability also gave up casting spells. In the next moment, the stream of water controlled by the five was immediately absorbed underground. We're coming! Huang Ren stepped forward, exerting all his strength to activate his abilities as he stepped into the hall. Initially, the armored warrior showed no movement. It's possible. Before Huang Ran could finish speaking, 5 beautiful heads had already soared into the sky, and soon the cleaning robots emerged to clear the battlefield. Dong Xian took a deep breath, preparing to test his strength. Just as he was about to step into the hall, he received a message. It was from Dong Xian's class leader. Everyone from their wolf squad had gone to check the materials for their artifacts, and the leader had gone to collect materials. Dong Xian, your weapon materials have been found. You can come and forge them. Okay, it'll be there shortly. Hu Dong Xian took a deep breath, walking up to Fire Kuan. Friend, have your brothers with metal abilities enhance my defense. Fire Kuan was a bit apprehensive. Brother, we can enhance it, but the effect won't be great and the reinforced skin will become very rigid. It's fine, it'll just test its quality. Just reinforcing my arm will do. The metal ability came up, inputting its power, and Dong Xian's arm turned golden and rigid. Dong Xian tested it. Combined with his true energy, it should be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks from the armored warrior. Dong Xian took off his shirt, revealing a body of muscles, and walked into the hall. This time the armored warrior didn't attack directly, but cautiously stood up, looking at Dong Xian. Damn, what does this big guy want? With all those muscles, wouldn't a woman go crazy just looking at him? Why is it that I get my head blown off when I go up, but the armored warrior seems to show some respect for brother Dong Xian? Just now the blasted Kuan returned. Damn, this gesture seems to show some recognition for brother Dong Xian. The armored warrior actually posed a martial arts stance, arms outstretched. Dong Xian no longer hesitated, adjusting his posture, placing his left fist over his right palm in response. Bang! Both sides moved. Dong Xian's muscles surged, flowing with boundless energy. Boom! In the next moment, the armored warrior stood motionless, while Dong Xian was sent flying, landing with a roll on the ground, but a smile appeared on his face. He retreated because his physical resilience was indeed inferior to that mech, necessitating a backward step to dissipate the force, but from a martial arts perspective, his prowess matched that of the mech warrior. He had never encountered an indigenous cultivator of the same martial path, only to find his first equal was a machine. Dong Xian charged forth once more, thud, thud, thud. He strove to evade the mech warrior's attacks while striking its weak points, yet the mech, aware of Dong Xian's vulnerabilities, recklessly engaged in hidden clashes, disregarding its own defense. Trading blows for blows, it fully leveraged its superior defense and offense. Swish! It had been Dong Xian attacking all along, with the mech rarely striking first. This was its inaugural assault crack. The enhancements on his arms, fortified by his ability, had dissipated after numerous strikes. A fist plunged straight into Dong Xian's body, seizing his heart. In this duel of shared martial paths, Dong Xian was utterly immersed. Now, at the precipice of life and death, a sudden epiphany deepened his understanding of the martial way. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, but the mech warrior spoke for the first time, a breakthrough in the heat of battle. A genius. Pity you shouldn't have come. It crushed Dong Xian's heart and laid him on the ground. Sweeping robots emerged from openings around the hall. With a wave of its hand, the mech sent them back. Flames shot from its palm, cremating Dong Xian's body. A breeze swept through the hall, scattering the ashes. The mech warrior sat down once more. Holy crap, coach, I want to learn martial arts. A true master is a master. So fierce. This martial art looks incredible. Is there a 18 dragon subduing palms? I want to learn. I want the star absorption technique. Quick results. It's obvious these natives look down on us ability users but respect martial artists. Too bad Master Dong Xian still lost. As they discussed and prepared to retreat for long-term plans, they received a message from Dong Xian. Don't worry, I've broken through. They'll get my weapon and return. Victory is assured this time. Soon Dong Xian returned. His rank had now advanced to a gold-tier martial artist, 2 tiers above ordinary players. Clatter, clatter. Dong Xian stood once more in the hall, fists clad in gauntlets. His artifact, the Blood Chi gauntlets. They fully adapted to his martial prowess and were exceptionally durable. The mech warrior, seeing Dong Xian's return, abruptly stood up, momentarily stunned. You have your strengths and I have mine. I have many opportunities. The mech warrior, observing Dong Xian's body, radiating the overflow of newfound power, chuckled. From its back it pulled out a storage card and tossed it to the waiting bomb maniac outside. Your martial style reveals your character. If I lose, I hope you'll carry on my martial legacy. Come show me your limits. The mech warrior drew an alloy battle blade from beneath the floor. Warrior Chen E. Dong Xian clashed his fists together. Gold tier Dong Xian. Inner force surged. Unlike the previous white true chi, now a layer of blood chi enveloped Dong Xian's entire body. The gauntlets on his fists turned a deep dark red. Clang clang clang. Collisions echoed everywhere. Holy crap, can you guys see anything? I can't make out a thing. I only see them clashing, their hand movements are a blur. Don't worry, I'm streaming. They'll slow down the replay. Bang. The two separated, each retreating the same distance this time. What a pity to fight in this state. It's hardly satisfying. The mech warrior sounded despondent. The suit encasing its body prolonged its life but hindered its martial arts. Dong Xian panted heavily, his body marked by several gashes from the blade. Yet the blood didn't drip. Instead it transformed into blood chi swirling around him. Thud. A thunderous sound erupted beneath their feet as they charged at each other. Dong Xian left trails of blood in his wake, while the mech warrior remained pristine, as ever though a tremor in its left arm betrayed recent damage. They fought fiercely for a long time. Shoo! Boom! Dong Xian seized an opportunity, trading life for life. Ignoring the alloy blade piercing his chest, he mustered all his strength to shatter the mech warrior's chest, striking its core. Both were as good as dead. The shattered core would soon deplete its energy, and the blade in his chest meant certain death upon removal. I lost. Come quickly, ask what you will. With a swipe, the mech warrior pulled out the blade. Dong Xian fell. This time he didn't return to the center. He sat right where he was, letting the sweeping robots dispose of his body. Damn, it's still not enough. Bomb Maniac grew frustrated. He felt Dong Xian was already formidable, yet he still lost. Screw it, let's just blow everything up. That fight was epic. Loved it. Amidst the frustration, everyone received another message: don't worry, I won. Don't enter yet. I'll come over soon to ask him some questions. He won. Awesome. Everyone was elated, and no one was foolish enough to cause trouble. It was clear that the mech only acknowledged Dong Xian approaching would only invite humiliation. They waited for Dong Xian, but soon each received another message: bro, the zombies seem to have fled. All to the left. We can't catch up. Something's up. These zombies are being controlled on a large scale. There's definitely a big shot among them. Danger. New event. Awesome, just got into the game and there's already a new event. You were right, bro. This game is amazing. What the hell was going on? Everyone was stunned. They'd been happily farming zombies lately. As long as you weren't afraid to die, zombies were manageable. 1 life for 7 or 8 was a good trade. Plus, ever since the Lu Xiang brothers lured zombies into jumping off buildings, it had become a trend. Players led zombies to their deaths daily. Had the zombies finally had enough and fled, this had to be taken seriously. Zombie cores were a key source of their points. They messaged Dong Xian, bro, come when you can. We're heading out to check the situation. Bomb Maniac messaged Master Dong Xian, him off first. Is that martial art secret realm from Master Roast Chicken? Can I get a copy? I'll pay points. Dong Xian replied, go ahead, stay in touch. No points needed. Roast Chicken is translating a universal martial art manual that everyone can learn for free. Others might cost points. With that, Dong Xian reached the deepest part of the underground base. The others had left. The mech warrior's energy was nearly extinguished. It couldn't even sit. It lay flat on the ground, diverting power only to its head. Who are you? What kind of world was this originally? The mech warrior chuckled, I thought you'd ask about martial arts. With a click, the final door of the underground base sealed shut. Cut off my head and bring it to the side. I'll show you something good. Dong Xian did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the alloy battle blade from the ground and severed the mech warrior's head. No blood flowed, instead a green oily substance oozed out. He had sensed it during the battle. This was not a warrior clad in a mech suit, but a robot with human consciousness. Move to the left over to that mech fabrication device. The voice said. Dong Xian walked in that direction. He was not afraid of being deceived. As the man had said, one could perceive a person's character through their martial style. Such a martial style would never resort to deceitful actions. It had nothing to do with good or evil. It was simply beneath them. Arriving before the mech fabrication device, the voice spoke again. So this is what you're after. It's not a bad piece of tech. It could be quite helpful to ordinary people. Hey, lift my head up a bit, brother. I'm about to die. The least you could do is hold my head in both hands. You're carrying it like a trash bag. That's a bit much. Dong Xian felt a bit awkward. He had never been in such a situation before. He had no experience with this. A little higher, let my eyes align with that aperture. Once aligned, a beam of light shot from the aperture, scanning the mech warrior's head. He even opened his eyes wide and his mouth, allowing his pupils and teeth to be scanned. Beep, beep, beep. Several tones sounded. The mech warrior's voice grew solemn. For the glory of humanity, Chen, frontline general of the Abyss, code 1557. Authorization verified. Generating image instructions for the mech fabrication device. Generating image instructions for the medical pod. Opening the final weapon armory. As he finished, 2 storage cards ejected from the device. Dong Xian took them. The mech warrior still had the spirit to joke. Hehe, I set that code myself. Did you catch it? 1557. Ha! Wrong. The entire preceding phrase is part of the code. Ingenious, isn't it? But you wouldn't be able to use it anyway. A biometric authentication is also required. In this body, only my eyes and teeth are still my original parts. The rest is all alloy. Clank, clank, clank. Clank, clank, clank. It sounded as if countless bearings were turning beneath the floor. The entire hall split open from the center, revealing something awe-inspiring below. A humanoid mech estimated to be over 30 meters tall stood enshrined within. With this thing, no matter how many players came, they would be slaughtered. Hehe, impressive, isn't it? This is the final weapon. Too bad it was built and never used. Dong Xian's mind raced. What was the purpose of creating such a thing? And why was his title frontline general of the Abyss? What exactly were you fighting against? Those zombies. Ha! Zombies? Oh, you mean the bioandroids? Those bioandroids, while a bit disgusting, are actually allies. Allies? Zombies and humans were allies. Then how did humanity become extinct? How long have you been here? The mech warrior had never really thought about it before. He had been dreadfully bored here, always entering hibernation after dealing with intruders. Otherwise, even the strongest mind would go mad. Damn, has it really been 300 years? What's the situation up there now? Dong Xian described the situation above. Those zombies do look a lot like the old bioandroids, but back then the bioandroids were intelligent. We had a cooperative relationship. I've been dead too long. I don't know what's happened since. We were sent to this planet to protect the civilians from the monsters emerging from the ocean. After I was fatally wounded, I was turned into a robot and stationed here to guard this final weapon. No one ever came to retrieve it, so I assumed we had succeeded. But seeing this now, I don't know. Quick, quick. Jump onto the mech's head. Dong Xian carried the mech warrior and leaped over, transferring highest authority. Now press your hand on it. Dong Xian complied. Soon he received the highest authority over the giant humanoid mech. Don't get excited. Having the highest authority doesn't mean you can pilot it. I was just as excited as you at first. The mech warrior struggled to turn his head, only to find Dong Xian's expressionless face. Hey, you really are a quiet one. You can invite people you trust to try it out. It requires compatibility. 70% compatibility is barely enough to operate it. 100% is ideal. Seeing the mech warrior about to close his eyes, Dong Xian quickly asked, "You were defending against monsters from the sea, so why is it called the Abyss Front?" No idea. The higher-ups named it, probably because it sounds cool. Sea monster defense just doesn't have the same ring to it. Oh right, if you ever meet someone who cultivates the same technique as me, and shares the surname Chen, look out for them. It's been 300 years. I don't know if my son has any descendants. If you run into them, give them a hand. With those words, the entire head went dark. A series of beeping sounds began. Dong Xian quickly threw the head aside. With a bang, the explosion was quite powerful. Dong Xian was speechless. They had the resources to install a bomb in the head, but couldn't put in a built-in energy source so it could live longer. He had hoped to learn some truths about this world, but now he was only more confused. The information was 300 years out of date. All he knew was that the zombies were probably created by the bioandroids who were once their allies. Oh, forget it. This kind of investigative storytelling was better left to roast chicken. He loved things like this and was good at it. Click. Dong Xian pressed his palm onto the compatibility testing device. Compatibility 20. Who doesn't love a mech? Even Dong Xian, who loved dance, yearned for the thrill of piloting such a giant humanoid mech. Well, if he wasn't compatible, there was nothing to be done. Dong Xian jumped onto the platform and closed the final weapon armory. He had to be very careful about who he brought here for compatibility testing. Its destructive power was too great and the game's freedom was too high. If a player who enjoyed chaotic evil alignment got it and took it out, it would ruin the game experience for others. Besides, Dong Xian felt this game was not simple. He had to be cautious. Watching the armory door close securely, Dong Xian proceeded to examine the medical pod and the mech fabrication device. The medical pod was completely useless for players. It was better to just respawn. It was only useful for the natives, currently just the two sisters Night Crow and Nightingale. After reading the instructions for the mech fabrication device, it seemed simple enough. Input materials and it would directly produce a standard mech suit. It came with an alloy blade in the left hand, an energy cannon in the right, thermal scanning, the ability to jump high, and a brief hovering capability. It was somewhat like the armor in a certain war game from Blue Star. However, the material requirements were very high and difficult to gather. Dong Xian estimated that very few people would be able to collect enough materials. But once equipped, its user strength would be only slightly inferior to his own. After noting down the material requirements, Dong Xian left. This place could serve as a research base for Mechanical Little God and Five Ridges General in the future. Outside, the players were bustling with activity. Most were asking why the zombies had run away. Brothers, this is Sang Biao, your reporter on the front lines of the zombie crisis. As you can see behind us, this is the zombie wall. Countless zombies are densely packed here, making no move even when they see people. And look over here, a player has attacked. Hiss! In a single second, four mutated zombie devourers burst out from the zombie horde, instantly biting the player to death, blood splattering everywhere. But shockingly, they did not attack the player standing nearby. Ji Yud was also investigating this matter. He recalled a streamer who had turned into a zombie, wondering if he was still dead or not. Brothers, does anyone know the ID of that brother who became a zombie? Send it quickly. Previously, the player with the nickname Zombie 8 Your Brain had turned into a zombie. He was also in the group and immediately spoke up upon receiving the message. Zombie Brain was leisurely strolling around, feeling more at ease within the zombie crowd, and wouldn't encounter players treating him as a monster to farm. Big shot, it's me. I'm still in zombie form, already deep into zombie territory. Wait, hold on. Damn, Big Shot, you're pretty unlucky. Why, as soon as I talk to you, a bunch of lickers swarm around me. Earlier he had passed by the lickers several times without them bothering him, but now they surrounded him. Clearly something was wrong. Over a dozen lickers encircled him, leaving only one direction open. Clearly they wanted him to go that way. What's going on? Ji Yud quickly pressed for answers. I don't know. It seems they've noticed something different about me, and are leading me somewhere. Zombie Brain replied, a bit puzzled. But he wasn't afraid. Players feared nothing. If things went wrong, he could just kill himself and start over. Then start a live stream. Let everyone see what's happening. We can replay it later for analysis. The two chatted directly in the group. Others remained silent, also curious about the situation. No money, no computer, Big Shot. I'm still a kid. Ji Yud was astonished. With the current point exchange rate so high, each point selling for at least $100, and you spending all your time among zombies without being attacked, haven't you collected enough points to buy a computer? Before Ji Yud could speak, Bomb Maniac couldn't hold back. He was eager to see new developments and make his move. Bro, send me your address privately. They'll get you a computer right away. Hey, great bro. On it. Bomb Maniac received the private address and didn't waste a minute. He directly contacted a friend at that location to deliver computer parts, even ordering someone to handle the installation. Zombie Brain followed the group of lickers in one direction for half an hour. We're here. Open the door. Bomb Maniac sent a message. Damn, Big Shot, you're awesome. Zombie Brain pretended to trip and fell flat on the ground, quickly opening the door. Bomb Maniac had ordered 2 installers and 3 of each component just in case of issues. He even called someone to upgrade the internet. In less than 10 minutes, everything was set up and debugged. Zombie Brain, seeing how much help had received, was about to invite the workers for a meal when he got a message from Bomb Maniac. Don't invite them to eat yet. Get online and start the live stream. With a computer worth tens of thousands gifted to him, he had to show respect. He immediately started the live stream and went online. The stream title was Into the Science. Zombie Brain Live broadcasts the mystery of zombies. Everyone was waiting. Soon tens of thousands flooded into the stream. There weren't many real players, but plenty of spectators. Hurry up. This game is my daily dinner show now. That zombie paradise is awesome. Hurry up and release the open beta. Honestly, I think it's fun even without zombies. Sleeping in different worlds and doing whatever you want is amazing. This game is incredible. The story progression really relies on players. Is it because players killed too many zombies that this situation arose? The stream screen was still black. Bomb Maniac had already sent 10 rockets. Big Shot, you're too kind. Starting now. With a flash, Zombie Brain entered the game and the stream finally connected. Holy crap. Holy crap. Damn. Are you trying to scare someone to death? Zombie Brain faced an even more direct shock, nearly having a heart attack. He had logged off while lying on the ground. If he were a living player, it would look like sleeping. But as a zombie, lying down was as good as being dead. The licker's shriveled little brains couldn't comprehend the situation. They flipped zombie brain over, stared at his face for a while, then with a crack their heads split into 3 tongues lashing out to lick his face. As soon as zombie brain entered the game, he saw those split heads and writhing tongues. He nearly passed out. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Seeing zombie brain awake, the lickers stopped their terrifying behavior. Damn, holy crap, I've wet my pants. Is this something a flower of the motherland like me should see? Too awesome. Thank God I used a beauty filter and played Good Day as BGM or ID die on the spot. Zombie brain wiped the saliva off his face haphazardly. Damn, I swear, even if I'm a zombie next time I log off, I'll find a place without zombies. One more time like this and I'll really turn into a zombie. Another 10 rockets flew in, sent by roast chicken. Bro, try to scan left and right as much as you can. Give us more info. Big shot, you're generous. No worries. Zombie brain walked like a shaking fan, swinging his head left and right. As he walked, he noticed the lickers were turning their heads just like him. Hey, these zombies can imitate. How bizarre. As he walked, zombie brain suddenly saw the lickers spring into action. With a series of cracks, 4 lickers sliced open the roof of a small car. Then they lifted it with all their might and quickly brought it before zombie brain. Brothers, what's going on? Are they carrying a coffin for me? Zombie brain had no idea what this change meant. You'd observed. If they wanted to kill zombie brain, there was no need for such trouble. 2 lickers could easily twist him into 18 different shapes. Could it be they think you're walking too slowly? Zombie brain was skeptical. With lickers blocking all other paths, he decided to just get on. Indeed, they thought he was too slow. Once aboard, the lickers sprinted wildly, nearly jolting him off. He lay flat, gripping the edges tightly, still shaking his head to show roast chicken the scenery. He also had time to voice his doubt. How did the zombie leader find me? Zombie brain couldn't figure it out. As soon as he received the mental call, head answered yes, and immediately headed in the specified direction. How was that discovered? Has anything happened recently? You'd asked. Nothing much. I just answered the call and headed that way immediately. How did it find me? I don't even have an accent. Hearing this, everyone finally understood how he was discovered. They breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the zombie leader's abilities weren't that strong after all. Bro, it's because you answered the question. Other zombies just babble nonsense, but you replied with a yes. That's like a crane standing among chickens. Damn it. I'm used to it. Just got home and haven't shaken off the habit yet, so I blurted out an answer. Tisk tisk tsk. This habit can only be formed in 2 places, the military or prison, both feeding at the public trough. Can't say much, just that the streamer is a model youth who hasn't committed any criminal offenses. Ouch, damn it. Just as they were chatting happily, the 4 lickers stopped and Sang-Chi now crashed straight to the ground. Before him stood a 3-story villa. Strangely, the entire villa complex seemed devoid of zombies. The only few were the ones who had just entered. After the lickers dropped Sang-Chi Neo, they turned and left. At that moment, Sang-Chi now felt a summoning, urging him to enter the building. However, this summoning was like a compulsion for other low-intelligence zombies. But Sang-Chi now could completely resist it. In truth, it felt like someone constantly talking inside his head. Annoying, yet bearable. Sang-Chi now thought it over. Since he was already there, he might as well go in. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Clang! A large pit opened beneath him, and a massive iron grate fell from above, trapping him inside. Before he could say anything, a figure appeared at the edge of the pit. White hair, bare feet, a red princess cape. At that very moment, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure. Nearly sickly pale skin, delicate and petite features. Nanyang Sushaka, who was watching the live stream, immediately captured this scene. This was the second image he had prepared for completing the hidden quest. Damn, a white-haired, barefoot lowly. I'm in love. The beauty of 2D has finally shone into the 3D world. I hereby declare the white-haired sect established. Any brothers willing to join me in rescuing the sect leader? Why is he being rewarded? Why him? Beast, get away. Let me take your place. The white-haired girl saw Sang-Chi now standing still and thought something was wrong. Instead of jumping down, she tentatively stepped on his head with her foot. Sang-Chi now sniffed. Even though he had lost his sense of smell and taste after becoming a zombie, he still inhaled deeply. The white-haired girl seemed startled and quickly withdrew her foot. But something was strange. After becoming a zombie, many of Sang-Chi Neos' emotions had been suppressed, leaving him in a state akin to a prolonged period of tranquility. Yet seeing this white-haired little girl stirred a peculiar feeling within him. He wanted to devour her. Literally, he forcefully drove this terrifying thought from his mind. Can you speak? How do you feel right now? The white-haired girl spoke first, clutching a staff taller than herself as she cautiously watched Sang-Chi now. I can speak. No special feelings except my leg seems broken. Hearing her words, he looked down and realized his zombie leg was indeed broken. Without pain perception and with his senses dulled, he hadn't even noticed the fracture when he fell. Beep beep beep. Shang-Chi now looked up to see the white-haired girl carefully squeeze a drop of blood from her finger into his mouth. Instantly his leg healed completely. Such incredible healing power. What's happening? The live stream viewers were also stunned. Damn, could this little girl be a female saint? A human-shaped peach of immortality. Maybe she's the mother of zombies. Highly effective at healing zombies but not necessarily humans. But judging by her appearance, she seems terrified of zombies, yet she can command them. What's going on? The white-haired girl put her finger into her mouth and sucked it. All better. Shang-Chi Neo, seeing her adorable demeanor, quickly nodded. All better, all better. How do you feel now? Do you want to eat me? How did she know? Could this little girl read zombie minds? A little, but I can control it. Good, then I'll let you out. Don't do anything rash. The little girl then walked to the side and used a rope to lift the iron grate. Shang-Chi now crawled out. The pale-skinned white-haired girl sat on a chair clutching a ragged teddy bear. The chair was so large it almost swallowed her whole. I was born before you, so you should call me Big Sister. We're of the same race. Shang-Chi now was full of question marks. What do you mean by born before? Same race. Don't you have any special abilities? That shouldn't be the case. The little girl, trying to act mature, looked both cute and amusing. I don't understand what you're saying. Judging by the situation, she considered him one of her own. So he decided to be honest. You're the second intelligent zombie I've met who can communicate. Of course, we're the same race. Besides, I appeared years ago while you just showed up. So I'm definitely the big sister. This not only stumped Shang-Chi Neo, but also left the live stream viewers dumbfounded. Damn, the game doesn't even provide background explanations. Are the devs this lazy? Players have to discover everything themselves. Bro, you're late to the party. This crappy game didn't even have text translation at launch. It was boss Xiao Ji and his team who did the fan translation, and later the in-game store sold a translator based on his work. Sometimes when you see a "Hey, don't panic," that's just an untranslated character. There's something seriously off about this planet. The Primal Tower is mysterious, plus the battleship we saw at the start, the first friendly NPC, and now intelligent zombies. I wouldn't be surprised if cultivators show up next. I think it's normal. Didn't we see that footage from Dong Xian? The mecha warrior mentioned that zombies resemble old bioweapons from over 300 years ago. It's not unexpected to have intelligent zombies now. The little girl grew impatient when Shang-Chi now didn't respond. She stood on the chair and began speaking. We're about to die, you know. Wah wah wah. I don't want to die. I've only met two of my kind and am still young. You just came into being and know nothing. Dying wouldn't matter to you. But I understand things now. I know the world is vibrant and beautiful. I don't want to die. The little girl was cute enough, but what did she mean by that? What did she mean by dying wouldn't matter to him? Stop, stop, stop. What's your name? And explain everything clearly. The little girl wiped her tears with her red sleeve. Sobbing, she said, I named myself Ku and I. I don't know what happened, but suddenly a bunch of fearless, terrifying humans appeared over there, killing zombies everywhere. That's bad enough, but you know your second brother is about to evolve successfully. Once he does, he'll definitely come over and devour us. What second brother? Which second brother? It was a giant zombie that gained intelligence several years ago. At first, it was only a little over a meter tall. When I encountered it, it tried to devour me, but I managed to escape. Now I estimate it's already 7 or 8 meters tall. It's been evolving all these years. I tried sending other zombies to interfere, but it didn't work. If it evolves again, I won't be able to hide anymore. It will also gain control over zombies and it'll be devoured. Those humans will be devoured too. It loves eating the brains of intelligent beings. Then why don't you just run? You can control zombies after all. It's useless. I can control some zombies through perception, but higher level ones are harder to control. I can't get too close to them either, or they'll break free and try to eat me. I can only control a few zombies, turn humans into zombies, and enhance the strength of some zombies. My own power is very weak. Damn, we players are about to have our own zombie army. Shang-Chi now usually didn't like to use his brain. He would skip the game storyline whenever possible, leaving the detailed analysis to the big shots like Xiao Ji and just read their summarized comments. Now he only knew one thing: he would definitely occupy a significant chapter in the game's annals. Clearly this marked the beginning of a major expansion. Brothers, let us welcome the grand expansion: rescue the white-haired zombie princess, defeat the evil zombie dog thief. Whoa, this game updates so fast. I've only been in for a few days and it's already on the second major event. Awesome. Amazing. Although killing zombies is already fast, rescuing the white-haired princess and defeating the evil dog thief sounds way more thrilling. Hold on, there's more. It looks like once we rescue the white-haired princess, we'll unlock the zombie faction. I wonder if we can unlock rare skins like the Licker or the Ripper. Can't wait. Bro, you're freaking scary. I'm calling your mom. With the arrival of the new expansion, the players were ecstatic. They rubbed their hands together, ready to participate in the storyline in their own ways. Since the game had no planners and no rules, everyone would just use their own methods to shine. At this moment, all organizations began gathering their members to prepare for this major event. Within the Five Elements sect, Huokuen not only delivered a speech on stage but also posted everything he said in the channel. This major event is our chance for the Five Elements sect to make a name for ourselves. Our Five Elements, heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating, immortal-slaying, demon-suppressing grand formation will make everyone fear the terrifying power of the Five Elements sect. Jia Tianbang de Jia. Last event, our Jia Tianbang was still fledgling. Now we have a wealth of talent. It's time for the world to know our name. Are all brothers ready? Now everyone go awaken your abilities and test for suitable weapons. Our guild can advance the funds for you to craft your own artifacts. Jia Tianbang Zhu. Our group is small, but we still need to show them our strength. We've already ordered our equipment from Jixia Xiao Shen. It's time to let those human players know that we animal-type players are not to be underestimated. The moment the white-haired Kunini appeared, the white-haired sect was swiftly established and instantly grew. Black stockings are dead, long live white hair. Rescuing our sect leader is our duty. Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 Playing games is about releasing one's emotions, good or bad. In a virtual world, it doesn't matter if others think you're crazy. If there's a group of people willing to be crazy with you, that's even more exhilarating. Apart from these combat-oriented players, those who preferred life skills were even busier. Hey, it's daytime. Why aren't you working on your thesis? What are you doing here? Jixia Xiaoshen looked at his student Jixia Guangshin, who was tinkering with something in the workshop. Teacher, why are you in the game too? I don't have much to do. Besides, if you have questions, you can ask me in the game at night. It's just like being face-to-face. Hey teacher, you're right. There have been too many orders lately. I was worried you'd overwork yourself, so I came online to help. Once this event is over, I'll work on my thesis during the day and continue in the game at night. Jixia Xiaoshen was busy at his artifact workbench. As expected, when he entered the artifact crafting device for testing, it detected a workbench. He quickly gathered the materials. Many things could only be made that way. That device was so miraculous, far surpassing any other technology of this era. He suspected it wasn't from this world at all. Pushing aside his thoughts, Jixia Xiaoshen looked at the excited Jixia Guangshin, knowing that sending him back would be pointless. Fine, fine. Remember, if your thesis doesn't pass, I won't let you graduate. You'd better get on it. Don't worry, teacher. No problem. Take a look at this. It's a blueprint that Jia Tianbang Erjia found somewhere. Can you make it? This thing is interesting. Let me see. Wu Lingshang Jiangjun was busy farming. By now they had developed a type of mushroom that could be grown with a short growth cycle and tasted decent. Kuan-Ni Taicho had asked for help last time, and she had brought in a friend. Now Kuan-Ni Taicho was communicating. No way is this thing really that powerful. A bespectacled young man let out a lecherous exclamation. Big shot, don't worry. You can take one and try it. As long as you can breed it, make it less aggressive, and ideally have it dissolve after use, then you can just sit back and collect the points. Alright, I'll give it a try. Oh right, your egg is about to hatch in a couple of days. Take it away quickly. Okay, got it. Kuan-Ni Taicho waved at the clown girl behind him, who was still incubating the egg. Strangely, ever since the clown girl started incubating the egg, she had become less manic. She logged in every day just to sit there and incubate it as regular as clockwork. Let's go. Take our egg somewhere far away in case something weird hatches out and scares people. At some point, the clown girl had made a pouch for the egg, hanging it around her neck, so it rested on her belly. She also wore a maternity dress that perfectly covered the egg. When the two walked out, the other players were stunned. Holy crap. This game not only lets you do the deed, but you can also have babies. Death sentence straight to death. At the very least, chemical castration. Beast. Absolute beast. Kuan-Ni Taicho didn't explain, leaving a trail of exclamations behind him. At this moment, most players were cheering and preparing for the big event. But Fu Shui Zhishang was a bit annoyed. He had searched everywhere but still couldn't find any bugs. No, at this rate my throne as the #1 streamer in the bug zone is going to slip away. At that thought, he let out an evil grin. He got it. The cheers outside did not affect the bomb maniac. He was now in a bit of a dilemma. As friends who had played together since the beta, they were all familiar with each other. Dongxuan, who held the highest authority over the ultimate weapon, had called over the initial group of friends to give it a try. They received a series of shocks, and not a single compatibility rate above 40%. Apart from this, he had also informed everyone about the treatment pods and the materials for building mechas. However, after looking at the materials currently circulating in the market, he estimated that at most a dozen or so people could build a mecha. The bomb maniac was certainly one of them, but he was now torn. Not about the mecha, but about whether to let the Night Crow sisters use the treatment pod. What are you thinking? Just tell them directly and let them decide for themselves, he mused. Didn't you say those two sisters suffer from headaches every day for a long time? It's because of that after effect. This should be able to solve it, he said. But they might lose their abilities. Dongxian had watched the video instructions and understood the pod's approximate capabilities. Forget it, I'll call them over. The bomb maniac brought the two sisters and explained the situation clearly. You need to think it over. You should have noticed that we're a bit different from you. We can respawn. So even if we tried, it wouldn't work. It has to be you. Most likely nothing will happen, but you'll lose your abilities. However, there's also a chance you might die. Night Crow and Nightingale had been living in the player-concentrated area recently. Everyone was passionate, often coming to talk to them and giving them gifts. But they couldn't understand most of what was said. Things like, how do I activate a hidden task? Or, how much affinity do I need to take her home? Or, I like this Sylvie style, when will the figure be released? She couldn't understand much. They had been stripped of their memories by those raiders, instilled only with basic knowledge. So many things were unknown to them. They had seen players jump off buildings, hang themselves, and cut off their own heads, only to reappear before them shortly after. They knew these players were strange, but could feel the goodwill of most, especially the bomb maniac's kindness. After treatment, we'll lose our abilities. Without abilities, we'll be useless. Night Crow and Nightingale said, their expressions dim. In the memories instilled in them, having no abilities meant death. It's okay. It's fine to have no abilities. There are still many things you can do. This world was originally for ordinary people, or were just the anomalies. It'll still help you, as always, the bomb maniac said. The two sisters looked up and saw the sincerity in his eyes, ripples stirring in their hearts. Let me go first, Night Crow said. Let me go first, sister. The younger one should go. Seeing Night Crow's unwavering words, Nightingale obediently fell silent. With the decision made, they wasted no time. Night Crow lay directly in the treatment pod. Soon the pod activated and green energy filled the entire chamber. Clang, clang, clang. It wasn't the sound of the pod itself, but the metal that had been fused into Night Crow's body when she was refined as a treasure. Over a dozen clangs indicated that there had always been more than a dozen pieces of metal inside her body, yet she remained flesh and blood without the option to turn off pain like the players. The bomb maniac could hardly imagine the immense suffering she endured every day. The bomb maniac felt a bit anxious. He genuinely hoped Night Crow would recover. Even he found it hard to believe. He had actually developed feelings for a character in the game. A burst of steam shot out. The lid of the treatment pod reopened. The bomb maniac's heart pounded as he looked inside. At that moment, Night Crow's eyes were not open. His heart clenched as if squeezed tightly. Then, seeing the rise and fall of her chest, he finally relaxed. It's okay, your sister just fell asleep, he said, pretending to comfort Nightingale while wiping away the tears in his eyes. Soon Night Crow woke up, pushed herself up, and sat upright. So this is what a quiet, painless world feels like. So peaceful, so comfortable. Previously, she had heard a constant buzzing sound every moment. She thought she only experienced occasional pain, but in reality she had become accustomed to a certain level of pain, reacting only when it became severe. Come on, little sister. Night Crow stepped out and Nightingale lay inside. Soon Nightingale succeeded as well, but she didn't have her sister's physique and was still asleep. Let's take you back first. Rest well. We'll talk about everything after you've rested. Night Crow's mind was in turmoil. She vaguely recalled that this city truly had shelters. Many of them, and she had come from one. The bomb maniac also saw that both were now weak and disoriented, their memories slowly recovering. All right. After seeing them both back, the bomb maniac began his own actions. Bro, how's the collection going? Don't worry, bro. I've been collecting for you since early morning. I've gathered everything available on the market. There's a huge amount. The more the better. I'm just afraid there won't be enough. Wait, this time the bomb maniac will also make an appearance in the big plot and set off a massive firework. Ji Yud was also fantasizing. If he could clear all the zombies, he should complete the pioneering task of establishing a safe gathering place. He wondered what rewards the store would give this time. Suddenly, he received a message. The official website displayed a massive update. As soon as he entered the site, he saw a huge banner: expansion pack. Rescue the Zombie Princess launched, martial arts system unlocked. Mecha system unlocked. The previous page detailed the origin and future goals of rescuing the zombie princess. Ji had skimmed through it and moved on, focusing on the second part. The first sentence read, "First, I must say this world is incredibly rich. Not only are there mechas but also genuine martial arts that can be learned and used. The second usual complaint, this game designer is really lazy. Can't they at least provide a guide for where things are placed? At the very least, guide people to discover them." The following is from Boss Xiaoji. "Do you know how I found this martial arts manual? Would you believe it? This martial arts manual was tucked inside a cookbook. If it weren't for a friend wanting to learn how to make the exotic world's cuisine, this research would have been left for last, and the martial arts system probably wouldn't have opened for months. Designer, please act human. Even if you don't give a guiding quest, at least mark that spot in red, so we know there's something important there." A broken safe, books scattered all over covered in zombie blood. Anyone would think it's trash. But would you believe it's a cookbook with a martial arts cultivation manual tucked inside? Enough rambling. The martial arts system was discovered solely by Boss Xiaoji, who has absolute explanation and control rights. For now, only one martial arts manual has been updated. Boss Dongxian personally tested it and has already broken through to the gold level. Image attached, blood-shattering fist. This technique has 7 levels in total, with the first 5 currently updated. Each level includes a personal demonstration by Boss Dongxian. The official website update sent all players into a frenzy. After all, who didn't dream of martial arts as a child? Stop practicing martial arts here. Go check it out. Those zombies have gone crazy and there's a huge problem. Just then, the frontline journalist Sang Biao was still broadcasting live, as countless viewers flooded into the stream. "Folks, you can see these zombies seem to have gone mad. They've started attacking each other." The zombies' attacks were brutally straightforward. They simply latched onto one another and bit, devouring until one emerged victorious. Whoa, this isn't just mutual slaughter. It's a process of evolution through cannibalism. Clearly the victors among the zombies, having devoured flesh and blood, surged in power. What's happening? Is this expansion pack really this bloody from the start? Yawning, Yi-chan awoke from the space. He had spent the past 2 days binge-watching shows, thoroughly enjoying himself and staying up all night to finish them. First he watched Uncle Dong, who cherished his clan, then turned to Brother Chong, the fishmonger. Both series were excellent. Outside, snow fell heavily, while he sat in a wooden cabin with a fireplace crackling, watching TV in pure comfort. Each day he checked his steadily growing points without worry. Today he decided to take a break from dramas and see what his adorable players were up to. First he checked the official site. Holy crap, an expansion pack update. Rescue the zombie princess. The martial arts system is now open. Yi-chun once again marveled at his own foresight. As I always say, players will fill in the blanks on their own. No need to intervene. Just anchor the points and let them have free reign. They'll update the expansion packs themselves, discover hidden factions on their own, and even find and research martial arts without any help. This is an open world. Truly and utterly open. A photo of the white-haired zombie princess had also surfaced, taken by Nanyang Sushaka. Indeed, she possessed an anime-like beauty. Seeing players eagerly preparing for action, Yi-chun knew the next few days would be thrilling. A myriad of creative strategies would emerge, and his points would surely multiply. After that, he turned to the martial arts system. Impressive. Even Yi-chun had to admit that some people were truly gifted. Others thought this was just a game, but Yi-chun knew it was another planet. Martial arts were real, and Dong Xian's rapid mastery was entirely due to his own talent. Oh, the mech warrior was also formidable. Dong Xian had died twice already. Wait, had he forgotten something? Yi-chun slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to extract the death recycling ability. It was too safe here, and Uncle Dong and Brother Chong were too entertaining, so he had overlooked it. Extract the death recycling ability. The system began extraction. In an instant, Yi-chun heard countless sounds around him. The whisper of falling snow, the crackle of the fire, the creak of his foot on the wooden floor. Crack. He took a step forward, and the plank beneath him splintered, a testament to the durability of the system's materials. His martial arts rank had reached the silver tier, and his 5 abilities had also reached the limit of the beginner tier, equivalent to silver. Since Dong Xian at the gold tier had never died, Yi-chun could only advance to silver. However, he had absorbed all the insights and realizations of every player regarding abilities and martial arts. His understanding of both far surpassed anyone else's. Yi-chun paused for a moment, then extended his palm. From each of his 5 fingers a thread of elemental energy emerged, converging at the center. A ball of blood energy formed in his palm, enveloped by the converging threads. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it out the window into the snow. With a resounding thud, it blasted a massive crater. This power is definitely at the peak of the gold tier. Having abilities was quite convenient. handy for bathing, brushing teeth, and even lighting a cigarette. Today, he decided to make some dumplings. After exchanging for a portion, Chen opened a streaming platform, found a channel broadcasting the apocalypse, and started eating while watching. Meanwhile, everyone had witnessed the zombies' unusual behavior. After a brief observation, they immediately flocked to Shang-Chi Nao's stream. The white-haired Kunini was also panicking. Quick, we need to run. Your second brother is about to evolve successfully. In 3 days at most. At that moment, Shang-Chi Nao was completely immersed in Kunini's breathtaking beauty, oblivious to the outside world. He felt certain it had to do with her blood enabling his evolution. It was purely an instinct of life, not his own desire. Only when Kunini panicked did he snap back to reality. He quickly checked what was happening outside, scanning the barrage of comments. The screen was filled with cries like, "You beast! You beast! Protect the white-haired leader! Cleanse the wicked! Get down and look! Get down and look!" He quickly spoke up. "Brothers, I know everyone's anxious, but hold on. Tell me what's happened. Let me ask Kunini." It was Bro Rooster who remained calm. "The zombies on the outskirts are devouring each other to evolve. Ask her what's going on." Shang-Chi now quickly turned around. "Why are the zombies outside eating each other to evolve?" Hearing this, the white-haired Kunini shot up like a startled cat. Shang-Chi now immediately stood up as well. Close call. He had nearly glimpsed a forbidden zone. That would have instantly killed the stream. "Really? I can no longer sense the zombies on the outskirts. I've lost control." "How do you know that? Is it your special ability?" Answering that question was tricky. Clearly this white-haired Kunini was likely a new story character arranged by the game designers, meant to unlock new factions and special zombie classes for players. But following the game's usual pattern, if he couldn't come up with a decent reason, this story character might not follow him back and the special zombie class would be lost. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to channel his inner energy. Then he immediately asked in the stream, "Brothers, it's clear, we need to invite Kunini to join the player faction, but how do we do that? Given the game's quirks, if we mess this up, we might blow it. I even suspect that the first flying little girl Cyber Uncle Duh and the others encountered was supposed to be our class mentor, but they sent her away, which is why the early game was so tough. Maybe the designers had everything planned out, but we players made such bizarre choices that the game took a different direction." Now I'm at a loss for words. The NPCs in this game are too smart. What if we don't connect properly and this white-haired zombie Loli runs away? She's definitely capable of turning players into zombies 100. And she can even evolve them into different types. Indeed, with more players, more ideas emerge. Following this line of thought and considering the game's usual tendencies, that little girl might indeed have been a guiding NPC. Ji Yud slapped his head, his mind going blank. Could it be that his own reckless actions had caused the starting story character to run away? Back in his space, Yi-chan had just finished his dumplings and was drinking cola. He nearly spat it out, wanting to give Shang-Chi now a thumbs up for his brilliant imagination. Classic words. Just act and the free thinkers will argue on your behalf. Haha. As a level 10 scholar of apocalypse culture, this task required only Bro Rooster. A colorful barrage appeared. Here, just fool her like this. This young lady is clearly very innocent. Although she was born with some knowledge, that's all it is. Day after day communicating with a bunch of zombies that can't speak. What could she possibly gain from it? Just tell her that you are a zombie who evolved from a human, and still maintain your connection with us. That's your special ability, simple as that. You felt the princess call, so you came to rescue her along with many like-minded companions. Roasted Chicken glanced at the organization's members. The White Fur Sect now had over 3,000 people. Although the White Fur Sect was a free organization that didn't restrict members from joining other factions, the numbers were still substantial. A quick scan revealed that Mechanical Little God's several students were all inside among the most active members. Roasted Chicken couldn't help but wonder what expression Mechanical Little God would make when he found out. Zombie Eating Brain was astonished. That's it. So simple. It's that simple. I may not be much, but am a psychology PhD with a love for games. This young lady is clearly suffering from a lack of security, desperately craving safety, and a desire to be with her kind. That's why she took the risk to bring you here and even let you out. Her combat ability is obviously very low, yet she still released you. It's pure desperation. She grew up among zombies that wanted to eat her, and other predators were no better. Finally, she sees a large group of newcomers all acting a bit crazy, but she probably accepts us. She must also guess that you have some connection with these people, since you all appeared together. In fact, I think she doesn't see herself as a zombie at all. She's more inclined to identify as human. Clearly, apart from controlling zombies, she's no different from humans. We even have someone who spits fire here. Aren't we all the same? Besides, talking too much leads to mistakes. Let her fill in the blanks herself. That's best. Yi-chun silently gave him a thumbs up. Just as Roasted Chicken finished speaking before zombie-eating brain could respond, the barrage comments erupted in joy. I told you those who study psychology have dirty hearts. Damn, isn't this tricking a kid? Damn it, I want to learn. The White Fur sect protests against Big Shot Roasted Chicken. After the laughter subsided, zombie-eating brain understood. Alright, I'll listen to the Big Shot. Zombie-eating brain showed a determined gaze looking at White Fur Nick-Nick. Nick-Nick was so frightened that she immediately tightened her clothes and curled back into the chair. To be honest, I am a zombie evolved from a human. I received the princess summons and came to rescue the princess for her return. Over there are many of our people, but they haven't evolved into zombies, so they can't come over yet. Nick-Nick's eyes sparkled. A princess? So I'm a princess. I knew you were connected to that group. You came from that direction and appeared at the same time. Since I'm a princess, where is our kingdom? Where are our warriors? Zombie-eating brain hadn't thought of that. Luckily, he was quick-witted. The kingdom has fallen. You are the last bloodline. We traveled far and wide before finding you, princess. Nick-Nick's expression dimmed. Ah well, I always felt I was different from these zombies. So this is just our ability. What do we do now? That big guy who's evolving. Is he the prince? I don't think he's very smart. Last time we met, he just wanted to eat me. He is an evil scoundrel and must be punished. But we can't beat him, Nick-Nick admitted without hesitation. It's okay. Not only do you have your subjects, but we also have companions we've met along the way. They will all help us. Good. Then I'll grant rewards to all of you. Nick-Nick raised her head and waved her hand, grandly radiating elegance. Suddenly she clutched her head in pain and crouched down. What's wrong? Suddenly another large group of zombies has disappeared from my perception. He's getting stronger. I'm afraid I won't be able to control the zombies soon, and hell find me. Nick-Nick said, tears glistening in her eyes as she held her head. At this critical moment, someone with strategic vision had to step up and direct the overall plan. Naturally, it fell to Dongshuan's squad leader, whose nickname belied his former position. Far more significant. Dongshuan's squad leader spoke up. We must rescue Nick-Nick now. Clearly, zombie-eating brain is an anomaly, one of us players, while Nick-Nick and the other zombie king were born from the zombie race. One has intelligence, the other has physical power. If they merge, the zombie king will devour Nick-Nick's intelligence, becoming stronger and more cunning. A zombie with intelligence will undoubtedly cause us great harm. So our first step is to rescue Nick-Nick from the zombie encirclement. If we can get her out, we can decide the final battlefield. This will greatly aid us in future battles. We'll split into two groups. After rescuing Nick-Nick, we can form a zombie player faction and seek out the zombie king's lair. With the general direction set, Dongshuan's squad leader stepped back. Players were not soldiers, each had their own ideas. Freedom of action would allow everyone to showcase their abilities. Yi-chun, who had been watching, decided to make an appearance. Large-scale battle mission: rescue the White Fur Princess and defeat the evil scoundrel is now officially launched. This mission will reward substantial world contribution points distributed, based on each player's contribution to the battle. Successful completion of this mission, all participating players will receive the title Don Quixote. Successful completion of this mission, chance to unlock a new class. The top 10 players in world contribution points for this mission will receive special rewards. Stay tuned. 666. The devs always swoop in to reap the rewards. We set everything up and you just issue a mission. As expected, it's a probability unlock. So it's possible we might not unlock anything. Stop complaining. Didn't you always gripe that other games weren't free enough? This game is so free with new titles and classes to unlock. Just be happy. Anyway, I'm eyeing the top 10 player rewards. I'm not greedy. 100,000 points would be enough. Apart from issuing missions to these players, Yi-chun also noticed the maverick Fu Shui Zhishang. He marked him, curious to see what tricks this guy would pull. As Yi-chun pondered, the two groups had already set off. One was the White Fur Sect. Rescuing the princess is our duty. As core members of the White Fur Sect, we must get there first. Among them, Mechanical Mad God was prominently listed. Most players had agreed on the rescue plan: first get a player close to Nick-Nick get turned into a zombie, and once enough numbers were gathered, find a way to escort her out. The other group was the Midnight Crew, a small group of people who loved extreme sports in real life. Let them find the princess. We're going to dance on the zombie king's head. Both groups had set off. Yi-chun had also figured out how to edit the mission for Fukuzawa Shida. Whether it was the players in the game or the official website outside, Yi-chun had delegated secondary authority to them. The ultimate authority remained in his hands, allowing him to change things as he pleased and kick out whomever he wanted. For now, these players were doing well, and Yi-chun was happy to take it easy. Wasn't it good to lie back and earn points without having to manage everything? Wasn't that exhausting? Meanwhile, Fukuzawa Yui, who was scheming within the game, also received a mission. Mission: a joyful game by another path. Mission objective: find different ways to play the game. Mission reward: permission to create a unique organization. Holy cow, Fukuzawa Yui was stunned. This game was challenging the pride of a BU-Zone streamer. He had to find a bug. Clearly this was a hidden mission. Wherever it came from, he had to try to complete it. Dong Xian had yet to join these activities. He was still familiarizing himself with his golden tier power. After his ultimate battle with the mech warrior, he had gained new insights. His blood energy swirled around him, seemingly about to coalesce into a pair of bloody wings behind his back. With a cough, Dong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't enough. His control over the blood energy was still insufficient. Brother, what's wrong? A girl with short light blue hair walked over. It's nothing. What could go wrong in this game? How are you adapting? It's wonderful. I can finally run, jump, and walk. The little girl with the username Sanwoo Girl jumped for joy. In anime, Sanwoo girls were silent, emotionless, and expressionless. She called herself Sanwoo Girl because a childhood accident had left her with high-level paralysis. Her legs, hands, and even her abdomen had no feeling. It was an alternative kind of Sanwoo. Truly a dark joke. This world is so wonderful. I wish I could stay here forever, running and jumping without having to lie in bed all the time. Seeing Sanwoo Girl's joyful expression, he felt relieved. It had been a long time since he'd seen her smile like that. Since we're here, you should give it a try too. See if you can pilot a mech. Dong Xian led Sanwoo Girl to the ultimate weapon. Wow, a mech. Such a cool mech. If I could pilot it, I'd paint it blue and white. Sure, as long as you can synchronize with it. No one has achieved a compatibility rate of over 50% yet. Sanwoo Girl placed her hand on the testing console. Compatibility 100%. The mech inexplicably glowed with a blue-white light, as if welcoming the arrival of its master. Incredible. It seems it was waiting for you. Go on in and feel it out. Dong Xian was also shocked. He hadn't expected Sanwoo Girl to have a perfect compatibility rate with it. They had gained another trump card to fight the future zombie king. The members of the White Fur sect were advancing toward Keknini's location. Brother, where did you get the route? I watched the entire stream of Sang-Chi now. I mapped the route based on his perspective. The route is absolutely accurate. But there's one small problem. What problem? Where is the starting point? They could only watch from the beginning of the stream. The place Sang-Chi now started was in the original zombie area, which they weren't familiar with. Their primary goal now was to find where Sang-Chi now had set off from. Why don't we just ask Sang-Chi now? I asked. He said he doesn't remember either. After he first turned into a zombie, he just wandered around randomly. The White Fur sect's deputy sect leader Black Silk to death sighed after hearing everyone's words. Forget it. There's only one way now. Everyone was amazed. The sect leader was indeed the sect leader. He had a plan. What plan? They asked, full of anticipation. Black Silk to death took off his shoe, threw it at the intersection, and shouted, "Celestial guidance." Everyone gasped. Mech God said, "It's not that I don't believe it, but can cyber deities hear the summons of us electronic beings?" Before the deputy sect leader could even meet the sect leader, the elders had already started the process to impeach him. Stop arguing. I know the way. Follow me. An elder of the White Fur sect and two Suaji spoke up. In the White Fur sect, the lowest rank was elder and the rest were deputy sect leaders. There were fewer deputy sect leaders, so it was hard to say whether the elders or the deputy sect leaders held higher rank. Wait, brother, don't rush. Explain yourself first. Don't just wander around and become a zombie snack. After experiencing the unreliable deputy sect leader Black Silk to death, Mech God was also feeling a bit uneasy. Even if they were going to use metaphysics, they should pick a more reliable one. He himself knew some metaphysical methods. But this elder and two Suaji profoundly demonstrated to him what science was. And two Suaji directly pulled out a screenshot of Sang-Chi Naos' starting point. Brothers, please look. Pay attention to this shaded area. This is from when Sang-Chi now looked up. We can see a shadow on the 33rd floor of this building. Everyone looked closely. Impressive. That shadow was just in a corner of the rooftop, and it was a fleeting image. The elder had even captured it. Amazing. We've checked from the 33rd floor. The highest is the 33rd floor. The only thing taller than it is an airship drifting through the city. The recording time was around 11 in the morning. I observed that at 11 the airship should be in our upper right corner. Combined with the distance between buildings and the changes in light and shadow, there's a 90% probability that the 0.3 kilometers to the upper right is his starting point. Mech God found this deduction fascinating and quickly asked, "How did you deduce that it was 11 in the morning? Was it based on the angle of the sunlight?" "More or less. There was a flagpole right at the entrance he passed. I estimated the approximate time based on the angle of its shadow. Although most of them were listening in a daze, his explanation had more words. It was clearly more reliable than celestial guidance. So they decided to follow the Elder's lead. They continued their journey. Fortunately, the Zombie King was currently gathering ordinary zombies to fight each other, so their initial path was relatively smooth. But the further they went, the more zombies there were, and the mutated zombies were also increasing. Every time they passed a horde of zombies, they lost one elder from the White Fur sect. What do we do now? Mech God looked at the group. They had already found Sang-Chi Naos' starting point exactly where Ntu Suaji had indicated. Following the drawn map, they had been frantically rushing toward the villa area, where Keknini was located. Fortunately, the zombies along the way had either been driven away by Keknini or lured by the Zombie King to fight among themselves. After sacrificing a few White Fur sect elders, they had managed to get through, albeit perilously. Now they had arrived at the entrance of the villa area. But the entrance was packed with zombies one after another. Lickers were everywhere along with three-to-formaturtle fusion monsters, and zombie dogs scurrying on the ground. There was no way their small group could get through. There's no other way. Let's take off. They had anticipated this situation, and prepared simple hang gliders in advance, planning to fly over from a nearby high-rise. Wait, let me send a message to Sang-Chi Now first. We're almost there. Get ready to receive us. Sang-Chi Now was shocked. Your execution speed is incredible. Didn't we just agree on rescuing the princess? The main force hasn't even set out yet, and you're already here. All right, I'm ready. It's best to have the White Fur Princess ready too. Our method of arrival might be a bit extreme and she'll need her healing. Sang-Chi Now was puzzled. What kind of extreme method? Could they be flying in? It's settled. Let's go. Dozens of sect leaders and elders from the white-haired sect, each with a paraglider strapped to their backs, leaped from the 33rd floor and flew toward the villa district. Damn, why is the wind picking up? They had meticulously calculated choosing a building at just the right distance to glide directly to the villa where the white-haired princess resided. But now as they took off, they encountered an updraft. They were about to overshoot their target and land straight into a horde of zombies, delivering themselves as takeout for the undead. The mechanical mad god with a solemn expression sent a message to Zombie-Eating Brain. Get ready to receive us. Zombie-Eating Brain had just spotted the players flying over from the window, but clearly they were still at a considerable height and seemed about to fly past. How was he supposed to receive them? White-haired Kanini couldn't go outside. If she stepped out, she'd be devoured by zombies immediately, and as a low-level zombie himself, he was useless too. While he was pondering, he heard a loud thud from upstairs. In the chat box, a gray message remained. Upstairs, quickly receive us. As they were flying through the air about to overshoot, someone proposed a constructive idea. Since they were going to transform into zombies anyway, essentially dead people, why not just die on the spot and deliver their corpses directly? Thus, faced with the choice between delivering themselves to the zombies or crashing onto white-haired Kanini's rooftop, they unhesitatingly chose the latter. Once above the villa, they simply unhooked their paragliders and free fell. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, they all landed on Kanini's rooftop. Clatter, clatter. They tumbled down from the roof. Damn you lunatics! Zombie-Eating Brain quickly pulled Kanini outside. From a height of over 10 meters, not a single one survived. They were all dead. If they had landed on the ground, the last player might have survived by landing on the others. But they crashed onto the villa's sloped roof. The first ones rolled down the incline, and the next one slammed directly into the concrete, resulting in 0 survivors. Quick, try to convert these people into zombies. They are our kin. Kanini ran out barefoot. She cautiously looked around to ensure no other zombies were nearby before turning her gaze to the pile of bodies in the yard. They're already dead. What should I do? No, they're just asleep. They can be saved. Just turn them into zombies. I don't know how to convert them in this state. I can only transform the living. Zombie-Eating Brain hadn't anticipated that the white-haired princess abilities were so limited. He thought for a moment. Didn't you squeeze out some blood to heal me before? How about you squeeze out some blood for them too? Will that work? Let's try. Our kin traveled all this way. It's not easy. Kanini carefully bit her finger. Zombie-Eating Brain swallowed nervously. Drop by drop, her blood fell onto each corpse's head. Brothers, log in now. We're giving you treatment. All the elders and deputy sect leaders of the white-haired sect had died and logged off, but they didn't rush to respawn. They were waiting. Upon receiving the message, they immediately came back online. Damn! I'm alive. Haha. Zombies are going to eat your brains. Awesome. Both hands intact, both legs. Hey, why do I have 2 legs? Damn, does this game have no limits? Is this freakish form acceptable? All the players had been transformed into zombies, but their states were rather peculiar. Some had 4 legs while others had 2-player bodies fused onto a single pair of legs. The mechanical mad god was no exception. He now had an extra eye on his head resembling Chen. Few enjoyed such grotesque aesthetics, so everyone turned to Kanini. "Princess, do you have any solution?" Kanini looked at the crowd before her feeling both joy and fear. There were more people here than she had seen in her entire life. "How about you all reassemble your parts first, and then it'll give you another drop of blood." She didn't know how to fix it but figured that since these people had just died and revived, swapping a leg shouldn't be a problem. The players were bold enough. None found the idea horrifying, and unanimously agreed. "That's my leg. Give it here." "Damn, where's my eye? Tear it off for me." "How about we just don't separate? You watch the front, I watch the back, and one of us can sleep while walking." "Perfect, right?" Soon those who wanted to recover their parts did so, while those who preferred to stay fused simply went with it. White-haired Kanini's blood was indeed a miraculous elixir for zombies. A single drop restored them completely, and everyone's strength even increased. "Brothers, my power is now bronze tier, no longer the lowest black iron." "Awesome. So easy. Why not just get fed every day?" "I feel like I'm about to level up too." "Do you think she has that monthly thing at her age?" A shiver ran through them. Such a thought was pushing the limits. But soon everyone confirmed she didn't have that. "Alright, now that we're here, the next step is to find the Zombie King's location and escort the princess back to the white-haired sex camp." "Well, handle finding the Zombie King's camp. We look like mutated zombies, so it should be fine," said the 2 players who had fused earlier and not separated, Funfa and Tuqiang. As they stepped forward, they were indeed suitable. Finding the Zombie King's location was a bonus, not a necessity. Everyone else would escort the white-haired zombie princess back to the player settlement. "Do you need to breathe?" Zombie-eating brain realized he didn't seem to need to breathe. His habit of breathing was just leftover from when he was alive. "No, I don't." "Why? Is it true that as long as zombies can't see you or smell you, they won't go berserk and try to eat you?" "Yes." "Good, I have a plan." Soon Zombie-eating brain's plan received unanimous approval. It was simple: zombie pallbearers. Place white-haired Princess Kanini in a rectangular box, seal it on all sides, and carry her back directly. They acted immediately using materials at hand, dismantling a wardrobe upstairs, and had Kanini lie inside. "Are you sure this will work? Don't trick me." "Don't worry. Even if we die, we won't let you die. You're our princess." Of course they wouldn't let Kanini die. She was their class instructor, potentially their future skill trainer, and even the key to their class awakenings. If she died, how would they continue playing? The game wouldn't just spawn another corresponding instructor. "It's ready, wrapped in layers inside and out. No scent will leak. Let's move. Whoa, lucky we brought so many people. I doubt we could carry this otherwise." Funfa and Tuqiang bid farewell to their companions and ventured deep into zombie territory alone. They were off to find the Zombie King's lair. Hokuin of the 5 Elements sect purchased a large quantity of grass seeds from General Wuling. The Exploding Heaven Gang ordered a batch of miraculous devices from Mechanical Little God. The 3 Nun Maiden accompanied Dongxian in his martial arts training, while also adapting to the ultimate weapon. Night Crow was torn over whether to tell Bomb Maniac that they came from an underground shelter. Fuxuezishang was ready to pull off a miracle through brute force. "I refuse to believe I can't find a bug in this game." Before placing Bai Mao Kunini into the coffin, the members of Sang Chinao and the white-haired sect took a group photo and even uploaded it to the official website. Jixia Quangshan stood prominently in the picture, nearly infuriating Jixia Shaoshun to the point of fainting. It was utterly disgraceful. A group of people carried the coffin along the road. Other mutated zombies merely glanced at them before losing interest. Each person bore a corner of the coffin on their shoulders, and even the more instinct-driven zombies dared not provoke them. They were clearly perceived as a collective zombie entity, dangerous and not to be attacked. Moreover, all were seeking zombies of equal rank to devour and evolve. Moving swiftly, they soon reached the outermost perimeter of the zombie horde, the most perilous zone. In their direction alone, tens of thousands of zombies swarmed. If these zombies were to breach the coffin, it would undoubtedly trigger a full-scale riot among the entire horde. Fu Shuizhishang happened to arrive at the same location. Yichun kept a constant watch on Fu Shuizhishang over the past 2 days. He had even reduced his drama watching, finding amusement instead in observing this eccentric player. This fellow truly possessed professional dedication. To test for bugs, he had activated the pain system and jumped off a building. The scene was filled with agonizing screams. Not convinced that every building's glass was a realistic simulation, he proceeded to tap on all 33 floors' windows, even the glass on the toilet. He tapped until he was frothing at the mouth. Then came roasting himself with fire, flooding himself with wood-type abilities until he became a vegetative state, and overloading with water-type abilities until he exploded. He even attempted to learn the Blood Fiend art but lacked the talent and couldn't even enter its threshold. He tested everything like a madman. Even the occasional returning little clown girl would catch sight of him and curse lunatic. Fu Shuizhishang stood atop a towering building hoisting something akin to a rocket launcher. He hadn't purchased it from a renowned player, but from an anonymous seller with only two requirements: immense power and vibrant colors. He was determined to brute force the system, aiming to overload the game's graphics calculations first. Shang-Chi now and his group grew tense at the sight of the densely packed zombie horde nearby. It wasn't death they feared, but the loss of their sect leader. Without her, who would guide the zombies' future class advancements and awakenings? Thump thump. Sect leader, can you control the zombies ahead and make them move aside so we can pass? Shoo, keep your voice down, Kunini whispered. I could, but if I exert control, your second brother will know my location. He's even stronger now than when he took me in. I can't hide anymore. This information was crucial. The white-haired sect leader was the zombie king's target after evolution, so it was better to keep his position concealed. Brother Huakuin, it's your turn. Clear a path for us. Don't worry, just watch. From now on, our five-element sect and your white-haired sect are allies. Huakuin ended the call and opened another chat group named Five Elements Sect External Propaganda Department. Brothers, have you found the positions? Are the live streams set up? Are the editors ready? Remember, give me a close-up shot. Don't worry, Brother Huakuin. This time I'll film you with a one-shot take. Sorry, I've abandoned the one-shot. I'll add a bit of my own creative touch. Brother Huakuin, rest assured. I'm a professional from the meme video zone. It'll be perfect. Reading their nonsensical replies, Huakuin grew even more anxious. His grand debut might end up as fodder for meme videos. He closed that chat and turned to the crowd behind him. Brothers, today we'll have a small drill. Are the grass seeds ready? Mu Kuin stepped forward. I've bought out all the grass seeds from General Wu Ling and distributed them to the wood-type squad. Is the water prepared? Shui Kuin replied, stop nagging. I've been busy all day hauling and drinking water until I've practically become a water elemental. Good. Let's set off now and carve a path for Shang-Chi now and the others. Shang-Chi now received Huakun's message. Let's move forward. Brother Huakun said he's ready to clear the way for us. The white-haired sect members carried the coffin onward, soon nearing the zombie horde. As fellow zombies, they coexisted peacefully. However, a liquor seemed to take an interest in Shang-Chi now. Damn, at the liquor level do those functions even recover? Shang-Chi now was startled. That part's already shriveled, recovery's impossible. It's probably the sect leader's aura on you attracting it. As they spoke, a deafening roar erupted. Looking up, they saw a skyrocketing firecracker with a person clinging to it. Yi-chun, watching from the space, nearly burst out laughing. He had worried that Fu Shuizhishang might interfere with Shang-Chi Naos group, but it turned out the man was on a comedic path. Fu Shuizhishang had just spotted Shang-Chi Naos group and decided to attack the zombies below, inadvertently helping them. He reasoned that a larger crowd would demand more network and computing power, potentially overloading the game's base station and revealing bugs. Hey buddy, I bought the highest yield. Consider this my help. Ignition. The fuse burned. He aimed at the zombie horde below. Clang. After ignition, the rocket's front cover fell off. He should have let go but hesitated. A flame burst from the front and with a whoosh he was launched into the air. Fu Shuizhishang cursed inwardly, damn, no wonder you sold anonymously. You sold me a fake. Tom and Jerry wasn't lying. If the rocket's big enough and you're fearless, you can indeed ride it to the skies. Shang-Chi now watched the rocket's trajectory and marveled, wow, are high-end players already running manned spaceflight in this game? Brother, I don't think that's manned spaceflight. It's probably a welcome for our white-haired sect leader. Interesting. This inspires me. Maybe we don't need to find a flying ship. We can build our own. I've seen the light. Little did Fu Shuizhishang know his actions would inspire a future master of handcrafted spaceships. Huakuin and his team also spotted the manned rocket. Wow, that's creative. We could use this for reconnaissance. Just sacrifice one player each time. Cost-effective. There are truly talented people in this game. It's these innovative acts that make us the fourth calamity so formidable. Fu Shuizhishang's small step inspired two people. If he knew head, only say, I just wanted to find a bug. Huakuin waved his hand. Alright, let's begin. Rocket Guy has already launched, it's our turn. Editors, remember to include that rocket launch in our opening sequence. Whoosh! The wood-type ability users infused grass seeds with their power and tossed them into the air, letting the wind scatter them among the zombie horde below. Meanwhile, water-type users manipulated their stored water reserves, causing rain to fall over the zombie crowd. Holy crap, it's raining with the sun shining, the elder of the white-haired sect exclaimed. Zombie Eater Brain thought disdainfully, all he ever says is, holy crap. Can't he come up with something new? Then he looked up. Holy crap, it's not Sunshower. It's those water-type ability users messing around. What are they doing? Giving the zombies a bath. Zombie Eater Brain and his group couldn't see the falling grass seeds. They only saw the people of the Five Elements sect making it rain over the zombies' heads. Bro, what are you doing? Zombie Eater Brain quickly sent a message to Brother Fire Kuin. Just watch. We'll clear out these zombies for you in no time. Zombie Eater Brain needed to pass through this path. Before him lay thousands of zombies tangled together. He couldn't imagine how the Five Elements sect would clear them. As the water fell, it landed on the zombies. The grass seeds infused with wood-type energy began to sprout and take root. These seeds were custom-made for the Five Elements sect by General Wu Ling. After numerous experiments, these seeds, when charged with wood-type energy, grew fastest upon contact with water and had the strongest adhesion. Moreover, they would burrow deep into the zombies' bodies, and even burn more fiercely and completely. In an instant, the zombies below turned into plant people. All of them were entangled in vines which even interconnected and twisted together. Fire Kuin raised his hand, a tiny flame flickering at his fingertip. He lit a cigarette, then flicked it away. A spark fell, and the dozens of fire-type ability users behind him simultaneously channeled their fire energy downward. In an instant, a wall of fire formed, sweeping into the zombie horde. Boom! A massive blaze erupted instantly. The shockwave forced Zombie Eater Brain and his companions back several steps. Staring at the scene before them, they were utterly stunned. Giving this game away for free was a loss for you. You can even turn this into a spectacle. Who would have thought that individual basic abilities seem so ordinary, but combined with numbers they're this powerful? I wonder if that Five Elements Annihilation Grand Formation the Five Elements sect mentioned is even more formidable. Holy crap, isn't that the burning reaction from Genshin Impact? So you play that game too. Water-type abilities had already been used to grow the seeds. The massive mix of wood-type and fire-type energies burned at an extremely high temperature and speed. Soon the vast horde of zombies was nearly incinerated. Seizing the moment before other zombies surged in, Zombie Eater Brain quickly dashed through the area, picking up the crystal cores scattered on the ground. He soon arrived at the gathering place of the players. It was a sea of people with colorful banners fluttering everywhere. At the very front were the remaining dozens of deputy sect masters and elders of the white-haired sect, along with those who had died and revived on the road. They held up a banner. White-haired princess, boundless grace, eternal reign, unify aesthetics. These lunatics. Even Zombie Eater Brain, who was often called shameless, felt a pang of embarrassment. Let's go back to the sect first. Mechanical God King stopped him. What's the rush? This is our white-haired sect's first appearance. Perfect when there's a crowd. Quick, bring out the sect master. With that, he and others began to act. With a series of clicks, they swiftly removed all the wooden boards binding the structure. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Nini stood atop the boards, shielding her eyes with one hand. She looked at the sea of people around her, her heart pounding with nervousness. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Nini's appearance silenced the jubilant scene in an instant. Players had seen beautiful women before, on TV and in movies, but never in real life had they witnessed such a delicate, almost translucent-skinned beauty. And with white hair, bare feet, and a red princess cape, roar, 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 I want to join the white-haired sect. The thunderous cheers echoed to the heavens, startling Nini, who didn't know what to do. Even the white-haired sect members were a bit overwhelmed. Without a word, Zombie Eater Brain quickly led Nini away. Fire Kuin strode back with an air of triumph. Bro, Fire Kuin, awesome. Is that Five Elements Annihilation Grand Formation of yours even more powerful than this? Humph, what Five Elements Annihilation Grand Formation? Remember the name, the Five Elements Heaven-destroying, earth-obliterating, immortal-slaying, demon-suppressing Grand Formation. Just wait, this is our Five Elements sect's ultimate trump card. I'll knock your socks off. In the explosive Sky sect, that little Fire Kuin stole the spotlight today. We've got to reclaim our honor. Have you found the Zombie King's location? No, many people are searching but haven't found it yet. Keep looking. Once found, well, set out immediately and show our power. Except for the Academic Hall of Mechanical God and General Wu Ling's farming organization, all other factions were spurred into action by the Five Elements sect. In this game, strength wasn't everything. Looking cool was paramount. Every faction was holding their breath, waiting to find the Zombie King and show off their skills. Fu Shuizhishang shot into the sky with a whoosh carried by a rocket. Puff, puff, puff. Black smoke began to spew from the rocket launcher. His arms were roasted to a medium well-doneness. If not for the lack of a pain system, he would have let go long ago and fallen to his death. He thought that if the rocket could land near a rooftop, he might survive. But to his surprise, the rocket brought him to a place with a large open space and a library at its center. My life is over. I, Fu Shuizhishang, shall die in the ocean of knowledge. Where a Bulgaria content creator got such an idea was anyone's guess. He plunged straight into the library, still clinging to the rocket. The Polar Knight squad had set out with over a dozen members, now only 3 remained. In truth, these individuals were not weak. In terms of survival and escape skills, they might even surpass special forces. They just lacked combat power. But after a long journey, only 3 were left. "Boss, can we find it?" The youth, nicknamed Light Knight, asked the leader. "Who knows? That's why this is one of our Doomsday 8 challenges. Find the Zombie King and dance on his head." The Knight instructor replied casually. "But the direction should be right. If the Zombie King is at the center of the zombie encirclement, then heading straight to the center should lead us to him." "Boss, look. A rocket." "He flew into that library. Want to check it out?" Light Knight shouted excitedly, watching Fu Shuizhishang fly past. "All right, let's go take a look." The duo of Fa Fon and Tu Chong, the Oni-and-a-half zombie team, were also wandering aimlessly with no particular plan. They strolled, collecting crystal cores and points. "Hey, someone just landed on a rocket over there. Let's go see." "Where? Where?" Turn around. You'll see him when you turn." "Holy crap, that's impressive, riding a rocket." "All right, let's go check it out." Fa Fon and Tu Chong, the Oni-and-a-half zombie team, were in the opposite direction from Polar Knight, but both headed toward the library. Fu Shuizhishang descended from the sky, crashing straight into the library. He expected to be smashed into pulp and then respawn. But instead he landed in the arms of a fleshy mass. A zombie king over 10 meters tall sat there absorbing something. He crashed right into the zombie king's embrace. The zombie king's eyes snapped open, and it raised a 2-meter-wide hand to crush Fu Shuizhishang. "Wait, I have a dream." The zombie king's hand paused briefly, then slammed down with increased speed. With a bang, Fu Shuizhishang was flattened into a pancake. Yi-chun watched from the spatial realm, amused. "Fu Shuizhishang, you're truly a lucky charm. Everyone's been searching for the Zombie King without success, and you find him riding a rocket." Unsurprisingly, the Polar Knight members and Fa Fon and Tu Chong, who had found the Zombie King, all started live streams. "Bro, Fire Kuin. Someone found the Zombie King. They're live streaming." Fire Kuin heard this and waved his hand grandly. "Let's move out, move out. Who says we have to wait for the boss to develop? Games are about freedom." "Found it? Then let's take it down now. I don't care how awesome it might become later. I want it dead right now." Not only Hukuin but every other organization or solo player who wanted to kill the Zombie King set off immediately. Jia Tianbang de Jia said, "Hurry to Mechanical Little God to pick up our ordered items. If we're late, those bastards might kill the Zombie King." Jia Tianbang Jin Mao Shu said, "Today my rat squad will also show our strength. I heard this Zombie King is huge, perfect for us to shine." The White Fur sect was grand and imposing. Just today they joyfully welcomed their sect leader home and immediately discovered the evil zombie demon king. "Brothers, kill the evil zombie king. Glory to the White Fur. Roar glory to the White Fur. Roar glory to the White Fur." Some genuinely adored White Fur, while others wanted to experience being a zombie. Either way, the crowd was massive. Kunini was startled by the fervent scene before her. She never expected so many clansmen to come for her. Were they really her people? Why else would they willingly let her turn them into zombies, and even let her step on them with her feet? Although the game itself had no restrictions for the healthy development of the White Fur sect, and to avoid unnecessary conflicts among members, over 1,000 deputy sect leaders and 2,000 elders unanimously decided to forbid members from requesting the sect leader to step on their faces. Anyone caught doing so would be immediately expelled from the sect. "Sect leader, just watch here. That mere Zombie King is a piece of cake for us." Everyone was passionately preparing to set out, but they still needed to gather their supplies, so they spent some more time getting ready. Bomb Maniac was also determined to join this major event. After bidding farewell to Nightcrow, he departed with his gear. As a co-founder of the Five Element sect, he naturally followed them. Nightcrow watched Bomb Maniac leave, her heart filled with sorrow. Her memories had fully returned, and she now understood why she had escaped back then. Nightingale was not her biological sister. She had fled the shelter to protect her. Nightingale's identity was far from simple, though she hadn't known it at the time. She had merely obeyed her father's orders to protect her. Now she had reconnected with her father. She knew the shelter housed the black box for making energy batteries, exactly what Bomb Maniac and his group needed. There were many cars in the city, but they were unusable due to energy dissipation slowing their expansion. However, her father claimed these people were evil, and asked her to be a mole to help rebuild the entire city once Bomb Maniac and his crew dealt with the zombies. She was torn. Back then, when she was captured by slave traders, why had no one saved her? "It's hatching, it's about to hatch!" Harley Quinn shouted. Kuin and Tai Cho rushed, overseeing the eggshell bulge repeatedly but never crack. "That's not giving birth, it's hatching," he corrected Harley Quinn. Kuan-and Taicho was also conflicted. He had wanted to join the major event of killing the Zombie King, but he had spent the last 2 days caring for this egg, developing a bit of attachment. Or rather anticipation. Wondering what would hatch from it. After all, it was an egg from the primordial tower. But the egg had been bulging left and right since yesterday, yet it still hadn't cracked today. If he weren't worried about harming its potential, Kuan-and Taicho would have smashed it open long ago. Forget it, I'm not going. Anyway, you can do the quest if you want. It's not mandatory. This crappy game only cares about points. I'm out, I'm going to be a beast tamer. Fa Fun and Tu Chong knew they lacked ability and never dreamed of soloing the Zombie King. Let's just act as observers, keeping everyone updated on the Zombie King's status. Right, this Zombie King is enormous. All factions had already set out. The 3 members of Extreme Night were also ready. Are you prepared? Ready to go? Ready. The 3 leaped together from the shattered courtyard of the library, landing on the Zombie King. The Zombie King couldn't move, caught in a critical moment of evolution, and could only swing his arms. Swish. The Zombie King displayed agility far beyond his size, swatting like at a mosquito. One person was instantly crushed. Light Knight and Knight Instructor stepped against the current on the Zombie King's arms. The Zombie King opened his massive mouth and roared at his arm, unleashing a foul, corrosive breath. Damn disgusting. Light Knight was knocked unconscious by the overwhelming stench and was promptly crushed to death. Knight Instructor, however, was a cut above, holding his breath and dodging the toxic mist. The Zombie King reached out to grab him, but he leaped up, landing on the back of the Zombie King's hand, dancing as if on a blade's edge. The Zombie King's hands clawed at Knight Instructor, yet he evaded each grasp with perfect timing, using the Zombie King's palms as springboards to ascend higher and higher. Enraged, the Zombie King withdrew his hands and clenched his fists, smashing them down at Knight Instructor. Knight Instructor focused his mind, seized the moment, and before the Zombie King could swing, jumped onto his fist. Whoosh! Stepping on the Zombie King's fist, he flew straight out of the library's courtyard and landed steadily on the rooftop. This is Extreme Night. His heart raced with excitement. He had completed one of the 8 Doomsday trials. Damn, no martial honor. Looking around the rooftop, he was surrounded by mutated liquors, densely packed and inescapable. Fa Fun and Tu Chong watched the entire performance live. Impressive, that guy's moves are slick and stylish. True, flying up was cool, but getting eaten was pathetic. Chen also witnessed this scene. In the game, besides players who enjoyed killing zombies and expanding outward, there were many unconventional ones, like Fu Shui Zhishang before, or this Extreme Night organization, as well as those who painted fished admired scenery or even just ate in the game. Chen didn't mind. As long as there were enough points, players could do whatever they wanted. Perhaps one day these unconventional life players would surprise everyone. Damn, that kid is about 70% as handsome as me. Huokuin said, shamelessly earning contemptuous looks from the other 5 Elements sect members. Soon a new group chat was formed, including representatives from various organizations: 5 Elements sect, Jia Tianbang, Jia Tianzu, White Fur sect, and some small groups and solo players. Brothers, we're almost at the zombie horde. I think we should coordinate. Don't all attack at once to avoid wasting output and messing up the fight against the Zombie King. Jia Tianbang Deja began. Fine, no problem. The game's contribution system is accurate, so we won't work for nothing, Jia Tianzu replied. My gear is effective against these zombie hordes, but wasteful. It's better for elite enemies. Who wants to go first? I will. My stuff is perfect for mass enemies. It's absolutely lethal. Huokuin spoke excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment. All right, you lead the way for us. The players were all heading in the same direction, so they naturally advanced together. Though their numbers paled compared to the zombies, there were still many. Huokuin led the front. Not far ahead lay the zombie horde. Now ordinary zombies were scarce, replaced by a multitude of evolved, mutated zombies. Brothers of the 5 Elements sect, prepare our 5 Elements absolute annihilation demon-suppressing array, and show our friends what we've got. Huokuin surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an open space. Where is Mu Kuin? I am here. Form the grand formation. Where is Tu Kuin? I am here. Form the grand formation. Where is Shui Kuin? I am here. Form the grand formation. In truth, there was no need to shout at all. They had rehearsed it 800 times and were already intimately familiar with it. Yet Huokuin simply wanted to yell it out. If playing a game wasn't for showing off, then everything would be utterly meaningless. Having done this, Huokuin let out a mighty roar, formation rise. At this moment, the 5 elemental ability squads of the 5 Elements sect had formed a circle, leaving an empty center. Mu Kun's wood-type ability user struck first, releasing pure wood energy without any manipulation, allowing it to merge perfectly. Huokuin bellowed, "Wood feeds fire." In an instant, all the fire-type ability users unleashed their powers, which surged intensely under the enhancement of the wood energy. Soon after, Kuin roared, "Fire creates earth." The scorching crimson fire energy was instantly enriched by the profound wood energy. Kuin shouted, "Earth generates metal." The energy within the center of the circle became sharp and piercing. Kuin cried out, "Metal yields water." The sharp energy was dissolved by the water energy, turning soft and fluid. Kuin, who had started it all, yelled once more, "Water nourishes wood." Now the wood energy that had initially fueled the fire ability had also grown stronger. The 5 elements flourished in a cycle of mutual generation. The 5 shouted in unison, "5 elements in mutual generation." The 5 abilities merged into a pure white energy spinning endlessly in the center. The surrounding players were stunned by the sight. "Holy shit, isn't this a post-apocalyptic wasteland game? How are you pulling out cultivation techniques?" The way of the 5 elements: mutual generation and restraint. If generation is this impressive, how would one operate mutual restraint? That's the question. Basic abilities don't seem that powerful alone, but with so many people it looks terrifying. That energy ring feels like it could punch through a building. Beyond the ordinary players, members of other organizations were equally astonished. Tian gang. Oh, it seems we're not the only ones improving. Those bastards from the 5 Element sect have secretly been studying behind our backs. Lucky for us, we've prepared too, haha. Tian Zhu. Alright, we can't gather this many people, but we can form a smaller one. It'll still be useful. This time we're way more confident. By Mao sect. Thankfully we got a bit of blood from our sect leader. Otherwise we'd really be the lamest. We'll give everyone a surprise later. Kuin saw the awe on the players' faces and felt an unparalleled thrill. Haha, our 5 Elements sect doesn't just have elemental reactions. We have the essence of the Chinese 5 Elements Dao. This mutually generating grand formation not only amplified their power, but also reduced their energy consumption. Brother Kuin, let's move quickly. Don't waste the energy. The initial showing off was enough. Now it was time to show off through action. Formation fire. Kuin roared again. The energy circle at the formation center floated upward, slowly turning vertical. Boom! From the energy circle erupted a violent tornado. It started as a thin pure white column, then split into the 5 elements, mutually generating and absorbing the ambient elemental energy to grow stronger. It transformed into a golden tornado edged with fierce flames, obliterating the horde of zombies before it. Countless mutated zombies were torn apart before they could even react. Forward. Unlike ordinary cultivation formations drawn on the ground, their formation was entirely composed of people, and it could even move. The members of the 5 Elements sect advanced, wielding the formation like an enormous flamethrower, clearing a vast area as they went. With the zombies clustered together, most having evolved just one step from common zombies, they annihilated hundreds of thousands in that short time. But it couldn't last long. The wood-type ability users, who had been the first to output energy, finally reached their limit. Brother Kuin, I can't go on. I've got nothing left. Kuin quickly messaged. Alright, one final strike. Kuin shouted, "Formation end." All the 5 Elements sect players simultaneously unleashed their last surge of energy. The white energy ring flew out, destroying everything in its path. Eventually the energy destabilized and exploded with a thunderous boom, the chaotic elemental forces, mutually generating and restraining each other, clearing yet another massive horde of zombies. Kuin and his team were nearly drained of energy, barely able to stand, yet they forced themselves to hold on. So did we do the 4th calamity proud? Though his words were humble, his pride was unmistakable, as if his tail were already wagging high in the air. The massive slaughter of zombies even roused the Zombie King. Hey, stop sleeping. The Zombie King is up to something, Fan said, smacking Tu Chong with a backward headbutt. When there was no response, he smacked his forehead. Damn, this guy logged off not asleep. I forgot. Fan quickly relayed the news to the main player force. Come to my stream. The Zombie King is doing something weird. In the stream's footage, the Zombie King raised its hands, opened its mouth, and let out a piercing screech that flooded Fan's mind. His zombie brain felt like it was boiling, and an overwhelming urge to kill surged within him. Click, click. He shoved his fingers into his ears. Forget this hearing. He didn't want it anymore. The world instantly fell silent. The human players in the main force couldn't hear the sound at all. But all the zombie players from Bai Mao sect heard the piercing noise, which compelled them to charge toward the library, driven by a mad bloodlust. Click, 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 click. Any native who saw this would be terrified. The players acted in perfect unison, plugging their ears with 2 fingers all in one swift motion. Players within 3 meters of the one speaking instantly scattered. It was utterly horrifying. After this brief interlude, everyone pressed forward. But the ordinary zombies had all fled, leaving behind only the remains of those that had slaughtered each other. The crystal cores in their brains had been dug out and devoured. Let's go charge in. Those 5 Elements sect guys showed off with ordinary zombies. It's our turn, Jatian Gang. Move, move, move. Hurry up. Deja of Jatian Gang shouted as he rushed forward. In his private channel, messages kept coming. Bro, you promised me 1 life each. Don't you dare trick me. Relax, watch your big brother perform. He'll show you what a stylish mobile suit looks like. Jia Tianzu by Mao Sect and the solo players followed behind. Dongxian and San Wu Xiaonu were still in the underground base. San Wu Xiaonu was familiarizing herself with the mecha, while Dongxian seemed to be at a critical breakthrough point. Huff huff huff. Damn it, can't this game just give us a mount? These cars on the road are useless either. I'm not asking for a pair of golden wings or a phantom divine chariot, but at least an electric scooter should be possible, right? Hey, the big shot mechanical god has already started researching this, and I heard he's making great progress. It should be coming soon. A group of people were getting tired as they ran. Those damn zombies had endless stamina, but humans truly got exhausted. After half an hour of running, they were completely worn out and slowed to a walk. Another hour later, they finally neared the library. Here there were no more ordinary zombies, only mutated ones. Lickers and skull splitters had formed a circle, and it was clear that the monsters inside were far stronger than before. Beyond these, there were even a dozen or so fusion monsters, each 8 meters tall with 7 or 8 heads. Holy shit, I just mastered flawless solo fights against regular zombies, and now they're cranking up the difficulty. Are we supposed to kill those 8-meter tall things? This feels tough. We might swarm the lickers and skull splitters with numbers, but that fusion monster. I just saw it eat an ordinary zombie and grow another piece. Won't it just keep getting stronger and absorb us all? This game is so unfair. I just left the newbie village, killed a frog, got handed a wooden sword, and now I'm told to challenge a demon god. This was a rookie player's complaint. The leader of the Explosive Heaven Gang was thrilled. Opportunity favors the prepared. Their new invention was perfect for dealing with these massive towering monsters. Clearing these monsters is our duty. Explosive Heaven Gang Mobile Unit Advance. With a whoosh, 20 members of the Explosive Heaven Gang stepped forward, each carrying a rectangular box covered in black cloth on their backs. In unison, they whipped off the cloths, revealing 3-dimensional maneuver devices with holes and red wings printed on them. Any anime fan could tell what these were mimicking. Holy crap, you're the Survey Corps. Damn, specialization at its finest. Perfect for taking down giants. Wait, what's the power source? Is it gas too? You cracked that tech. Why not do something else with it? Hehe, the device was the same, but the power source wasn't gas. The Explosive Heaven Gang, sharing a lineage with the Explosive Heaven Zoo, had deep insights into animal forms. The second-in-command of the gang, while feeding his hamster one day, saw it gleefully running on its wheel. The cage custom-made was shaped like a maneuver device. It struck him the core of the device was a spinning fan. What a coincidence. Using the fan to drive the hooks and cables inside for release and retraction, he immediately returned to the game and tested it. It worked. Too bad the real-life hamster died that day from a bad mood due to lack of food. He even sneaked off to a flower and bird market to buy another one. The Explosive Heaven Gang leader grinned at the crowd. Our maneuver device is eco-friendly and pollution-free. As he spoke, he slapped the box with a crack. A squeaking sound came from inside, which when translated meant something like, "Screw you." When they had consulted the big shot mechanical god about the design, he had asked the same question. They demonstrated on the spot, if a player reincarnated as a mouse and learned wood-type powers to constantly stimulate their body, their strength and speed would skyrocket. The wheel could spin until it smoked, serving perfectly as the energy source for the maneuver device. The only catch was that each battle consumed 1 mouse player. Screw you. Hurry up and fight. If I die, swap me out. It's fine if the person dies, but don't break the device. The mouse partner inside was already impatient. The Explosive Heaven Zoo had heard about their operation and condemned them, fiercely demanding, "Why didn't you include us? Charge." The other players rushed at the lickers and skull splitters, while the Explosive Heaven Gang leader and his crew headed straight for the dozen giant fusion monsters. With a swoosh, the mouse player inside the maneuver device stimulated its body and pedaled the wheel furiously. A steel cable shot out from the device, piercing directly into a fusion monster's head. Whoosh! Amidst a storm of blood and gore, the Explosive Heaven Gang leader operated the device and flew straight forward. With a swoosh, he vanished without a trace, flying right into the fusion monster's mouth, not even a puff of smoke left behind. All 20 performed in perfect sync, stylishly hitting the fusion monsters. But as they flew, over 11 of them plunged straight into the monsters' mouths. Are you trying to make me die laughing, so you can inherit my ant painting debts? Not a bad idea. I owe a lot. Explosive Heaven Delivery, the fusion monster's favorite meal available for all. Little zombie fusion monsters in the livestream don't learn this behavior. Eating these brainless people might leave you brainless too. The explosive Heaven Gang leader respawned looking baffled. They had practiced a lot in private and performed well. Why was it so ugly in action? Was it like that thing where in training you hit every shot but 2 minutes into the real fight you don't even know who you are? Watching the replay he realized, we practiced on buildings before and buildings don't move. Those zombie fusion monsters move. Plus having a dozen heads gave them a bit of brains. Damn. Come here pedal that will like crazy. The explosive Heaven Gang leader's mouse partner was furious. It hadn't even gotten to play before the idiot fed the device into the fusion monster's belly. No chance left. Thinking back to how it had stimulated its body and pedaled like mad, it felt bitter. Luckily respawning was reasonable. Basic resurrection was cheap, but bringing back your full power cost more with stronger abilities requiring more points. He hadn't spent much, but the debt of pedaling that will had to be repaid. Bro, come on. Let's join the big battle first. We'll settle this later. The mouse partner was still fuming but wanted to see the battle too. Fine, but when this is over you're pedaling again. Running slowly, they feared the show would end. They sprinted until they were frothing at the mouth and finally made it back. The battle wasn't over yet. Players were still fighting the mutated zombies. So you're called Skull Splitter, sticking out your tongue to sneak attack your dad. A Skull Splitter grabbed a player's hands with both of its own, then its skull split open to launch a tongue attack. Unexpectedly, the player opened his mouth and bit the tongue. The explosive Heaven Gang leader watched in shock, silently raising a thumbs up. Hey, what are you staring at? Look at how well that guy's handling it. The mouse partner tugged the explosive Heaven Gang leader back. On the field, the Lickers and Skull Splitters were steadily retreating under the player's reckless assault. Only 5 of the dozen fusion monsters remained with 2 mobile warriors from the explosive Heaven Gang still in action. Wow, I never knew the explosive Heaven Gang had such talent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Battle Dance once again activated the 3-dimensional maneuver gear circling one of the fusion monsters. He drew his long blade, and with a roar flames ignited along the edge, transforming it into a 5-meter-long flaming sword. Big Jia of the Jatian Gang timely shouted, "This is the weapon of our Jatian Gang. Anyone who joins can have one made at cost. The blade is called Flame's Leap. Join us and ascend to the pinnacle of life." With a whoosh, the flaming sword swung down, cleaving the head off the fusion zombie in one strike. Immediately, several players who had been waiting in ambush flung their grappling hooks, snagged the zombie's head, and hastily dragged it away. Bro, what's going on? Big Jia tugged at the shoulder of a nearby comrade, wanting him to turn around and explain. Unexpectedly, the man simply reached up with both hands and swept the hair from his face. Second Jia of the Jatian Gang was stunned. This wasn't just flat, it was concave. This was a girl's face from the front. Could you believe it? But he wasn't an idiot, so he dared not say that. "So you're a girl. No worries, my little sister in elementary school looks about the same." A cold voice came from beside him. "I'm 28, first year of my PhD. Hey, where are you?" "Over there, right. I'm coming." Big Jia instantly pulled a phone escape. After asking around, he learned that this fusion monster was quite tough. At first, a few brothers went hard chopping it into pieces, but the thing quickly revived. Following the advice of a learned expert on Journey to the West, the group tried the method of first removing the head and dragging it away. To their surprise, it actually worked. Thus, a solution was found. But the operation was still very difficult. The head couldn't be cut too small or it would explode and merge its flesh and blood to regrow one. Nor could it be too large. If it was too far away, the head would immediately regrow a whole body. Only a medium size would do. That way, neither side would explode randomly. Once the head was dragged to a place with no flesh and blood resources, it could be dealt with at will. Soon the players dragging the heads returned. Some were holding white slices of meat, chewing. "Bro, what's that? Give me a couple of bites." The brother didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed some to Second Jia. "Wow, this stuff is pretty good. Tastes a bit like beef with garlic sauce. Really nice. What is it?" The brother pointed at the zombie fusion monster before him and said calmly, "Fresh brain. Blek, blek, blek." Big Jia immediately vomited. "Hey, the game is free, but we humans should have some limits. Why can they eat us but we can't eat them? That's discrimination." As he spoke, the man whispered in Big Jia's ear, "And a big shot is offering a bounty for an apocalypse food menu, planning to create a unique apocalypse food restaurant. TCH life players are so fussy. As long as you can eat and not starve, that's enough. The bounty is 1,000 points per dish. I heard it's from a rich guy in reality who has diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. He loves eating but can't eat anything in real life. Damn, that 1,000 points was tempting." Big Jia now felt like picking up the dirt from the ground to taste it just to see if it was any good. Swoosh, bang. After taking down 7 or 8 fusion zombies, Battle Dance finally exhausted both his stamina and psychic energy and was struck down by a fusion monster. This was even with the Jia Tian Gangzhou sponsoring him to switch rat partners several times. The first rat partner had already burned itself out from running on its wheel. Another player was also slammed to the ground by a fusion monster. In his dying moments, he forcibly twisted his body 180 degrees to prevent the three-dimensional maneuver gear from hitting the ground first. Only 2 zombie fusion monsters remained. Shit. F-Afen screamed wildly in the channel. The Zombie King's pose has changed again. Now it's like a maiden praying. The battle was still fierce. No one could watch the livestream. They could only glance at photos in the chat channel. The original picture showed the ferocious-faced Zombie King with its hands clasped together before its chest. The original was bad enough, but soon someone posted an AI-touched version. The photo stunned over a dozen players. In their moment of daze, they were tragically kissed by a licker. Thus they met their end. Damn it, who the hell put a beauty filter on the Zombie King's picture? I could tolerate everything else, but what's with the 2 braids? Hey, don't knock it. Looking at the Zombie King this way, it's actually kind of handsome. The Zombie King's looks are definitely top-notch. This is an AI restoration of its normal human appearance. Sharp brows and a dashing face, very handsome. The Zombie King Restoration JPG. This picture caused a huge stir. Zombie King Cute Version JPG, Zombie King Genderbent Version JPG, Zombie King Face Swap, Zhenhuan Classic Scene GIF, Zombie King Poetry King Beat Version GIF. When it's time to do serious work, everyone's legs ache and hands are sore. But when it comes to doing weird stuff, they'd wear out their keyboards from typing so fast. Fortunately, the Skull Splitter's split head showed no mercy, quickly licking the players back to reality. The 2 giant fusion monsters stopped attacking the players and instead moved together. Shit, stop them. Those 2 are going to merge. Sharpied players noticed this, but the players also thought it was normal. After all, in a game, when you attack a monster to a certain point, it always changes formation. Otherwise, where's the challenge? Except for the players still playing with the lickers and skull splitters, everyone else tried to stop the 2 zombie fusion monsters from merging. But the 2 monsters seemed to have taken a liking to each other, determined to fuse. Under the players' attacks, they actually disintegrated and merged. You have me, I have you. Wow, so loving. Is this what they call love on TV? So sweet. Harley Quinn and Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho, who weren't on the battlefield, were watching the live stream. Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho couldn't for the life of him understand where she saw the love in that scene. There was another thing he couldn't figure out: why did the egg laid by the big head eventually hatch into a black cat with a small blue flower on its head? Doggy, don't you think so? Isn't it full of love? Harley Quinn, seeing Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho ignore her, turned to fiddle with the little blue flower on the black cat's head and asked. Don't ask why Harley Quinn named a black cat Doggy. Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho didn't know either. Moreover, this creature ate everything meat and vegetables and had a terrifying appetite. Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. He had originally come to escort a girl, but her style was a bit avant-garde, and now it felt like they had directly evolved into a family of 3. But he wasn't too discouraged. After all, this thing came from the primordial tower, so it must have its wonders. He was looking forward to it. While Kuan-Yu Tai-Cho was smiling again, the other players were about to cry. These zombie fusion beasts were originally 7 or 8 meters tall. Now, merging into one, they became a 12-meter giant, both tall and sturdy. As they spoke, the giant reached out a large hand, scooped up mutated zombies from the ground, and stuffed them into its mouth, growing even stronger. Watching from the space, Chen also felt a bit emotional. These zombies were indeed not to be underestimated. He had a lot of points now. The points from player death and resurrection were actually a small part. Transaction taxes were the main income. Only items, skills, blueprints, etc. traded through the system mall would receive system certification. Almost all players traded through the system mall. His points were increasing rapidly. This was still with only over 10,000 players. Once the Zombie King was dealt with, his points would be enough. Chen planned to bring in even more players. More players meant a true calamity. These players couldn't even fill a single city. How could that be called a calamity? Wow, Big Muscles is here. Show some respect, kid. That's the Eastern mystic, immortal, venerable. Chen looked outside. At this moment, Dong Xian had 2 blood-red wings behind him, hovering in the air. Not just the players, even Chen was shocked. Could this guy's martial arts talent be a bit too high? Dong Xian had not even dried the bloodstains on his clothes. His recent breakthrough was a risky gamble, forcing his body to unleash its martial potential. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he barely succeeded. Everyone take on the other mutated zombies. He'll handle this fused abomination. Other players gazed at Dong Xian's transformed form with envy. Damn, he can fly. He can actually fly. Hey, I'm new here. Anyone with some guts, tell me how this works. What's up with this powerhouse? Bro above, give it up. It's impossible anytime soon. The Big Shots Bloodfiend art is downloadable on the official site, but others have only reached the second layer. Oh, he's on the fifth. If this guy had lived in an era of true martial arts, he'd probably be a legendary grandmaster. Dong Xian paid little heed to the player's flattery. His breakthrough was fresh and everything was unstable. His blood energy and inner strength were insufficient. He needed a swift victory. With a whoosh, his blood-colored wings fluttered. In an instant, Dong Xian appeared above the towering zombie's head. Thud! He struck without mercy. The blood gauntlets on his hands activated, conjuring a massive fist of blood and fury. One punch caved in the fused zombie's skull. Thud, thud, thud. No flashy moves. Just relentless blows driving the creature's head down through its own body until it emerged from the rear. Impressive. Truly impressive. It looks plain, and it is plain, but damn, it's powerful. Enough talk. I'm learning martial arts too. Once I master blood chi wings, you'll all be jealous. The fused zombie was formidable. Enhanced strength, resilience, and attack power. But compared to Dong Xian, it fell short in every aspect. With his smaller frame, he crushed it effortlessly. However, Dong Xian had already expended most of his blood energy, fearing he couldn't sustain a prolonged fight. Hey folks, the Zombie King isn't in his praying pose anymore. He looks pissed. Damn, he's coming out. You've angered him and he's taking matters into his own hands. Fa Fun and Tu Chong kept their eyes on the Zombie King, reporting the situation to everyone. Thud. A deafening crash echoed. A massive hole burst open in the library's side, and the Zombie King strode out. He roared at the sky, leaped, and landed before the main player force. All nearby zombies prostrated themselves, trembling. His entrance was imposing and majestic. Natives would have been terrified, but the players were undeterred. Ha! This game doesn't even have cutscene protection. The fool Zombie King is still stuck in his script. Watch me loot his minions' cores while he's at it. The mutated zombies dared not move, and some players gleefully snatched their crystals. With a heavy stomp, the Zombie King released a green mist that spread among the zombie horde. Players collapsed one after another. What the hell? This bastard even has foot odor. Damn disgusting. You okay? Zombie King, aren't you undead? Your feet should be dry. How's the stench so pungent? Scumbag, you think you can stop us players? Dream on. Dong Xian flapped his wings, ready to strike the 10-meter-tall Zombie King. But with a single slap, he was sent crashing to the ground, his bones shattered. His recent breakthrough had drained much of his inner strength, leaving him weakened. Without hesitation, he chose to die and respawn, though his lost energy would take time to recover. All the points he had painstakingly accumulated were gone, spent on the exorbitant revival fee. His strength came at a cost. If not for being a top-tier player with help gathering resources, he would have been reduced to a mere rat. The Zhatianbang Zhu saw the situation and rejoiced. They thought they had missed their chance, yet an opportunity had appeared before them without warning. Zhatianbang Jin Mao Shu put on his goggles. Behind him, 10 toy planes were already lined up. Zhatianbang Zhu, this is our moment. Move out. With a hum, the toy planes lifted off and shot straight toward the Zombie King. Seriously, bro? What can those tiny planes do? Even if they pierce him, it'll be like a needle prick. What planes? I don't see any. Normal folks can't see them. They say dogs can see what humans can't. Maybe that's true. Damn it. Zhatianbang Zhu had anticipated this. Against such a massive foe, they had to cause internal damage. External attacks were useless. Aim carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 planes didn't fire a single shot. They flew straight for the Zombie King's head. His vision was poor, and he only noticed them when they were right in front of him. He swatted at them like flies. Bang, bang, bang. Some players failed and were struck down. But the original Zhatianbang 5 mice skillfully evaded his grasp. You puny Zombie King dare attack your daddy? Just wait. Big Cousin was cocky. I'm going in. Haha, here comes the little flying stick. Jerry was equally thrilled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 planes flew straight into the Zombie King's mouth, lodging themselves in his throat. Hee, does this mean we're giving him a deep throat? Cut it out with the pervy talk. Spend less time in those classes. Jin Mao Shu scolded Bei Ta. The 5 mice disembarked from their planes and began hacking away with knives, swords, and axes. Dig, dig, dig in the Zombie King's mouth. Dig out the filthy flesh. Find the big crystal core. While the 5 mice happily excavated, the Zombie King felt as if he had swallowed filth. But before he could react, the Bai Mao sect charged in. What era is this? Giant humanoid weapons are obsolete. Let's just cut off his feet and see if he's still arrogant. Each member of the Bai Mao sect held a mouthful of a mysterious liquid that could counteract the Zombie King's foot odor attack. Exactly, humanoid forms are inferior to low stout tanks. This Zombie King evolved in the wrong direction. Yeah, if he had turned into a tank head, be unstoppable, thick and stable. Who could beat that? But now it's our chance. The Bai-Mao-sect's reasoning was sound. Humanoid forms were indeed suboptimal, though many other shapes were more effective. The reason Earth still had so many mecha anime was twofold: the grand visions of past superpowers and one word, coolness. But others saw it differently. Are these fools running over to give the zombie king a pedicure? Hilarious. They're not even as tall as his feet. What good are they? They can wedge themselves between his toes and annoy him. Haha. Just as everyone was mocking the Bai-Mao sect players, the scene on the battlefield stunned them. Holy crap, how did you Bai-Mao sect guys come up with that? It actually works. The people of the white-haired sect did not come empty-handed. It was the god of machinery who came up with the idea. Since the blood of the sect leader, Kunini, possessed such remarkable properties, it could be fully utilized. There was no need to use a large amount at once. After all, being killed was a one-time event, and respawning on the spot after defeat was futile. The key lay in another property, the ability to fuse and integrate. The god of machinery secretly conducted numerous experiments in his mentor, the lesser god of machinery's laboratory. As one of the first mechanical masters to enter this world, the lesser god of machinery also knew many figures from the scientific community, providing substantial technical support for the player's later whimsical ideas. Of course, payment was often required. After all, you couldn't expect the big shots to subsidize the materials for you, could you? He had already become a major accumulator of points, much like the farming-oriented general of the Five Ridges. To this end, he commissioned players to seek out many experimental instruments, naturally going through the system mall and paying a hefty point tax. But since the big shot had plenty of points, he didn't mind. The system mall could handle any transaction. As long as you applied and paid the tax, it was good. Thus, the laboratory of the lesser god of machinery was the most well-equipped and highest level among all the Doomsday players. Back then, seeing the god of machinery toiling away tirelessly, the lesser god of machinery had nodded in approval and recognition. He never imagined that his disciple was actually up to something else entirely. Had he known, he would have been furious enough to pass out. The god of machinery tested the optimal ratio, and the best fusion materials, water, mixed with Kunini's blood, combined with a hemp smoke herb catalyzed by the 4 elemental powers of metal, fire, water, and earth. After blending in perfect proportions, it became the zombie fusion temporary revival potion, lasting for 30 minutes. It wasn't that the god of machinery didn't want to achieve full revival. It was that complete revival required too much of Kunini's blood, and he feared losing the sect leader. He also wondered why the wood element couldn't be incorporated. Perhaps it was a case of plants versus zombies. Before charging in, each person held a mouthful of the zombie fusion temporary revival potion. Once they rushed over, they began digging pits everywhere. On the soles of the feet, on the sides, on the heels. A chaotic frenzy of digging. After finishing, they swallowed the potion just before dying, calmly waiting to be stomped to death by the zombie king's feet. Some, fearing they might fuse with the wrong part, didn't even wait for the zombie king to act. After digging the pit, they directly cut off their own legs and committed suicide to fuse. Now many deputy sect leaders and elders of the white-haired sect had fused directly with the zombie king's feet. Although even after fusion they couldn't control the zombie king, being fused made it easier to attack. Even stomping could no longer kill these players, for they had already merged with the zombie king. Could you stomp your own toenail off? There were those who dug with their hands, some with shovels and others with knives. Every tool imaginable was used. Holy crap, you guys are creative. This actually works. Damn, this looks a bit strange. A dense mass of people growing on the feet, giving off a Lovecraftian aesthetic. If this can fuse, then can other things fuse too? A bespectacled young man's glasses suddenly glinted, as if an idea had struck him. The maneuver was indeed impressive. Combined with the destruction caused by the 5 rats of the heaven-defying gang inside the zombie king's body, it actually inflicted some damage. Thump, thump, thump. The zombie king stood up and began pounding its own chest. Green blood pumped from its heart, diluting the original black blood. Damn, you're even poisoning yourself. That's ruthless. All the white-haired sect players on the zombie king's feet perished under its poisonous blood attack, and even their corpses were reabsorbed and utilized by the zombie king. The 5 rats of the heaven-defying gang inside the zombie king's body were also in trouble. As the green blood circulated, the muscles inside the zombie king began to swell, constantly squeezing their space, even contracting and crowding their throats. Damn, not breathing is impressive, huh? Beta cursed loudly. Jean Mao Shu gloated, good thing we were smart. And each learned an elemental power earlier, or we'd never get out. The 5 rats linked up end to end, activating their powers. Clearly a stolen idea from the 5 Elements sect. They formed a small 5 Elements annihilation array, intending to cause more trouble inside the zombie king's body. But before they could inflict major damage, countless arms grew from within the zombie king's body, reaching out to grab them. Their actual strength wasn't great. With a bang, they exploded at the zombie king's chest. Unfortunately, the heart was its core with high defense and toughness. Damn, looks like this boss has entered phase 2. Pretty tough. Can't seem to zerg it down. So what now? Is this storyline stuck? Waiting for the big shot Dong Xian to break through again? Actually no. Failing to beat a boss on the first try is normal. Just go back, regroup, and specifically upgrade some abilities. Damn, that chick is kinda cool, a player said to his friend. The friend turned to look. At that moment Ing Shensi was with Huokuen. Will this work? It doesn't seem very reliable. Trust me, it's absolutely reliable. Besides, this is just a game. The sect will cover the resurrection points. Go for it. If we can take down this zombie king, well, earn some real glory. Alright, I'll give it my best shot. Ing Shensi said, still a bit uneasy. Huokuen patted her shoulder reassuringly. Good luck. After offering encouragement, he went to find the bomb maniac. The bomb maniac was a bit annoyed. He hadn't prepared much this time. Lately had been spending too much time with the Night Crow and Nightingale sisters, which had affected his material collection and bomb making. Huokuen felt a little smug. See, women, slow down your sword drawing speed. Looks like it's up to my 5 elements sect to steal the show. Bro, is it ready? Will it work? The bomb maniac could see through Huokuen's thoughts, but there was nothing he could do now. His bombs were wasteful against ordinary zombies and barely tickled the zombie king. Neither here nor there, so it was better not to use them. It's ready. As long as the humidity is right and it reaches the correct position, it'll definitely work. Good brother, I trust you. Huokuen took the items and left immediately. The zombie king, having dealt with the 5 rats of the heaven-defying gang and the white-haired sect members, was still evolving. Its body began to shrink, but it became more compact and powerful. All the members of the 5 Elements sect also arrived. Come on brothers, one final push. Let's get pumped. Wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth, earth feeds metal, metal feeds water. Following this order, they converted all their remaining elemental powers into water-attributed energy. Fire! All the water-attributed energy was launched. Not toward the zombie king, but into the sky, adding more moisture to the already gloomy weather. Rocket team, get ready. Behind them, a massive rocket appeared on the rooftop, 10 times larger than the one Fu Shui had used before. On the big rocket was strapped a medium rocket, and on the medium rocket was strapped a small rocket. On the small rocket clung a person carrying a backpack. Huokuen looked at Ing Shensi. The opportunity might only last a moment. You must stay focused and seize it. Ing Shensi took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Rocket launch. A rumbling sound echoed as the largest rocket soared into the sky. Soon, when the first rocket lost its momentum, the player clinging to it ignited the medium rocket, followed by the same maneuver to light the small rocket. By then he had neared the low-hanging clouds, though both of his hands were nearly cooked through. Fortunately, he had wisely transformed into a zombie form, keeping his hands functional. With swift movements, he pulled out chemical reagents, made by the bomb maniac, from his backpack, and began scattering them wildly into the clouds. Within 10 seconds, he had dispersed the chemicals along the rocket's trajectory, and then came the delightful free fall. Damn, you guys work so fast. Just a couple of days ago, I saw someone building a rocket, and now you've got a 3-stage one. Why are you flying up there anyway? To enjoy the view from above? Among the ordinary players, there were still those in the know. Holy shit, are you guys actually trying to do real artificial rain? This person guessed right. Huokuen and his team were indeed attempting genuine artificial rain. The chemical agents provided by the bomb maniac reacted within the clouds, and with good fortune a small reaction triggered a chain transformation. The already overcast sky began to shift, clouds churning with a rumbling sound as a drizzle started to fall. The most beautiful thing isn't the rainy day, but the eaves where I once hid from the rain with you. A rain traps me here. Even if the rain turns the whole city upside down, I'll hold you in my arms. Damn it, with the rain and the gray apocalyptic scene, these little romantics actually started singing, ignoring even the zombie king. Unbelievable. Are you guys planning to reform the zombie king through song? Huokuen grumbled inwardly, but he only briefly lost focus. His attention was fixed on the thunderclouds above and the shadow spirit. It was a makeshift idea he'd come up with after running into the frustrated bomb maniac, but he never expected it might actually work. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning gathered and brewed within the clouds, ready to burst forth at any moment. With a crash, the first bolt of lightning flashed, unleashing its majestic power, dwarfing even the zombie king before it. Now, shadow spirit, make your move. Huokuen kept his eyes on the thunderclouds, watching as the second massive wave of lightning was about to erupt. He shouted urgently to the shadow spirit, "Remember the chant." The shadow spirit, tense and focused, had been waiting for Huokuen's command. Without a moment's hesitation, she lay inside a cannon-like device and was instantly launched, hurtling straight toward the evolving, shrinking zombie king. The zombie king had already reduced from over 10 meters to about 7 or 8 meters smaller in stature, but radiating even greater power. Seeing the shadow spirit flying toward him, he raised a hand to swat her away like a fly. But just as he extended his arm, he heard her shout, "Heavenly thunder, heed my command." She stretched her right hand upward, channeling all her lightning-based abilities into a purple orb of electricity. Accelerating, she slammed directly into the Zombie King, causing a slight numbness, but no major damage. However, a pleasant surprise soon followed. The Zombie King stood on the open ground before the library, his 7 to 8 meter height like a utility pole. With the shadow spirit conducting a bit of electricity through him, the heavenly thunder seemed to lock onto a target raining down furiously from above. A massive thick bolt of purple lightning connected the Zombie King and the thunderclouds in a celestial column. Holy shit, that's amazing. Have the 5 Elements sect mastered lightning magic already? So awesome. Incredible. This is a fusion of technology and abilities. You guys have truly figured out this game. Divine thunder against zombies. Each has its own specialty. This will definitely take him down. Seeing the thick lightning strike the Zombie King, the players felt elated, believing they were witnessing the climax of this major storyline. Everyone had a sense of involvement. The boss was being taken down through their own efforts, not some scripted kill. Damn, we actually took down a boss of this level. We're freaking awesome. That's not the point. The point is, what new items will the shop unlock, and what new features will the game update after we beat these monsters? Haha, this is clearly a space-themed game, and we haven't even left the planet yet. I can't wait to colonize other worlds. After channeling the lightning, the shadow spirit turned to ash and died. But when she revived, a small issue arose. Boss, the points you reimbursed aren't enough. My revival cost seems higher. She immediately messaged Hua Kuan. Damn, that must mean your ability evolved. Alright, I'll transfer the points to you. Hua Kuan was thrilled. As the only lightning-type ability user, the shadow spirit was crucial for both elemental reactions and guiding the thunder. The stronger she evolved, the better. The thick bolt of lightning struck the Zombie King's head, directly electrocuting him until he was crispy on the outside and tender within. This made Deja of the Explosion Guild wonder. What would it taste like? Was it worth 1,000 points? Bang! With the final strike of lightning, the Zombie King collapsed heavily to the ground, looking utterly battered. Roar! 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 Before anyone could approach, the Zombie King stood up and roared. He even spoke for the first time. You monsters! You've interrupted my perfect evolution. You all deserve to die. Become part of my flesh and blood. Originally evolving to a human-sized form would have been the Zombie King's perfect evolution, granting immense power, speed, and a compact body. But that was no longer possible. The lightning had destroyed the foundation needed for that perfect transformation. Crackling sounds erupted as the Zombie King's body began to burst. His skin split open, sprouting countless tendrils that started absorbing the mutated zombies scattered around, as well as the players who were heedlessly digging for crystals. Flesh and blood coalesced. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Having absorbed all the mutated zombies, the Zombie King had grown into a colossal zombie 30 meters tall. Damn it! Can this game even be played? Is it messing with us? I knew it. We should have let him complete his perfect evolution. At least a smaller target would have been easier to handle. Just seeing this giant monster makes my neck ache. To attack this thing would basically be trimming his toenails. It would take forever. Forget it, let's just run. The game never said we had to fight the zombies. As long as we have points, we can just play hide-and-seek with this Zombie King. Seeing this behemoth, the leaders of various factions were stumped. Deja of the Explosion Guild said, "This thing isn't something we can handle at our current level. We'll have to go back and research, find its weakness, and deal with it specifically." Hua Kuan of the 5 Elements sect added, "Sigh, I guess we missed some prerequisite hidden quests and didn't find the key story characters. The ultimate weapon in the underground base was clearly meant for this, but none of us had the right compatibility." By Mao Zong's mechanical god added, "I think so too. The problem with too much freedom is that we pushed the story too fast and hit a dead end. But it's fine, we can just play around with the Zombie King for now." Just then, the usually silent Dong Xian spoke up. "Don't worry, I found the perfectly compatible person. They'll be here soon." Everyone was stunned. Really? Is it a player or an NPC? Can that mech actually be piloted, or was it just a decoration to tease us? Awesome. This game is going to be a hit again. Pilot a mech. We're talking about piloting a mech. When can we mass-produce mechs? It doesn't matter if they're weak. What matters is looking cool. Dong Xian had chosen to respawn directly in the underground base, which had now become a spawn point. Are you sure you want to go? It's okay if you don't go. The Zombie King looks formidable right now, but it actually isn't that harmful to players. Just avoid it, and in a couple of weeks we'll find its weakness and take care of it. Other games control the pace to prevent players from advancing too quickly, but this one doesn't. You can push as fast as you want. The progress is already incredibly fast. We've only been in here for a short time and we're already fighting monsters of this level. Dong Xian spoke to the Sanwu girl. In real life she was immobile, but in the game she found some joy. He didn't want this to dampen her spirits, especially since the Zombie King's impact was minimal. It's fine, brother. Don't you think this ultimate weapon was made precisely to deal with the Zombie King? Since I can achieve 100% compatibility, it means I am destined for this. I've been practicing and adapting over the past few days. It would be a waste not to use it. Besides, more and more players are joining and they're getting stronger. If I don't act now, I might miss my chance. After all, it was just a game. As long as the Sanwu girl was fine with it, it didn't matter. Let's go then. Have some fun. The Sanwu girl lay down in the cockpit of the Gundam. Unlike cockpits in previous films, once she was inside, the circular cockpit sealed shut and began filling with a viscous liquid that enveloped her entire body. Beep, beep, beep. A white light began to glow from the Gundam's legs, rising to its heart. With a low hum, the Sanwu girl's consciousness cleared. She could no longer feel her physical body. Instead, she felt the body of the Gundam. Haha, 100% compatibility is truly necessary. Otherwise, there would definitely be a sense of disconnection. The Sanwu girl clenched the giant fist once more. Every experience felt miraculous. With a hissing sound, a massive upward passage opened, revealing a vast staircase leading up. This was the first time the city's ultimate weapon had emerged from here. Clang, clang, clang. Each step caused the ground to tremble. The Sanwu girl locked onto the target and charged straight toward the Zombie King. Hey buddy, fighting the Zombie King. Don't just play around. Get serious. 2 new solo players couldn't join the battle against the Zombie King. They found a good spot, apparently a high-level employee dormitory with a double bed. They pushed the bed to the floor-to-ceiling window, one on top and one below. The glass had long been shattered, making the wind a bit strong. They lay there watching everyone fight the Zombie King. Are you the one causing the movement? I'm not moving. If you're not moving, why is the bed shaking? The Zombie King isn't moving either. Could it be an earthquake? Did the game designer trigger an earthquake because we can't beat the Zombie King? That would be a real letdown. The game is great in every other aspect, but a plot hole like this would hurt its ratings. Whoa, it's not an earthquake. It's a Gundam. Where? Let me see. Both of them stuck their heads out, craning to catch a glimpse of the Sanwu girl's Gundam charging. Whoa, a real Gundam. Hey, why is the sky tilting? Did the game finally glitch? Whoa, we're falling. Whoosh thud. Both of them leaned out too far to see the Gundam, causing the bed to slide off with them. In free fall, they saw the Sanwu girl's Gundam leap up and punch the Zombie King. The sight was a dream come true for any boy. It wasn't just those two. Almost everyone saw the Gundam. Even the usually indifferent mechanical prodigy came out of the lab to witness the Gundam's splendor. A man remains a boy at heart. Oh my god, I never thought I'd see a Gundam in my lifetime. I can die happy. Does this game have everything? This must be a scripted event. Looks like a top player triggered a story character. No, I have reliable info. This is a player. A real genuine player. A player nicknamed Gundam Foot Technician. Shuddered and quickly grabbed the speaker. Are you saying this Gundam can be piloted by a player as long as they reach a certain level? Yeah, it's true. My brother told me. He's one of the core beta testers, one of the first dozen or so to enter the game. Are you saying that in this game, as long as you have enough materials and points, you can even customize your own Gundam and pilot it yourself? Exactly. This game is completely free. If you can find the materials and have the skill, you could even build a nuclear bomb. I heard some top players are already working on it. The Gundam Foot Technician didn't hear the rest. His heart nearly stopped. As a die-hard Gundam fan, he had collected countless Gundam figures and knew every model and weapon inside out, even mastering the art of Gundam painting. He had dreamed of building a life-sized Gundam back on Earth, but the technical challenges were insurmountable. He had only come to this game to relax, not really liking it. He just loved Gundams. But now he learned that this game could actually build Gundams, even customize them. It seemed far off, but at least there was hope. He immediately logged off, grabbed his phone, and opened a group chat. Guys, I found a game where you can truly build and pilot a Gundam, and it's fully immersive. Gundam JPG, Gundam 2 JPG. Whoa, I know this game. It's really popular. I thought it was about superpowers and martial arts. There are Gundams too. This Gundam looks a bit basic. No particle weapons or autocannons. Let's go. Our model builder alliance can finally show our skills. Who says Gundams aren't powerful? Well, show them what a real surprise is. Watching the third turtle Zombie King appear, Night Crow clenched her hands, pacing nervously. She worried about Bomb Maniac even though she knew he could respawn. She feared that one death might make him disappear from this world forever. Crow, calm down. Don't worry. Those savages have their own methods. Night Crow spun around to see a kind-faced old man behind her. She hadn't expected her father to leave the shelter dressed in tattered clothes like everyone else. Why are you here? It's dangerous outside. It's not dangerous. Those savages have already dealt with the zombies. They've done us a great service. Well, thank them, properly treat them well, and then send them on their way. After all, they don't seem to know how to govern a city. In the end, the city still needs us to manage it. Then why don't you all help everyone eliminate the zombies? The kind old man smiled gently. Didn't you say it yourself? It's dangerous. Besides, they volunteered to go. We didn't force them. They want leave easily. This is the city they saved. It's fine. We can negotiate. We just want a small place to preserve some semblance of civilization. By the way, I haven't thanked them for saving you. Invite your friends and the core members you know to the banquet hall where we last met. I want to properly express my gratitude. Night Crow let out a sigh of relief. Peaceful coexistence between the two sides was the best outcome. After saying this, her father covered his mouth and left. The air here was still foul. Sir, do we really have to live in the same city with those savages? They don't understand civilization at all. They even eat meat. Humph, of course not. A cloned daughter dares to negotiate with me. We're outnumbered now, so we can't use force. This so-called daughter knows all the high-ranking savages. Once we control them, we can gradually divide and deal with the rest. Remember to contact the 5th satellite city. If these people won't obey and serve me, sell them all to the 5th satellite city. That Gundam's energy can only be used once, or it's nothing to fear. Zombies are hard to deal with. They spread infection, feel no fear, have no emotions. But humans are easier. They feel fear and jealousy. Just manipulate their hearts. Those self-righteous savages will side with us along with those who envy our lifestyle. A little technological shock will do the trick. The kind old man looked smug, believing himself a master of human nature who could easily manipulate these savages. Little did he know whether the 4th calamity even had hearts was another matter entirely. Good heavens, I really mean it, there's actually a player who can achieve over 80% compatibility with this thing. Jada Bangs Deja stared in shock at the leaping Gundam. Jia Dan Kwang Mo and Ji Yuda shared the same astonishment. They had considered using the Gundam against the Zombie King before, but no one had achieved over 40% compatibility during the adaptation. Eventually, they assumed it was just a pipe dream the game had dangled before players, something impossible for anyone to truly sync with. Merely a test to give them a sense of participation. Little did they expect that Dong Xian, a grandmaster, had somehow found such an incredible player capable of 100% compatibility. Bang! The Gundam's leap was majestic, its punch leaving the Zombie King utterly bewildered. But what followed was an eyesore, flailing arms wildly smashing down on the Zombie King's head. It wasn't just unorthodox, it was utterly clueless. Jia Dan Kwang Mo quietly approached Dong Xian. Bro, where did you find this player? Could it be a girl? Dong Xian's face was full of embarrassment. Indeed, San Wu Xiao Nu had been immobile in reality and hadn't learned any combat skills in the game, only knowing a crude flailing punch. Her fighting lacked any grace. Tisk tisk tisk, if it weren't for this 30-meter Gundam, this battle would look like a village brawl. Whoa, look, this Gundam pilot's definitely a girl. She's already yanking the Zombie King's hair. The Zombie King was equally baffled. In his limited undead experience, he had never imagined encountering such a thing. Even if a little monster had to die, it should be at the hands of a hero not beaten to death by wild punches. Roar. The Zombie King let out a furious roar, the red flesh on his neck bulging outward. In an instant, his strength surged. He raised his left hand to block the Gundam's wild punches, controlled by San Wu Xiao Nu, while his right hand shot upward, gripping the Gundam's neck. Creak creak. The immense force caused the Gundam to emit sharp cracking sounds. Thud. San Wu Xiao Nu didn't hesitate either. She thrust her right leg upward in a fierce kick. Hiss. The surrounding players instinctively clamped their legs together, feeling a chill in their groins. But the Zombie King showed no reaction. Instead, his legs split open with flesh, then clamped together, trapping the Gundam's right leg between them. San Wu Xiao Nu let out a series of screams. On Blue Star, she had been a high-level paraplegic, feeling as if life wasn't worth living, which was why she faced everything with such detachment. But upon entering this game world where everything was no different from the outside, and she could move freely, she was overjoyed. Yet even so, she was still an innocent young girl sheltered from the harsh realities of the world. She had piloted the Gundam partly to not embarrass Dong Xian, and partly for fun, never expecting the game to be anything but a girl's fantasy. It was a horror game. The Zombie King, with his flesh splitting open one moment, and his head spinning 360 degrees, the next kept jolting San Wu Xiao Nu's heart. She was already reaching her limit. The Zombie King's legs clamped together, flesh bursting and fusing, even beginning to corrode upward along the Gundam's legs. Every movement felt so real that goosebumps erupted all over San Wu Xiaonu's body. She couldn't take it anymore. Inside the cockpit, she opened her eyes and looked at the red button above her head. Sorry, you've just appeared, and you're already going to be destroyed. I can't help it. I really can't beat him. She reached out and pressed the red button. Ultimate weapon self-destruct system activated. San Wu Xiaonu closed her eyes and reconnected. She had no intention of escaping. After exchanging a few moves with the Zombie King, she knew she was truly pathetic. The only way to win was self-destruction. If she kept fighting, she'd waste energy and lose without even taking down the Zom. San Wu Xiaonu. All the players were stunned. Why self-destruct? It's okay if you can't beat the boss. The Gundam is precious. Sis, calm down. I don't think we need to be this extreme. Why self-destruct right away? No, the boss isn't dead yet, we still have time. If the Gundam's gone, it's really gone. I want to ride the Gundam. How powerful would a self-destruct from such a huge mech be? Do we even need to run? Seeing the replies in the chat channel, San Wu Xiaonu's face flushed. Oh right, what was I getting so melodramatic about? It's just a Zombie King. Why did I have to be so impulsive? Can't I just run? The players can respawn and handle it anyway. Psy women are indeed emotional creatures. My mind just went blank and I made the decision to self-destruct. Whoosh! San Wu Xiaonu woke up again in the cockpit, frantically searching for a button to abort the self-destruct. Before she could find it, a sharp sound rang out. The cockpit ejected from the Gundam and flew away. Thud! A massive burst of flames erupted, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose beside the Zombie King. All players within a 10-mile radius were killed by the blast. Almost every window in the city shattered from the shockwave. The immense energy incinerated the Zombie King's body to ashes, leaving behind only a giant purple crystal over a meter tall. In an instant, Chen, who had been watching from the spatial realm, gained over 100,000 points. Good thing I didn't go out, otherwise that Zombie King and that self-destruct energy would have killed me easily. Time to take a few puffs of the reformist cigar to calm down. Chen casually shifted the spatial backdrop to a vibrant spring prairie scene. Death came swiftly, but so did resurrection. The city's zombies were almost entirely cleared, except for a few accidentally trapped in certain places. Everyone who revived rushed toward the explosion site. Dongxian was undoubtedly the fastest. Soon he arrived at the former library. Indeed, knowledge had its limits. The library was now a massive deep crater. Dongxian leaped up using the wings on his back to slow his descent, and took a full 10 seconds to reach the bottom. The crater was 200 meters in diameter and 50 meters deep. Not a trace of the Zombie King remained. The soil around the pit had vitrified under the intense heat, and the temperature was still scorching. In the center of the pit lay only a 1-emetal purple crystal. Dongxian approached and touched the crystal with his hand, but nothing happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Others couldn't descend directly into the pit, so they improvised, finding steel cables and ropes to slide down the edges. Erjaur. Chen relaxed his mind and turned around to see this object. Immediately, he received a notification from the system. Core energy source detected. Can be used to create a base node. Base node can independently establish a spawn point and attach a separate space. Chen read the explanation and understood. This thing essentially meant opening up a second zone. Previously, all nodes had to expand outward from the original node at the primordial tower and remain connected to it. Even users of personal nodes upon death would have to respawn at a node connected to the base node. This base node was different. It could open up another zone and serve as a foundation to expand new nodes. His independent space could also be relocated to a much farther location. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chen could start issuing tasks, he heard noises outside. Jia Tianbang's second Jia had already pulled out a hammer and started pounding on it, while Jia Tianbang's big Jia had already taken a bite. What the hell are you two doing? Ji Yud was shocked and quickly pulled the two apart. This thing looked fragile. What if they broke it? Just testing if we can smash it open, Jia Tianbang's second Jia said casually. I'm trying to see if I can eat it and get stronger. I've eaten zombie crystals before. They just gave me a sore ass, Jia Tianbang's big Jia said with considerable pride. You two really are birds of a feather. Seeing this scene, Chen quickly issued the task and conveniently stored the crystal into the system. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the core energy source. You can craft 5 base cores. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a special item. The shop has unlocked new products. New abilities unlocked: ice ability, wind ability. New items added: sunflower seeds, ice mushroom seeds. Not bad. 5 pieces were plenty and new abilities had been unlocked. The players could come up with new tricks. Chen stored the items and had an idea for them. First, he needed to give these people some rewards. Congratulations, players, on completing the task. Top 10 contributors in the Battle World rankings. First Wooling General receives 1 base node 10000 points 100 of each special seed title Star of Hope Don Quixote. Second Mechanical Little God receives 1 base node 8000 points 1 set of special mechanical tools title Star of Hope Don Quixote. Third Fire Kuin receives 1 base node 5000 points 1 ability enhancement core title Star of Hope Don Quixote. Fourth Dong Xian 3000 points title Star of Hope Don Quixote. Title Star of Hope to commend this player for their great contributions in the early stages of the apocalypse. Limited title allows use of special fonts in chat and comes with a custom nickname frame. Title Don Quixote to commend all players who participated in this task celebrating your fearless courage. New class unlocked zombie. Class changes and evolutions can be done by Mao sect leader Kunini related to affinity level. Players, you have proven that you possess the power to change the world. Continue to strive and seek the truth of the apocalypse. The universe is vast, the world is splendid. May this journey lead you to the stars. Wooling General and Mechanical Little God had the highest contributions in the world. Chen was not surprised. Although they hadn't acted personally, they had provided many items to the players which counted toward contributions. Chen understood these players well. Giving rewards was good, but giving limited titles like these was even better. He had only rewarded the top 10 with such titles, making them rare items. Flaunting them would bring great face and the players would surely love it. Everyone watched the purple crystal vanish before their eyes. Before they could react, they received system notifications. Each saw their point changes. Check out my new text and chat frame. How about that? Cool, isn't it? The moment Fire Kuin got the title, he started showing off in the chat channel. Ugly as hell. Totally hideous. I'm blind. Though there wasn't a single good word, Fire Kuin was still thrilled. What's the deal with this base node? Yud asked in the small group. Mechanical Little God quickly replied. I just studied it. It can establish a new spawn point independent of the current zone, just like the one at the Primordial Tower, and can expand outward from it. It makes sense, really. Since this is an interstellar game, expanding like this indefinitely would be unreasonable. 2 planets might have hundreds of millions of kilometers of uninhabited area. Setting up a new base point makes it logical. I don't have much use for this. Whoever wants it can take it. Just remember to give me any tech-related stuff you find later. Same here. I don't need it either. I don't like traveling around much. Whoever wants it, just give me any special plants you come across. Wooling General spoke. Kuin, you're too ugly, hadn't participated in this battle, having been wandering outside with Clown Girl, and that little flower named Doghead with a cat on top. Seeing this, he couldn't sit still. Everyone thought about it. That place was the first attraction for the players. If they could get there, it would surely be a major breakthrough in technology and understanding of the world. Alright, I'll give you my base node. I'd still like to see that battleship again and ask who saved us back then. Mechanical Little God gave his base node to Kuin, you're too ugly. The entire game was now in celebration. Meanwhile, Dong Xian's class leader was deep in thought. Currently, almost all the zombies in the city had been dealt with by them, and they hadn't seen any other natives. Even if the task to establish a settlement wasn't complete, the task to eliminate the scavengers should have been finished by now. Yet there was still no news. Dong Xian's class leader didn't know about the people in the shelter, but Chen did. He was very curious about how the players would react when they found out about the shelter's inhabitants. At that moment, Night Crow had brought her father to find Bomb Maniac and the others. Mechanical Little God looked at the message he had just received and couldn't help but look up. May this journey lead you to the stars. He yearned to go beyond the stars. On Blue Star, he had no chance. His body wouldn't allow it. In this world, it didn't matter. He truly wanted to see if this game world was really as vast as the universe. Night Crow walked ahead very happy. She had found her father and made good friends like Bomb Maniac. Though she knew there might be conflicts between them, she believed that with her help, the people from the shelter and these mysterious visitors like Bomb Maniac could coexist peacefully. In her memory, although she didn't know why her father hadn't rescued her, the days she spent with him were warm and joyful, and she could feel his love. Night Crow's father followed her, lowering his head to confirm with someone beside him. Did you check which memory model was injected into her? Sir, to ensure she devoted herself to helping rescue people, we injected memory model 13. Night Crow's father nodded. Good. That memory is warm and loving. She will undoubtedly trust me completely. No problem. These people are very strange. What have you prepared? Sir, I observed that these people seem unafraid of pain and many look identical. I've prepared a neurotoxin. They must take it weekly or die. That's not enough. The identical ones might be clones without self-awareness, so we can't threaten them. Notify them to prepare the awakening agent. Let them awaken self-awareness first, and they'll know the value of life and become afraid. Holy crap, a whale fall. While the others were still chattering about where to place the reference node by Mao Zedong's mechanical god, began collecting the scattered Gundam fragments on the ground. Little bro, what's going on? Jia Tianbang's air Jia slung an arm over mechanical god's shoulder. Weren't you guys complaining about not having materials to build mechs? This stuff is perfect. Looks like we can make dozens of small personal mechs. Truly, one mech falls and 1,000 machines arise. Mechanical God was still smug about his modified aphorism when he turned around to find everyone gone. Seriously, go search somewhere else, don't steal my stuff. Dongxian didn't move. On one hand, he was puzzled as to why the emotionless girl hadn't revived yet. On the other, he didn't need mechs. He relied on his own strength. He sent a message in the group chat. Our strength has improved enough. We can check out what's on the 25th floor now. We should be able to clear it this time. Damn that worm happy house. The scene is kinda gross. How about we finish the mechs first? It'll only take a day or two. No rush, right? Bomb Maniac replied in the chat. He wasn't afraid of horror, but those monsters that attacked from below were just too disgusting. Yeah, let's put on the mechs. They'll protect my rear. Indeed, a small mech will give us more stability. Seeing everyone agreed, Dongxian said no more. Just then Yiya's father followed her to Bomb Maniac. Bro Maniac. Yiya called out to Bomb Maniac. He was still pulling a stuck Gundam fragment out of the dirt. Seeing Yiya, he felt the need to maintain his image. He let go and walked over. But Jia Tianbang's air Jia was utterly unceremonious. He took over the spot the moment Bomb Maniac left. You bastard, you really have no shame. Bomb Maniac muttered under his breath before turning to Yiya. Bro, let me introduce you. This is my dad. He's very kind. Dad, this is the heroic young man who saved me. Yiya was worried they wouldn't get along, so she praised both of them profusely. Hearing this, Bomb Maniac's eyes lit up and his joy multiplied. He quickly typed in the group chat. Brothers, this game is too intense. One wave after another. Looks like a shelter faction has appeared. Ji Yud was the first to reply. Damn, finally some civilization. Let's see the native tech civilization of this game world. We've been playing so long. Raiders zombies? Finally a civilized person. Mechanical Prodigy was also excited. He had long noticed that the technology here was far superior to Blue Star's, but the physical and chemical properties were similar. He wanted to see how the game handled this tech and maybe get ideas for innovation back home. Where is it? Can we visit the shelter? Do they have basic educational materials? Tech? Jia Tianbang's air Jia chimed in. Any girls there? Long legs. Pretty. Amid the excitement, a wiser voice spoke up. Dongxian said, be careful. They might not be a friendly faction. Why else would they wait until after we dealt with the zombies to show up? Bomb Maniac, while chatting in the group, happily shook hands with Yiya's father. I heard from Yiya that she came from a shelter. Are you from one too? Where is your shelter? Can I go in and have a look? This question made Yiya's father awkward. He hated people with no sense of boundaries. Asking about the shelter's location on a first meeting. We're in an apocalypse, man. An apocalypse. Naive Yiya looked at her father expectantly. In her memory, her father would have unhesitatingly invited Bomb Maniac into the shelter. Ahem, we just opened the shelter once. It'll take 2 days before we can open it again. Of course, Yiya's father had no intention of letting these people in. He never planned to reveal the shelter's location. The shelter was their last safe haven and only suitable people would be allowed in. Bomb Maniac understood immediately. Wasn't that the same excuse they used? It might fool those underdeveloped raiders, but not him. What do we do? This old man doesn't want us to know where the shelter is. Bomb Maniac typed in the group. Then screw it, let's just attack. Do you think I'm the fourth calamity for nothing? Jia Tianbang's air Jia was merciless. No, don't be rash. What if they're actually a friendly faction with a simple prerequisite quest? Going in guns blazing would be a loss. Knowing this game, if we do that, these NPCs will definitely turn hostile. Ji Yud had learned from experience. He still regretted mistaking the little girl in white Yun Tiantian for a monster. Bomb Maniac didn't really want to fight either. Believe it or not, he actually liked Yiya. Killing her dad on the first day would ruin any future interactions. Besides, not all players were lawless lunatics. Some still had a sense of decency. Seeing Bomb Maniac stay silent, Yiya's father grew anxious. Were these psychopaths about to attack? Having seen how these players fought over loot, he knew moral persuasion wouldn't make them give up the city. And they didn't have enough people to control and maintain it. So he stuck to the original plan: control the high-level players and use them to indirectly manage the rest. It was safer to stay hidden in the shelter anyway. Ahem, to thank you for your contributions to this city, I've prepared a banquet with some rare resources. I'd like to invite you. Do you need any help? Any tasks to do. Bomb Maniac was still direct. He didn't want to eat. Just compressed biscuits and vegetables. He ate better on Blue Star. He just wanted to finish the prerequisite quest and get into the shelter to see futuristic tech. He just wanted to finish the prerequisite quest and get into the shelter to see futuristic tech. Hearing Bomb Maniac's words, Yiya was delighted. She thought his attitude was great and that he'd get along with the shelter people. Yiya's father, however, was baffled by Bomb Maniac's erratic thinking. He had expected a cunning adversary, not this bizarre, scatterbrained weirdo. There's nothing you need to do. You've already done well. Let us prepare. Will you join our banquet later? Hearing this, Bomb Maniac sighed. His affinity wasn't high enough. Couldn't they just give him some affinity-boosting items like diamond rings or gold instead of forcing him to complete a dinner quest? Brothers, no luck. He won't give us a quest. We have to eat dinner. Guess our affinity isn't high enough. Alright, let's eat then. We'll all go check it out. If the dinner is the day after tomorrow, we can hit the Worm Happy House on the 25th floor tomorrow. We've found enough Gundam fragments. We can finish the mechs by then. The Bomb Maniac was stunned. You guys are absolute beasts. You found everything in such a short time. Do you think the 10,000 players are just for show? But what are you afraid of? Many players only collected fragments. You can buy them with cash or points. Money's meant to be spent. Jia Tianbang Jia pointed away for the Bomb Maniac. Right, why didn't I think of that? I forgot I'm a rich second generation. I've been grinding too much. I need a break. Now that he knew it was a favorability issue, the Bomb Maniac stopped worrying and started chatting normally with Yiya's father. The scene was harmonious and Yiya felt relieved at last. The next day arrived quickly. The earliest group had already gathered at the entrance of the 25th floor. Hey Xiao Kuan, where did you get that cat? And what's with the little orchid on its head? Jia Tianbang Jia reached out to tug at the little orchid on the head of the dog in Kuan and Tai Cho's arms. Crack. Slap. Luckily Dong Xian was quick-witted and slapped Jia Tianbang Jia's hand away. The dog had just opened its bloody maw ready to sever Jia Tianbang Jia's limb. Damn, this little thing can make its mouth that big. Is it even a cat? Kuan and Tai Cho quickly pulled the dog closer. Bro, don't tease it. Without its mother around, I can barely control it. This is the one hatched from that egg. It's fierce. Chews steel plates like chocolate. Clank, clank, clank. The Bomb Maniac arrived in his mech. Money makes the world go round. He had plenty of both cash and points. Collecting the materials for a mech was a breeze. He was late because he not only built the mech, but also gave it a custom paint job. A red paint scheme with a reactor painted on the chest resembling Iron Man but much bulkier. What do you think? Isn't my paint job awesome? Everyone else's mechs were dull gray but his had color. Damn impressive. Where'd you get it? Kuan and Tai Cho even touched the Bomb Maniac's mech. There's a street painter at the park entrance. I had her do it. Great result. Let's go as a group. Second, 1/2 price. Alright, let's go. Time to head in. Dong Xian saw the two getting too excited and quickly spoke up. As he spoke, everyone else donned their mechs except for Dong Xian and Kuan and Tai Cho. Dong Xian trusted his own strength, while Kuan and Tai Cho couldn't wear his because he was holding the dog. Bro, maybe you shouldn't go in. That cat looks dangerous, don't let it get eaten. Don't worry, this cat is fierce. It should be fine. It'll stay in the back and bolt if anything happens. Without even looking back. Though the words seemed fine, they sounded odd. Let's go in. Dong Xian took the lead, walking at the front. The scene was the same. Spend a wonderful day with the little cutie. Thud, thud, thud. As everyone entered the instance, they heard thudding sounds. Tentacle-like things burst from the ground, attacking from below. With mech protection, their rear was safe and they could even pull the tentacles out. With cracking sounds, everyone pulled like they were harvesting carrots, enjoying themselves. Only one person stood still, Kuan holding the cat. No tentacle attacked him. It seemed quite relaxed. Soon the tentacles retracted underground, ceasing their assault. Keep moving forward, Dong Xian said, leading the way. After passing a narrow passage, they froze at the sight. This instance is just like I imagined. Amazing. Before I came in, I wondered what was downstairs. I thought there'd be a group of monsters and a boss. After seeing the three-headed monster earlier and those tentacles left a deep impression, I figured there'd be something like that. And sure enough, Dong Xian rarely spoke so much. He was genuinely shocked. The monsters inside were almost exactly as had imagined. Ugh. Everyone who entered vomited at the sight. Luckily, they were quick to open their mech helmets, or they'd have been covered in their own mess. Boss, your imagination is great. Please stop thinking. This instance was simple. Outside were hordes of minor monsters and inside was a single boss. The monster was indeed similar to the three-headed one, but with more heads. It was a human-headed tree. The tentacles that had attacked them were actually tongues, and the mouths of the human heads on the tree were still dripping blood. Swish, swish, swish. Without burrowing, the tongues were much faster. But they still couldn't penetrate the mech's defense, so there was no problem. Everyone played fruit ninja, slicing each one that came. The tongues fell to the ground. Hum hum hum. Seeing their attacks fail, the heads detached from the tree, their ears enlarged, and they fluttered up. In reality, they might have been scared, but this was a game. Who cared? Bang bang bang. Fruit Ninja turned into a fiery baseball game. Damn, playing this game too much makes me feel like a pervert. The other day, I went on a blind date and took the girl to a haunted house. Saw a staff member pretending to be a severed head, blood everywhere. I just laughed and even tasted it. Scared both the girl and the staff member to tears, and they called the cops. The officers came. Luckily, I'm a third-generation law-abiding citizen, or I'd be eating prison food. Gyuda swung his weapon while complaining. Taking a blind date to a haunted house. No wonder you're single. Ja Tianbang Erja laughed. What's wrong with a haunted house? Last time I took a girl to a haunted house, she said I was thoughtful and happy. If she hadn't peed her pants, would have hit it off. The bomb maniac chimed in. Stop fighting. Something's wrong. This was too easy. Dong Xian looked closely and realized the things were deliberately crashing into them, dying near them. Now everyone's mechs were covered in white fluid, some of it already forming patches. With Dong Xian's warning, the others noticed too. The white liquid began to grow mycelium-like patterns, constantly corroding their mechs. Damn disgusting. The tactic is disgusting too. Gyuda reached out to wipe it off, but wearing the mech increased strength while reducing precision. Slurp. The cat in Kuan-and-I Taicho's arms extended its tongue, sucking all the white mycelium off everyone. The blue flower on its head deepened in color. Awesome. This little thing is actually useful. With both targeted attacks neutralized, the monsters on the 25th floor were no threat. Everyone charged in and beat them to death with brute force. Haha. When we first came in, we were getting one shot. Now we can take them down easily. Perfect. I feel so strong. Let's press on and go straight down. Gyuda was brimming with confidence. Dong Xian had a theory about the building's secret and wanted to test it. He stopped Gyuda. What do you think we'll encounter when we go down? This game is so realistic, but having instances seems weird. If I were designing it, the next level would have to be a rule-based horror. Didn't the underground base say it's resisting the abyss? A rule-based horror formed by the abyss makes perfect sense. After confirming Gyuda's thoughts, Dong Xian let him go down to open the door. He went fast and died fast. Within a minute, Gyuda respawned upstairs. Damn. Quick check what reward we got for clearing the 20th floor. This is infuriating. Wait, the mech you're wearing died that quickly. Zaishenbang Erza was also stunned. The death was indeed too swift. I'm speechless. I just said it casually, and below turned out to be a rule-based horror. I only managed to read 2 conditions before dying. Thank goodness I was in the mech, or I'd have died from the first condition. Gyud was utterly frustrated. He had just made an offhand remark. Did it have to be so accurate? He'd rather have faced some bloody monsters to mow down. He no longer blamed the game for being unreasonable. Upon hearing Gyud's words, Dong Xian finally confirmed. It seems this building is truly like this. Definitely the focal point of this city, even this planet, this universe. No wonder our first spawn point was on this building. Bro, elaborate. Zhedong Kuangma was bewildered. Dong Xian didn't beat around the bush. The changes in this building might really be related to the abyss they mentioned. It transforms based on each person's inner thoughts, but in a dark, amplified version. When I first opened the door, I thought it was just a game, so I expected a dungeon, some mobs, and a boss. The head monster left a deep impression on me, and sure enough, there was a dungeon and such a creature. Gyud was thinking about rule-based horror, and below became exactly that. Who knows, maybe the ultimate boss is right under our feet, given this ability to distort reality. Hearing this, the group pondered and found it plausible. You idiot, why think of rule-based horror? Why not imagine a simple kindergarten game like sitting in a row and sharing snacks? Then we'd have an easy pass. Kuan-and-I Taicho jabbed at Gyud, who blushed and confessed. Do you think I'm stupid? I was thinking of a times-top rule-based horror full of colors in my mind. Beautiful colors filled with scantily clad beauties. Who would have thought I'd get killed instantly upon entering? It seems the first person to open the door has a big influence, but those around also affect it. The difficulty changes with heavy modifications and enhancements. Oh right, what were those 2 rules? At this, Gyud hesitated. Spit it out. You were thinking of time stop, why the shyness now? Kuan-and-I Taicho sneered. Gyud finally blurted out. The names are disgusting, not what I really thought. Rule 1, group orgy. Must have more than 20 people enter within 10 minutes or be eliminated. Rule 2, Mr. Mighty. Must maintain gold tier strength for over 30 minutes or be eliminated. Everyone shot him contemptuous glances. What was going on in that head of his all day? Seems useless. These rules are just entry thresholds, not real identity rules. 20 gold tier. Impossible now. Well, come back later, Dong Xian said. Ji Yud quickly chimed in. Right, we're all silver tier now, why think about gold tier? Let's check the rewards for clearing the 25th floor. We've all seen them, 1,000 points each and a sapling. A sapling? What's that? Ji Yud was puzzled. Not sure yet, maybe some kind of pet. Let Wuling Shang Jiangjun study it. Oh, and we can set up a new entrance for other players to challenge. Indeed, after growing stronger, tackling previously tough monsters became routine. After a brief discussion, they placed the entrance in the amusement park. Then they returned to rest and prepare for a meal. Whoa, new players incoming. Ji Yud was shocked to find the official website updated. Not only had Xiaoji updated the game's chronicle, but a new announcement had also appeared, releasing 100000 beta keys at once. They would enter the game in 3 days. This decision was carefully considered by Yi Chen. The city was too vast for just 100000 players. With enough points, he could recruit another 100000 and keep some in reserve. So why not? After all, they'd all work for him. The fourth calamity wouldn't live up to its name with too few. No sooner had the announcement been made than he received an application from Dong Xian. Respectful planner, we request 10000 beta slots. Will greatly aid the game's progress. With increased power came more points earned, but also more needed, especially for resurrection. Though Dong Xian was in the top tier, he lacked enough points to invite many. He was just testing the waters. Yi Chen approved without hesitation, knowing Dong Xian was applying for those people. It would be strange if the higher-ups weren't aware of him directly recruiting so many veterans and scientists. He knew this world was real, and helping the nation develop while earning points was a win-win. 10,000 was just right, with plenty of other players to obscure his intentions. 10,000 steady players would maintain the point base and advanced technology, while all others explored for clues and point-rich opportunities and scouted dangers. Perfect. Approved. Dong Xian was overjoyed, never expecting success. He quickly reported to his superiors, who promptly gave their approval. Dong Xian was in a good mood, but he noticed he hadn't seen Sam Wuxianu in the game for 2 days. Where have you been? Why haven't you respawned yet? If it's too far, just suicide back to town. It's fast. He had seen her flung into the sky, yet she hadn't returned. Either Shed left the range and logged off, or she was still within range but too far away, trudging back. Sam Wuxianu was equally shocked. When she was blasted away, she thought Shed leave the range and log off, but instead she got stuck in the clouds. The clouds seemed to contain artificial structures. Unable to move and unwilling to suicide, she decided to stay put as long as she didn't starve, sensing there was a story here. She was determined. "I'll take you there, the banquet is ready," said Yeya, who had dressed up today with a red wooden hairpin exuding a unique charm. The group followed her. Finally meeting some civilized people. "I wonder if they have internet," Zaishenbang Erza said excitedly. "What's the point of internet? Haven't you had enough on Blue Planet?" Zhedong Kwangma sneered at the internet-addicted youth. "You're missing the point. If there's internet, I know a surefire way to earn points." "What's that, bro? Spill it." "One word, plagiarize." "We're here, big brother," Yeya said, stopping before a door and looking at Zhedong Kwangma. He set aside his curiosity and approached. Pushing open the door revealed a vast reception hall, but he saw no shelter entrance. Tisk tisk, this city's full of treasures. With more players, there'll be even more surprises. Ji Yud remarked, scanning the previously undiscovered hall. Damn, I was wrong. This stuff inside isn't compressed food. Kuan and I Taicho was the first to reach the reception hall, where the central long table was laden with fresh food. Various vegetables and fruits, apples that looked like apples, apples that looked like pears, apples that looked like watermelons. No matter what shape the fruits took, they all tasted like apples. He showed no restraint and immediately started sampling them all with his hands. Yi's father pointed at Kuan and I Taicho. He deserves close attention. Definitely someone we can win over. He can't even control his base desires for food and sex. He's no threat. No sooner had he spoken than he saw the newcomers all acting, without hesitation, diving into the food. Damn, I never ate this well on Blue Star. The food in this game nearly made me cry. I've been surviving on those awful life support rations. Hey, come try this. It tastes a bit like sweet and sour pork, really good. How do they make this? It's like jelly but with a hot pot flavor. Strange yet amazing. Yi's father was stunned. He had been scheming how to poison them, thinking that survivors from the apocalypse would be cautious and not easily touch their food. But these people showed no restraint at all. What was he waiting for? Go ahead, add the awakening agent and the neurotoxin to the drinks and serve them. Should we inform Miss Yi first? No need. The people who hired us are already dead. She and the ones she protects are worthless now. Well, see how she behaves. Soon the drinks were brought out. Red metal cans that looked strikingly like beverage packaging from Blue Star. Whoa, even cola. Every apocalypse game has cola. Let me taste it. Kuin-and-I Taicho was the first to open a can. As soon as it touched his lips before he could swallow, his expression flickered several times before he finally suppressed it. Yi's father's heart skipped a beat. Had he noticed the added ingredients? Not bad. Here, you try it. Kuin-and-I Taicho had calmed down and casually handed the cola to Jia Tianbang de Jia. De Jia took a big gulp, stared at Kuin-and-I Taicho in shock, then turned and said, "Unexpected, but it's really good. Bro, give it a try." Jia Tianbang Jia took the cola, took a small sip, and savored it slightly. "Here, Kwang Mo, gu, you try it." Jiadan Kwang Mo took the cola, but as soon as he drank, he spat it out. Damn, the adult world is terrifying. After he spat, the others also started retching. Who the hell puts mashed garlic in cola? And it tastes like mint and cilantro. This is absolutely insane. Yi's father couldn't figure it out. The poisoning failed not because of trust, but because the added ingredients were too disgusting. He quickly turned around and ordered some poisoned plain water. Fortunately, the awakening agent and neurotoxin were both colorless and odorless, and mixing them together made them undetectable. Seeing that everyone had drunk the water and seemed content feasting heartily at the table, Yi's father finally relaxed. "Everyone, how's the food?" "Decent, but there's not enough." "Where did you get this leg meat? Get us more. And give us some seeds for your crops. We want to grow our own fruit." Kuin-and-I Taicho and the Jia Tianbang members were never shy. "Glad you like it. Thank you all for helping us reclaim our city, allowing us to emerge from underground again. On behalf of all the people of the 4th Satellite City Shelter, I thank you. From now on, we'll provide you with all the help we can." When Yi's father said these words, many sensed something was off. Only Jia Tianbang Jia Kuin-and-I Taicho and his dog kept wolfing down food. In the chat channel, "You two stop eating. Don't you hear what this old man said? Something's wrong." Jia Tianbang Jia shoved a piece of leg meat into his mouth. "What's wrong? Isn't he just thanking us? Are you that dense? Didn't you hear how he put it? It's obvious he sees himself as the master of this city. Thanking us, he's clearly treating us as outsiders. He wants to run this city himself." Kuin-and-I Taicho put down his pear apple after seeing this. "This old man doesn't think we're good people, does he? Sounds like he's trying to guilt trip us." Seeing everyone silent, Yi's father calmed down a bit, assuming these youngsters were just resentful but couldn't say much. He was almost hoping they'd make a move. Otherwise, the neurotoxin and awakening agent head prepared would go to waste. No one spoke in reality, but the chat continued. "This NPC is really asking for it. This game has no plot protection. Do we strike now or after we finish eating?" Kuin-and-I Taicho kept eating while asking, "Let's finish eating first. Killing an NPC or two doesn't matter, but wasting food would break my heart. This idiot must have been in the shelter too long and thinks everyone else is stupid. Does he really think that scheme would work? Strike, strike, always strike. We haven't even found their shelter yet. Wait until we find the place to make our move. Look at how confident he is. He probably laced the food. If we're already poisoned, why keep eating?" Everyone paused, then resumed eating casually. "It's just a measly life. Nothing to fret over. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. If he didn't resist, we could have coexisted peacefully. But if he really poisoned us, we'll have to change our plans. If he poisoned the food, how do we verify it? And if he did, he definitely won't tell us where the shelter is. That's a problem. Let's act. Some as villains, some as heroes, some neutral. We'll deal with it after we find the shelter." The group finalized their next moves through discussion. Yi's father, seeing them silent, thought they were just too proud to ask for more. Fortunately, he was prepared. "Servants, bring out the gifts I've prepared for these heroes." A servant wheeled out a small cart stacked with dozens of energy cells. "These energy cells are compatible with all vehicles in the city. They're for you heroes to go wherever you like. If you want to stay and take up a post in our city, that's fine too." This banquet was not attended by big names like Dong Xian Jixia Shaoshen or Wu Lingshang Jiangjun. Only Jiadan Kwang Mo Jia Tianbang de Jia Jia Jiyu de Kuin-and-I Taicho Hukuin and a sneaky Jia Tianbang Jin Mao Shu hiding under the table and stealing food were present. After settling their plan, they began to perform. Jiyu de struck first, slamming the table with a loud bang. "What? We took down the zombies and now you want to reap the rewards? Do you have any respect for us? You're delusional. If you know what's good for you, tell us where your shelter is, or we'll leave not a single chicken or dog alive. Even the earthworms on the road will be split in half." Yi's father finally felt relieved. The situation was unfolding just as he had imagined. Their lack of reaction earlier had made him a bit anxious. He hoped they would be sensible or otherwise have to cooperate with those blood-sucking capitalists from the 5th satellite city who would suck him dry without leaving a trace. He opened the bottle he had been holding and a smell spread through the hall. Ia let out a pained cry. The others had their pain settings off so the neurotoxin had no effect. But everyone reacted quickly. Jiuda was the first to shout, "You treacherous dog! You dare poison your saviors! Humanity is at a critical moment of survival and you are so vicious. Today we'll fight you to the death." As Jiuda's words faded, a synchronized sound rang out from behind. "Mo drifting through half a lifetime without meeting a worthy master if you do not abandon me now. Cho drifting through half a lifetime without meeting a worthy master if you do not abandon me now. Kuan drifting through half a lifetime without meeting a worthy master if you do not abandon me now." The channel was filled with these people speaking, "Farewell, brother. We'll go undercover first, and once we find the shelter, we'll take it all." Their reasoning was simple. The shelter must have good stuff, maybe even some women. They had to get in first. If they were late, those beasts would have snatched everything. Jiude's vision darkened, and he let out a roar, "Damn it! You sneaky bastards!" Then he was hacked to death by the crowd. But everyone kindly transferred a share of resurrection points to Jiude. "Don't worry, brother. When we find the good stuff, you pick first." Ha 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 ha. Watching the crowd mercilessly cut down Jiude on the spot, Night Crow's father laughed uncontrollably. Once people have thoughts, they have weaknesses. No one can defy the fear of death. You've done well. You'll all become my core members and will usher in a new era. The crowd played along. New era. New era. They all chanted along with the slogan. Night Crow's father recapped the bottle and Night Crow slowly recovered. She stared in shock at the scene before her, unable to believe that the father who had doted on her in her memories had poisoned her without a second thought, caring nothing for her life. She turned and fled outside, followed by the bomb maniac. Night Crow's father was indifferent. Having been poisoned with his neurotoxin, unless they died, they would need a special antidote every week. Besides, he didn't fully trust these people yet and needed to tighten his control. He also remembered the powerful figure's head scene who remained unbound. He planned to implant controllable mechanical devices directly into their bodies. "Come follow me back to the shelter. It'll make you stronger." Saying this, he fitted them with special helmets that completely blocked their sense of direction and smell. Originally designed for sleep, now used here perfectly. Under Night Crow's father's guidance, Kuan and Taicho and the others wound their way through a long distance until they finally reached the shelter's entrance. With a series of clicks, the door opened, and only then were they allowed to remove their helmets. For people in the apocalypse, seeing the shelter for the first time was awe-inspiring, and he didn't want to miss their rustic expressions. "Brothers, did you remember the way?" In the group, Jia Tianbang Jia asked Jia Tianbang, Jin Maoshu, who was hiding in his clothes and peeking, "Brother, did you remember the way?" "No," came the reply, surprising everyone. Then Jin Maoshu continued, "But I've started a live stream. Everyone saw it. We'll be there soon." Hearing this, the players dropped the act. "Sorry, the police." With a swift kick, they sent Night Crow's father tumbling inside. "You think you can control us and steal our gains? You're dreaming too big." Playing the undercover role was still a bit tough for the players. Seeing Night Crow's father's condescending attitude earlier had nearly made them lose it. If not for the hope of finding the shelter, they would have reduced him to ashes on the road. "You're asking for death." Kicked to the ground, Night Crow's father was shocked and furious, unable to fathom the logic of these people. What were they even doing? But now he had only one thought: to make them die. With a snap, he dropped all pretense and smashed the bottle containing the neurotoxin. "Humph! It'll make you writhe in agony before me, and then it'll slaughter all your clansmen and friends." Night Crow's father looked down on them arrogantly, already envisioning their screams of pain. "Oh, it hurts so much." Only Kuan and Taicho pretended to be affected, his clumsy acting standing out like a sore thumb. "What are you still pretending for? Hit him." Kuan and Taicho finally realized he didn't have to keep up the act, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Seeing their expressions, he knew they were all faking. "You? How is this possible? This is a divine-grade toxin." "Divine my ass." Jia Tianbang Deja charged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of gunfire erupted as guards holding energy rifles appeared behind Night Crow's father, unloading all their bullets into Deja. Jia heal." Hearing this, Jia Tianbang Jia didn't hesitate. He threw a red potion at Deja, instantly transforming him into a zombie state, even swelling in size. The guards, witnessing this terrifying sight, swallowed hard and continued firing frantically. "Damn, the stuff from the white hair sect is good, but flesh and blood can't hold up. Carry me and rush." Deja blocked the front, absorbing all the bullets, jerking around as if dancing. Without hesitation, the others hoisted his enlarged corpse and charged forward. This scene shocked the guards as much as Deja's transformation. Just moments ago they'd been chatting with their comrades, and now these demons were using a teammate's corpse as a shield to advance. Screams filled the air, but these men still had some tactical discipline. Frightened but not retreating. Damn it! Kuan-Ni Taicho seized the opportunity. As the guards reloaded, he hurled the cat named Dog forward. Go Dog Pikachu! Small and fast Dog quickly landed among the crowd. Brothers, get down! Kuan-Ni Taicho shouted for everyone to take cover. The teammates complied without argument, dropping to the ground. The guards, seeing the cute cat among them, were puzzled. Until they learned why. The hurled dog was furious. The blue flower on its head instantly grew into a massive bloom, each petal 3 meters long. Then, with a series of whooshing sounds, it began to spin, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions. In less than 3 seconds, the scene fell silent. A piece of flesh stuck to the ceiling dropped onto Deja's head. He casually tossed it aside. Nice, brother. That fan is spinning like crazy. It's nothing special. I earned this with my life. I don't even know how the natives raise it. I've died over a dozen times. Jia Tianbang Erja swallowed hard. Could it be that you're raising it wrong? When it first attacked, you should have disciplined it. Maybe it thought you were playing with it. Kuan-Ni Taicho thought about it and realized it might be true. The first time it spun, it had broken his own arm and had immediately killed himself to restart. Maybe that had given the creature a wrong impression. Forget it. Let's keep moving. Kuan-Ni Taicho tried to change the subject. Damn, your little cutie was too fierce. It killed the shelter's leader before we could interrogate him, said Jia Tianbang Erja, digging out parts of Night Crow's father's body from the pile of corpses. Deep within the shelter, a cultivation pod opened, and a person identical to Night Crow's father awoke, mechanically muttering, longevity technology, not yet unlocked, activate clone. Mechanical ascension not yet unlocked, activate clone. Shelter invaded. Highest alert. Activate original body. With these words, the man lay back down. A puff of air hissed out as a massive cryogenic chamber at the deepest part opened, and an old man with snow-white hair stirred awake within it. After a brief moment of disorientation, he immediately opened the computer beside him that recorded the timeline of events. Breakthrough in biochemical research enabling biochemically engineered humans to function in a state of death. Completely different types of biochemically engineered humans have emerged in the city with extremely high contagion. These corpse-like, mindless creatures that only devour flesh are called zombies. Zombies begin infecting animals, expanding the scope. Abandon the city, build high walls, and activate the shelters. Initiate biochemical research. Initiate mechanical ascension research. The 14th generation clone leader awakens and continues executing biochemical and mechanical research. The 20th generation clone leader left a message, haha, so I'm a clone. Is this world real or fake? The 20th generation clone modifies the memory injection device. The shelter is breached and the original awakens. Cough, 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 cough. A violent coughing fit erupted. The old man's face twisted with rage. Even before the zombies appeared, he had been an incredibly wealthy tycoon. As his life neared its end, he established countless research institutes, and this very shelter, all to develop technology that would grant him immortality. In his final moments, he even froze himself, cloning himself and injecting memories to continue the research. This was no delusion. He had witnessed with his own eyes alien humans who lived for 2,000 years. Cough, damn aliens prattling on about world protection, not wanting to interfere with our civilization's development. They just don't want people like us to uncover the secret of immortality. A pack of shameless scoundrels lurking in the shadows to plunder our resources, trading worthless junk for our precious treasures. Cough. Another fit of coughing seized him. Spreading his palm, he saw a patch of brownish bloodstains. He was doomed. His body could no longer sustain another hibernation. After all, this device of his was merely a second-hand antique technology scrounged from the aliens. Continuing to scroll through the records, he discovered that this generation's clone leader was unexpectedly similar to himself. Not only had he contacted the capitalists of the 5th satellite city, but he had also buried tons of explosives within the encircling walls. Beyond the city, countless mutated beasts roamed. Ha 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 ha. Since I'm going to die anyway, let no one else live. Let all of humanity be destroyed. Without hesitation, he transmitted all the details of the 4th satellite city to the 5th and pressed the detonator button. After dealing with the guards, the others caught up. Mechanical Chen and the rest arrived as well. Bomb Maniac, having comforted Night Crow, also hurried over. Bro, something's off. My body feels stiffer by the second. It doesn't hurt, but I think I'm really dying. Kuan-Ni Taicho was the most poisoned with the strongest reaction. He truly felt no pain, but the poison meant death was inevitable nonetheless. I'll kill myself and come back. Watch my dog for me, just don't touch the little flower on its head. He said, then offed himself cleanly. The dog showed no reaction, as if it were used to Kuin and Tai Cho's sudden death. It turned and swallowed his corpse in one gulp. A habit Kuin and Tai Cho himself had taught it. The group pressed deeper inside. Bomb Maniac was puzzled. This place is different from what Night Crow described. In her memories, there were lots of people here, and it was quite cozy. The only people they'd seen were the dozen or so guards earlier. There was no one else. They continued forward with Jia Tianbang Air Jia leading the way until they spotted a massive cultivation tank, filled with clones, including one that looked exactly like Night Crow. Bro, come see this. I think Night Crow might be a clone. Bomb Maniac strode over in a few steps, and saw dozens of clones of various appearances, soaking in the nutrient tanks, including one that was Night Crow's body. Damn it, can this game be real? I finally fall for someone and she's a clone. Hey benefactor, you're too attached to appearances. The difference between cybernetic electronic life and clone life isn't that big. As long as the person is real, that's what matters. Jiuda stepped in as a temporary master. Who are you people and who let you in? Are there other survivors in this shelter? Or have I gone insane? A wild-haired old man in a white lab coat suddenly poked his head out from the cloning room. Kuin and Tai Cho immediately drew a gun to take the man down, eager to test the energy weapon head picked up from the guards. Mechanical Xiao Shen quickly stepped in to stop him. This man looked like a scientist. They should talk first. We took care of the zombies outside. Your leader invited us in but tried to poison us, so we killed him, Mechanical Xiao Shen said. He was upright in character but not rigid. He spoke the truth and let others accept or reject it as they would. If they couldn't head, just close his eyes and remind himself it was a game. Oh, is that so? No matter, as long as it doesn't interfere with my research. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. When the old man fully emerged, they saw that his torso below the chest was entirely crafted from metal, and even his hands were mechanical. Shouldn't cloning be a biology lab? You don't look like a biologist. Kuin and Tai Cho returned utterly stunned. Who told you that I Chun Hanshan can't be a biologist just because I look like this? Are you? Of course not. I'm clearly a mechanic. Are you stupid? What the hell? Kuin and Tai Cho was about to attack again but was held back. Easy bro. He's probably a tech mentor. Look at those metal thighs and arms. Don't you want some? If we kill him whole, hook us up. Are you the only one in this shelter? Mechanical Xiao Shen asked. No, there are some clones. There were 2 scientists originally, but the biologist died, leaving only me. Aren't you bored alone in this shelter as a scientist? Chun Hanshan pulled out a helmet. It's not too bad. I've got various devices. When loneliness or boredom drives me crazy, this thing helps. What is it? Mechanical Xiao Shen took the helmet. A clone memory injection device. It injects memories directly into these grown clones. I use it for fun, like a virtual life game to pass the time. Mechanical Xiao Shen put on the helmet, and in an instant, he found himself in a sunlit room. In any ordinary game, an achievement would have popped up playing a virtual world inside a virtual world. But here there was none. This was likely a fragment of a little girl's memory. He was now inhabiting her perspective, able to do things within it. However, the virtual reality was too crude. Merely visual with no other sensations. Walking felt like floating through the air. Removing the helmet, he handed it to Bomb Maniac. Try it. This should be the source of Night Crow's memories. Bomb Maniac put on the helmet and instantly understood what Mechanical Xiao Shen meant. This was the origin of Night Crow's memories in the shelter. It turned out that her entire life began with her capture by those raiders and the brutal abuse that followed. Everything before that was a fabrication. How could one continue living such a life? He didn't know how to break this truth to Night Crow. Bang! A violent explosion echoed from deep within the shelter. Before the group could investigate, they received a message from a player outside. Brothers, what's going on? This game has it out for me. I just got to the city wall and it exploded. Then you must be truly cursed by heaven. It's not just your section. Many parts blew up. Holy crap, it looks like weird things are charging into our city from outside. Air Jia of the Zhantian gang questioned the old man, seeing that he was the leader of this shelter, and suspecting there must be some black box inside. He directly asked, hey old man, where is the black box for producing energy batteries? It's in the second room on the right after you turn ahead. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. The shelter could leave the exploration to science enthusiasts like Mechanical Prodigy. They still planned to speed to the city wall first to see what was going on. Hey old man, why are you nice to others but so arrogant to me? Kuin and Tai Cho felt indignant. What's it to you? You look like my grandson, can't I scold you? Hey damn it, Kuin and Tai Cho rolled up his sleeves, but was immediately pulled away by Ji Yud. Brother, take it easy. Don't underestimate him just because he's old. He has metal limbs and you might not win. Besides, scientists often have a temper. It's understandable. Let's go fight monsters. Kuan-and Taicho was still a bit annoyed, but he really felt reluctant to lay a hand on an old man with white hair. This wasn't a point-and-click game. It was a fully simulated real game. Too real. The old man hadn't done much except be a bit foul-mouthed, so he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Hey fool. You son of a bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Bang. Chen Hanshan turned and threw something at Kuan-and Taicho's feet. Don't die. You really look like my grandson. I can't bring myself to scold others. Kuan-and Taicho picked up the object from the ground. A pair of shoes with wings painted on the soles. After putting them on, he found that not only could he move faster, but he could also briefly walk on walls and even glide for a while. How delicious. Ji Yud teased what not going to teach him a lesson. Kuan-and Taicho immediately changed his expression and looked at Ji Yud with disdain. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a virtue of our Chinese heritage, and I uphold it the most. The group rushed out, leaving Mechanical Prodigy and the others to communicate with Chen Hanshan. Someone is live-streaming the scene outside the city. You can watch it directly in the stream. With so many players, all kinds existed. This game was completely free. As long as you had points, you could do anything. Some didn't like following the crowd and preferred to roam around with wild ideas. Ji Yud opened the streaming platform. The most popular channel was the one titled Scout No. 1, live streaming the Beast Stampede. The footage was taken from high above as if flying. What's going on? Can we players fly now? Is this guy also a martial arts prodigy like Dong Xian? Ji Yud questioned. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be a mouse form flying a toy plane? Zhantian Gang's golden rat shook his head. No one has broken through the upper limit of ability levels yet, so there isn't enough energy to support a toy plane flying that far and high. Wait, this is from the White Hair Sect. Look at his signature. Has the White Hair Sect evolved flying zombies? The others also saw his signature. Black stockings are dead long live white hair. May the White Hair Sect endure forever. Without delay, they watched the livestream while heading to the White Hair Sect's location. Ji Yud arrived first and immediately blocked the entrance. Damn, minors are not allowed in. What is it that minors can't see? I love it. Kuan-and Taicho ran quickly. Damn. Several people who arrived later vomited. Mechanical Mad God came out. Hey, why didn't my teacher come? What are you guys doing here? All around were various bizarre zombie players, human-headed dogs, human-headed spiders, and even two-headed six-eyed humans. Last time we fell and got mixed up together, that gave us inspiration. Since we can mix with humans, maybe we can mix with other things too. But it doesn't last long and we die easily. It's a pity that not many players enjoy this playstyle, otherwise we could have more creativity. Kuan-and Taicho was speechless. Even perverts found these guys a bit too twisted. Thank goodness it was a game, otherwise they'd all be candidates for humanitarian destruction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as they were talking, the player who was streaming flew back. A human-headed falcon. No wonder it could fly so high and far. I can't hold on anymore, this body has reached its limit. With those words it swooped down. Mechanical Mad God deftly caught it, removed the head, and tossed it aside, and placed the falcon's body into a red solution for preservation. After all, players were plentiful but falcons were rare. Dong Xian arrived as well, finding the thing familiar. Hey big shot, this is the one you were taming back then, but you forgot about it and it starved to death. Dong Xian looked embarrassed. He had indeed forgotten. He had planned to make a flying mount, but with so many things happening and martial arts matters, it slipped his mind. Not only did it starve to death, but the White Hair Sect had also made use of it. Great stuff. With our White Hair Sect's zombie fusion agent, as long as you're willing, you can transform into a human-headed falcon soaring in the sky. Mechanical Mad God was thrilled. Because of this idea, he had been appointed as the innovation elder of the White Hair Sect. This was the first elder with a title. Meanwhile, a message came from Mechanical Prodigy. It should be the work of the shelter leader. He also contacted people from the 5th satellite city. After we clear the zombies, they plan to regain control of the entire city. The scientist from the shelter just taught me how to swap energy batteries, and I've posted it in the group. You can drive to the city's edge. It seems the 5th satellite city lured and gathered the peripheral beasts to attack us. The others also saw Mechanical Prodigy's message in the group. Damn, we the 4th calamity haven't even left the city yet, and someone dares to attack us. Let's get wild. Ji Yud and Zhantian Gang's Deja called friends, and headed to the city's edge, grabbing a few drivable cars along the way. Damn, 0 to 100 in 1 second. This car is insane. Awesome. Let's deal with those troublemakers first, then we can start a racing competition. 6 people squeezed into one car, ignoring whether it was overloaded. They just drove. Inside the 5th satellite city, sir, why are we attacking the 4th satellite city? I don't think they have anything worth taking. The shelter leader possesses a series of biochemical technology knowledge and the black box for making energy batteries. Both are very attractive to us. With biochemical technology, even if the lower-class laborers die from exhaustion, we can still make them work, truly making the most of everything. Besides, someone has already dealt with those troublesome zombies, so there won't be large-scale zombie infections anymore. Now going there is like picking up freebies. Plus, with such a large city, we can build more factories. Why not? By the way, have you made the arrangements I asked for? As you instructed, I've attracted and gathered many beasts to attack them, large numbers of ground pigs, fire wolves, laceration dogs, some wind falcons, and a mix of other mutated beasts. Their city defenses have been destroyed. Repelling these beasts will further deplete their forces, making it easier for us to take over. Good, well done. In a very short time, a multitude of players had made their way to the city wall through various means. Holy crap, how many bombs were buried to blow the wall into such a mess. Bomb maniacs stared in shock at the city wall, now riddled with several large holes. If the defenses were still intact, they might have had a chance to fend off the external assault. The wall, 10 meters thick and 20 meters tall, should have been sufficient against hordes of low-tier beasts. But now, with gaping holes in the wall, how could they possibly defend it? In the spatial realm, Chen paid little heed to this matter. He believed the players would find their own way out. At worst, they could continue playing hide-and-seek within the city, much like when the zombies were around. Moreover, the players had grown stronger, making it even easier. Upon encountering the Zombie King, he felt a sense of urgency. If even a dilapidated city on this broken planet harbored such a menace, this world was truly unsafe. He needed more options. The goal of establishing base nodes must be expedited. Doing it himself was out of the question. Such dangerous tasks were best left to his beloved players. He also sensed an invisible hand manipulating many events. In the future, when the players developed to a certain extent and shone on the interstellar stage, they would inevitably encounter other manipulators. That would be the time for him to give his all. Better just issue the quest directly. There were 5 base nodes in total. 2 had been given to players. 1, judging by the current situation, would likely be established in the 5th satellite city. Another Kuan Ni Taicho had already set off to find the location of the warship marker that Ji Yud had initially discovered. And then there was you, another interesting player Chen had found early on Nanyang Sushaka. Special quest travel 10,000 miles. Quest objective: find the main city and establish a base node expanding the territory of the 4th Calamity Kingdom. Quest reward: martial arts infusion. Unique title. Note: martial arts infusion granted in advance. If the quest fails within a set time, it will be revoked. Since these 2 cities were designated satellite cities, there must be a main city. They had to go to the main city and perhaps even gain the possibility of reaching the stars from there. As for the martial arts infusion, after obtaining the death reclamation ability, Chen had recycled Dong Xian's martial arts inner techniques several times and mastered them himself. This was perfect for rewarding Nanyang Sushaka. Traveling 10,000 miles required more than just a hobby. It demanded a strong physique and formidable strength. Nanyang Sushaka was passionately sketching at the other end of the city. He had no interest in combat and was constantly seeking beautiful, culturally rich places. Before him now stood the partially intact art gallery, likely housing works by true masters from before the apocalypse. Stunning and profound. Special quest travel 10,000 miles. Martial arts infusion was exactly what he desired. He roamed the city partly because he had discovered many beautiful spots, but also because he was too weak to venture outside. Leaving the city meant certain death from the beasts. The supernatural abilities he had exchanged for were underdeveloped and quite weak. Now martial arts infusion was a direct shortcut. Accept quest. Seeing Nanyang Sushaka accept the quest, Chen wasted no time and immediately performed the infusion, elevating Su Xiao's physical strength to the silver limit. Cost him a considerable amount of points. Go on now that you have the strength, hurry up and find the main city for me. Besides Nanyang Sushaka, he had also enlisted a few others to search for the main city. Having done this, Chen continued issuing quests. This time it was for all players, mainly because he himself had no clue about this task. Epic quest: let us reach the stars. Quest objective: land on another planet and establish a base node. Quest reward: planetary authority, allowing you to set rules for players on that planet. Note: rulemaking requires application to the game. Final interpretation rights belong to the game. This was Chen's well-considered idea. In the future, he would minimize his direct interventions. This way, when encountering other schemers later, he could better remain hidden in the shadows. Let the players operate for now and see if they could spark something unexpected. If that didn't work, he could always step in later. It was better to establish a base point on another planet first. That way his independent space would have more room for relocation. With this in mind, Chen issued another quest. Permanent quest: the wave sweeping the world. Quest objective: find luminous crystals. Quest reward: a base core. Yi-chan then displayed all the crystals certified by the system as capable of establishing a base core, leaving the players to search for them at their leisure. Having done all this, Yi-chan lay down comfortably. He had only been sleeping 12 hours a day recently. Truly too much work time. He needed more rest. With that, he fell asleep. In the depths of the cosmos, the land of the Zerg Queen, the sacred realm of the immortal domain, the chaotic abyss, the mechanical paradise. Almost all the mightiest beings in the top-tier factions faintly sensed that the universe was about to change. The great calamity of the universe's end and restart spanning billions of eons had arrived. On the city wall beside the breach, Ji Yud and the members of the Explosive Heaven Gang were passionately debating. Don't you think we could clearly develop into a colossal force? Why hasn't any top-tier power come to wipe us out directly? Explosive Heaven Big Bang had recently read some idiotic book and suddenly posed this question. Is a game a game? If we face the final boss right from the start, how can we even play? No, what if this isn't a game? Explosive Heaven Big Bang continued pondering. Are you brain dead? If a 70-year-old grandma in your village opens a small shop, would Ma and Dong summon all their top executives overnight to target her? Besides, although we players are immortal and seem formidable, we've only encountered enemies with no intelligence so far. If we faced intelligent foes, wouldn't they discover we can revive? Wouldn't they just guard their base? How awkward would it be if we couldn't even break through their defenses? Instead of thinking about all that, it's better to focus on improving strength so we don't get stuck later due to being too weak. Just as Ji Yud finished speaking, Explosive Heaven Air Bao spoke up. Gazing at the distant dust-churning beast horde, he said calmly, "We've already won." Ji Yud was speechless. Couldn't these two brothers take turns being brain-dead instead of both being brain-dead at the same time? Was today some auspicious day for brain damage? Seeing the others didn't understand, Explosive Heaven Air Bao grew anxious. You're all too rigid. We're players. We have better ways to deal with them. There are hardly any living people left in this city, don't you understand? Seeing that everyone still seemed confused, Jia Tianbang's Air Jia continued to explain. We're all used to it. When there's a city, we need to defend it. But here we don't need to at all. We're not an army and our coordination isn't that good. The city is empty anyway, already in ruins. If those beasts come in, let them. There's no need to exhaust ourselves defending it for nothing. It's like playing a tower defense game now. These monsters are attacking us, but they have no crystal to destroy, so how can we lose? Everyone suddenly saw the light. Exactly why should we defend? The city has nothing built yet. How much worse could it get? Once you get that, it's simple. Group combat isn't our strength as players, small team tactics are where we truly shine. Everyone agreed. Zhadan Quang Mo also thought it was a great idea and immediately planned to find Yi and the others. Players could respawn and have fun in the city, but these story characters should hide in shelters or underground bases as soon as possible. Soon the news spread throughout the entire player community. Everyone was itching for a fight, eager to participate. Killing zombies revealed crystals that granted points, and taking down beasts would surely earn points too. Sect leader, let's go. I'll find you a place to hide first, then well play with those beasts, said Sang Chi Nao, now the personal bodyguard of Bai Mao Sect's leader Ku'Ni. He led her to the shelter. Ku'Ni's life now was beyond joyful. Everyday members of the Bai Mao Sect flocked to curry favor, hoping to trigger hidden quests and catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Zhadan Quang Mo also brought the Yi sisters to the shelter. After much thought, he decided to tell them the truth. When you get there, you can find the great mechanic Xiao Shen. He'll tell you everything. But I want you to know, no matter who you were before, the you now is the real you, and my feelings haven't changed. Yi's heart was uneasy from her father's earlier behavior and the casual chatter of other players. She had already guessed the truth. All right, I'll think about it, she said, then turned and entered the shelter. Wu Lingshang Jiangjun sent a message. I've moved all the important things into the shelter. The saplings you gave me last time have yielded results. Come take a look. Since the beasts hadn't entered the city yet, there was no rush. Everyone gathered at the shelter and found Wu Lingshang Jiangjun. As they entered, they saw a 5-meter willow tree, its branches glowing with unusual colors. Wu Lingshang Jiangjun explained, these saplings can be planted. Just then Yi Chen's quest was released. Epic quest, let us reach the stars. Holy crap, is this the first epic quest? Let us reach the stars. Damn, does the game designer think we're moving too slowly? This planet is huge. We haven't even explored it all yet, and they want us to head to outer space. But the quest rewards are too tempting. You can set your own rules for players on a planet. Limited, sure, but it's a huge help for organization development. This game is just too free with no restrictions on players. Solo players don't care, but organized players have a tough time developing. No big deal. 1 planet per person. Ha! For now, there seemed to be only two ways to leave this planet: find that specific location with interstellar-level technology, or head to the main city, which probably has something too. If one planet is this fun, more planets would be absolutely insane. Some players chatted and enjoyed the scenery, others found defensible spots in the city to set up their own tower defense, and still others prepared to face the beasts alone at the cave entrance. Everyone had their own plan. Kuan and Tai Cho was feeling down. His dog's owner Xiao Cho Nu had been online less lately. In the Qingshan mental hospital, a white-robed man holding a cross sat by Xiao Cho Nu's bed. She lay flat, eyes wide open, speaking, "Hey priest, that world is fun. It's full of normal people like us. Want to go? I have invitation privileges. No matter where you are, as long as your heart is with God, you'll find salvation. God watches over you," the white-robed man said, brushing the cross across her forehead. The wet sensation annoyed her, and she wiped away the blood dripping from the red cross on her forehead. "I've been talking for days, and my dog is getting angry. I don't care. I've sent you the invitation. Take it or leave it. I'm going." With that, she entered the game, ignoring the man beside her. A night shift worker passing by glanced in and let out a sharp scream. "Someone come quick. Who the hell put these two lunatics together? Doctor, hurry. This psycho has stained the cross with blood. AG. From now on, our mental hospital will never accept another mentally ill person who studied medicine. They always push things to the limit and never die. I'm really exhausted. I'm about to go crazy myself." A crowd rushed over, noisily checking on the crazy priest. To their shock, they discovered he had pulled out two of his own ribs and somehow glued them back perfectly. The wounds were textbook. Aside from losing a lot of blood, he was completely fine. With a series of clicks, the priest was locked in his room and strapped into a restraint suit to prevent further self-harm. The delivered package had been thoroughly inspected for sharp objects. A black circular patch was opened and placed by his bed. He struggled over, pressed his head onto the patch, and in an instant he entered the game. The priest smiled at the pale wasteland. "I have come to bring light to this world. In the 5th satellite city, sir, those people are too slow. They haven't organized their defenses yet. Should we attack directly? No. Lead the beasts in circles. Let them organize their defenses. We're not here to destroy the city. We're here to eliminate their living forces, make them despair, and thus better accept the city. We come for peace, not destruction." The players had no intention of defending. The people of the 5th satellite city wanted them to, which made the situation rather awkward. Those responsible for luring the beasts were nearly exhausted from the effort. "Can we attack now?" "No, those people haven't organized their defense yet. An hour passed. How about now?" "No, there are even fewer people defending now. 5 hours passed. What's the word? Are those people brain dead? Why is it taking so long to organize a defense?" The beast horde was nearly impossible to hold back any longer. He had no choice but to report to his superiors. "City Lord, it seems they have no intention of defending. Only a few people are at the city walls. The luring potion is almost depleted, and if this drags on, the high-ranking beast lords in the wilds may take offense, feeling we are mocking them. Forget it, launch the attack directly. These useless fools. I was hoping to find a few worthy subjects among them, but not one can even organize this rabble." He dared not toy with the beasts for too long. High-level beasts possessed considerable intelligence, though the lower ranks were mere brutes driven solely by reproduction and aggression. This caused their numbers to swell rapidly. Thus, every so often they would assault a city to cull the surplus and facilitate the ascension of the stronger beasts. Hunters from the city would also venture out to slay beasts, harvesting their cores to bolster their own strength. It was an unspoken mutual understanding. But leading these dim-witted beasts on a prolonged chase would be seen as an insult by their superiors, who might then bypass the 4th satellite city and come straight for them. The city lord of the 5th satellite city cursed from outside, while the players on the walls hurled their own insults. "Are they idiots? When we weren't in formation, they didn't attack. Now they're just circling around. Circle this. It's fine, no harm done. We're waiting at our ease. Some of the guys have already gone looking for the 5th satellite city. Once they find it, well, set up a base node and trade homes with them." Right. Who plays games in turns these days? If they dare attack us, well, just go steal their home. What's the use of a home? Well, give it to them. After unifying their goals, the players harmoniously pursued their own amusements within the city. There was a beast parkour zone, a tower defense zone to welcome the beasts, and a taming zone for capturing them. Members of various factions organized diverse activities. The Rainbow Corridor and Lightning Dance of the Five Elements sect the barbecue and fishing areas of the Jia Tiangang, the Catan Mouse Game Zone of the Jia Tiangang Zoo, and the Man-Beast Performance Area of the Whitehair Sect. The Beast Siege event had completely lost its original purpose. What was supposed to be a defensive battle had turned into a showcase of talents and abilities. Yet, before the beasts could charge, the newly joined players had already arrived. Whoosh! The game had become a nationwide phenomenon. Countless people were watching it. Beta keys vanished the second they were released. When the servers opened, everyone entered within 5 seconds. Players poured out of every spawn point. First, the usual reactions. Holy crap, it's actually real. This is full simulation. The wind, the ground, the freedom to breathe. Damn it, who farted? Black stockings are dead, long live white hair. I'm joining the white hair sect. You can eat without getting fat. I'm in love. The arrival of 100,000 players brought life to the once empty city. Even the notoriously arrogant Yeonai, well, he finally got a key this time. Haha, I truly am the chosen one. I'm incredible. I must make my mark and let the world know the fame of Yeonai Wahi. He needed to choose a spawn point. Almost all spawn points were marked on the official website along with helpful information about the surroundings and distances to various sect headquarters. Yeonai Wahi planned to pick the most popular spawn point and make a stunning debut. But then he spotted a remote corner far from the dense cluster of spawn points. A single unmarked spawn point stood there absent from the official map. This must be a secret organization's spawn point. An ordinary person wouldn't choose this node, he mused. But I'm no ordinary person. I'm going to see what you're up to. As a first-time player without an identity, he could choose any spawn point. After entering the game, some points would become restricted. Whoosh! The screen flashed and Yeonai Wahi appeared at the mysterious spawn point. The moment he arrived, he broke into a cold sweat. Thousands of people were already there, yet it was dead silent. Everyone sat in groups of 5 pretending to be ordinary players. But their backs were ramrod straight and they all sat in the same posture. They stared straight ahead, sitting upright. Those emerging from the spawn point barely spoke, immediately finding their teams and sitting down. There was none of the usual chatter of ordinary players. Could these be regular players? Yeonai Wahi grew nervous. Had he stumbled upon a great secret and was about to be silenced? He felt like crying. These weren't players, they were soldiers. Hey young man, what are you standing there for? Gaming is about having fun. Come over, let's chat. That's a bold nickname you've got, very impressive. A serious-faced, thick-browed, middle-aged man smiled warmly and beckoned Yeonai Wahi over. Seeing this, he wished he could change his name. From Yeonai Wahi to him, a coward, spare me. The middle-aged man led Yeonai Wahi into a nearby room where a dozen others like him were waiting. Young man, you're not streaming or recording, are you? Yeonai Wahi shook his head frantically. No. Good. Rest here for a while. Well, leave once everyone's here. With that, he turned and left. Phew. Yeonai Wahi breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it's just a game. Why am I afraid? I can do whatever I want. Does this game have to be so realistic that it simulates a person's aura? Why did I instinctively cower when I saw that guy? Feeling humiliated, Yeonai Wahi tried to strike up a conversation with the others to save face. Creak. The door opened again. Young man, do you have any questions? The one who had been so arrogant just moments ago instantly lowered his head and softened his gaze. It's nothing, I was just chatting with them. Oh, that's fine then. Well, be quick, and there's a gift for you too. True to his word, no sooner had Yeonai Wahi sat down than the middle-aged man returned. They've left. You're free to move around now. This is a gift for you. The man traded each of them 100 points and then left. Yeonai Wahi pushed open the door and saw that the area outside was empty. Damn, finally no one's here. I was scared to death just now. Really, no one? One person crouched by the door to look. I swear I just saw this lonely spawn point and thought I'd check it out. Never expected this. I'm never being curious again. Another person stepped out. This is obviously organization people. So many entering this game. It's definitely not simple. We have to take it seriously. Tisk, the tech in this game clearly surpasses reality. If it's useful, our country could soar into the stars. Awesome. Definitely. When I entered, I saw a dozen old men. One of them was an absolute academic giant who gave lectures at our college. It was packed and there were plainclothes guards. I'm a little pink. We're all Huaxia people from Blue Star. Although that lord didn't say to keep it secret, there are too many 50,000 agents walking around. I suggest we keep what we saw to ourselves. It's a contribution to the country. All right? Okay. No problem. That's easy enough. All right, just in time for the Beast Siege event. He'll head off now. Yeonai Wahi was curious how this guy would leave. The nearest spawn points and lively areas were a 3-hour walk away. He wanted to see if the man had a clever method. Then he saw him pick up a steel pipe and smash it against his own head. The blow split his scalp. The man looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, never died before. Wanted to see what it feels like. The Lord gave enough points to revive, and respawning at another spawn point is faster. Bro, wanna give me a hand? The man handed the pipe to Yi Ao Nai Wahi, but he didn't want to do it. He was all talk, usually never daring to act. Especially in a game this realistic. Looks like everyone's a good person. Fine, I'll use the game's built-in switch. With a splat, the man dropped dead and revived elsewhere. Yi Ao Nai Wahi only then realized that besides chat and trading, the game had only two functions related to oneself. One was a strength rating starting from black iron, and the other was a suicide button. You could commit suicide and revive anytime, anywhere. The game was just that simple and unadorned. Alright, that's it then. Yi Ao Nai Wahi decisively chose to respawn as well. This time he picked a spawn point recommended on the official website and finally saw a bustling crowd of players. White Hair Sect recruiting new members. If you love white hair, you're our brother. 5 Elements Sect recruiting all kinds of ability users. Join and learn the 5 Elements Annihilation Array. Zombie Horror Amusement Park hiring new workers. Note, body modification required. Stargazer Alliance recruiting new members. Form a team for an epic quest and claim our exclusive planet. Home Raid Operation recruiting members. Find the 5th satellite city and wreck it. The game's all about the main city. Form a team to find it. Forming a beast hunting team. Tank needed, mecha preferred. Some recruited new members, some hunted beasts, some searched for the city. Cough, cough. In the distance came a fit of coughing. A cool young man was covering his mouth, followed by a short-haired, mischievous-looking girl who only reached his chest. Brother Yufan, if it's too much, just give up on awakening that ability from the artifact device. They said that kind counts as a mutation and puts a heavy strain on the body. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. The girl shot him a disdainful look. He had turned off the pain system. How could it hurt? Look at the ice shards you're coughing up. Do you still want to go on like this? Huakuin had long noticed this person. He had the potential to become the natural saint of their 5 Elements sect. First he exchanged for an ice-type ability. Then he entered the artifact chamber, and with a 1 in 10,000 chance awakened another ice-type ability. He even completed crafting the artifact, an ice-type katana. This was an innate ice-type saint body. Entering early had its advantages. Someone had notified Huakuin when this person awakened. Young friend, you seem quite exceptional. Interested in joining our 5 Elements sect? The girl beside him proudly introduced. This is my brother. He's amazing. Name's Yufan, surname Zhang. The arrogant Zhang. Cough, cough. Zhang Yufan pressed down on his sister's bouncing shoulder. No need. We can team up sometime, but I won't join any organization. Huakuin didn't insist. In games, some people just didn't like joining groups. No problem. You can always come to our 5 Elements sect for advice. We're probably the player organization with the most detailed knowledge of all ability types in the game. As they spoke, a female player crackling with lightning approached. Brother Kuin, is that ability enhancement crystal you gave me last time really okay? I've been sparking all over lately. What could be wrong? That was my reward for getting 3rd place. If my fire ability weren't so ordinary, and your lightning ability so important to our sect, I'd have used it myself. Whatever, the door's welded shut now. I'm stuck on your 5 Elements sect's pirate ship. Let's go. Don't you have plans? Huakuin came over to say goodbye to Zhang Yufan. Bro, will take off now. Feel free to contact me if you're interested. With that, he walked away, keeping a 3-meter distance from the lightning-wreathed shadow god. Cough, cough. Zhang Yufan kept coughing. Bro, in most novels, this kind of situation means the ability is too strong but the boat is too weak. Why don't you learn some martial arts to strengthen up? Coughing all the time isn't good. Suddenly a person in a hat and homemade mask approached. Bro, you don't look too healthy. I've got some medicine here. Zombie King Evolution Core. Not 998, not 668. Just 98. Take the Zombie King Core home. Zhang Yufan said nothing, but his sister spoke up. Sir, with that outfit of yours, do you look like someone selling genuine medicine? Young lady, you've got sharp eyes. You know I'm selling bootleg medicine. In that case, 60 points for the whole package. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of gongs rang out and a notification appeared in the chat channel. The beasts are about to enter the city. All departments prepare. The culinary organization has done thorough research. The thigh of that pig-like beast is definitely delicious. The kidneys of that wolf-like one are a must-try. The rest isn't clear yet. Needs material verification. If you don't want to keep eating survival rations, be careful not to smash them into pieces. Parkour team, get ready. Each area report how many monsters you need to the parkour team. They'll lure them to you. Ice and water ability users, prepare to pave the way. Lure all the unwanted ones toward the White Hair Sect, 5 Elements Sect, and Jia Tian Gang. Solo players interested can head to those 3 organizations. They've got charcoal grilled, steamed, and stir-fried. All sorts of cooking. Great prices and big portions. 2 Final adds the 5 Elements Sect Amusement Park has a new attraction Ice and Fire Duality, now open for visits. The Interdimensional Cooking Guide magazine is launching. Interested players can submit articles. This was truly the Huaxia people, planning how to eat the beasts before they even entered the city. Lu Xiang's left and right legs were ready, followed by dozens of parkour enthusiasts. Wherever they ran it was the same, and luring monsters earned points. The man from the 5th satellite city sprinted forward carrying incense to lure beasts and hurled the bait into the 4th satellite city with all his might. He never imagined it would be so easy. In a normal 3rd satellite city, he would have been attacked from miles away. As a sacrificial lamb to draw the beasts, he had never expected to survive. But now things were looking up. He might actually live. An arrow struck his knee. He stumbled and fell only to be trampled to death by the endless horde of beasts behind him. A player on the city wall remarked, "Hey, that guy looked pretty happy. Is being chased by beasts really that thrilling? Who cares? There are plenty of weirdos. Look, here come some more lunatics." In the massive breach of the city wall stood dozens of players led by one named Sparta. He shouted, "In ancient times 300 Spartans held off a vast army. Today we can succeed too. Right? My Spartan warriors fear nothing and are invincible. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Victory today." The beasts charged forward amid rolling dust and smoke. The dozens of players raised their shields, forming a tight formation shoulder to shoulder. It looked impressive enough to spark hope. Maybe these people actually had some skill. Here they come. Roar. Roar. This is the power of bonds. This is the power of friendship. The thunderous roars were full of spirit, but the outcome was plain to see. Even the weakest of the ground boars was 3 meters long, 1 meter tall, and weighed a full ton. The force of their charge was more than these youngsters could withstand. Without causing a ripple, the beasts swarmed over them, trampling them into pulp. Still, they achieved something. Their feat ranked second on today's Game Funny list. "Bro, I got the thing," said Lu Xiang's right leg, picking up the bait the previous man had shot into the city. "Come on, everyone, smear some on. And watch for the faction markers. If they haven't paid, don't lead the beasts to them." They applied the lure to themselves. He and his brother bore the strongest scent, sure to attract even more beasts. Thump, thump, thump. The beasts rampaged through the gap while scattered players on the walls attacked in various ways. Here they come. Run. Clutching the bait, Lu Xiang's left leg sprinted fastest, heading straight for the 5 Element Sex camp. They were the biggest spenders. The others scattered, drawing smaller groups of beasts after them. Some newcomers, stunned by the spectacle, stood frozen and were trampled on the spot. Lu Xiang's leg hairs, friends of his left and right legs, had joined the game, thinking it was fun and profitable. Glancing back at the hundreds of beasts on their tail, they checked the order list while running. Furue Sect ordered 30 beasts. Nah. Foot Massage Shop ordered 100. Skip. Here we go. Nature and Humanity Organization ordered a few hundred animals. Bigger and fiercer than Earth's, maybe spitting fire now and then. Should count as just some strange creatures, right? Confirming the buyer, Lu Xiang's leg hair checked the map. The veteran players had already mapped the entire city. 1 point per map, cheap and handy. Word had it they were applying to the game planners for navigation rights, so soon you could just follow a route. The location was just right. Not too far, not too close. The beasts were closing in a straight line. Running wasn't fast enough. I turn. A sharp turn bought a little distance. I turn again. He gained a bit more ground, though a dozen beasts had strayed off. After all, had only smeared a little lure on himself. Almost there. Friends, the hundreds of beasts you ordered are on their way. Are you ready? Inside the Nature and Humanity Organization, all was serene. These players seemed like hermits, oblivious to the world. After others had dealt with the zombies, they simply set up a camp in a city park, fencing off a circle with wooden stakes. Their leader, nicknamed Feel the Bond with Animals, was holding forth. In real life, you're all refined office workers with little chance to connect with nature's creatures. Today, I've ordered some animals from another faction so we can enjoy playing with them and realize there's no real difference between humans and animals. Let's embrace nature, embrace our inner selves. The rest of the group, self-styled elites, disdained interaction with others and never checked the official forums or public chat. They had invited each other directly into the game. Knowing it was just a game where they couldn't die, they cared about nothing else. The leader never questioned what it meant to order animals from a faction called Lu Xiang's body. Thump, thump, thump. The hundreds of beasts, each weighing over a ton, pounded the ground as they ran, shaking the earth. The Nature and Humanity leader was puzzled. They'd only ordered a few hundred animals. Could they really cause such a racket? Lu Xiang's leg hair was puzzled too. They had reached the camp's entrance, but there were no traps or defenses. How did these players plan to handle the beasts? Could everyone in this faction be a top-tier player? A newcomer to the game, Lu Xiang's leg hair assumed that such experts could easily handle a few hundred monsters. All he had to do was deliver them. He leaped over the 1-meter-high wooden fence, landing amid picnic blankets, quaint wooden stools, and dozens of stunned faces. Lu Xiang's leg hair was awestruck. True masters remain unflappable even when mountains crumble. And they keep it so artistic. The nature and humanity members were equally shocked. Why jump over the wall instead of using the gate? Lu Xiang's leg hair stopped in the middle of the camp. Since he'd taken their points, he had to see the job through. If he kept running, he'd just lure the beasts away again. Might as well die right here. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The beasts charged in, and the group offered no resistance at all. They were sent flying, screaming and crying. Before being bitten to death by a fire wolf, he even saw a woman trying to reason with a rift hound. This group didn't last as long as he did. They died almost at the same time. He respawned at the faction's spawn point only to hear the public relations officer arguing with someone. Lu Xiang's mouth. Just tell me, did the hundreds of animals arrive at your camp or not? They arrived, and that's our service. Check the system's mission order. The details are at the back. We're inhumane. Inhumane my ass. Go try to enlighten them yourself. He hung up angrily. What happened, bro? What was up with that group? Lu Xiang's leg hair recounted the incident, expressing his shock. Lu Xiang's mouth patted his shoulder. Forget it. There are people like that everywhere. Not just in the game but in real life. Back on Earth, I once saw someone releasing bottled water into the river during my morning jog by the riverbank. Can you believe it? Don't overthink it. Big bro left leg is at this spot now. If you still want to play, die and respawn here, then go lure more beasts to other factions. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang's left leg was messaging Huakuin. Bro, how's it going? Are you ready? Ready, brother. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Bring it on. Huakuin replied with a perverse grin. Lu Xiang's left leg felt a shiver crawl up his spine. He glanced back at the horde of beasts behind him. Though many players had already used various methods to lure or eliminate some of the monsters along the way, a massive swarm still trailed him as he carried the bait. Thank goodness the city was vast, or he wouldn't have had room to escape. Then brace yourself. Mine is huge. You'll have to endure it. Lu Xiang's left leg sped up, charging straight toward the area Huakuin had marked. Before he even arrived, he spotted a massive banner, 5 Elements Sect Rainbow Corridor. Lightning danced this way. Following the arrow's direction, he saw a colossal road wide enough for 32 cars to run side by side. Likely the city's former main artery. Without hesitation, Lu Xiang's left leg veered into it, dropped the bait calmly, lit a cigarette, and vanished amidst the trampling beasts. Watching this, Huakuin couldn't help but mock. Damn, this kid's got 1% of my swagger now. Prepare the grass seeds' water-type abilities and wood-type abilities. A rain of grass seeds fell from the sky, blanketing the running beast horde in green. Water-type abilities turned them blue, followed by wood-type abilities to stimulate the seed's growth. Fire-type brothers ignite. Wind-type brothers add some gusts. Brothers spot any monster that looks tasty, just grab it. Boom. Fire-type abilities descended, fueled by wind-type powers, igniting the beast horde ahead. This enraged the already agitated monsters, causing them to rampage. Beasts ablaze sprinted wildly, trampling countless players and setting many places on fire. Suddenly, a metal net rose slightly from the ground behind the crowded beasts, crackling with purple lightning. The ability enhancement crystal Huakuin had obtained last time was used by the lightning-type player Shadow God Sun. She was now the second golden-tier player after Dongxian. Her lightning power was formidable, electrocuting the beasts that stepped on the net and making them dance. Rise! 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 General Wuling, Mechanical Prodigy, and Dongxian have all ordered a massive number of live beasts. These are all points. After stunning them, Huakuin shouted to haul the beasts up, leaving Shadow God Sun to watch over them and zap them occasionally. Besides ground beasts like earth pigs and fire wolves locked in mutual slaughter, with players the skyborn wind eagles were also targeted. Players from the white-haired sect used their human head falcons to attack, while the Jia Tian Zhu's rodent players showcased their skills. Empowered by energy batteries, their toy planes flew more fiercely. Jin Mao Shu chased a wind eagle with a 5-meter wingspan, leaping at the right moment to land on its back. The enraged wind eagle thrashed wildly, but Jin Mao Shu clung to its feathers, crawling toward its head. With a thud, he slapped a special blindfold over its eyes. The wind eagle went blind and dove toward the ground. Jin Mao Shu struggled to control it, but a sudden wind blade sliced him in half. Damn, no honor. Apart from Jin Mao Shu and his crew, you'd also set his sights on the wind eagles. A flying mount would be perfect for both showing off and survival. One player swung on a rooftop, another hid behind a door. When the wind eagle spotted the dangling pastry, it swooped without hesitation, grabbing Ji Yud as he swung. Caught and nearly dead you'd still manage to clamp a steel cable buckle onto the Wind Eagle's leg. Brother got it. Not yet. I'm wearing it down. Can't pull too hard or it might drag the pulley away. Back at Jia Tiangang, brother, do we really have to do this? Isn't it a bit extreme? Jia Tiangang's second jaw felt uneasy. This move was something no other game would allow. Relax, it's fine. This game is so free, no problem, as long as we have enough points. Go check if the people are here. Our barbecue zone has so many players. If we run out of meat, they'll all flock to the Five Elements sect. Lu Xiong's right leg had taken Jia Tiangang's order, leading the beast horde on a run until he was nearly dead. I'm here. Are you ready? Ready. Just watch. It'll blow your mind. Lu Xiong's right leg had just reached the designated spot between three towering buildings when the beast tide surged behind him like a flood. Boom, boom, boom. Three deafening sounds. Dust and smoke erupted from the bases of the three surrounding buildings as they slowly toppled inward. Jia Tiangang's big jaw was ecstatic. It worked. The boss recommended by Mechanical Prodigy analyzed the blast points perfectly and Bomb Maniac's bombs were spot on. Perfect. Lu Xiong's right leg looked up at the three massive shadows falling slowly, utterly stunned. Holy crap. You Jia Tiangang really blow up the sky, blowing up buildings to crush beasts. Is that something a normal player would think of? Three 30-story buildings collapsed, shaking every player in the city. What's going on? What happened? I was playing with a beast and the tremor sprained my ankle. Then the beast played me. Looks like a boss appeared. I saw three buildings fall. No, I didn't see any huge beast. If one came out, we'd need Ultraman to beat it. The last mech exploded. Soon everyone's confusion was cleared up. Jia Tiangang's big jaw personally announced, "This is our Jia Tiangang's masterpiece. We blew down 3 skyscrapers, taking out thousands of beasts at once. Awesome. This game really lets you play like this. No limits at all. Damn, I guess those crappy old games limited my imagination. I remember having tons of wild ideas before. Impressive, but want the beasts rotting under their cause a plague." Jia Tiangang's big jaw replied, "No worries. We've started digging. With abilities and machinery and no living people down there, it'll be fast. Besides, we're not afraid of the zombie virus. What's a plague?" These players had too many ideas. The beast's damage to the city was nothing compared to what the players themselves caused. The city lord of the 5th satellite city watched the transmitted footage. Flames and dust engulfing the entire city. "These people from the 4th satellite city are truly useless, can't even protect my city. Go and deal with them and find a way to lure the beasts elsewhere." At this moment, Chen also awoke from his slumber. After washing up, he held a steamed bun in one hand and a bowl of tofu pudding in the other, ready to check how the players were faring against the beast assault. Holy crap, why is this city ablaze everywhere? Has the 5th satellite city's army launched an attack? Chen was utterly shocked. The 4th satellite city now appeared even more chaotic and dilapidated than before. When zombies roamed everywhere, it was merely disgusting. In the quiet times, the zombies were docile, standing still without moving. But now 3 buildings had already collapsed. He opened the live streaming platform and checked the official forums for discussions. Only then did Chen realize what had truly happened. Impressive, impressive, impressive. You players really know how to have fun. The explosive Heaven Gang was blowing up buildings to smash beasts. The 5 Elements sect was setting fires everywhere to burn them, and Ji Yud was leading fans to fish for wind falcons on rooftops. Everyone was having a blast. However, Chen had no intention of stopping them. In fact, he was quite delighted. In just the few hours of the beast assault, the points from death and resurrection had skyrocketed, the points from trade taxes had surged, and the points from mission commissions had also exploded. Players could earn points by collecting materials from beasts, but killing beasts forced them to spend points on supplies from others. Some big shots hunting for specific beast parts also had to spend points. Every avenue drained their points. Seeing this, Chen even considered occasionally assigning some maverick players villainous tasks to attract more beast sieges on the city. As Chen observed, he suddenly noticed a message that had popped up from the system while he was asleep. "Congratulations, Master. Your points have reached 300,000, unlocking the blueprint for the basic time dilation device. Blueprint for basic time dilation device 300,000 points. 1 Carlos crystal, 100 kilograms of ether alloy, 10,000 kilograms of soul essence." Chen carefully examined what this time dilation device was. After reading it, he realized it was both useless and useful to him. It was useless because it couldn't directly enhance his own strength, but useful because it could alter the player's time flow. 1 hour on Blue Star could be dilated to 100 hours here. Players could spend more time here, generating even more points. There were plenty of technologies, supernatural abilities, and martial arts here that could extend players' lifespans. Even interstellar travel would no longer be a concern, and this was only the basic time dilation device. He had previously thought the ultimate mission to seek the truth of the apocalypse referred to this planet's doom, but even after resolving this city's apocalypse crisis, that mission hadn't progressed even 1%. It seemed the scale of the apocalypse was vast, perhaps even galactic or universal. This game was already incredibly popular, and it seemed it would only get more so. Many foreigners had already applied for beta testing, but Chen hadn't approved any. If the time dilation device were successfully researched, even more foreigners would apply, possibly even exerting pressure from above. Now that a group of 10,000 had entered, he hoped for breakthroughs in technology. Then whoever dared to extend their claws would have them severed. Carlos Crystal Ether Alloy Soul Essence. Chen had no idea where to find these 3 items. He had never even heard of them. Fortunately, the system described their properties, so he would leave it to the players to search for them. Epic Quest between Time Quest Objective: Find Carlos Crystal Ether Alloy Soul Essence. Quest Reward 100,000 points. Title: Time Master Eligibility. To apply for establishing a system-certified rule-based organization. Time Master. Time flows through your hands, and you are forever inscribed in history. As the number of players grew, simple organizations without system constraints seemed somewhat awkward. So he decided to offer this as a reward, allowing players to apply to establish their own organizations and set internal rules. Like-minded individuals could band together, while those unwilling to be bound could remain free players. This was perfectly reasonable and would encourage players who enjoyed managing organizations to invest more, trade better, and issue missions, allowing him to collect taxes. As soon as the quest appeared, it sparked massive discussion. After all, it was one of only 2 epic quests. The previous one was titled Toward the Stars, while this one was the more cryptic, Between Time. Tisk tisk tsk. If it's what I'm thinking, that would be incredible. Ji-Yud was swinging on a swing outside the 33rd floor rooftop, muttering to himself while the group chat buzzed with discussion. Damn it, explosive heaven gangs, Big Bang, stop blowing up buildings. You're messing with our 5 elements sex barbecue stall. I didn't blow them up. I only destroyed those 3 buildings. It's other players copying me. Whoa, the new epic quest Between Time. Could completing it grant mastery over time magic? It'll swim upstream through the river of time. Do you think you're fancy? This game doesn't seem to have that kind of stuff. I bet it's related to players. Maybe something sci-fi? Very possible. Maybe 1 hour on Blue Star becomes 2 hours here, effectively extending lifespan. Then I bet many big shots will flock in. Not just our country's people. Foreigners will come too. But I haven't seen any foreigners here yet, have I? Hey, where have Dong Xian, Mechanical Prodigy, and General Wuling been lately? They've disappeared. At that moment, Dong Xian was in a remote corner of the city. The newly arrived 10,000 plus people, including some scientists, were gathered there. Dong Xian was demonstrating his abilities on stage. In this game, martial arts are accessible to everyone, but mastery varies by individual. In Chinese terms, it's about talent and compatibility. Currently, we have 2 relatively complete martial arts. One collected by chance and another gifted by a local story character. I've already shared all the content in the group chat. You can try to see if you're suited, or you can exchange for supernatural abilities instead. Our goal is to protect the scientists for better research, expand outward to understand this world, and especially focus on technological knowledge. The mech warrior from the earlier underground base had asked Dong Xian to find trustworthy people to inherit his martial arts. Every warrior here had undergone rigorous screening and was absolutely reliable. Nearby, Mechanical Prodigy was deeply engrossed in conversation with the other scientists, while General Wuling seemed somewhat timid. Professor, with your status, do you really need to join this experiment? This game is quite intense. Can you handle it at your age? An old man rolled his eyes at General Wuling. Young man, this game is already our top priority. Tell me quickly about your research on this world. At this, General Wuling perked up. This game is awesome. I've been wanting to talk to you for ages, but I was afraid you'd think I just play games all day. The biological properties of this world are identical to Blue Star's. Even the editing and manipulation of life forms are the same. However, the plants and animals here have an extra aggregate element that makes them slightly different. I've studied it for ages without figuring it out. Now that you're here, it'll be solved. On the other side, Mechanical Prodigy, unlike the doctoral student General Wuling, was already a top expert in his field and had a deeper understanding. He explained to the group, although some physical properties here differ slightly from Blue Star's, it's due to the planet's different celestial position. The fundamental constants of the universe are entirely consistent. I've also studied the translated history. This city evolved from the steam age through the electrical age and nuclear age to its current era. Nuclear technology is considered relatively backward here, making it hard to find, but I managed to locate it with effort. This is a blueprint for a fusion reactor which I obtained from a player named Roasted Chicken. I'm not an expert in nuclear energy, Professor Chen, does it seem plausible? Old Chen had heard about the game's wonders during internal seminars long ago, which was why he applied to be among the first to enter. He immediately took the blueprints and examined them closely. At present, China had already conceptualized fusion reactors but still lagged in miniaturization and stability. After obtaining the blueprints, the correct answers illuminated the path forward, clearing all doubts. So that's how it is. This line of thinking is indeed correct, or our path is right. What does this symbol mean? It shouldn't be like this, it should be gamma. As a world-leading scholar in this field, Old Chen confirmed the feasibility of the project upon seeing the correct answers. Moreover, all the metallic materials with the required strength were available on Earth. He had confidence that within a year China's nuclear fusion progress would be complete. However, that symbol seemed peculiar. Fearing he had misunderstood, he immediately asked Mechanical Prodigy, "What does this symbol mean? Can you explain it?" Mechanical Prodigy, not being in the field of nuclear physics, was also unclear. So he directly messaged Roast Chicken to ask why the symbol had been translated as such. The answer he received nearly made Old Chen spit blood. Roast Chicken said casually, "Oh, that symbol on the original blueprint. I couldn't find a corresponding character, didn't know what to translate it as, so I just wrote something random to make it look decent." As a liberal arts student, Roast Chicken found those things as incomprehensible as a celestial script. Unable to translate one symbol, he eventually filled in something that pleased his eye, thinking no player would believe that the random formulas and diagrams in the game were real. Right? To treat science so flippantly. This is. Old Chen was so angry he could barely breathe. Calm down, Old Chen. They all think this is just a game. This player translating those things is purely a hobby. Old Chen's anger subsided after the initial shock, and he could understand. External forces have already taken notice of this game. Other matters are manageable, but we must keep these technologies in our hands. We've discovered that there are no players outside of China, which seems to be fate's wish for us to lead. Can we stop all players from live streaming this game? They can continue playing and we can offer financial compensation, a scientist suggested. Mechanical Prodigy shook his head. That would be too conspicuous. Those who are merely curious about the game would then focus all their attention here. Don't easily test human nature, players might be deceived and unknowingly do harm. Let me communicate with Roast Chicken. We'll replace all symbols and equations in the translator with our own versions. Other players won't notice such details, and to outsiders they'll appear incorrect, drawing no attention. Good idea. ITLL also keep them from taking it seriously. Mechanical Prodigy was also filled with excitement. After all, in history, the people of this world had witnessed technologies like curvature navigation and wormhole travel. Even if this was fictional, the earliest warship they saw was undoubtedly real. Players appeared to be playing enthusiastically, but apart from those with exceptional skills or organized groups, most newbies were easily slaughtered by the demonic beasts. Of the hundreds of thousands of beasts that had charged in, only tens of thousands had been killed through various player tactics. The bulk of the kills were by the Five Elements sect and the Explosive Gang. The remaining beasts, after feeding, roamed or even lounged in the city. The city was vast enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of beasts and players without feeling cramped. Zhang Yufan was leading his sister around, dodging scattered beasts. Cough, cough. His sister tugged his hand. Brother, let's kill a beast for fun. A cooking guide for demonic beasts just came out. The loin of the earth pig is rated as an A-grade ingredient, tastes fantastic. Zhang Yufan, while pulling his sister along, felt a bit embarrassed. After awakening, he had tried his ability, but due to its overwhelming power, no other operational methods were feasible. He only had one move, a large-scale AoE, and using it meant death. He'd have to wait until his strength increased for more options. Let's go first. Turning a corner, his sister shouted, "Hey, the fake medicine guy, what are you doing here?" The fake medicine man waved and yelled, "Run! These crazy birds are chasing me just because I stole an egg for my potion." The siblings then saw thousands of wind eagles behind him. "Damn, did you steal thousands of eggs? Why are so many birds chasing you?" They turned around, but there was only one path and the fake medicine man followed. "No, I only stole one egg, but it was golden, probably special." They looked back and saw a king among the wind eagles 5 times larger than the rest with a golden crown. "Holy crap, you stole their princess. Give it back." Too late, the egg broke from the chase. The leading wind eagle let out a mournful cry, gathered energy in its beak, and unleashed a massive wind blade that struck the ground ahead of the 3 fleeing figures. With a bang, all 3 were knocked down by the shockwave. "Big Bird, it was the fake medicine guy who broke your egg, not us. Let us go." Zhang Yufan's sister tried to reason with the bird, but in an instant thousands of wind eagles surrounded them, their wind blades ready to tear them apart. She glared at the fake medicine man. "Didn't you leave a single egg for the bird?" "It wasn't that I didn't want to. There was only one egg." Seeing the situation, Zhang Yufan knew there was no peaceful way out. He drew his ice-type treasure blade, pointed it at the sky and shouted, "Above the heavens and below the earth I alone am supreme." The wind eagles released their wind blades, but they froze midair in the extreme cold. White polar chill erupted from Zhang Yufan's body, instantly freezing all life within a 5-meter radius. Even the wind eagles in the wind were frozen solid. The spectacle was magnificent and the effect spectacular, but unfortunately it was indiscriminate. It froze his sister and the fake medicine man as well. All three silently chose the nearest respawn point. Awesome, bro. That move is so cool it could make the top 10 strongest skills. Teach me. That's my brother's innate talent. You can't learn it. Let's go. A complete wind eagle carcass is worth a lot of points. Some big shots like these trophies. Zhang Yufan remained silent, letting his sister lead him to the site of their deaths. When they arrived, their previous bodies had been shattered into pieces by the vengeful wind eagle leader. But there were many frozen wind eagles on the ground, more than enough to recoup the points. By then, Ji-Yud explosive gangs Big Boom, Second Boom, Bomb Maniac, Fire Kuan, and Roast Chicken had been informed by Mechanical Prodigy. As patriotic youths, they provided as much information and help as they could, but they felt somewhat constrained in the city. Big Boom dared not blow up buildings casually anymore, and Bomb Maniac dared not sell explosives freely in the city. "That Kuan guy is too ugly and runs too fast," Big Boom complained while lounging with his legs crossed. By now a dynamic balance had formed between the beasts and new players. You eat me, I kill you. Very harmonious, and players were having fun. It seems his crazy girlfriend is online. They've finally taken the cat to find the warship base, Big Boom said, while watching a new explosive gang brother use a 3-dimensional maneuver device to slam into a wall. "This city might become our rear base. It's getting a bit cramped. We need to go out and explore," Bomb Maniac said with some guilt, which was understandable since his hobbies weren't exactly stability-friendly. "Actually, it's good. With professional teams involved, progress in technology, abilities, and culture will surely accelerate. We'll reach the stars faster." Fire Kuan was optimistic. The 5 elements, sex, actions, and direction were always upright, so there was nothing to worry about. "Brothers, sisters, friends upstairs, friends on the rooftop, friends under the sea, I think I found the satellite city. I just don't know if it's the 5th satellite city that attacked us." Everyone watching the stream stood up. "Let's go check it out. If it's the 5th satellite city, well, have some fun with them." In the video footage, a player nicknamed Xiaojibizu was lying prone in a patch of grass with a clear view of a city wall right before him. The wall was towering, yet a large gate stood wide open, presumably for entry. Having received the message, Wuling Shangjiangjin immediately traded over the base node he had obtained. Ji-Yud sent a message, "Brother, don't act rashly. Set up the base node first and we'll come to support you." Xiaojibizu had initially intended to act coy, but the sight of rocket spaceships and other gifts flying wildly across the livestream made him instantly change his tune. "All right, big shot, no problem," he said. A few minutes later, he felt a bit awkward. "Big shot, establishing this base node requires 10,000 points. I really don't have that. I rarely kill monsters or search for resources. I just wander around aimlessly, so I don't have many points." Wuling Shangjiangjin didn't hesitate and directly transferred over 10,000 points, even covering the tax. After all system transactions levied taxes on both sides. Having received the points, Xiaojibizu wasted no time and immediately established the base node. The next instant, Bomb Maniac, Ji-Yud, members of Zhatianbang, and Hukuan from the 5 Elements sect all committed suicide and respawned there. Once they arrived, they instinctively began expanding the node. Their first priority was to enlarge the game scope, lest any newbies who came later would have to buy personal nodes, which were exorbitantly expensive. Tisk tisk tsk. The city of ultimate bliss. Could this city have some rated content? Hukuan asked with a lecherous grin. "I wonder if this is the main city or one of the satellite cities. Let's go in and have a look," Ji-Yud said, taking the lead. After walking a few steps, he noticed no one was following him. "What's up? You go scout ahead first. If they're friendly, well, come over. If not, well, prepare, call for backup, and then go. You guys are a bunch of sneaky bastards." Ji-Yud shot them a look of disdain before resolutely striding towards the city. While Ji-Yud was scouting ahead, people from the 5th satellite city had also infiltrated the player's city. Leading them was a figure called Manager, who had brought a fully armed 10-man squad for reconnaissance. The moment they entered the city, they nearly suffered cardiac arrest. The lunatics from the White Hair sect were attempting to fuse various demonic beasts while in their zombie state. Manager watched as a 3-headed woundhound sporting 3 human heads charged towards them, instantly on high alert. "Stop, stop, stop. Halt!" shouted the head in the lead. After the combined effort of its 3 heads, the 3-headed woundhound barely managed to skid to a halt before Manager. "Holy crap, brothers, where'd you get that skin? It's awesome. How many points? Hook me up with a set," yelled the middle head. Yeah, that energy gun looks legit too. Not bad at all. Big bro, I want a set as well, said the left head, looking up to examine it closely. Ouch, let's go from the right. Two heads veered right, one went left, and they lost control, tumbling over. After getting up, they circled around from the right. Brothers, your gear is seriously professional. Any interest in joining the white hair sect as an elder? Before manager could speak, more than a dozen fused creatures from the white hair sect came running over from behind. Hehe, we three are the first. The title of Cerberus is ours, boasted the three-headed woundhound that had arrived first, strutting proudly. Damn, this is really hard to control. Forget it, well, let you have the Cerberus title. We're going to form a 9-headed Hydra next. With the title gone, staying in that form was no fun. So these players promptly went to respawn, leaving a scatter of heads on the ground. Manager and the squad members behind him watched, their mouths twitching in bewilderment. Since the game was extremely realistic, two people meeting wouldn't have nicknames or levels floating above their heads. It was also clear that the players weren't paying attention to such details, completely unaware that these people weren't players. They just thought these folks were a bit crazy taking the game so seriously. Still, they figured there must be a reason for it. After all, as Chinese, their motto was inclusivity. Alright brothers, we're off. If you're interested in joining the white hair sect, just say Cerberus sent you. With that, they marched away, though they often got into squabbles when turning corners. A staff member behind manager stepped forward, swallowing hard. Manager, this doesn't seem right. They haven't solved the zombie problem. The zombies have just become intelligent. That man tricked us. Easy. Let's observe a bit more. Don't act rashly. These people seem a bit dim, thinking we're from this city. Manager then looked around. Let's go that way. That willow grove over there would be good for hiding if we run into trouble, and we can grab someone to interrogate. A player nicknamed Wade XP Sure de Pengu was in an exceptionally good mood. A fan of Plants vs. Zombies and a lover of this game, he never expected to find saplings like these here. They were just like the plants from Plants vs. Zombies. By attaching different heads to them, they could gain different abilities. It was perfect. As soon as this feature appeared, he had been buying saplings from players who had cleared the game. Since these saplings couldn't be moved once planted, not many people liked them, so he had managed to collect a fair number. Now he had planted an entire willow grove. With the recent fierce battles between demonic beasts and players, he had also picked up many heads, making his setup even more formidable. The willow branches used to connect the heads had burrowed into the ground to absorb various energies, while other branches swayed gently in the breeze, giving the grove a vibrant spring-like feel. Wade XP Sure de Pengu had set up a rocking chair amidst the grove, enjoying the gentle breeze. A scene of considerable tranquility. This willow grove was dense with a strange, potent energy aura. The demonic beasts with their innate senses abhorred this place and refused to approach. Occasionally, as he lounged in the breeze, he browsed today's funny headlines on the official website. Shocking. The mystery of the Spartan warrior's suicide. The innate ice saint physique only knows one move and it's uncontrollable. Just then manager and his staff crept over quietly. From what we can see, he's alone. Energy scan shows his energy isn't high. He shouldn't be very strong. Unit 3 Unit 4 set up the jamming device to block signals around here, so he can't contact anyone else. Unit 9 Unit 10 take up hidden positions for lookout. Unit 5 Unit 6 prepare the hallucinogens and neural stimulator. If he proves stubborn, well, use force. Is everyone ready? Finish this quickly and decisively. Manager issued the orders from the front. Roger, that times 10. Manager waved his hand. Move out. Everyone performed their assigned roles, executing the plan. Manager charged straight up to Wade XP Sure de Pengu, pressing a gleaming alloy dagger against his throat. Don't do anything rash. We just want to have a friendly chat. Stay still and you won't die. Wade XP Sure de Pengu was brimming with excitement. He immediately sent a message in the group chat. Brothers, we've got action. A group of scouts from the 5th satellite city has sneaked in. Capture them, find their base, and launch a counterattack on the 5th satellite city. While sending messages in the group chat, he had to keep these people steady in person. I understand, don't stand on ceremony, ask away, I'll tell you. The manager glanced at No. 3 and No. 4. They nodded, indicating the jamming device was functioning normally. So he put down the alloy dagger and even patted my XP is a big mushroom's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, we're not ruthless thugs. Just want to ask you a few questions. Alright, go ahead, he said aloud while still sending messages in the group. It seemed the jamming device couldn't block their player chat. Who is the leader of your city? Where is he? Leader? This question actually stumped my XP is a big mushroom. He really didn't know who the city leader was. After entering the game, there was no story character to guide them, only players. The largest combat organizations should be the Five Elements sect, the Zhatian Gang, and the White Hair sect. We don't have a unified leader. There are three major organizations, the White Hair sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Zhatian Gang. My XP is a big mushroom answered sincerely. Such trivial matters weren't worth hiding. Slap. The leading manager directly delivered a heavy slap. My XP is a big mushroom was stunned. Damn it, I told the truth and you still hit me. The people beside him were also confused and quietly asked the manager, boss, what's going on? He told you so, why hit him? The manager sneered coldly. Humph, you're too naive. We clearly came with ill intentions. Would he tell us the truth on the first try? He's definitely not lying to us, but he's holding something back. Beating him will let him know the situation. Besides, even if he told the truth, so what? I hit him, and what can he do about it? Both sides weren't speaking aloud, but chatting through their respective communication devices. So the manager of the 5th satellite city still glared fiercely at my XP is a big mushroom. The more Big Mushroom thought about it, the angrier he got. I just wanted to put on a show and I run into this hothead. Even finding a traitor, you'd offer candy first, but you actually strike first. Damn it. I'm done pretending. Enjoying the beating. Not bad, average feel, the manager replied instinctively, but then realized something. Big Mushroom hadn't spoken a word. So whose voice was that? Bobbus. The lackey beside him gently nudged the manager, trembling. Cold sweat dripped from the manager's forehead, and he dared not turn around. What's happening? Boss, you'd better see for yourself. It's hard to explain. Helpless, the manager reluctantly turned his head slowly, and saw that dozens of willow trees behind him had all borne fruit. Heads emerged one after another. Looking back to the front, the willow trees behind Big Mushroom had also borne fruit. All of them were Big Mushroom's heads. It could only be said that my XP is a Big Mushroom was no ordinary person. Upon first acquiring this sapling and learning its function, he immediately reincarnated himself many times, installing over a dozen heads on the willow tree behind him. He also discovered something amazing: he could control his own heads to speak broken sentences. At this moment, all the heads behind Big Mushroom spoke in unison. WZM. Bayubiu. Ice-type energy spat directly from the heads. Fire, fire, fire. The manager screamed, repeatedly firing wildly. The willow trees around were sent flying. If this were outside, their group could slowly advance and easily deal with these stationary trees. But they had walked right into the center of the grove. Countless heads spewed various abilities. Fire needles, earth clods, ice spears, wind blades. Soon all the others were eliminated, leaving only the manager, whom Big Mushroom had deliberately spared. The manager felt trapped in a living hell, firing, without regard for energy consumption, destroying several willow trees. When he came to his senses, his energy gun was empty and all his subordinates were dead. Big Mushroom stepped forward, faced the stunned manager, and delivered a heavy slap. Do you know how much damage that slap just now did to a kid? Why is it that when I watched other big shots perform before, they never got hit, but you had to act? Do you think you're special? Big Mushroom was furious. It didn't hurt much, but he had just been showing off to his buddies, bragging about how he had fooled the other side. And then he got slapped right in the face. It was too humiliating. The manager felt like crying. Before coming, they knew there might be zombies in this city. Zombies were terrifying. They bit people, wildly bloodthirsty and frenzied, utterly irrational. Hearing that the zombies had been mostly wiped out, they were delighted. Dealing with humans was always easier than zombies. But after entering, they first saw a pack of three-headed fisher hounds, then walked into a forest where every tree bore heads capable of spitting fire and water. And there were lunatics like this. It would have been better to face zombies. There he is. Zhatian Gang's Jin Mao Shu arrived first, flying in on his toy plane. As soon as he entered, he spotted the manager. No way. We're playing a space game, but it's all humans. Can't we have some other creatures? Our Zhatian Gang zoo needs to expand its business. After Jin Mao Shu, many other players also arrived, surrounding the area in layers. If you're not eager to watch the fun, there's something wrong with your head. The manager of the 5th satellite city, looking at the bustling crowd of players, felt his heart nearly stop. Especially when he saw a player whose intestines were nearly falling out after being gored by a ground boar, clutching his guts as he ran over. Once there, he casually stuffed his intestines back in, and asked a nearby fire element user to cauterize the wound with flames to stop the bleeding. Even so, he had to come over and touch the manager. Indeed, still human. But that tech over there looks pretty good. Actually, it makes sense. A single species on a planet is normal. Maybe we're just in some backwater corner of humanity, a third-rate little planet. No weird aliens is normal. Where's your city? Who's the leader? Big Mushroom had been about to interrogate when he was interrupted. Now he asked again. The manager was already in despair, with no will to resist. Initially, he planned to hold out until reinforcements arrived, but he soon wet himself in terror. First he saw the player casually stuffing his intestines back and cauterizing the wound. Then he saw a wind falcon fused with 4 heads. Next he saw zombies and humans walking arm in arm. One person upon seeing he was human found it boring and committed suicide on the spot. These people were insane. This was a society of madmen. He had no courage to be arrogant with these lunatics anymore. Death might not be the worst way out. Our city has only 3,000 people all under the Huangxin Company. The leader is the company's chairman who also serves as City Lord Huangxin. The city's location is on the map navigation I carry with me. But once I die or am confirmed captured or betrayed, the access will be blocked. The nearby player laughed. What's so funny? Not that, just thought of something amusing. Our city is a zombie apocalypse and we found another city of extreme pleasure that's different. They're led by a company. There are only 3 cities with completely different civilizations and even technological paths. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. It reminds me of something from Blue Star. What is that? A zoo. Only in a zoo can you see all kinds of animals, and this is somewhat similar. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, most players burst into laughter. Bro, your imagination is truly wild. Impressive. But if you think about it, some things do make sense that way. Haha, I wish it were true. If there's a civilization that can lock up humans with such technology like a zoo, how powerful must their technology be? After chatting, the players first pulled up the map, taking photos from various angles to confirm the location of the 5th satellite city. Unfortunately, the people of the 5th satellite city were meticulous in their work. The map only contained the layouts of these 2 cities. The rest was blank, clearly blocked out. As the players were talking, the manager beside them suddenly shuddered. Pfft. So we people are included too. The moment the words fell, he collapsed to the ground, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Big Mushroom stood up and took a look. Dead. Looks like some device was activated remotely. Useless. Originally, Big Mushroom had planned to feign surrender, letting the manager lead them back for another act, hoping to salvage his reputation. But they never expected the 5th satellite city to be so ruthless. Without even attempting a rescue, they just killed him outright. By then, news of enemy infiltration into the city had also been announced in the player chat channel. Warning: enemies from the 5th satellite city are infiltrating our city. Be vigilant. Confirmed. The intruders are well-equipped and also belong to the human race. Disguises are possible. Once the message was sent, players near the city walls grew excited, even changing their greetings. What does Imperial Jade Wine plus a small hammer equal? 3 big hammers minus 20. One of us. Odd changes even remains unchanged. What? You bastard, you're the enemy. Brothers, grab your weapons and charge. After killing him, the player who acted was stunned when they saw the person respawn from the spawn point. Why did you kill me? I really didn't know. I'm only 14. Bro, you look like you're 2 meters tall. I honestly didn't know you haven't started high school yet. Fine, I'll give you the knife, you can stab me once. Damn idiot. If he doesn't even curse back, he's definitely the enemy. Get him. Soon this incident was turned into a game by the players, and announcements even started appearing in the chat area. North Gate area, barehanded brawl zone. Any other form of combat will be considered hostile. South Gate area, superpower brawl zone. Using mechanical devices will be considered hostile. Wave after wave of people from the 5th satellite city entered. At first they died because they couldn't match the code words. But once later groups figured out the codes, they re-entered with confidence, only to find the city in chaos. Everyone was fighting, everyone locked in battle, beating each other senseless. Players could respawn, but they couldn't. And so, in a rather amusing turn, the players resolved the infiltration crisis. The Lord of the 5th satellite city was helpless given the situation. Their large-scale combat weapons couldn't be used within this range, only near their own city, leading to this predicament. Forget it, let's withdraw for now. Well, come back after the beasts in the city have wiped out these people. The 5th satellite city retreated. Besides those wildly partying by the walls, many players were gearing up to head to the 5th satellite city. Since Kunanai Taicho and Xiao Nu hadn't yet reached the warship base, the benchmark node previously used for Kunanai Taicho could now be applied to the 5th satellite city. Let's go. Brothers with personal nodes, let's head to the 5th satellite city. We, the 4th calamity, are always the ones attacking others. How dare they come provoke us? Count me in. I don't like playing with beasts. I want to play with humans. Defeat the evil capitalists and hang them from lampposts. It's our duty. Soon a sizable group of players drove off toward the 5th satellite city. Dongxian hadn't been paying attention to this. He had more important matters. After the cockpit of the mecha, piloted by the emotionless girl, self-destructed and flew into the sky, he discovered a massive platform high above, suspended among the clouds with many buildings on it. But now those buildings had lost their energy, their purpose unknown. Dongxian was trying to figure out how to fly up and take a look. To the experts this seemed crucial. It could help them understand what this world truly was and what kind of technology could keep such a structure floating in the sky. Chen saw all this from the space as well. By then Ji-Yud and the others had already entered the City of Bliss. It was indeed strange. The City of Bliss belonged to the second satellite city, not a main city. Its inhabitants were human, but its cultural and civilized structure was completely different from the other two cities. Coupled with the abandoned platform in the sky, it looked like something used to monitor this world. Could this world really be a zoo? A zoo on a planetary scale used to observe the different civilized structures of various human societies. The thought was chilling. Was it humans of a higher evolutionary level or other cosmic beings? Chen needed to uncover the truth as soon as possible to better plan his next goals. After pondering for a moment, he began issuing quests to give the players direction, so that some would diligently investigate these secrets. Quest traces of history, quest content study, the history of the satellite cities and their interconnections. Investigate why such vastly different social systems formed within such a close range. Quest reward 1000 points. Title Civilization Observer. Title Civilization Observer allows free browsing of 10 player-uploaded knowledge archives daily. These were also requested by some players and Chen agreed. Those who didn't enjoy fighting but preferred exploring hidden events or cultures in the game had applied for the system to recognize such knowledge, as viewing it also cost points. This was mutually beneficial. Players who didn't like to think sometimes found items but lacked certain parts and didn't know where to find them. They could search the archives, spend a few points, and purchase the information. Of course, all transactions were taxed, only a tenth. But under the players' ingenious ideas, Chen's tax categories kept growing. Players with different interests could all find ways to earn points, creating a harmonious system. After editing, Chen released the quest. As expected, it immediately attracted countless exploration enthusiasts. Damn, this quest is great. I've been wanting to see Shi Kaluo's knowledge archive for ages, but it costs 1,000 points per view. What a ripoff. 10 archives a day. They'll see through this game in no time. How about we cooperate and plan together? After all, the quest doesn't say we can't accept it as a team. Seeing that the exploration enthusiasts had found the right direction, Chen felt relieved. He then turned his attention to Ji-Yud and the others. This City of Bliss was quite interesting. Truly worthy of an interstellar civilization. They actually managed to discover something like this. Upon entering the City of Ultimate Bliss, Ji-Yud quickly realized there was no real danger. A device at the entrance first scanned him, confirming he carried no virus, then guided him to a room where he played a few puzzle games before being released. However, a wristband was strapped onto his wrist, looking quite suspicious. But for a player, death was no big deal, so he wasn't afraid. Brothers, I'm in. No issues. This city truly is the City of Ultimate Bliss. Soon Bomb Maniac, along with Jia Tiangang's Deja and Erja and Hukuan, who were watching the livestream, also entered. Damn, this city really is the City of Ultimate Bliss. It's amazing. Why didn't we start in this city from the beginning? Erja of Jia Tiangang exclaimed while the others beamed with joy. Only Bomb Maniac looked utterly bored. Is that it? I got excited for nothing. The city had no living guards and no other people in sight, but its rules were delightful. Everything was free regardless of who you were. The only requirement was that you be happy. Of course, Bomb Maniac found it dull. After all, his life on Blue Star was already like this. Alright brothers, I don't believe any organization could be like this. Even heaven has the distinction between the great angel and half-angels. This city can't really be that perfect, he said. Since there's no danger, let's each explore on our own, and meet up later to share our findings. But stay cautious. The streets may have few people, but they didn't react at all when we entered. Are they all idiots? In reality, such a bizarre situation would call for sticking together, but in the game it wasn't necessary. The streets were filled with people who didn't seem particularly joyful. Ji-Yud sneered. Good grief, they have nothing to do and they're still unhappy. Do they actually prefer working 996? Deja of Jia Tiangang pointed at a pink sign on a street to the right. Erja, look over there. There's a picture of a woman. Do you think it's something about physiological health? Want to check it out? Erja put on a serious expression. An ordinary person might agree right away, but I'm no ordinary person. Not only will I agree, I'll run there first. With that, Erja dashed off in that direction, followed by Deja and Ji-Yud. Hey brother, why are you coming along? Ji-Yud replied with righteous indignation. You're all my fans. I have to take responsibility for you. Hukuan and the others headed in another direction. Bomb Maniac spotted a cafe-like establishment and was about to enter when he suddenly felt a slap on his face. Damn, didn't I turn off the pain system? Why do I still feel pain? Slap. Another slap. Bomb Maniac suddenly understood. Damn, I want to see who dares to slap me in reality. Ordinary changes in reality weren't usually perceptible in the game, but the sensation of being slapped was too strong. Bomb Maniac immediately lay down and logged out. Just as he sat up ready to vent his anger, he saw a hand swinging toward him. He quickly dodged sideways. "Sis, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" His sister looked furious. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Do you know the rumors out there? Dream Hua Group heir becomes a vegetable from heartbreak. Lying in bed at death's door." Bomb Maniac felt a bit embarrassed. It did look that way. He spent all day lying in a hospital bed, sometimes too lazy to eat, just getting 4 drips. Still, the game was truly miraculous, and normally someone in his state would suffer muscle atrophy, but he hadn't at all. Bomb Maniac was also angry. Which tabloid reported that? How can they say I'm heartbroken? Impossible. Women only slow down my sword swing. That's all you noticed. Oh right. Vegetable does sound bad. Why not just announce him dead? The family can rely on you anyway. He deftly dodged another slap and dropped the act explaining the game's grand setting and what he knew about entering it. Really? His sister asked skeptically. Of course. Haven't you seen Dongxian lately? I pulled him in, but I haven't seen him in the game recently. He must be on a quest. It's absolutely real. After convincing his sister to leave, Bomb Maniac took the chance to grab a bite and use the restroom before logging back in. Huh? Did it get dark this fast? You're awake. A soft female voice came from nowhere. Damn, who's there? The entire space was pitch black, not a single ray of light, making Bomb Maniac a bit scared. Don't be afraid. We can't turn on the light. Only then will there be no souls here. Bomb Maniac's hair stood on end. Saying that only makes me more afraid. Checking the other's chat, Hukuin said, everything here is really free. Food, drinks, you can even spill them on the floor and no one cares. Shensi added, you can take anything from the mall for free, and it's mostly unmanned. Hardly any workers. The clothes are gorgeous. Finally, I can look beautiful in the game. Jiyud complained. Damn, I got tricked by those 2 bastards again. That picture of a woman. It was for sex reassignment surgery. Is technology so advanced that changing gender is as fast as pulling a tooth? Deja of Jia Tiangang said, don't say we didn't look out for you. Just respawn. We found the place you want. No need to pay 998. It's all free. Reading the group chat, Bomb Maniac realized there really seemed to be no danger. He calmed down. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. The voice replied, I saw you walk in. You're the only one who wasn't excited. You can still be saved. The others are hopeless. Bomb Maniac grew annoyed. Why do you have to speak in riddles? Just say it straight. Treat me like an idiot if you have to. The voice sighed, resigned, but seemed to have made a decision. I'll put something in your hand. Rub it on your eyes. I'll turn on the light soon. Don't be afraid and don't shout or attract attention. Fine. Bomb Maniac wanted to see what this Riddler was up to. Suddenly he felt a soft, cool touch on his palm, and then a bottle was pressed into his hand. He took the bottle, ready to kill himself if the stuff on his eyes revealed something disgusting or unbearable. Head, come back and tear the Riddler apart. He dripped a few drops onto his eyes. It felt cool and pleasant. Opening his eyes, nothing happened. I don't see anything. You'll see once I turn on the light. Remember, don't show shock when you see them and don't panic. They won't attack. I just want to tell you. I hope you'll join us. What, your organization recruits people this casually? Just grabbing anyone off the street? I doubt you're a legitimate group. Bomb Maniac was skeptical. What kind of organization picks up members like trash on the street? Turning on the light. Stay calm. The light flashed on. A Bomb Maniac shielded his eyes, then opened them. His pupils contracted and his mouth fell open. This wasn't empty. It was packed. Ghostly figures crowded the entire room. The situation was off. Bomb Maniac pretended the light was too bright. Turn it off. My eyes hurt. The light went out. Just as he was about to speak, the voice came again. Don't rush. We'll start later. After some time, the woman across from her finally spoke again. All right, they shouldn't be able to hear us now. The Bomb Maniac was stunned and asked urgently, what are these things? Are they everywhere on the streets? What exactly is going on in this city of ultimate bliss? Can they really not see in the dark? What organization are you people, and what do you intend to do? The moment the Bomb Maniac opened his eyes, he nearly fainted from fright at the sight of the room full of apparitions. Yet these apparitions were not hideous. They appeared perfectly normal, even dressed appropriately. If one ignored the fact that they were floating and could pass through solid objects, they were virtually indistinguishable from the living. The woman who had been speaking to him was a mature lady in a work apron, seemingly well preserved. In the darkness, they cannot hear us. They are the true rulers of the city of ultimate bliss. But they absolutely detest darkness and suffer terribly in it. We are referred to by them as infants, and the process of death is called birth. They collect our souls to give rise to new members. Hearing this, it sounded rather pleasant. No need to do anything but indulge in pleasure and after death become an apparition. Wasn't that wonderful? The bomb maniac could not think of any drawbacks. Isn't this great? After all, people die eventually. Becoming an apparition after death is fine by me. The woman did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Do you know what the thing on your wrist is for?" The bomb maniac touched his wrist and found that the object had already merged into his skin. Clearly not something good. "What is it for?" "It measures your happiness." Upon hearing this, the bomb maniac understood that this was not about letting people die naturally. It was likely used to determine when to reclaim someone based on their level of joy. The woman continued, "When happiness reaches a certain threshold, you are deemed ripe, and then you are directly eliminated to extract your soul essence. No wonder there was a resistance organization. So this city was called the City of Ultimate Bliss, but one could not be happy. Too much joy, and you were harvested as raw material." At this moment, the others also discovered the city's problem. "Gee, it sent a message, brothers. Have you noticed that thing on our wrists has fused into the skin? Mine looks like it's about to fill up." Kwakuin said, "Indeed, something is wrong, and the people here don't seem very happy. What's going on? Could it be that a society of pure pleasure truly makes people unhappy? I don't believe it." The bomb maniac also sent a message. "Don't be scared when I tell you this. The city is full of apparitions." Zhayanbang Daza said, "Apparitions? What apparitions? Brother, stick to science. Don't believe in ghosts and monsters." Zhayanbang Erza added, "Big bro, if there really are apparitions, wouldn't our actions be live-streamed? Could someone use this to threaten us?" Jiyud said, "Stop joking. Even if there are apparitions, they have their own things to do. Who would care to watch you?" After a brief chat to get a grasp of the situation, the bomb maniac continued his conversation with the woman. "They're not apparitions. How come they look so normal? And since when are apparitions afraid of the dark? Can they really not hear in a dark environment?" The woman looked shocked. "Do you have such things where you come from? How did you deal with them? Are they powerful? The things in your world might be different from ours. Our souls are naturally averse to darkness. In the dark, they lose their perception of infant-stage humans." The bomb maniac found it hard to answer her question. If he said yes, he had never actually seen them, only heard legends. If he said no, the legends seemed quite real and described something similar. After some thought, he replied, "We used to have them, but after moving toward a new society, they disappeared." The woman's voice was filled with envy. "Your life must be very comfortable." The bomb maniac's life was indeed comfortable, but he couldn't speak for others. He also didn't know if such a world truly existed, whether people would choose to stay in their original world or come here to experience pleasure until death. The bomb maniac didn't dwell on it. He only thought of one thing: the hidden quest. Recently, Night Crow had been emotionally unstable after learning the truth, studying farming under General Wooling, and occasionally seeking beautiful clothes with Kunini, the leader of the White Hair sect. She was healing and not to be disturbed. This was the perfect opportunity for him to complete the hidden quest. "I understand. Let us raise the banner of rebellion, overthrow the tyranny of the apparitions, and save living humanity." Feng Chao quickly interjected, No, we don't want to eliminate them. We just want to fight for the right to a natural death." The bomb maniac ignored their ideals and continued, "Fine, it doesn't matter. Take me to join the organization. I am ready to sacrifice everything for the cause." "Not yet. You have to pass a test first." "All right, no problem. Test me however you want." The woman brought out another bottle. "Eat what's inside and you will temporarily gain a body like the souls, able to hear their conversations. Follow me later and don't speak too much. My name is Feng Chao." The bomb maniac was inwardly stunned. What kind of technological advancement was this? Could such technology be casually developed? Truly an interstellar civilization with targeted evolution and real power. Without a second thought, the bomb maniac swallowed the contents. His body gradually became ethereal, and in the next instant, he heard a cacophony of voices. So dark, so dark. This child is so naughty, not liking to turn on the lights. Can't hear a thing. This newcomer looks lively. I want a child like this. Can I have his soul essence? The higher-ups are too lenient with these infant-stage humans. If you ask me, they need a good beating to learn not to turn off the lights recklessly. Damn, I just entered the city, and they're already planning to dispose of me. Unbelievable. But he was still thrilled because he had heard something soul essence. Wasn't this one of the items needed for the epic quest between time? Finding just one of the three would complete the task once. He really wanted the title of time controller. These apparitions indeed disliked the dark. In this state, being in the darkness made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if drowning in water. With a click, the woman named Feng Chao turned on the light, and the room brightened, bringing relief. Pretending to see nothing, Feng Chao walked right through the apparitions, including the bomb maniac, and left. Sigh, too bad, I have to go to work. Can't watch anymore. I'm off. An apparition flickered and vanished. Damn it, what a deadbeat boss. I just want to go home and farm. Ha, farming at home is just as tiring. At least the wheat won't call me in the middle of the night to say it wants to grow dragon fruit by morning. A group of apparitions drifted away. The bomb maniac was somewhat dazed, feeling that these apparitions were actually more like normal humans. Snapping back to reality, the bomb maniac quickly followed Feng Chao. Meanwhile, Ji Yud, Jatyan Bangdaza, and Urza had already maxed out their happiness, and were harvested now back at the spawn point. Jatyan Bangdaza and Urza kept their distance from Ji Yud, eyeing him warily. Ji Yud was perplexed. Brothers, what's wrong with you two? Why are you standing so far from me? Zacian Bangdaza's eyes carried a hint of shock. Brother, in our harmonious society, we respect everyone's hobbies and orientations. If you have something to say, just say it. But let me make it clear first. I'm straight. Same here. Zacian Bang Urza quickly chimed in. What are you two even talking about? Ji Yud was furious. Brother, after you changed your gender and became a woman, your happiness meter filled up so quickly. It's a bit suspicious, you know. Hearing this, Ji Yud finally understood. Damn, what do you take me for? I'm absolutely straight. My happiness filled up not because I became a woman, but because of the martial arts tournament I just participated in. It brought me so much joy. Hearing this, the two let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he was still a true brother. Otherwise, recalling their earlier chat in the group would have been disgusting. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Fine, it's nothing. Humph, why don't you two tell me how your happiness meters filled up? Zacian Bangdaza and Urza. What else could it be? Why are you focusing on these things? The streamer should be studying the game, not obsessing over irrelevant stuff. Careful or ill unfollow. Same here. Urza's face was bright red, his mind unable to think clearly, so he just echoed his big brother. And don't get too cocky. If you can change gender, others can too, right? Think about it. Ji Yud felt nauseous at the thought. Imagining that the beautiful woman head passionately fought might be a burly man in disguise made him sick. Humph, then you should also consider whether your opponent might be a burly man, hurting the enemy by 1,000 while losing 10,000. Zacian Bangdaza felt a bit queasy too. Just then, Zacian Bang Urza stepped forward. Impossible. I chose a 2D simulation robot. A robot can't be a woman transformed, right? Before Ji Yud could act, Zacian Bangdaza struck first, slapping Urza on the back of the head. Why didn't you tell me about the 2D simulation robot? Urza looked a bit aggrieved. You ran too fast and slammed the door shut. How was I supposed to say anything? Just then, Huakuen respawned at the starting point. The three tacitly avoided the previous topic. Damn, you three are fast. I was having a blast shooting and suddenly I died. How did you die? Same as you. X3 to prevent Huakuen from asking further, Ji Yud quickly changed the subject. By the way, what did it feel like when you died? I felt nothing. Just died and respawned instantly. Same here, X3. It must be because of the wristband. This time I'll try going in without wearing it. No need. You can just go in directly. Respawn at the city's starting point. Huakuen reminded him. Right, why didn't I think of that? Just as he was about to respawn, he turned and asked, You thought of it. Why didn't you respawn inside? Huakuen showed no embarrassment. I'm your fan. Good things should go to the streamer first. You sly dog. Ji Yud spat out the words viciously and turned to leave. Since he had to respawn anyway, he might as well try entering through the city gate. He decisively went to the gate, passed the scan, answered the puzzle questions, and sprinted forward. He hadn't taken a few steps before he died instantly, again without feeling a thing. If Ji Yud had been there, he would have seen a ghost on the city wall laughing while holding a soul energy rifle. What era is this? Don't they know the reputation of our city of ultimate bliss? Trying to break through, letting us collect free soul matter. Interesting. Finally someone interesting shows up. We'll have something to brag about over drinks tonight. A ghost collecting soul matter walked over, pulled out a silver-white square device and began to collect. But there was nothing. Damn, turns out he's a mindless idiot. No wonder he's so stupid. After dying, Ji Yud immediately chose to respawn at the city's spawn point. But as soon as he revived and stepped out, he was killed instantly. Red lights invisible to ordinary people, and a deafening alarm flashed all around. The guard team surrounded him and the ghost captain cursed loudly. Who let this guy in? Why does he have no wristband in the city? Investigate thoroughly. Soon Ji Yud reappeared at the original spot. How did it go, brother? No luck. I ran from the city gate and still died. I respawned inside, but before I could take 2 steps I was discovered and killed. I don't even know how I died. Should we try bringing in some mecha and zombie players? Alright, call them in. They summoned people quickly, but the results were disappointing. When the mecha player teleported there, his mecha became unusable. As for the zombie player, it was even more awkward. Once there, he couldn't maintain his zombie form, and his body dissipated, forcing him to respawn on the spot. This is really strange. Powers from different cities can only be used within their respective city limits. Far away, they're useless. At least the abilities players exchanged from the system still work, or it'd be really awkward. Damn, why can your mecha still work? You'd noticed a player named Handmade Blacksmith still using his mecha. But his mecha had a rough wasteland style, looking shabby, as if cobbled together from trash. I built this entirely by hand, not with a mecha device. Pretty impressive, huh? Impressive. It seemed they couldn't forcefully breach the city of ultimate bliss for now. After all, how could you fight an enemy you couldn't see? Forget it. Anyone who wants to play can go into the city first. Let's gather more intel, find a way to deal with the enemy, and then, well, take them out. After speaking, You'd went back in. Head learned from the bomb fanatic that the enemies were ghosts, but since he still couldn't see them, there was nothing he could do. Luckily, these ghosts seemed to have face blindness. They didn't realize You'd had already died 3 times. They let him in through the same process. The beautiful accountant tallying deaths and soul matter was going crazy. Damn. Why do the death count and soul matter match? Why weren't there a few brainless guys today with no soul matter? Why does it match? Where did this 0.1 unit of soul matter come from? The man in the shirt beside her wore a smug smile. He had snuck a look at the accounts while the beautiful accountant went to the bathroom, noticed a discrepancy of 0.1, and quietly added his own 0.1 to balance it. The beauty must be thanking him, right? Unaware that his actions would drive the accountant mad, the shirt man felt a little gleeful. He planned to invite her for a drink later and casually mention how Head helped her out. Imagining how touched she would be, the bomb fanatic followed Feng Chao to a fast food joint. On the way, Feng Chao found a dark corner to transform his body. Fortunately, none of this drew the attention of other ghosts. Once there, he gave the bomb fanatic a waiter's uniform. There were no living humans here, only ghosts. The fast food joint served ghosts too. Feng Chao reported the situation to his organization. Good, I understand. Now we need to test if this person has a sense of justice or feels sympathy. Use test 5. Feng Chao emerged from the back while Bomb Maniac was still browsing through a Piao's menu with keen interest. Moreover, at Ing Ji Yuda and Jia Tianbang's request, he had already started live streaming. The live stream's comments were also quite cheerful. Damn, another new class. The Soul Clan, they can even float. I saw someone teleporting. I wonder if we can too. This game is incredible. Psionics, martial artists, zombies, and now a Soul Clan class. Can't they add something normal like knights or mages? You're missing the point. Oh, martial artists can be knights and psionics can be mages. It's up to you. The class boundaries in this game are very blurry, all defined by cultivation methods. It's quite idealistic. Bomb Maniac flipped through the menu. Soul Clan happiness drink, spirit energy, rice bowl, soul fries. The types were similar to human food, and the translator was impressive, converting everything into corresponding names. For instance, soul fries weren't made from potatoes, but from a blue plant ground into powder shaped with a mold and seasoned with Soul Clan spices. Completely different from Blue Star fries. They just occupied the same role in meals, albeit with some exclusive Piao ingredients added. Feng Chao called Bomb Maniac to the kitchen, his expression pained. That soul sitting in the middle of the restaurant is the one who kill. Bomb Maniac carried the fries into the kitchen. Feng Chao sighed, about to tell him to leave, but Bomb Maniac surprised them. Got more of that poison. I'm worried the dose won't be enough if they share it. Feng Chao's eyes lit up. They hadn't considered that. Bomb Maniac wasn't showing sympathy, but was concerned the poison wouldn't be lethal enough and came back for more. Without hesitation, she handed over another bottle. Bomb Maniac didn't waver either. He doused the entire batch of fries generously and served them again. This guy could indeed be one of us, but his actions seem a bit extreme. Let's recruit him into the organization first and observe cautiously. Feng Chao was delighted. She had recruited another qualified member, adding strength to their plan. The natives thought Bomb Maniac was somewhat extreme, while the players thought he was too conservative. Dude, that move was way too conservative. Will you even get an important role, or will you start as a small fry? Isn't it obvious these souls operate in family units? If you don't apply to wipe out his entire family, how can the organization trust you? With this poison, what's this lousy organization waiting for? Just dump it into the water supply and be done with it. Bomb Maniac was exasperated by the players' terrifying suggestions in the chat. They had no foresight at all. If he acted so brutally right after joining, who would ever see him as a good guy? After serving the fries again, Bomb Maniac was fed a red pill by Feng Chao. His body quickly reverted from its ethereal state. Feng Chao did the same. In this state, Bomb Maniac could no longer see the souls in the shop, only some simulation robots and vending machines. Come on, I'll take you to the organization's base. Bomb Maniac was stunned. Killing a soul here was too easy. Just revert to a living state and walk away. Won't they notice? They will, so we need to hurry to the organization's base. With that, Feng Chao grabbed Bomb Maniac and started running. Fortunately, the streets were chaotic with people doing whatever they pleased, so it wasn't unusual. Besides, Bomb Maniac Jiyuda and the others had also re-entered. This time they planned to restrain their desires and observe more carefully. In theory, this place offered complete freedom to do anything, so children should be abundant. Yet they saw very few children, and most weren't raised in families but in centralized institutions. It seemed that with everyone free, few bothered to care for kids. Many players, intrigued by how interesting it was, followed along, roaming the city, eating, drinking, and having fun. The natives, however, weren't so indulgent. They maintained a calm demeanor, appearing neither happy nor sad. Though they might not know how those people died, even by observing patterns they could see that excessive pleasure led to death and disappear. Feng Chao stepped back, and a person with a silver lotus tattoo on their wrist approached. I believe you've seen the real world and the suffering we endure. Please help us, and yourself, liberate this city. Bomb Maniac nodded eagerly in agreement. Leave any task to me. Oh, by the way, who's the person in that painting behind you? She's beautiful. Bomb Maniac glanced at the painting, feeling the figure resembled Yi Ya's sister Ying. I'm not sure. That painting was here when we found this hidden place. Probably someone from the past. Now I have a crucial task for you. You saw the damage that red liquid does to those souls, but its raw materials are scarce and heavily guarded by the souls, unreachable through normal means. It's up to you now. The Silver Lotus leader handed Bomb Maniac a map marked with the raw materials location. Bomb Maniac was thrilled. Taking the blueprint, he immediately sent a message in the group. Brothers, don't say I'm not helping you. A big job is here, let's do it together. Once we solve this problem, we should be able to unlock a new faction class, the Wraith. Come if you want. He casually posted the map in the group, then replied to Feng Chao with a serious expression. I will surely complete the mission. By the way, could you give me more of that potion that turns people into spirit forms? I need to adapt to any situation. Feng Chao handed a set of 20 bottles of the ethereal spirit transformation potion to Bomb Maniac and said cautiously, never take too much of this at once. Consuming more than 5 bottles in a single dose will permanently turn you into a spirit form, but not a normal one. Without replenishment, you'll dissipate quickly. Bomb Maniac took the potion and replied, Understood, I'll be careful. Do you have the formula? I can brew it myself once I run out. Feng Chao thought for a moment. This wasn't a particularly secret potion, nor one they had developed specifically against the spirit race. It was widely circulated in many places. Here you go. But remember, becoming a spirit form might let you see the truth of the world, but always keep in mind that living humans are your companions. Don't worry, protecting the glory of humanity is our duty. After giving the instructions and leaving contact information, Bomb Maniac was sent out. When he looked back later, the entrance to that secret base was nowhere to be found. Not bothering to dwell on it, he traded the potion formula and 10 bottles of the potion to General Wuling. Big shot, study this and see if we can make it over there. If it works well, split the profits 50-50. General Wuling replied succinctly, got it. Just as Bomb Maniac was about to look for Ji Yud and the others to see what they were up to, General Wuling messaged back. Seems pretty simple. Already made it. The effects are similar. Looks like this thing really isn't that secret. It's already listed. After costs, we split 50-50. But there's an issue. I watched the live stream too. In our city, the effect is very weak. It just makes you lighter. I tried your original potion too, same result. I'll send you some of mine first to test. No problem. Bomb Maniac was truly surprised it was done so quickly. Just as Feng Chao had said, this thing wasn't mysterious at all. He took out the potion traded by General Wuling and drank 1 bottle on the spot. The effect was excellent. He immediately turned ethereal into a spirit form. Moreover, General Wuling had thoughtfully added a flavoring agent. His was strawberry flavored. No problem, big shot, this really works. The effect is the same. Good. Bomb Maniac, holding the potion, went off cheerfully to find Ji Yud and the others. But General Wuling was lost in thought. Clearly the item was the same, the people were the same. Why did it work in that city but have issues in this one? She sent this question to Mechanical Prodigy. Big shot. I've noticed a restriction between the 2 cities. Also, when the 5th satellite city attacked us, they didn't show anything special. Is there a limitation between cities? Mechanical Prodigy smiled and turned to the teacher of General Wuling, who was researching. Your student is quite sharp. The elder laughed and said, the kid is smart, just a bit lazy, and with odd interests, but it's not bad that she's found her niche in this game. Mechanical Prodigy replied to General Wuling explaining the zoo theory from before. We're exploring the boundaries, and also looking for whether there's an observer organization. Some clues but not many. According to the zoo theory, this situation means either there's a device at the city's border that suppresses foreign energy or a device at the city center that activates the city's own energy. We're still searching. But don't worry, even if there is an observer organization, they seem to have problem. They might be treated like monkeys locked on this planet. Understood, it'll help too. Mechanical Prodigy was wondering how the supposedly lazy General Wuling would help when a pinned bounty mission appeared. Player General Wuling has issued a mission: find devices, runes, formations, etc. Mission objective: find devices at the city's border that hinder zombie players or mecha actions, or devices at the city's center that enhance zombie players or mecha. Mission reward: 5000 points. Membership card for the Boundless Fields organization. Priority purchase of new products, 10 discount on products. So that's how she helps. Mechanical Prodigy thought for a moment and added a reward. Soon the bounty mission had an additional note: Academic Hall organization adds reward 5000 points. Academic Hall membership card. Priority purchase of new products, 10 discount on products. Seeing these two missions, many players began to act. As the first and top-tier academic and technological organizations in the game, Boundless Fields and Academic Hall now sold countless items, from daily necessities to weapons, mobility gear, and even custom-built mechas. And recently rumors were circulating that Academic Hall had official backing. Not from the game company, but from the Chinese government. No one doubted the practicality of Chinese scientists, and it was believed that many useful gadgets would soon appear. A 10 discount membership card was tempting enough, let alone 2. So everyone sprang into action. After posting the mission, Mechanical Prodigy was about to continue working when the teacher of General Wuling asked, "By the way, how's that local scientist Chen Hanshan doing? I heard the communication hasn't been going smoothly." Mechanical Prodigy rubbed his forehead. Chen Hanshan indeed possessed a lot of technology, including cloning and memory transfer, which they were very interested in. But building trust was a process that required time, albeit a rather bizarre one. In the underground bunker's research lab, Chen Hanshan, just finishing a conversation with other scientists, was shouting at a player, "Kid, aren't you coming back to see your grandpa? Your grandpa's oil is leaking. Get back here now. Your grandpa has made you another great thing." The player didn't reply, but from the communication device came the voice of Kuan-and-I Tai Cho. "Grandpa, I really have a mission. I'm tasked with pioneering the stars and finding a base. I've traveled far and coming back would be a waste. Stay safe. What kind of dumb mission sent you out? Can it even be completed?" Kuan-and-I Tai Cho felt a mix of emotion, awkwardness, and speechlessness. This local scientist probably truly saw him as a surrogate for his grandson. The condition for cooperating with Chinese scientists was that Kuan-and-I Tai Cho had to chat with Chen Hanshan every day. Kuan-and-I Tai Cho had no choice but to play the obedient grandson at a fixed time daily. Still, he didn't mind. The organization not only gave him in-game points, but had even arranged a special military enlistment for him in real life, which made his parents overjoyed. Playing the grandson in the game was worth it. The old man was quite generous to his grandson. Recently, General Wuling had been eating too well in the game and had even gained weight, making it hard to walk. She happened to drink a bottle of the ethereal potion to lose some weight and save energy. The twin sisters Yi and Yi Ying came to chat with her. As some of the few normal female players in the game who were also familiar with Bomb Maniac, they often visited General Wuling. "Sister, what are you drinking?" Little Yi Ying hugged General Wuling's arm. General Wuling, who had previously tested local creatures like rats, ground pigs, and lacerating hounds, and found them similar to players, thought nothing of it. She handed Yi Ying a red potion, strawberry-flavored potion. "Makes you stronger and walk faster." Yi Ying didn't hesitate and drank it down in big gulps, as she often did there. But the moment the potion entered Yi Ying's body, a huge change occurred. Behind Yi Ying, a pitch-black scythe appeared, its handle suspended by chains holding a green lantern. Yi Ying stepped back, seemingly merging into the darkness, her right hand gripping the scythe's handle, while her left held the lantern. Green, ghostly flames flickered in her brown eyes. With a sudden exhale, the energy of the potion was entirely consumed, and Yi Ying spat out a mouthful of red blood, awakening from that peculiar state. Yi Ying, wake up. What's wrong with you?" Yi anxiously shook her sister, trying to rouse her. Stop. Sister, you're going to shake my brains out." Huff. Seeing her sister awaken, Yi sighed in relief. "What happened just now? Why did you transform like that?" Yi Ying smiled softly. "I don't know, but I was conscious during the transformation. I just couldn't control my body. Moreover, I felt very comfortable, as if I was meant to be like this." "It's good if that's the case. If you can control it, we can conduct more experiments later." The general from Wuling reassured Yi Ying. It's better to let her try under supervision, or otherwise, even if he told her not to attempt that again, he knew she would inevitably try it herself. It would be safer this way. Uncertain of what was happening here, the Bomb Maniac had already found Ji Yud and the others, but they were at the spawn point. After some time, the bomb maniac emerged from the resurrection point saying, Can you even think what I think? This technology is so advanced." After a while, the Blast Gang's second blast remarked, "I told you right, mythical figures can indeed be customized. Impressive, huh?" After another period of time, the bomb maniac said, "We really need to start the hidden mission. If we can't complete the mission, the new faction, the ghosts, might disappear." Ji-Yud replied, "After completion, watch advertisements to gain power for love. There will be surprises." The bomb maniac asked, "Is that true? Then I must verify it." The Blast Gang's big blast added, "Let's go together." The Blast Gang's second blast chimed in, "Let's go." After another period of time, the group exchanged glances, ready to undertake the very last attempt. The general from Wuling sent a message, "Maniac, that painting you saw earlier that resembles Yi Ying may truly be related to her. She reacted strongly to that potion. It definitely has a significant connection to the City of Bliss." "Understood, boss, we will investigate thoroughly." "Alright, enough playing around, let's start the mission." Ji-Yud casually sent a message. "Sage time speaking is so authoritative." The bomb maniac mumbled, "You can't just say things like that about the second dimension." After some light banter, everyone settled down to start the mission. Ji-Yud suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Kun, you're too ugly. I heard your girlfriend's colleague, the Joker Girl, seems to have come to the City of Bliss as well. Tell her to greet the Joker Girl if we meet her." "No way. In a game, can't we chat and greet each other?" The Blast Gang's second blast retorted. "Who knows? He just said it. Let's wait and see." The bomb maniac said as he took out the phasing potion, handing one to each person, and took one for himself. "You all phase first. After phasing, we'll assess the situation. Be careful not to phase in well-lit areas. Do it in the darkness to avoid detection." Soon everyone drank the potion, then turned around to take several more bottles, gulping them down. These were all purchased from the General of Wuling. "What's wrong with you? Drinking so much means you'll be permanently phased. You truly have turned into a spirit." Ji-Yud said without hesitation, "Right? We need to become spirits and join the spirit organization. Clearly they are stronger over there, and it's even more interesting. Being a ghost is a rare experience. It's been a long time since we've been human. We want to become ghosts." The bomb maniac was taken aback. "Isn't there anyone who wants to join me?" "No, not a single one. We've all chosen the ghost organization." The Blast Gang's second blast and big blast echoed, while Huakuen seemed to have disappeared. "Don't worry. We'll join both organizations and help each other boost our contributions. Otherwise, how long would it take to complete the missions? In this totally free game, we need to leverage our advantages. Let's first attempt to infiltrate the enemy from within. If we can't, we'll call in friends to overwhelm them. Rest assured, we are just the vanguard. The other players will finish their tasks and follow us." "Oh right, we need to be swift. If that doesn't work, we need to head to the 5th satellite city first. Those dog coins dared to attack us, exterminating them is the priority." Seeing these old sixes, the bomb maniac had no choice but to scout ahead himself, hoping these old sixes would be discovered quickly and abandon the darkness for the light. After Ji-Yud and the Blast Gang's big blast and second blast adapted to their bodies slightly, they walked out from the spawn point in the city. They had no items on their wrists and hadn't been killed. Damn, this place is really crowded with people. When they were in a living state, they couldn't see the ghosts wandering outside at all. Now, after transforming into spirit bodies, they immediately saw people everywhere on the streets. However, it looked very awkward. Sometimes it was hard to distinguish between living people and ghosts. They often saw ghosts passing through living bodies, which was both terrifying and discomforting to watch. Whoosh! The Blast Gang's second blast suddenly flashed forward a great distance. "Wow, is this what flashing is? I can do it too. How did you do that?" Ji-Yud hurriedly asked. "Just concentrate and think about moving forward and it works." After hearing that, Ji-Yud tried it, but it still failed. It seemed that this required a bit of talent. Clank, clank, clank. A fiery car sped out from the void, and a chubby man resembling a ghostly law enforcement officer stepped out of the car holding a baton. "Where did you three come from? Where are your guardians? Show your ID. You're just wandering around instead of studying properly. Have you passed the soul language level 4? Did you study soul system history well? Do you know that life pressure is immense now? Being a spirit is very tough and you're wasting time here." Hearing these words, Ji-Yud recalled the terror of being commanded by the high school homeroom teacher back in the day. The words were simply identical. The other two felt the same way. They had no identification, no ID cards at all. A crowd had gathered around, pointing and gossiping. Tisk, 3 delinquent souls skipping school again. Oh, how worrying for their parents. "You mustn't behave this way in the future, or you'll surely drive your mother mad. I've always said that these newborn souls need proper education, or they'll cause major troubles." People around were whispering. The three of them inside were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Soon the law enforcement personnel reacted. You don't have identification or parents, you must be naturally born. Hearing this, the souls surrounding them all retreated in panic, exclaiming, naturally born souls are said to be very violent and their personalities are extreme. Haven't we already eliminated this method of giving birth to souls? Yes, I heard that only infants with strong obsessions can give birth to souls and they often have tragic fates. But in the city of bliss, human infants don't have to do anything. What's tragic about that? We suffer from the daily grind. What do we do now? The latest incident was 100 years ago. They have no parents, no property. The barefoot have nothing to fear from the shod, so keep your distance. The plump law enforcement officer was also a bit perplexed. He had never encountered such a situation. These three were clearly newborn souls within 10 days, yet he didn't expect them to be naturally born. Recently, he hadn't heard of any tragic incidents involving living infants. Forget it, let's take them back and let the higher-ups deal with the headache. Come on, get in the car and follow me. Ji Yud and the others were a bit confused, but it didn't matter. It was clear they were about to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Even if they couldn't infiltrate, it was just a matter of having their souls scattered, nothing significant. The three of them obediently got into the car. Joining the public sector on the first day was perfect. As long as they weren't thrown into prison to operate sewing machines, they could accept anything. The car started and the plump officer began to speak. It seems your consciousness is still quite clear, that's good. When wild souls encounter enemies, they might trigger past grievances, but in our city of bliss you must control it. Otherwise the consequences could be severe. But don't worry, it might just end with filling out some forms at the bureau, and you'll get an ID card and be sent off for education. Rest assured we are fair, and just your basic rights are absolutely guaranteed. The three remained silent, nodding quietly, while frantically communicating in the chat channel. Brothers, I feel like these souls are living a normal life, while living humans aren't even living normally. It's an illusion, an illusion. Who knows, one day these people might turn and start slaughtering humans. Otherwise, why are there so few humans? The Zhatian gang was rebutting. Exactly, they treat humans like pigs. This problem must be addressed. The car carrying the souls moved quickly and remarkably didn't even need to look at the road, driving in a straight line. There must have been some magical equipment on this vehicle enabling them to sit without collision, passing right through other souls without a hitch. The three felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, looking left and right. The straight path was fast, and soon they arrived at their destination, the Public Security Bureau of the City of Bliss. The plump officer had already reported the situation he encountered, and now many people had gathered around to see the newly born souls. I heard they caught 3 naturally born souls. It's been ages since I last saw one. I wonder if these souls are frightening. Not really, according to the plump officer, they appear rather silly. Perhaps their brains didn't develop properly at birth. Haven't there been rumors lately about how infants have discovered methods to transform into souls? Could they have transformed? No, those who transformed into souls are only temporarily ethereal. They will eventually revert to infancy. If they permanently become souls, they won't be able to return and will quickly dissipate. With a stylish drift, the plump officer parked the car at the entrance. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down as everyone looked up, eager to see what the newborn souls were like. The officer got out and opened the door, and the 3 streamed out of the car. This looks truly silly. They don't seem fierce at all. What a disappointment, just like my family's delusional little soul. What will happen to these 3 naturally born souls? Will they be locked up? The crowd suddenly became noisy. The 3 were startled when they emerged, thinking this group might do something to them. After gradually understanding the surrounding discussions, they calmed down. Ji Yud was the first to react. We are being wronged. We haven't done anything. We were just captured. Before he could finish speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. Why waste breath? Hurry up, you'll have a chance to talk later. Soon the 3 were taken inside, carefully separating them. Each was assigned a regret chair. The 3 communicated in the chat channel. Brothers, remember what questions were asked and how you answered. Synchronize in the group to avoid slipping up. Ji Yud quickly sent a message, and the other 2 nodded in agreement, indicating receipt. It seemed they really had a chance to infiltrate the enemy ranks. The plump officer arranged for the 3 to be placed in separate rooms before immediately going to find the commander. Commander, what should we do now? With a thud, a folder was thrown at the plump officer's feet. You really know how to get me into trouble. What can we do? Nothing can be done. If we question them and they turn out to be naturally born souls born from extreme resentment, what then? If we don't release those souls, the rights organizations will protest. If we do release them and something goes wrong, others will criticize us for inaction. It's a tough spot. Neither releasing them nor holding them is good. Why did you insist on finding these 3 troublemakers? The officer was venting angrily inside. The three on the regret chairs felt a bit bored. Madman, how's it going? Have you found a place? What's the situation? Is it manageable? Ji-Yud asked first. Previously, he felt a slight barrier with the wealthy bomb enthusiast, but after sharing insights together about the teachings of two-dimensional sisters, the barrier disappeared. So chatting together felt more relaxed. The bomb enthusiast saw Ji-Yud's message, but had no intention of answering. He was questioning whether this map was drawn incorrectly or if Feng Chao and the others were deliberately trying to harm him. Looking up, he realized that the source of rare materials was actually beneath the Public Security Bureau of the City of Bliss. What's going on? Am I supposed to be 007, breaking into the bureau to steal things? The bomb maniac was exasperated, angrily replying, "Inside brothers, I'm truly fed up with this shady organization. On my very first day, they sent me to steal something right under the Public Security Bureau. Isn't that like joining the Akatsuki and being assigned to capture the Ninetales on day one? They must have way too much faith in my abilities." The three of them chuckled upon reading this. Brother, believe it or not, we're actually inside the Public Security Bureau right now. Jia Tianbang Deja laughed. "Whoa, you big shots are incredible. We've been apart for less than an hour, and you've already joined the official organization. That's so fast, so impressive. Come help me out." Seeing the bomb maniac's plea, the three simultaneously sent a selfie. Sitting on the repentance chairs, they instantly stunned him. Brilliant. Who says operating a sewing machine isn't a government job? Ji-Yud was the reliable one. Hold on, we were called in for questioning. We might be out soon. Don't wander around outside, it's easy to get caught. Some people can tell the difference. Hearing this, the bomb maniac left. Most buildings in the city appeared the same to both humans and souls, but a few were different. For instance, this Public Security Bureau looked like itself to souls, but to humans it was a massive chimney of a thermal power plant belching thick smoke and radiating heat. No one even bored with hedonism would choose to jump in here to end their life. Quite safe, actually. After chatting with the bomb maniac, the three in the solitary cells grew bored again on the repentance chairs. However, the fat uncle and the officer had witnessed their antics, laughing one moment, muttering to himself the next. As the legend goes, natural-born souls are indeed mentally unstable. True, but he seems harmless enough. The office phone rang. It was the front desk. "Sir, representatives from the Soul Rights Organization are here," followed by reporters from several TV stations and newspapers. "They want to ask why an innocent, pitiful natural-born soul was brought into the station without any reason." The officer slammed down the phone, his face twisted with rage. These news people are always looking for trouble. And that Soul Rights Organization is utterly useless, just causing chaos. After a moment's thought, he gave an order. "Isn't the Special Operations Unit shorthanded? They've repeatedly requested reinforcements. Send these three directly to them. They're jobless anyway, and natural-born souls are inherently powerful. It's a perfect fit. Even the Soul Rights Organization won't have a leg to stand on." "Is that appropriate?" the fat uncle asked. "Just do it. The special ops have their own vetting process anyway. Let them handle it." The fat uncle led the three to the special ops. The officer put on a genial expression to deal with the Soul Rights Organization and the press. "What? We're being sent to the Special Operations Unit." Ji-Yud was stunned. What kind of plot twist was this? Joining the special ops just like that? Don't get too excited. The special ops aren't easy, and there's a rigorous vetting process. It's not a walk in the park. These people just pass the buck instead of solving problems. "Erase my card. If you end up with nowhere to go, contact me." The fat uncle Apiao handed Ji-Yud a card. He stood over 1.9 meters tall, weighed at least 110 kilograms, a burly, iron-willed man. His name was Wang Tianmeng. Seeing Ji-Yud's reaction, the fat uncle was used to it. Every soul had a similar response. "When my father created me, he spent a fortune to acquire the soul essence of a famous human infant star. He adored it, so he overruled all objections to give me this name, hoping I'd pursue a path in the arts." The trio's barely suppressed laughter annoyed the fat uncle. "Enough, let's go. Stop wasting time." They chuckled and obediently followed him, then chatted in their group chat. Wang Tianmeng. "Who would have thought? What a contrast. That's nothing. My uncle has leg hair a meter long, and his name is Li Jinfeng. Before my grandma gave birth to him, she dreamed a golden phoenix landed on our roof. She insisted on that name, saying he'd be draped in imperial robes and live on fine food." Jia Tianbang Jia said, "So how's our uncle doing now?" Ji-Yud asked curiously. "Grandma's dream came true. He's indeed draped in yellow robes and surrounded by fine food. He became a glorious delivery driver." Ji-Yud couldn't help but snicker, quickly changing the subject. "So what do we do now? If we join the special ops, won't we lose our freedom? How can we help the maniac?" "No rush. A wave of players is about to arrive. Jia Tianbang de Jia shared a screenshot of his order from General Wuling. Erase my number. The players Hove ordered the etherealization potion from General Wuling are at least this many now. The first batch of 20,000 potions will be delivered in 3 days. At least a few thousand players will come here, then integrating into Soul Society with more to follow. Ji Yud was astonished. General Wuling is that powerful. He can produce so much in such a short time. Jia Tianbang de Jia said dismissively, you just don't pay attention. Check the quest channel. The big shot has been buying up plants and hiring players to farm since the beginning. And this time the academic hall of Mechanical Little God is involved. They might have set up a production line. It's only natural it's fast. Ji Yud couldn't help but marvel, players truly are the fourth calamity. Wherever there's fun they swarm in like a horde. They can respawn and fear nothing. Who can stand against that? Exactly. Well, try a clever approach first. If that fails, well, just have to show off our modest combat skills. Oh, by the way, Mechanical Little God wants us to find weapons that can harm souls or capture a few souls to send back to the city. He wants to experiment and figure out which weapons can damage these beings. At this, Ji Yud hesitated. Brother, to be honest, I feel like not all these souls are bad. They seem pretty normal. I feel wrong attacking them without cause. Jia Tianbang de Jia replied, these people may be innocent, but what about the humans harvested for joy? Are they innocent? Anyway, this system is fundamentally flawed. It's infuriating and it must be changed. There's a difference between having a gun and not using it and not having one at all. Maybe there's no absolute right or wrong here. We just have to side with our own interests. Identify as human. If needed, well, just grab a criminal soul to send over. There's a public security bureau, so there must be criminal souls, right? Impossible not to. Hearing Jia Tianbang de Jia's words, Jia Tianbang Jia was surprised. His big brother was usually so cringe, always saying whoa and I'm done. Lately had been saying things like this. Bro, what's wrong? Don't scare me. You've changed. Are you even my big brother anymore? Jia Tianbang de Jia snapped out of it. Damn, I've been attending too many grad school prep classes lately. Got used to it. The fat Uncle Wang Tianming listened to the quiet footsteps of the three behind him, finding them quite agreeable. Alright, we've arrived at the Special Ops Division. Go in. If you pass the tests, you'll become glorious special operatives responsible for guarding, escorting, patrolling, and other crucial duties. Inside the room, people were whispering. Have you heard? They're sending someone to escort a soul devourer. That's terrifying. Last time only one soul came back. Damn it, what is the higher-ups thinking? These vicious souls should be annihilated, not kept alive. I heard they carry secrets. The bigwigs want to know. So annoying. Please don't pick me. Even if they do, I'm not going. They'll quit if I have to. The fat uncle pushed open the door and the chatter inside abruptly ceased. The officer inside had already received the news and saw a solution to a persistent headache. He greeted them with a beaming smile. Are these the three powerful natural-born souls? Truly impressive and dignified. The three exchanged glances. Something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. The receptionist blocked the stout uncle and said, Rest assured, once the souls are handed over to us, you can be completely at ease, it's guaranteed. After speaking, he turned and led the three into his office. I've been waiting for you with stars and sun in my eyes, finally you're here. The phrasing was a bit awkward, but it made sense considering this planet had no moon. We're also very glad to join the special forces and contribute to the soul race. Regardless, pledging loyalty first was the way to go. Ji Yud stuck to his familiar routine. Truly innate souls are extraordinary. Having just emerged a few days ago, yet already so principled and righteous. Impressive. Just in time, there's a small escort mission that's perfect for you. Before the three could respond, he pressed the intercom on the desk. Assistant Zhou, come in. Soon a dashing female assistant entered. Take these passionate youths to collect their gear. They've officially joined our special forces. Remember, they must have the best equipment. They're the team assigned to the escort mission. Ensure they get the finest. Hearing this, the female assistant's pupils contracted, showing her disbelief. She opened her mouth to speak, but was immediately cut off. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Yes. The female assistant said nothing more and directly led the three to collect their gear. Soon news that three innate souls had joined the special forces as full members reached the deputy director's ears. He rushed over like lightning. Director, this goes against protocol. How can newcomers be made regular members directly? My nephew and the others are still just reserve members. And these people haven't even undergone background checks. The director, with his eyes closed in repose, said calmly, Go tell your nephew that if he takes charge of escorting the soul devourer, it'll not only make him a full member but also promote him half a rank. How about that? The deputy director, looking sheepish, found it hard to respond. Escorting the soul devourer was practically suicide. Each time several souls perished. He even suspected the escort missions were just feeding the soul devourer. Otherwise, why would they transport it from the northern experimental base to the southern prison 2 years ago, from the south back to the north last year, and now from the north to the south again this year? Wasn't this just a yearly game? Thinking this, the deputy director had an idea. Why not let these 3 use the names of 3 of our team members for the escort? After all, they haven't registered their information yet. If they succeed, well, give them some other rewards. If they get devoured, well, just say they fled after being severely wounded. That way our own members can get a chance to rise. Slap. The director slammed the documents in his hand heavily onto the desk. You scoundrel! Say one more word and regardless of who's backing you, you'll be out of here. You've been with me for 250 years, and you still haven't understood. The reason I've remained director and the brothers still respect me is because though I'm greedy, lazy, and afraid of death, I never take a single thing that the brothers risk their lives for, nor do I ever skimp on anything. I personally ensure everything reaches their families. Get out. I don't want to see you again today. The deputy director hadn't expected the director to flare up so intensely. Was this the same director who ordered 10 girls at a tavern in one go? But despite his connections, he dared not push the director too far. The director had risen from the very bottom to this position, and in hundreds of years, he had never changed. Yes. I was too hasty. It's my fault. I promise that if anything happens to them, they'll receive the fairest treatment. With that, the deputy director left. The director leaned back in his chair, took a drag from his electronic mist, and fiddled with a silver lotus in his hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ji Yud and his 2 companions were bewildered. Somehow they were now fully equipped. Soul armor, soul-powered rifles, soul-powered pistols, soul-powered handcuffs, and hundreds of soul energy bullets. Fully armed, they actually looked the part of soul warriors. Watching them, Secretary Zhou hesitated, then sighed. Remember, the mission is important, but your lives are more important. If things go wrong, just run. At worst, you'll be locked up for a century or 2. Lost in the joy of their new gear, the 3 barely registered her words. However, they did learn that these spirits had terrifyingly long lifespans. At least 1,000 years, though they only retired at 900. The thought of nearly 900 years of working 986 was horrifying. Then Erja of the Zhayan gang recalled what little mechanical god had told them and asked, I heard the one we're escorting is a heinous soul. Could you give us some soul-specific agents? And can we have more bullets and weapons? We're worried about running out at a critical moment. Hearing Erja's request, Secretary Zhou didn't try to save the organization's money. Since the director had said the best equipment and the best treatment, she complied. She retrieved several more items from the storeroom. This is Soul Wound Potion, which can severely damage a soul on contact. This is Soul Sedation Potion, which can put a soul into a coma. This is Soul Flash Potion, which can temporarily deprive a soul of perception and sight. I've also brought you 2 extra sets of weapons. Use them as you wish. But be warned, while you can use these standard-issue weapons yourselves, if they ever appear on the black market, you will be held 100% accountable. These items were extremely useful and would undoubtedly be of great help to Little Mechanical God's research. Thanks, beautiful. Assistant Zhou's face flushed slightly. She wasn't used to such flattery, but it was a pity they were heading into danger. All right, the escort mission should be tomorrow. I've arranged for you to stay at the hotel next to the headquarters tonight. Get some rest early. It might increase your chances. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhou, the 3 headed to the hotel as instructed. Brother, no one told you, but how did you know the person we're escorting is extremely vicious? Deja of the Zhayan gang asked Erja. I didn't know. I just said it casually. If I hadn't made it sound so dangerous, how would they have given us all this gear? Soon they traded the equipment to Little Mechanical God. Big shot, study it as fast as you can. We might need it tomorrow. The research on the City of Ultimate Bliss, along with subsequent expansions and self-defense measures, were top priority tasks. Both Little Mechanical God's organization and General Wuling's forces devoted all their efforts to the initial studies. After a full game night of intense work, they finally had some results. On the table lay 5 potions, an alloy sword, and a bundle of alloy threads. A girl with black bat wings sprouting from her back, holding a scythe in her right hand, was idly leaning on the table. The lantern on the table emitted a faint green glow. It was the nightingale from before. Through gradual testing of the elixir, they confirmed that, in this transformed state, she still retained her consciousness. Moreover, she could fly and flicker, resembling a spirit body. It was undoubtedly linked to Elysium City, and likely a very high-level spirit body at that. The general of the 5 ridges squeezed a drop from each vial into the water. Nightingale dipped her finger into each concoction. In this state, her recovery ability was formidable, and consuming the elixir further enhanced her strength. No. 2 and no. 3 have no effect. No. 1 slightly corrodes the hand. No. 4 makes me feel sluggish and my speech becomes slurred after touching it. No. 5 causes excruciating pain throughout the entire body. After these tests she picked up an alloy blade to try it out. It can barely harm me. After voiding I can pass straight through it. Setting down the alloy blade she picked up an alloy wire. There's a sense of restraint. What's added to this? It feels somewhat dangerous. Finally something useful. The two breathed a sigh of relief. These are the soul energy bullets sent by Ji-Yud and his team. We tested them. They're made from metal with similar properties. After finishing the tests Nightingale walked out of the underground base and happened to encounter Zhang Yufan, who was coughing while holding his sister's hand. She sensed an immense threat. It felt as if she had encountered her natural enemy extremely uncomfortable. She quickly departed. Over on their side Ji-Yud and his team who had risen early to prepare for the escort mission also received the elixir and alloy ropes from the mechanical prodigy. The big shot wants us to try this elixir. Want some? Ji-Yud took out the elixir and said, "Are you an idiot? We're about to escort a heinous criminal soul. Using it on ourselves instead of him? Are you brain dead?" However, the mechanical prodigy forgot to tell them that this elixir was extremely potent. Even Nightingale, a clearly transformed and super strong spirit body, felt great pain after trying a diluted version. "What are you doing?" Zantianbang Daza watched as Ji-Yud poured 2 vials of elixir into a test bottle to heat it. Concentrating it. Secretary Zhou secretly told me yesterday that the person we're escorting is truly vicious and incredibly fierce. The big shots don't know, but I'm afraid the potency isn't enough. After slightly concentrating several vials of elixir, Ji-Yud and his team arrived at the entrance of the General Bureau. At this moment, a radius of 1 kilometer around the bureau was under strict lockdown. Everyone in sight was fully equipped with solemn expressions. Seeing the nonchalant trio of Ji-Yud, Zantianbang Daza, and Erza approach, their eyes revealed admiration. They had heard from the director today that these 3 heroes had just joined the bureau. Upon hearing that the escort target was this heinous criminal, they all volunteered to undertake the mission. I thought this society was full of decay and retreat. I never expected there to be such heroes. There is still hope for this world. Idols, absolute idols. Truly courageous. So this is the demeanor of a master. In the remaining 800 years of my life, I will remember this day forever. Seeing the admiring gazes of the crowd, the 3 couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Yet they could also sense that this mission was by no means simple. The director of the Special Operations Bureau approached. "You've worked hard. Its energy is unique and cannot pass through special channels. It can only be transported bit by vehicle. Although it is a heinous criminal soul, the higher-ups and the Soul Rights Organization have repeatedly emphasized that his life must be protected." Ji-Yud stood at attention with a serious expression, but he kept complaining in the group chat. "We have to protect the safety of such scum. I've seen too many movies where the escort team gets attacked while transporting a criminal and ends up desperately protecting the worthless prisoner. Bah! If the bomb maniac hadn't spent all of last night observing and found no way to enter the General Bureau, we wouldn't need to disguise ourselves for this. Otherwise, I would have annihilated him on the spot." After a simple handover, a soul body fully 3 meters tall and pitch black to the point of solidity was brought out. It was shackled only with a small handcuff on its wrists. "Damn it, no wonder there are so many deaths on escort missions like yours. How could there not be casualties? This handcuff is so thin it makes me want to cry." Zantianbang Erza didn't care at all. He stepped forward and delivered a kick. "What are you staring at? Get your ass into the car." This kick hurt his own foot and it scared the surrounding people away. They all scurried off, afraid to be left behind. The Soul Devourer shot a vicious glare at Zantianbang Erza, then looked warily at the General Bureau behind him. He thought to himself, "You little bastards. Don't you realize you're just delivering yourselves to me as a meal? Wait, I'll eat you last." "What the hell are you looking at?" Zantianbang Erza wouldn't tolerate this criminal soul. The criminal soul had already marked Erza as a dead man in his heart, so he didn't get angry. He turned and sat into the car, determined to devour them all as soon as they left the 1 kilometer radius. Zantianbang Daza and Erza sat in the back seat flanking the criminal soul. Though the soul was quite bulky, the car was spacious enough to not feel cramped. Ji-Yud drove in the front. "Hey bro, we're just following orders. Don't make things difficult for us. Let's just cooperate and finish the trip. Here, have a drink, you don't get these often in prison, right?" As Daza handed over the drink, the Soul Devourer sneered contemptuously. Even if they tried to curry favor, it was useless. "You're dead meat. I'll eat you first to spare you from living in fear." With a crack, the handcuff snapped apart. The Soul Devourer took the drink disdainfully and downed it in 1 gulp. At first, there was a sweet mango flavor in his throat. Then a heart-wrenching pain spread from his stomach throughout his entire body. A pain he had never experienced before, one that made him wish for death. The drink also had a corrosive effect. Though he was powerful, it still corroded his stomach. Another strange Sue. Bro, did you add water to it again? Look, there's no reaction. At this moment, the soul devourer was already wishing for death, yet he still couldn't move. What do you mean? Do you think I'd be that cheap? This is pure poison, not a drop of water added. I even kindly made it mango flavored. No effect. Zantianbang Daza patted the soul devourer on the shoulder. Bro, look, you broke the handcuffs. I gave you a bottle of mango water. We're even now, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Zantianbang Urza looked at Daza thinking, is that the same thing? Probably the exams have fried his brain. Oh well, I can't undermine my own teammate. The soul devourer was struggling desperately to move his body. After great effort, he finally managed to curl a corner of his mouth, as if to say, is that all you've got? To the three of them, this seemed somewhat sarcastic. Kid, you're showing a bit too much disrespect to your opponents. Gee, you'd even stopped the car and crawled into the back compartment. Damn it, mission or not, this NPC dared to look down on us three. Absolutely unforgivable. Zantianbang Daza acted faster. Slap slap. 2 slaps across the face. Speak. What's with the attitude? You think you can endure this and stay silent? The soul devourer was seething with rage, but the poison was too potent. The excruciating pain prevented him from concentrating, and the other effect immobilized his body. In a fit of anger, he managed to raise an eyebrow. To the three, it seemed like he was saying, did you even have breakfast? Even Ji Yud was furious. I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. The three of them rained down a flurry of punches and kicks, thoroughly enjoying themselves until their hands hurt. Then Zantianbang Urza suddenly realized, hey, is it possible that he's not refusing to talk, but he can't move? Ji Yud waved his hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zantianbang Urza picked up the discarded drink bottle and gently pressed his finger against the remaining residue. First, a cool sensation spread to his hand. Then his hand went numb, stiff, and immobile. Damn, he might really be unable to move, said Second Bang of the Bang Gang, tapping his own stiff right hand. He tried to move it, but found it completely immobile. No way, said First Bang, giving it a hard knock. Clank. The hardened right hand fell straight off, causing the soul devourer's pupils to contract sharply. I am guilty, please punish me with the law, not with these lunatics. He had always been arrogant because he harbored secrets. Something of value to offer those above, ensuring no sane person would kill him. But now, faced with these obvious madmen, he was no longer certain. Second Bang's hand fell off, but the severed area didn't bleed. His pain system was also disabled, so he felt nothing. Ji Yud picked up the fallen right hand, thought for a moment, and traded it directly to Mechanical Prodigy. Boss, do you think this item will dissipate if I trade it over? Previously, some players had consumed potions in the City of Ultimate Bliss, turned into spirit bodies, and returned home to cause trouble only to dissipate within minutes. Ji Yud noticed this item was hard, and might last longer, allowing the boss more research time. It won't dissipate, it's effective, and the properties remain unchanged. Get more of these for better experiments. Mechanical Prodigy replied quickly. Ji Yud patted Second Bang on the shoulder. You brothers are geniuses. This mixed potion preserves the spirit bonus properties perfectly, even at home, without dissipation. Hearing this, Second Bang excitedly pulled out a chainsaw. What are we waiting for? Give me more potion, let's get more for the bosses. First Bang stopped Second Bang. Why are you so excited, fool? Brother, don't fight me for this. It's not exactly a glorious thing. Nonsense. First Bang flicked his forehead, then pointed at the nearby soul devourer. We have player spirits, but without natives, how can we compare? Besides, with this heinous criminal spirit here, there's no need to use ours. Second Bang slapped his forehead. Right, I was stupid. The soul devourer was shocked, screaming in his mind, you perverts, don't drag me into this. I don't like this kind of play. But he couldn't move. After much effort, he only managed to widen his eyes. First Bang pointed. See, his eyes are wide open, he must agree. A hard spirit with backbone. Let's give him the treatment he deserves. To avoid accidents, First Bang forced several potions down the soul devourer's throat. After that, he said, let's begin. Second Bang went thump thump thump, knocking left and right. Are you testing a watermelon? Get on with it. First Bang urged him impatiently, noting the dozens of frantic messages from Mad Demon in the group. Buzz buzz. The potion was impressive. Even a regular chainsaw could harm the hardened spirit body. Crack, crack, crack. This criminal spirit was formidable. After breaking 2 chainsaws, they finally managed to sever an arm. Huffing, Second Bang was drenched in sweat. Damn, this guy's tough. Send it to Boss Mechanical Prodigy quickly. The soul devourer, newly dosed with potions, couldn't move at all, his body acting on instinct. As Ji Yud traded the arm to Mechanical Prodigy, the spirit body autonomously shrank and regenerated the arm. The three were still brainstorming excuses for the missing arm. What if we say he tried to escape and we knocked off his arm in the struggle? That's not credible. He looks so strong. Why are we still unharmed if he tried to escape? How about a random spirit rushed over and chopped off his arm? Would you believe that? What if he's crazy and ate his own arm? Damn, the guy grew a new arm. Second Bang glanced over and saw the Soul Devourer had regenerated an arm. To the three, this was a blatant provocation. What does this mean? Are you saying we can't handle you? You can grow an arm but won't talk to us? The unyielding Soul Devourer stared at the furious trio. He wanted to cry to sob uncontrollably. I didn't mean to grow it back. It's my trump card. You drugged me, I couldn't suppress my instincts. I truly wasn't provoking you. He finally realized that those above had lost patience, unwilling to wait for his yearly secrets. They sent these three spirits to settle things once and for all. These three weren't as foolish as they appeared. They were masters of psychological torment and punishment. He thought he could face any torture or temptation with composure. He was wrong, terribly wrong. These three were experts in punishment, never asking a single question, just tormenting him while feigning ignorance. That was the most terrifying. Evil people are not frightening. Those who don't know what evil is, they are the most terrifying. Second Bang, bring out the chainsaw. First Bang gestured and Second Bang acted immediately. The Soul Devourer understood. Yes, this is it. Without a word, they shatter my will. He wanted to confess, to reveal his secrets the moment he could speak. He couldn't endure this unknown terror any longer. Back at the base, Mechanical Prodigy was thrilled. This was a ghost. How many Blue Star scientists had ever studied a ghost? Long ago, some experts had suggested that ghosts might be beings from a different dimension. Studying them could lead to dimensional ascension or descent, both of which were immensely powerful. Clank. Another ghost arm arrived, this one larger. Mechanical Prodigy felt no fear. After all, players could respawn, and he understood that. A smaller ghost arm came next, then a smaller leg, then a smaller lower half. By now, Second Bang was in a frenzy, positioning the chainsaw at the Soul Devourer's head. Hey, what are you doing? That's unnecessary. Cutting off the head would kill him. You'd stopped him. Not necessarily, he's a ghost, a powerful one. Maybe he won't die even without a head, Second Bang explained. Forget it, Mad Demon asked us to finish the mission. Let's keep a low profile. You'd persuaded him. Second Bang figured they had traded enough parts. The Soul Devourer, once 3 meters tall, was now a dwarf under 1 meter. See, this is cute, no longer scary. That huge body was terrifying. Yud was satisfied with the current Soul Devourer. As for explanations, he hadn't eaten breakfast and was just hungry. Okay, if you don't believe it, just kill us. The Soul Devourer, whose name once silenced crying children, began to weep. As his body shrank, the poison's potency decreased with each lost limb. He could finally move, though weakened and no match for the three. During the operation, he dared not speak, fearing a slip that would kill him. Now able to talk, he cried, "Why don't you ask what you want to know? How can I speak without being asked?" The three exchanged bewildered looks. Upon hearing this from the Soul Devourer, the three exchanged glances and immediately began to rain punches and kicks upon him. Fuck, I told you you could talk. Were you trying to disrespect us by staying silent? Now you decide to speak. What were you doing before? Playing with us? We're exhausted from beating you. You chose to speak only now. Is that a challenge? After another brutal beating, Tianbang Air, Jia suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "Wait." He then began to speak in their group chat. Was he paralyzed by our drug, just now unable to move or speak? No way, is the drug really that potent? In the movies, they can still talk, right? No, this guy was crying just now. He can't be faking it, can he? Maybe he really was paralyzed. Jia, could you talk when you tried it? I only touched a bit of it and it felt rock hard. I didn't drink it, I don't know. Seeing the word rock hard in the chat, you'd suddenly had a flash of business inspiration. But this wasn't the time for that. He'd bring it up later. So he continued. So it seems we've been misunderstanding this guy all along. What should we do? Apologize. Apologize my ass. I'm not wrong. The world is wrong. No one will find out. If we three don't say anything, no one will know. Hearing this, You'd exclaimed, "Oh no, I still have the livestream on." The cloud viewers in the livestream were nearly in hysterics. Holy shit, this guy is really being wronged. He got beaten up for nothing. No wonder he cried. If I were in his shoes, I'd cry too. Where did these three lunatics come from? These three are truly idiots. I'm starting to believe those stupid scenes in movies are real. Look at this living example. Ignoring the barrage of comments, You'd calmly and unflinchingly turned off the stream. The three of them tacitly agreed to selectively forget the whole incident. If they pretended it didn't happen, then it didn't exist. By the way, he said, we wanted to ask him something. It seems this guy knows some secrets. Absolutely. The chief and deputy chief both told me this morning that we can't let him die. We have to protect him. So how do we question him? We don't even know what we're supposed to ask. Ji-Yud smiled slightly. Watch me. As the Soul Devourer watched the three, who had been so agitated a moment ago, suddenly fell silent, staring at him coldly. He was convinced they were truly twisted, just trying to pry his secrets out of him. Then Ji-Yud spoke. You know what we want to know. Start talking. Well, listen first to see if it's what we're after. The Soul Devourer swallowed a non-existent lump in his throat. He never wanted to experience that endless, boundless agony again. So he spilled all the major secrets he knew. The higher-ups have been researching technology to reproduce without living souls to have soul bodies procreate among themselves. They made a breakthrough, but the only successful little girl went missing some time ago. The project was immediately suspended after that. The founder of Elysium is still alive. No one knows how long he has lived. There are resistance organizations among the living. There are also souls within the General Bureau who sympathize with the living. The higher-ups know all about this. The history of Elysium is fragmented. It's as if it suddenly appeared here. The three of them were utterly shocked. If souls could reproduce among themselves, they might not need the living anymore. The fragmented history of Elysium indirectly supported the Zoo's hypothesis. The founder being alive and the higher-ups knowing about the resistance and the moles within the soul ranks complicated things. What were the Soul High Command thinking? Ji-Yud, looking thoughtful, asked in the group chat. The secrets this soul spilled seem important, but they don't affect the Special Operations Bureau. Others might not even want to hear them. It's a sure way to get silenced. But he must have been interrogated often to react this way. Maybe they wanted different secrets and this idiot thought it was these. Could it be that coincidental? Maybe. Stories need logic, but reality doesn't. Ji-Yud spoke again. We know all this. Is there anything else you want to say? Seeing the three about to start beating him again, the Soul Devourer panicked. My ability to devour souls and gain fragments of their memories is innate. I don't know how I got it. Over the years, besides getting these huge secrets from the memory fragments of the souls I devoured, I've only collected tens of millions of soul coins and some antiques. No one would want those, right? Hearing this, Ji-Yud laughed. A super penthouse in the center of Elysium costs over 10 million soul coins. Collected that much and no one would want it. They definitely wanted to know where that money went, not those secrets that would get anyone killed. Talk. Where did you hide the soul coins and antiques? The Soul Devourer was stunned. He cried. So this is what you wanted to know. Why didn't anyone just ask me? Recalling the interrogations he had suffered over the years, he nearly burst into tears. Talk. Talk or he'll beat you to death. You know why I'm here, right? I'm the little prince of interrogation from the East City, and I didn't earn that title for nothing. I heard your soul body is tough. I've come to test your mettle. He wept. He truly wept. Why did no one ever tell him? They just wanted to know where those soul coins were hidden. I harbored world-shaking secrets like the sun itself, and all you wanted was some vulgar earthly treasure acting all cryptic and profound. The Soul Devourer clutched his head and sobbed, feeling that all the suffering he had endured over the years had been for nothing. Now he had a moment of sudden enlightenment. It's hidden right under your General Bureau. The most dangerous place is the safest. It seemed every criminal, no matter where they were from, spouted that same idiotic line. This was pure thrill-seeking. How did you hide it? How do you get in? Jia Tianbang Jia pressed on. You don't know this, but the area under your bureau is a cultivation base. However, the entrance isn't in the bureau itself. It's a kilometer away. The entire passage is lined with alloy laced with soul fragment stones. You can't teleport in or phase through it. Too bad for them. The darkness under the lamp is the blackest. I dug a tunnel from the other side straight to the space between the underground cultivation base and the bureau. I hollowed out a cavity and put everything there. There's a 10-meter gap between the underground base and the bureau. Plenty of space. I also buried soul fragment stones around my cavity. Can't phase through from there either. Anywhere else might raise suspicion, but here it's perfectly normal. Jia Tianbang Jia pointed a finger at him. You're a fucking genius. But where did you dig the tunnel from? The Soul Devourer's face flushed with embarrassment. You'll see when you get there. They'll show you the spot. Without wasting any time, the three quickly relayed the location of the tunnel to Bomb Maniac, who had been howling in the group chat for ages. Since the place was right above that cultivation base, solving the next step would be simple. While the three were chatting leisurely, the people at the General Bureau were going mad. Escorting a condemned soul, and now the soul was gone. They thought even if it vanished there would be an explosive burst of soul energy to track. Why was it so quiet this time? Had the Soul Devourer really escaped? There's a soul explosion device inside him. If he runs, he dies. In the human district of Elysium, a figure in a pastor's robe sat on the top step, a serene smile on his face. Soon a human approached and knelt at his feet. "Venerable one, we have located the cultivation base. It's right under the General Bureau." The pastor raised his hands and whispered, "Pleasure is sin, pain is eternal." The followers prostrate below him shouted in unison, "Pleasure is sin, pain is eternal. Pleasure is sin, pain is eternal." The pastor lowered his hands. "Move out. Seek the light." After handing over the address to the bomb maniac Ji-Yud, and his two companions actually sat in the car and started chatting. The second explosion of the explosion gang said excitedly, "I wonder if the soul coins in there can be exchanged for points. If so, we'll hit the jackpot." "Probably. Even if soul coins are just something containing a bit of soul energy, they're still a form of energy. They should be exchangeable." After chatting for a while, Ji-Yud finally realized, "Damn, I was the one driving. I totally forgot. I was just wondering why the car wasn't moving." He quickly jumped out of the trunk and got into the driver's seat. The car slowly started moving again. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived. The person in charge of receiving them was on the verge of collapse. If the soul devourer went missing, he'd be the one taking the blame, even if those three newly arrived souls perished. Clank clank. The escort vehicle wobbled over. All the surrounding souls tensed up. Normally the soul devourer should have calmed down by now, or else he wouldn't have returned. But no one dared to take the risk. Bang. Ji-Yud was the first to open the door and jump out. The person in charge secretly dabbed some eye drops. "My condolences, brother. This is our fate. It's an honor to sacrifice ourselves for the city of bliss." "Yes, indeed, it's an honor, and we're proud." Hearing this, the person in charge was stunned. There were still such naive souls. It seemed natural-born souls weren't entirely useless after all. "We're honored too." The first and second explosions of the explosion gang also got out. "You are all warriors of the city of bliss." The person in charge responded instinctively, then suddenly froze, dropping all pretense. "How are you all still alive?" The three looked at him with half-smiles. "What? Shouldn't we be alive? Shouldn't we be alive?" Realizing his slip, the person in charge quickly changed the subject. "Where's the soul devourer? He didn't escape, did he?" The three didn't dwell on his words. "He's fine, very obedient. Is this soul really that vicious?" The person in charge was shocked. He hurried to the back compartment and saw the soul devourer looking as if he'd been ravaged by a dozen burly men. Pitiful, helpless, and teary-eyed. The soul devourer now saw his former handler like a long-lost relative. He never wanted to see those three lunatics again. He knew he was doomed. A guilty soul with no secrets was worthless. He would be crushed into the purest soul essence used to birth new soul clans. Clang! The soul devourer stumbled as he got out of the car. He staggered, raising his arms to greet the long-lost sun, his entire soul form growing warm. On the way, he had revealed all his secrets to these three. Once in prison, he would vanish without a trace. Turning to see the three still grinning, he felt a surge of hatred. If I die, you won't have it easy either." The person in charge nearby heard the soul devourer muttering, but not the specifics. He pressed on, "What did you say? How did you end up like this?" Soon he regretted not muzzling the soul devourer. With the loudest and fastest voice he could muster, the soul devourer shouted, "The founder of the city of bliss is still alive. There are already 2 methods to birth new souls, and 1 soul clan girl has been successfully created. Humans have a resistance organization, and the soul clan has their own spies. I have tens of millions of soul coins hidden somewhere, and I've told these 3. The reason I can devour souls during every escort is because of the understanding between your superiors and me." In one breath, before anyone could react, the soul devourer blurted out every secret he thought would disgust them. "Haha, go ahead, search for the treasure left by the soul devourer." After a long pause, the person in charge finally came to his senses. He wanted to beat the soul devourer to death on the spot. Were these secrets something to shout in public? "You're going to get everyone killed." He quickly put a gag on the soul devourer to prevent further speech. The soul devourer was now much weaker, easy to handle. Then he scanned the surroundings and saw that the guards, though silent, had countless thoughts flickering in their eyes. He knew things were bad, but forced calm. Haha, who would have thought that the fearsome soul devourer would lose his mind and start babbling nonsense? "Did anything happen on the road, you 3? Ji-Yud and the others had already planned their response. They said in unison, "Nothing much. We just gave him some loving education. Unfortunately, he's stubborn and deeply sinful. Maybe we should just annihilate his soul." The person in charge laughed it off, ignoring their suggestion. He had the soul devourer taken inside and led the 3 into his office. "Did the soul devourer say anything else on the way?" The 3 looked bewildered. "He didn't say anything. When we were with him, he was tight-lipped and wouldn't speak a word. It's only thanks to you that he opened up. I see. The person in charge's expression flickered as he studied them, but he finally gave up. You three go back to the headquarters to report. Remember, don't talk about today's events and don't go anywhere. There might be a reward for you soon. No problem. The three left, promptly hoping to help the bomb maniac on the way. Watching them leave, the person in charge immediately summoned his trusted men to tail and monitor them. Then he made a call to report the situation. Sir, today, the soul devourer. What? Useless. How could you let him say that in public? And the hiding place? Didn't you get it out of him? Go find out now. Silence everyone who knows about this. Deal with them after a while. As for the three escorts, capture them, secretly get the information, and then dispose of them. They're just newly born natural souls anyway. Yes, yes, yes. The person in charge hung up, drenched in sweat. After a moment's thought, he pulled out another phone and dialed. I just sent you photos of 3 souls. Find a way to capture them. A voice came from the other end. Heh, and my brother. The person in charge was blunt. Don't even think about getting him out. I'll arrange a nice single room for him. You can send him things. Fine, no problem. A flood of players, hearing that everything in the City of Bliss was free, poured into the city. Ji-Yud and his friends had planned to reincarnate as living humans to patronize some ladies, but now the place was swarming with players. They decided to drop the schemes and just wait for the Wuling General's potion to be ready, then turn into souls and start the fight. Most players were shy and wore masks, but Yeo Nai, he walked tall, indifferent to stares. Bro, look, there's a long queue over there. Let's check it out. Cough, cough, that's not a place for girls. Zhang Yufan said, pulling his sister away. These shameless scoundrels, always thinking about such indecent things. Seeing he might not get a chance to line up, Ji-Yud launched into a tirade. The other two chimed in agreement. Forget it, let's focus on the big plan. Let them wallow in depravity. Let's see how the bomb maniac is doing. At that moment, the bomb maniac stood at the entrance marked by the soul devourer, his face twisted in frustration. This entrance was indeed damn well hidden. The entrance created by the soul devourer turned out to be hidden within a pile of trash at the living human recycling station, specifically in the most repulsive heap of kitchen waste. It was covered in sticky, greasy stains enough to make anyone feel physically ill. The bomb maniac downed a bottle of etherealization potion, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to merge into the nauseating garbage. His entire body felt drenched in oil. Closing his eyes, he used coordinates to pinpoint the location, finally groping his way to the marked spot. With a flicker, he teleported into a passage. Following the passage downward for nearly 10 meters, a narrow opening less than half a meter wide appeared on the right. Inside was a pulley with a flat trolley resting on it. The bomb maniac climbed onto it, using his arms to push with all his might, sliding forward. To his surprise, the soul devourer was quite ingenious. The slide was surprisingly fast. But the distance was considerable. He slid FO. Ji-Yud exclaimed in shock in the group chat. Probably a few centuries worth of that Sin Souls collection. Lucky us. There's one crate with other stuff. Let me check, the bomb maniac said, ending the chat to rummage through the remaining items. They appeared to be antiques from the Soul Society of little value to them. Better to trade them for soul coins. Suddenly the system chimed. Base crystal detected. Initiate recovery. The system rarely spoke, making it easy to forget its existence. The bomb maniac recalled after a moment. A good thing. It was a crystal that could be exchanged for a base node. He checked what the system referred to and saw it was a gem on a crown. Without a second thought, he pried it off and initiated recovery. 1 base crystal recovered. Reward 1 base node. Not bad at all. He had been worried about reaching the 5th satellite city without a base node, but now that was no longer an issue. With that settled, it was time to dig. The cultivation base was right below. He could tunnel straight down from here to reach it. The bomb maniac raised his pickaxe, ready to strike. Wait. Something was wrong. A thought struck him, recalling a movie head scene. Such places usually had some kind of sensor. If he dug in and triggered an alarm, all his efforts would be for nothing. He stopped immediately. He needed to check for sensors and figure out how to avoid them. If all else failed, he could wait until enough etherealization potions were produced and launch a full-scale assault. With that in mind, he quickly messaged Ji-Yud and the others. Brothers, have you reached the headquarters? Try to investigate the monitoring and defense systems of this cultivation base. I'm afraid it'll get caught the moment I make a move. The 3 were riding high on success and agreed readily. Sure, no problem. The headquarters had just received word that the 3 had completed their mission, flawlessly escorting the soul devourer without a single loss. The entire bureau was stunned. Were innate soul bodies really that formidable? The higher-ups sensed something deeper, but the field operatives, unaware, were filled with awe and admiration. As soon as the trio returned, they were greeted with enthusiastic cheers and hospitality. Wow boss, how did you intimidate that sin soul? Was it sheer presence? That's amazing. Can I become your disciple? I want to learn too. Boss, have some tea first. The three were gradually getting lost in the chorus of boss adulation. What are you all crowding around for? They need rest too. Disperse. The director walked over his gaze complex as he looked at the three. He had heard rumors they had stumbled upon knowledge they shouldn't have. They would be reassigned soon, and it was best to limit their contact with others to avoid causing harm. I was right about you three. True talents completing the task with ease. The director said. Assistant Zhou, take them to room 3 to rest. Assistant Zhou froze. Room 3 was equipped with hidden cameras, a disguised interrogation room for extracting information. The director had to know this. He looked at the director. What are you waiting for? Take them to rest. Reluctantly, Assistant Zhou complied, leading the trio into room 3. The director then went and instructed the monitoring staff to leave. He wasn't trying to eavesdrop. He was placing the three under surveillance to show the higher-ups that they hadn't revealed anything. This way he could avoid trouble. The trio remained cautious, not speaking aloud. Instead, they discussed in the group chat how to help the bomb maniac find what he needed. At a high-rise window, boss, those three are still at the headquarters. They haven't come out. The man by the window waved his hand. Got it. Has my brother's letter been sent out? Another man handed him a candy. The boss looked at it and smiled, casually unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. He squeezed a drop of mixed blood onto the candy wrapper. 2 days from now, we'll be at the headquarters. He crumpled the wrapper, turning it to ash. Tell the brothers to prepare. In 2 days, we're going to make a big move. We're bringing the second boss home. He instructed them to keep an eye on the three and ensure they didn't leave the headquarters. Elsewhere, a pastor held a little boy's hand. How are you finding this world? The little boy smiled sweetly, holding a watercolor painting of the pastor walking with him in the sunlight. Suddenly someone entered, looking at the boy with terror in his eyes, but calmed at the sight of the revered one. Revered one, in 2 days our people will be in charge of guarding the cultivation base. We can take revenge and overthrow those vile souls. The pastor stood up, smiling gently. We are not here for revenge. We are here to bring light to the world, to let kindness and love shine once more. The man knelt in fear. I have misinterpreted your holy words. Please punish me. The pastor sighed softly. Reflect on yourself. The man drew a thorned whip from his belt and lashed his own back fiercely. Pleasure is sin, pain is eternal. Back in prison, the soul devourer, believing he had no cards left, eagerly revealed the location of his treasure to everyone he could see, hoping to set them against each other. Meanwhile, the bomb maniac was rallying players. If all else failed, a direct assault on the cultivation base was the only option. Alone was clearly not enough. Huokuin, in 2 days, a hidden mission. Bring the 5 Element sect members. Hove taken the etherealization potion to work. Dong Xian, long time no see. Need a hand. Beyond that, he posted a mission to gather idle players ready to wipe out the cultivation base entirely. Let them see. He was tired of being given these garbage tasks. He was meant for greater things. 2 days later, the players who had set out to find the 5th satellite city were almost there. Seeing their comrades happily reveling in the city of ultimate bliss, they were absolutely furious. Damn it, if I went back now, all my progress would be lost. I might as well just respawn right here in the city of ultimate bliss. The team of several dozen had now dwindled to just 7 or 8, all skilled players. They could only flee from the many beast hordes along the way. Having just evaded another ambush by a pack of crimson flame monkeys, one said, Damn it, brothers, mark that spot hard. Once we reach the 5th satellite city and establish the base node, every last one of those bastards will pay dearly. Kuan and Taicho had finished his daily quota of being scolded. Looking at the points credited to him and the equipment promised by Chen Hanshan, he felt fairly content. The jester girl sat idly by the pond, hugging her dog and dangling her feet in the water, teasing the piranhas. Kuan and Taicho's eye twitched. He pulled up the map. Still a considerable distance to go. Let's move. Time to find the starship base and soar into the stars. The director of the Special Operations Bureau felt deeply troubled. Why had no one come to retrieve the 3 souls of Ji Yud and his companions over the past 2 days? Those 3 souls lingering here were like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sir, the second-in-command of the Dark Spirit Gang is coming to headquarters today. The higher-ups have ordered us to step up security. The director's head throbbed. What does he want here? Can't whatever business he has be handled in prison? Why come here? Isn't it obvious there's something fishy? I don't know, sir. That's what the higher-ups said. Probably some deal has been made. The director slumped in his chair. Fine, fine. Send someone over. Just make sure he doesn't end up near those 3 souls. Ji Yud and his 2 companions were discussing the situation in their group chat. Brothers, something's off. That guy keeps letting us rest at headquarters, and won't let us go anywhere else. Feels like we're being watched. Yeah, I've tried too. They're subtly keeping us confined. But it works in our favor. We can help Bomb Maniac finish his mission right here at HQ. How so? Gee, you didn't understand. These souls are clever. The underground base isn't connected to HQ at all. It has a separate entrance far away. But they got lazy. The power supply is shared with HQ. Well, just short-circuit it. Even if the cultivation base has backup power, the alarm system will need a reboot. That'll give Bomb Maniac his chance. No sooner had Jia Tianbang Erjia finished speaking than, snap, all the lights in HQ went out. Ji Yud was shocked. You already did it. No, we haven't coordinated yet. Starting the plan without setting things up would be idiotic. For some reason, the outside world was in chaos today. Many constables had been dispatched, leaving the security general headquarters unusually understaffed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire rang out from outside. Thud thud. Even the explosion of grenades. Jia Tianbang Erjia instinctively dove under a desk. Brother, that's a pretty quick reflex. Ji Yud said with a smirk. What do you expect? 4 years of training in the arena wasn't for nothing. Jia Tianbang Deja stopped their bickering. Enough joking. Do we go out or stay hidden? If we get killed out there, this identity is ruined. In real life, I'd say stay hidden. But this is a game. We have to charge out and fight. Feeling a bit embarrassed by his earlier reaction, Jia Tianbang Erjia was about to rush out when Ji Yud stopped him. Wait, there's a question. Which side are we on? We're on the Soul's side, of course. Before he could finish, Erjia realized logically they should be with the attackers since they wanted chaos at HQ to help Bomb Maniac. But their current identities were special operations soldiers. If they sided with the attackers, they'd be exposing themselves as traitors. Creak. The door opened. A man with black patterns all over his face glanced at the trio, then pulled a flyer from his pocket to confirm their identities. Satisfied, he took out a soul energy grenade and tossed it in. Deja reacted swiftly. The moment the man pulled out the paper, he charged forward. As the grenade flew in, he kicked it away with a flying kick. Holy shit, golden right foot. Erjia slammed the door shut while quipping. Now the target was clear. Whoever attacked them, they attacked back. This was obviously one of the attackers. Brother, how did you know he was going to attack us? Damn it, allies would ask questions first. He didn't say a word, just stared. Definitely an enemy. Let's go charge out and kick his ass. The three geared up, grateful that their weapons and equipment hadn't been confiscated earlier. Fully armed, they burst out of the suite. Immediately they ran into a special operations soldier. Before anyone could speak, the IFF system in the soldier's helmet made its judgment enemy. Bang bang bang. Flames spat from the gun. Ji Yud couldn't dodge in time. Several rounds hit him. Luckily, the soldier was a desk jockey with terrible aim, and all the shots landed on his bulletproof vest. Deja grabbed him and dragged the seated Ji Yud back into the suite. What the hell? Is there no law? Both sides are shooting at us. All three were furious. As players, they had been playing by the rules, but these locals had no martial honor. Fine, no more pretending. Time to show their true colors. We are the fourth calamity. Ji Yud was the angriest, and had the most points. He immediately expanded the game zone. Damn, that's expensive. My heart bleeds just thinking about the cost. Crying about the huge expense, Ji Yud expanded the zone anyway, setting up a respawn node in the suite. Then he quickly posted invitations on the official site forums and chat channels. Brothers, this place is full of easy marks and soul-type gear. New classes, new weapons. Anyone who bought the phasing potion, get over here quick. Both sides are fighting. It's our chance to strike. The moment the message went out, many players respawned immediately. Who would pass up a good fight? Holy crap, scary. This is a ghost story. Weren't there people here just now? The newly arrived players hadn't taken the phasing potion, or the true sight potion developed by General Wooling based on Bomb Maniac's formula. They saw only an empty room. No one at all. Whoosh. Another player teleported in. This one was clearly up to speed. He downed a potion and vanished from the first player's sight, then spotted Ji Yud and his team. Boss, what's the plan? Do we start now? Ji Yud waved a hand. Wait. Let's gather more people first, then we'll leverage the fourth calamity's advantage. The 5 Elements sect and the Jia Tian gang have already declared their involvement. There's also a Panties gang joining as an organization. Oh, for heaven's sake. Another player entered, seeing only one person about to drink a potion. Hey bro, hold on. What's going on? Where did everyone go? New area, new class, new monsters. You need to become ethereal to interact. The man looked bewildered, not understanding. He had never checked the official site. This was his first time logging in, and he encountered this. Eager to join the storyline, seeing the man still confused, he simply said, just think of it as buying a dungeon ticket. Go to General Wooling to buy True Sight Potion and Ethereal Potion, and you'll get it. After saying this, he ignored the man, drank the Ethereal Potion, and saw a room bustling with activity. Damn, let's go out and fight. It's too crowded in here. Hearing this, the man first opened General Wooling's shop. The Ethereal Potions were sold out. He only bought one True Sight Potion. Not in a hurry to drink it, he thought he should go out and take a look first. Stepping out of the room, he saw a large chimney outside spewing scorching flames. He was immediately burned to ashes. Too many players were teleporting into the room. Some were already floating on the ceiling. The Pants Gang has arrived. Mere mortals, step aside. With a flash, a dozen people teleported in together, having already drunk the Ethereal Potion. Now they were all floating on the ceiling. Ji-Yud looked up at the Pants Gang floating above. This was the third organization to participate in the event as a group. He was a bit curious. Their nicknames were all long and all had the word pants: cut pants to be a tattered pants person, scatter pants to be a cool pants person, buy two pants to be a pants person, show off pants to be a flashy pants person, shoot pants to be a dead pants person. All nicknames followed the same style. Ji-Yud realized he had expected too much from these player organizations. Who told him that the stranger the name, the stronger the group? Let's go charge. Let's get them. Now the Public Security Bureau was in a standoff. The gang members had rescued the second-in-command, but were trapped inside by the special forces. The standoff was centered exactly on this suite. With a bang, the suite door was kicked open. Ji-Yud and his two companions charged out, first eyes bloodshot, weapons in hand. Seeing this, both sides tacitly held their fire. Then they witnessed a shocking sight. From that small suite, hundreds of souls poured out, and they were still streaming out endlessly. Both sides immediately thought it was the other's trap. They retreated and reported to their superiors. Chief, there's an ambush. The enemy suddenly has hundreds of souls, and they're still coming. Did you deal with those 3 souls? When the chief realized someone was attacking the bureau, he had immediately classified Ji-Yud and his companions as enemies. He felt a pang of guilt, but for the safety of others, he had no choice but to sacrifice them. They're the ones leading the charge. Damn, I was right. All-out assault. Spare no one. The gang also reported to their leader. Boss, it's an ambush. They suddenly have hundreds of plainclothes officers and more are joining. Did you deal with those 3 souls? This was his deal with the person in charge. Complete this and he would have bargaining chips. Those 3 are the leaders. Damn treacherous bastards. So you were setting a trap for your daddy here. Just wait, it's a fight to the death. Both sides believed Ji-Yud and his group were the other's ambush. How else could they explain the sudden flood of souls? The entire bureau building was constructed with crushed soul stone. There was no way souls could just blink in like that. The players' actions confirmed both sides' suspicions. A horde of players rushed out, directly separating the 2 groups of souls. The gang and the bureau could no longer see each other's members. But this group attacked both sides while each side could only see the players attacking them. This further convinced them that the players were the other side's ambush. The players were having a blast. Ji-Yud had already told them this was a battle between an evil underground organization and a corrupt, chaotic high command. Fighting either side was a righteous war. Invincible. Their respawn point was right behind them and the enemy's weapons weren't instant kill or a gear. So for the 4th calamity it was just 2 words: invincible. Damn, my arm's broken. Someone send me back to respawn. Brothers, we've grabbed another gun. Protect it. Push forward. Bring out my Italian cannon. Wrong channel, wrong channel. No Italian cannon here. Erase a grenade, now charge. At first they were barehanded, yet they held their own against both sides because many weapons and equipment from the initial clash were lying on the ground ready to be picked up and used. The special forces were shocked. What is the higher command doing? How did so many people infiltrate the bureau without anyone knowing? Damn, it feels like we've killed thousands of souls, but they just keep coming. Are these gangster souls insane? What's the benefit of attacking the bureau? Why are they fighting so desperately? The gang members were also stunned. Have I committed some heavenly crime? Why are they coming at us so hard? Just let us out and we can all be happy. Damn, I think this is a trap. There are too many of them. They were definitely lying in wait for us, trying to wipe us out. Are these special forces guys for real? How much are they paid a month? They're throwing their lives away. I saw someone charging with a chair leg. The higher-ups are just sending them to their deaths. Although both sides wanted to retreat, they couldn't. The players, despite having few weapons, chased them relentlessly. Without weapons, they used their fists. If they got a weapon, they would protect it with their lives. Gradually, under the players' fierce assault, they began to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, things were getting lively at the bomb maniac's location beneath the bureau. Ever since the Soul Devourer had spread word of his treasure trove, some believers came to investigate. To their surprise, it was true. Soon various factions were stirring. Several groups blocked the entrance, preventing others from entering. After 2 days of wrangling, they finally agreed to retrieve the items first. Crawling through the narrow passage, the bomb maniac had already skated away on his skateboard, leaving the others to crawl on the tracks. It was extremely uncomfortable. After a grueling journey, hundreds of souls finally reached the treasure chamber, only to find empty chests and the bomb maniac digging downwards. "Hello, the treasure is down here. I've only just started digging," the bomb maniac said, feigning calm. "Are you blind? Can't you see these empty chests? Hand it over now and we'll let you choose how you die." The bomb maniac tried to salvage the situation. "There are so many of you. Who should I give it to?" The other souls laughed. What era was this to try such a cheap divide-and-conquer tactic? No matter what, they had to get the items first. Hand over the goods first. Well sorted out ourselves. The 5 Elements sect and the Jatian gang had already organized their members, ready to respawn at any moment. They let the solo players have their fun first. Upstairs in the bureau, a player accidentally walked through a blasted open door. Inside was another iron door behind which lay all sorts of weapons. "Brothers, come quick. I think I found the armory." With that, he immediately fired at the lock of the iron door. He had been doing this all along. But had he ever considered if this was a good idea for an armory? Boom! A tremendous sound rang out. The entire building shuddered. The bomb maniac hadn't yet dug a tunnel to the cultivation base, but a hole had opened from the bureau to his location. Countless souls and players fell down. But these souls below were clearly not ordinary. Their methods were far more sophisticated than the special forces and gang members who only used soul energy weapons. Damn it, get him! Though they were all of the Soul Clan, those surnamed Hun were few. This one named Hundan indeed had some skill. With a flicker, he appeared behind the bomb maniac, his hands transforming into a massive net that descended upon his target. Got him! Hundan rejoiced inwardly, knowing that whoever captured this person would have an advantage when negotiating rewards later. But soon his joy faded. He had indeed ensnared someone, but far too many. "Damn it, who the hell put this net over my head?" Fire Kuin exclaimed in shock. "Don't step on my feet, scatter." Water Kuin shoved the person off his foot. Bang! The numerous members of the 5 Elements sect, without even trying, simply emerged in such numbers that they burst the net formed by Hundan hands. Ah! With a series of screams, Hundan flew backward. Tutu! Jiyud spat as he emerged, his face blackened. It seemed he had been too close to the explosion. Big Jia and Second Jia of the Jatian gang followed, their faces equally dark. "Brother, what took you so long? My grandma moves faster than you." Jiyud couldn't help but complain to Fire Kuin. "Hey, wasn't I giving you guys a chance to shine first? Besides, heroes always make their grand entrance at the last moment to save the world. Right, Shadow God?" He turned to boast to the 5 Elements sect's formidable General Shadow God, only to find him missing. He quickly sent a message. "Where did you go?" Shadow God was now crackling with electricity from nervousness. "I forgot to drink the phasing potion when I came, so I fell straight into a big furnace. Got the potion ready, coming right up." Soon Shadow God was reborn. The people around him immediately cleared a wide berth. "You've been upgrading this ability for so long, still can't control it." "No idea, still upgrading. It feels like this ability is hard to upgrade, but each upgrade is more noticeable than others. Oh, by the way, when I got burned to death, I noticed that big chimney also exploded. From a living person's perspective, this place doesn't seem too safe either." Now dressed entirely in purple, Shadow God said proudly. "So the ability upgrade crystal I gave you isn't bad, right? Joining the 5 Elements sect is great, isn't it?" He put his hand in his pocket, then silently pulled it out and raised a thumb to Fire Kuin. "Top notch, giving you a thumbs up." This chain of events stunned the souls who had been there. Where did these souls come from? Why did they appear out of thin air? And why were they chatting, ignoring the souls present? Upon closer inspection, the newly arrived players seemed to be souls with little power, their soul energy light and frivolous, as if newly born. So what was there to fear? You think we're like those useless bastards in the bureau? Let me tell you, those losers are only good for keeping ordinary people in line. We've never taken them seriously." As he spoke, all the souls began to grow larger, their bodies becoming terrifying. Bloody skin, eyes opening all over, black hair floating. Tisk tisk, now this is more like it. Why pretend before? Finally back to familiar territory. Right, this is what we imagine souls to be. Hey, the one on the far left, you wouldn't be a hanged soul, would you? Damn, is this the evolution path for the new class? Love it. I've never experienced having so many eyes on my body. Here I come. This was an absolute insult. Before, whenever they assumed this form, whether living humans or ordinary souls, they'd all be scared out of their wits. But today these frail souls reacted like this. Boom. The leader Hun Duan waved his hands, sending a torrent of energy toward the crowd. Then he witnessed a sight that left him stunned. Many people pulled out bottles and jars to collect the energy. Damn, you're even trying to make money off this. Fire Kun laughed and cursed while frantically scooping into his own jar. Hey, what can those few points buy? Mainly trying to earn contributions from General Wuling and Little Mech God. Otherwise, when good stuff comes out, I'd be too embarrassed to take it first. Ji Yude's hands were busy. You all. You're bullying souls too much. Hun Duan, seeing the situation, trembled with rage. He and his men instantly surrounded Fire Kun, who was laughing the loudest. Let's see if you can still laugh. Fire Kun didn't care at all, laughing even harder. Idiot. We didn't attack earlier because we were setting up the formation. What were you waiting for, moron? Shouting now. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless electric sounds arose. Under Shadow God's activation, purple thunderous light burst from 16 white platforms on the ground, filling the entire space. They had already tested that ordinary abilities couldn't harm soul bodies. Only the lightning ability upgraded by Shadow God could make the nightingale feel numb, so it should be effective. Damn, are you brain dead? This hurts the enemy 1,000 and loses us 800. We can't move either. The bomb maniac hadn't joined the conversation. He was focused on digging the tunnel for the hidden mission. He had to complete it. But he wondered if today's scene was too big. Even the main bureau was blown up. Would the Silver Lotus organization dare to claim responsibility? Then Shadow God appeared and used a lightning formation to paralyze all the soul bodies in place. Hey, no worries, just electrocute him to death and we're done. Fire Kun's body trembled uncontrollably, but he kept talking. You developed a lightning formation. What are the components? Could it be spirit treasures? You've mastered the art of artifact refining. No one had charged Shadow God today. With just her alone, such a powerful ability was impossible. Big Jia of the Jia gang was shocked. In just a few days, the 5 Element sect had done something huge. Hey, no spirit treasures here, don't be superstitious. This is an energy battery produced by Little Mech God using a black box, just with the output modified to discharge electricity. Nice. Scientific cultivation. By now Hun Duan was smoking and the souls behind him were also smoking. When Fire Kun arranged the formation, he never considered leaving a safe zone. Even his own people were being electrocuted. They couldn't find a place unaffected. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of explosions sounded in succession. All the souls behind Hun Duan self-destructed, turning into dark soul shadows that surged into Hun Duan's body. His body grew darker, more solid, and began to swell with faces occasionally drifting across his surface. Hun Duan looked at the crowd. The true terror has come. Are you afraid? The players are about to enter the starry sky in an unexpected way. Hope you all won't hoard the book and will support it. Damn, I told you this city of ultimate bliss wouldn't be this boring. Look, it's transforming. Though it hasn't grown much in size, its strength seems to have increased. Awesome, looks like this new class still has potential. Very good. Ji Yude made the final summary. Hun Duan was amused despite himself. Fine, let me show you souls who don't know respect what a true vengeful spirit looks like. With a series of cracking sounds, he effortlessly broke free from the lightning's restraint. Clenching his hand in the air, the soul energy within his body surged and coalesced into his palm, solidifying into a black long sword. The blade's name is Soul Severer, severing your past life souls. This time, he finally saw shock in the eyes of those before him. Damn, that katana looks kinda cool, I want it! Exclaimed Jia Tianbang de Jia with excitement. First come, first served. Since the enemy has broken free, there's no need to keep electrocuting us, right? Hearing Ji Yude's words, Shensi snapped back to reality and hastily ended the formation. All the batteries were already depleted. They didn't fully understand this device, and once it started discharging, it couldn't be stopped. It had to drain completely. Clearly, the inhabitants of the city of ultimate bliss